How would it feel if your entire family was slaughtered by the very person you deeply love? After transmigrating into the novel she was reading, Ruby became a living doll with captivating beauty. Unfortunately, she was forced into a political marriage by her foolish father, Pope Borgia, and his angelic-looking but devilish eldest son, Cesare. Ruby's fiancé was Isaac, a knight of great renown in the north, but afflicted with an allergy to women. So, would Ruby continue to accept her fate as a tool manipulated by her family, or would she rise up in defiance and achieve a happy ending with Prince Isaac? Stay tuned to find out. The story begins with Ruby enjoying her dinner when she hears news like a bolt from the blue. My dear, this father has finally found you a suitable husband. The middle-aged man sitting opposite her looked at her with excited eyes. He was Pope Borgia, the foolish, non-biological father despised by the world. She was too nervous to speak. Instead, Enzo, the Pope's second son, reacted quite strongly. No way, not again. It hasn't even been 3 months since her broken engagement. Despite the Pope's attempts to remind his son to stay calm, he still added irritably, "Father, no matter how much you want an ally, you should still consider her feelings." His son's reaction made the Pope's eyes widen in surprise. "I'm not used to you suddenly playing the good older brother. So, can you defeat those barbarians instead of Britannia's relief forces?" Enzo immediately made a bold claim. "Is there anything I can't do? Those barbarians, all they need is this best knight of the South." The Pope couldn't stand it anymore and replied sternly, "Stop talking nonsense." Contrary to their nervous reactions, Ruby had already accepted the matter in her heart. "What's meant to be will be." She cheerfully interrupted the argument. "So, what kind of person is he, father?" The Pope immediately replied to his child with a proud demeanor. "He is a celebrity of Britannia, the beloved nephew of the king, known as the most fearsome knight of the north. Very handsome. You'll like him very much." As soon as Enzo heard this, he protested even more strongly. "What? No way. Father, how bad is that guy's reputation?" Ruby never dreamed that the handsome knight would later annihilate her father's entire family. Lost in thought, she heard a gentle call from behind her. "Ruby." As she felt the familiar breath, her heart began to race. Why am I getting goosebumps? Even without looking, I know. The man who had just made intimate contact with Ruby was Cesare, the Pope's eldest son, while Enzo sighed in frustration. The Pope and his wife looked at her with anticipation. Ruby tried to clasp her hands together to calm herself down. Then she replied with a smile, "Thank you, Father. I'm glad to be able to help you in this way." Her reply made her parents ecstatic. Even Cesare left a loving kiss on his sister's forehead, showing his support for her decision. "Our Ruby is so kind." She didn't realize that, in her heart, she was also secretly planning. "Well, first I'll kiss him to my heart's content, and then I'll think about future strategies." In the slaughter caused by the best knight of the north, am I included? Thanks to the plane crashing in the sky, that boring life is over, and I've found peace. But why did I suddenly become a young lady in a long novel? If you've already had a boring life, and the living conditions are exactly the same as the character in the book you read before you died, how bad would that be? After returning to her room, Ruby began to vomit uncontrollably. She pondered, feeling a little sorry for herself. Since I've started a new life as a character in a book, can't I at least have a decent family? Ruby was as used to vomiting without anyone knowing as she was to being alone. She had one thing in common in her past and present lives, and that was anorexia. Before becoming Rebecca de Borgia, before she died, she was born in Korea. Adopted by an upper-class Spanish family, often seen as a charity case taken in by the wealthy, Ruby was able to attend a prestigious public school, ballet school, tennis club. Hers was a life filled with charity galas and horse races. One day, witnessing the mocking gestures and words directed at her, Ruby, not understanding what it meant at the time, laughed along with the other children. That day, she couldn't even imagine that she was mimicking them. As time passed, Ruby became somewhat accustomed to being bullied. The family members who adopted her were only kind to her in front of each other. Her adoptive parents each had their own lovers, and her older brother lived a chaotic life, indulging in drugs. Only one older sister occasionally showed her kindness, but she bid farewell to the world at the young age of 21. Even the eldest brother, whom Ruby once considered the greatest, turned out to be a monster, just like her father, playing the role of the perfect daughter. Always intelligent, quick-witted, and obedient, had become second nature to Ruby, because making mistakes meant paying the price. But even here at 16, the fantasy novel she read on a certain novel website called Wine and the Chalice by Rebecca de Borja. She became the villain in that story. The general premise was that in an era where the power of corrupt priests and the Pope could pierce the heavens, virtuous priests and the northern families united to punish the king and the Brittany family, who championed good over evil. There, Rebecca was the Pope's daughter, destined, yes, for an early death, but one that came at the hands of the man she married. Rebecca, married multiple times as a political pawn, would marry this character after 4 broken engagements with Isaac van Omerta of the Brittany Kingdom, who was appointed an official knight at the age of 15. At 17, in a battle against monsters, he became the youngest champion. Later, as a paladin, the male protagonist became even more majestic, causing the hearts of many young northern women to flutter. His persistent adherence to asceticism, preventing all future marriages, angered Ruby's, Rebecca's, father. The only 2 girls who could approach him were his younger sister and his childhood friend, Freya. Just as Ruby had thought, he became that way after the death of his birth mother. The young duke and princess fell in love, but the Duchess Omerta ended her own life. Speaking of that day, it seemed to have had a significant impact on the siblings. In a worldview where the souls of suicides are cursed by God and wander, it was a taboo topic because the Duchess, originally a princess, had taken her own life. How could a haughty man who dared to stick his tongue out at the king agree to marry Rebecca? It was also because if Isaac refused, his younger sister would have to marry Enzo. Rather than letting his sister marry a villain, he agreed to the marriage. Currently, the Holy See couldn't deal with the barbarians invading the border because all its power was focused internally. The price of gaining the support of the excellent knights Brittany possessed was this marriage. Why did he destroy his father-in-law's family? It was because Rebecca poisoned his younger sister. Thinking about it, Ruby felt apprehensive again. He must have been furious with his treacherous wife, even with Cesari's actions. Rumors that Rebecca was a debauched villain, a spy for the Pope, spread everywhere. Her personality wasn't simple either. Not only his younger sister, but even Isaac's childhood friend, Freya, was treated like a servant by Ruby, by Rebecca. But having been inside the novel for 3 years, she understood why Rebecca de Borja's personality was so corrupt. The Romanian Duchess, loved by her family. The Angel of Sistina, it was all just a stage play. Ruby's previous life was the same, so while being cared for like Ruby was, Cesare appeared suddenly at her door. Startled, Ruby recoiled at the sight of her brother. A look of confused concern spread across his face. "You seemed unwell earlier," Cesare began, his voice laced with feigned solicitude. "I was worried, so I came to check on you." Ruby plastered a grateful smile on her face. "You were worried about me?" she chirped, while inwardly scoffing. "Disgusting. He's putting on that caring brother act again." He then asked frankly, "Are you unhappy about the marriage? You can be honest with me." Ruby's mind raced. "Honest? If I'm honest, you'll hit me, won't you? And please, throw away that turtle figurine. I told you I hate turtles." Her thoughts barely formed before she answered softly, "Of course not. I don't know why, but the North just seems so far away. I won't be able to see you often, and I think I'll be lonely." Cesare regarded her with an air of concern. "Lonely? You'll have a husband." Ruby immediately affected a languid air. "What does that matter? I want to be with you forever." He stepped closer, stroking her hair in a comforting gesture. "It's my honor that the most beautiful woman in Romania only wants me." The intimacy between them sent a shiver of fear down Ruby's spine. When had her hands begun to tremble so violently? The protective barrier she'd built around herself was crumbling. The sudden realization sent goosebumps rippling across her skin. Despite his professed affection for Ruby, Cesare wouldn't hesitate to use and abuse her. When she was 16, just as she was beginning to feel settled, a marriage proposal arrived from the Duke of Rembrandt. According to the original story, he was one of the characters who would contribute to the ruin of Ruby's family. After the engagement was broken off, he suffered public humiliation. Because she loved her new family, who had been so kind to her, she refused the proposal to prevent the family's downfall. In that moment, facing the Pope's cold indifference, a chill ran through Ruby. This place is no different. That night, Cesare beat her until she begged for mercy. After it happened again and again, she finally understood her situation. The truth was Rebecca wasn't his biological daughter. The woman who had died giving birth to her, Carmen, had already been pregnant before meeting the Pope. Because this mirrored Ruby's previous life so closely, she quickly grasped this life of pretense. Even so, to mix blood and tears, isn't that going too far? She then attempted a tearful display of regret. Cesare continued the charade of brotherly affection. It breaks my heart to send you away too. Then, Ruby deliberately mentioned, I heard there are many demons there. He attempted to reassure her. The finest knights will protect you with their lives. So what is there to worry about? I'll visit you as often as I can. It's not so bad. Think of it as an interesting trip for 6 months. Just endure it for half a year. He won't touch you anyway. So don't worry. Inwardly, Ruby seethed. Are you sure that's what I'm worried about? Then, she didn't forget to ask, will you really visit me as often as you can? Cesare immediately reiterated, of course. He didn't know that in her heart, she was silently praying, please don't come. Just thinking about how to survive is already overwhelming. I don't want to poison my husband's sister, but even if I don't want to, Cesare will definitely do it. If that happens, everyone will believe I did it. So, within 6 months, I have to prevent the assassination of my sister-in-law and make them realize I'm harmless. How can this be the same as before? Now, the day Ruby would wear her wedding dress had finally arrived. How beautiful! At that moment, the Pope, upon seeing her, showered her with praise. My daughter, you're so beautiful. With a bride as lovely as you, the entire North will fall in love with you. Ruby responded with a look of touched reluctance to leave. Get the Pope to comfort her immediately. You look heartbroken already. Don't cry, dear. This isn't goodbye forever. I'll miss you terribly, and I'm sure you'll miss us too. It's such a pity. I wish you could stay with your brother, but the circumstances won't allow it. He didn't know what Ruby was truly thinking. You have no idea how lucky I am, she mused internally. Even if things weren't like this, the rumors about Cesare and me have already spread everywhere. Aren't those northerners all looking at us with worried eyes? Do they genuinely not know, or are they just pretending? Enzo has been complaining ever since he arrived. Heartbroken. Only I'm heartbroken. Why is everyone so indifferent? Ruby approached him and called out, Brother Enzo. She even opened her arms to him. She fell naturally into Enzo's embrace. Inwardly, she thought, this arrogant fellow is a troublemaker, capable of causing utter chaos and impulsive, but at least Enzo isn't the one hurting me. He's the normal one. Ruby didn't hesitate to express her affection for her false brother. I'll miss you so much. Hearing these words, he mumbled sullenly, I won't miss you, you idiot. You big idiot. Cesare, witnessing this scene, shook his head in amusement. Lighten up, Enzo. You'll suffocate her. Then he approached her and softly called, Ruby. She responded coquettishly, Brother, you must come and see me, okay? Cesare replied confidently, Of course. It was a strong, almost humorous survival instinct. How interesting, Ruby suddenly thought. She had wanted to die so badly that she had finally come to terms with mortality. Even being trapped in this second life wasn't so different from her previous one. How amusing it was that she was striving to live under the bright sun. The northern knights were resting together under the shade of a tree. Ivan, panting, kept calling out, You guys look like you're about to die. Isaac, say something. But he just glanced at him coldly and said in an unfriendly tone, Don't want to. This made his teammate look extremely annoyed. What's wrong? Why not say something? Isaac replied frankly, Because looking at your face, I know Alan is going to ask for a favor again. His teammate retorted angrily, You know that and you still do this? Why is it always me who has to deal with the trouble every time you act like this? Isaac quickly changed the subject. Is it my fault that my sister thinks you're weak? A man who doesn't even understand his own situation. Ivan, despite his anger, tried to remind himself to be patient. Patience. Then he immediately lowered his voice. While you're like this, your bride has already arrived. Although she said she doesn't need you to pick her up, you should hurry back. At least have a meal together. Look at your pathetic state. Isaac smiled faintly. It seems quite a few people welcomed her, right? Despite Ivan's attempts to persuade him, Isaac, as the paladin guarding the north, replied impatiently, Stop talking nonsense. This finally pushed Ivan over the edge. He shouted, Yes, I was curious, so I went. So what? I was curious what the famous Pope's daughter looks like in person. Is that a crime? If you're so bothered, why don't you go and greet her yourself? What right do you have to judge me? Due to his volatile personality, I, another knight standing between their quarrel, shook my head helplessly. Here we go again, a pair of bickering rivals. After a period of cold silence, Ivan took the initiative to back down. Sorry, I was harsh again. I won't ask. Isaac simply replied, Ask what? Then he heard Ivan rambling. Does she look like her portrait? What's her personality like? Things like that. Aren't you curious? Contrary to his expectations, Isaac only showed indifference. Not at all. disappointing Ivan again and turning to leave. Well, she is your wife, so it's best you judge for yourself. And you should also be prepared to fulfill your husbandly duties as soon as possible, because I absolutely can't stand seeing that guy's face. What was his name again? Anyway, I can't stand seeing that crestfallen expression turn into a joke like that last nobleman. After Isaac's question, how long do you think the charade will last? Ivan could only offer his assessment. Realistically, probably no one believes this marriage will last forever, seeing as the bride is experienced and you're no saint yourself. I know things would be better with Freya, but even if I said so, that guy wouldn't understand. Earlier, while escorting the bride back to Omerta, I overheard something. According to Evans, who presided over the wedding in Isaac's place, the bride was seasick the entire journey, but she still managed to keep a bright smile, just like the rumors say. Meanwhile, in another place, someone looks quite ill, but she's petite. This vague statement forced Isaac to ask again, what? Forcing Ivan to elaborate further. I said she's petite, really short, only this tall, like, if you keep glaring at her with that disgusted look, she'll die. Even though you also hate this marriage, try to put yourself in her shoes. She's no different from a hostage. All alone, she must be lonely and terrified. Hearing this, Isaac felt a pang of guilt. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Ivan made another grand declaration. What else could it be? I'm a knight of the north, an angel of Sistina. If she's going to be my comrade's wife, of course I'm going to welcome her. Isaac calmly reminded him. You said you wanted to kill the Pope. Ivan quickly clarified. In short, I meant to say your bride. Suddenly, a voice approached them. I've heard the Borja family is renowned for their beauty. It seems you'll fall for her looks and be willing to betray your country for her sake. They both turned to look. Ivan, upon seeing the culprit's face, was horrified to find a sword pointed at his throat. Ivan swiftly pushed him away. Then he proceeded to question the madman. How dare you so rudely draw your sword on your elder? The young man could only stammer out an explanation. Because you looked imposing, I accidentally. I apologize. Isaac sternly rebuked him. Enough, why are you being so loud? Seeing Isaac's serious face, the young man, Lorenzo, made a bold proposal. If you, Sir Isaac, were to divorce that bourgeois woman and marry my sister instead, I think that would be excellent. But until then, please refrain from acting familiar with my sister. After they were both taken aback by this proposal, Ivan immediately started shouting. Explain yourself clearly. These kids nowadays are really... Lorenzo hurriedly corrected himself. I'm sorry, I meant please, Sir Isaac, stay away from my sister for the time being. Otherwise, that boring chin that will torture my sister to death. Ivan couldn't stay silent, continuing to scold. Can't you be more careful with your words? Your head is already filled with prejudice. Lorenzo stressed. This isn't prejudice. Then, why did my sister lock herself in her room and cry after returning from Omerta? This information prompted Isaac to ask, where did you say Freya went? Lorenzo honestly replied, Omerta Castle. When Lady Rebecca arrived at the castle, Lady Ellen and my sister were having tea. Ivan realized inwardly, I also went to see Isaac's wife. How could your sister not cry after seeing her? What witch? Both of you are so inconsiderate. Meanwhile, Isaac hurriedly left, prompting Ivan to yell, Hey, Isaac, where are you going? Despite their attempts to hold him back, Isaac, I'm not finished yet, come back. He simply replied, I'm off duty today, so I'm leaving now. This left the other knights bewildered. Only when she's extremely comfortable does he consider it a day off. Meanwhile, turning his comrade into this, they tried to pretend they didn't hear. On the other hand, Ivan, watching Isaac's retreating figure, felt a sense of relief. A voice echoed from within the palace, inquiring, I heard you suffer terribly from seasickness. Ruby, her spirits surprisingly high, replied, It's because this is my first time traveling for such a long duration. It's a little embarrassing to admit, she continued, but I've never left the South before. The woman seated beside her offered a candid observation. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I've never left Rembrandt either. Her demeanor drew Ruby's gaze. How could someone look like that? She thought. Whoever let God's creation wither, so was a criminal. This was Ellen Omerta, Isaac's sister. Despite their first encounter, his sister was remarkably thoughtful. Is the food to your liking? As your stomach might be unsettled, I've only brought out some light refreshments. Ruby responded politely, No, not at all. Everything is delicious. I was a little nervous, so thank you for the food. Inwardly, however, she didn't find the refreshments particularly light. Refreshments or a full meal. It all amounted to the same. Ellen continued her explanation. Whenever summer arrives, the spider monsters appear, so my brother might return late. Please understand, my father is attending to matters in the territory and won't be back until the end of the month. I'm ashamed that I haven't been able to entertain you properly. In contrast, Ruby offered a bright smile. I'm truly fine. Don't worry about me. Ellen added, since Mother passed away, I've been in charge of managing the mansion, but now I will adjust things according to Madam's preferences. If you find anything you dislike or inconvenient, please instruct the housekeeper. The word Madam struck Ruby as stiff and formal. A thought flickered through her mind. Madam? What stark title? Then she expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your concern, but for now, I like to keep things as they are. I'm not yet accustomed to the way of life here, and I lack experience, so I'm worried about causing trouble for everyone. Ellen paused, then lowered her voice, reminding her, you needn't worry. No one would dare think that way about Madam. Her words made Ruby feel awkward. That's far too formal. I didn't mean it that way. Then she decided to speak her mind. Actually, I have a favor to ask. Could you call me Ruby for the time being? Both Ellen and the servants were taken aback by the request. This prompted Ruby to explain further. Everyone here is a stranger to me. It might sound pathetic, but honestly, I feel lost and afraid. I don't know how to adjust. If you acted a little more friendly, I would feel more courageous. Unexpectedly, Ellen replied simply, all right. This startled Ruby for a moment, then she immediately stood up. Really? Ellen confirmed, yes. Overjoyed, Ruby grasped her hand. Thank you. But Ellen flinched at the contact, causing Ruby to quickly apologize. I'm sorry. Ellen simply said, it's all right. This made Ruby even more embarrassed. Then, can I call you Ellen? Isaac's sister nodded swiftly in agreement. Yes, it would be better if we were more comfortable with each other. Then she released a small sigh. Too much formality isn't good, and excessive modesty can lead to misunderstandings. This statement puzzled Ruby. Misunderstandings? Does she mean I shouldn't beat around the bush and just show my true colors? Come to think of it, my appearance here was certainly unexpected. I don't expect the people here to like me. My goal is to appear as harmless as possible in everyone's eyes. All right now, stay calm. As soon as her internal monologue ended, she explained, I'm used to being misunderstood. I'll try my best not to become someone I'm not. This surprised Ellen once more. She continued, if you're finished eating, I'll show you to the room you'll be using from now on. Upon stepping inside, Ruby was awestruck by the room's splendor. Is this really my room? Ellen quickly replied, I tried my best to decorate it, but I wasn't sure if you would like it. Ruby readily admitted, I love it. I've always wanted a room facing the sea. Ellen then took her leave. You must be tired today. Please rest quickly, in case my brother returns later than expected. Ruby replied cheerfully, don't worry about me, Ellen. I'm sleepy too. But inwardly, she felt an unexpected surge of joy, a sense of relief washing over her. Her goal wasn't her husband's love, and this realization, perhaps, would garner her more sympathy. As she left Ruby's bedroom, the housekeeper cast a sharp, chilling glance her way, making Ruby sneeze repeatedly. She shivered, a surprising chill settling over her even in the northern climate. Looking around, she noticed the fire had gone out. They say monsters roam these northern lands, which is why the fires are kept lit every night, she mused. Unless someone deliberately extinguished it, there's no way it would have gone out like this. Is there any more kindling? Who would do something so childish? The housekeeper's sharp gaze flashed back in her mind. Could have been her. Just then, a rustling sound startled her. Ruby turned towards the noise and found a monstrous creature lurking behind the door. Frozen in place, Ruby stared at the beast before her. She collapsed onto the floor, paralyzed by fear in the face of the enormous creature. All she could manage was a trembling, "Stay away from me." The monster growled at its vulnerable target. I have to escape, Ruby thought, but I can't move. The monster stared curiously at Ruby, seemingly perplexed by her lack of aggressive reaction, unlike others it had encountered. She continued to cry out. I said, "Stay away from me." At that moment, a servant opened the door and called out, "Madam, it's time to wake up." But upon seeing the monster, the servant shrieked in terror. Ellen appeared immediately. The cacophony of sounds overwhelmed Ruby, and she closed her eyes, bewildered. A flash of steel sliced through the air. and a surge of powerful energy erupted from the blade, piercing the monster. As the creature shrieked, Ruby covered her face with her hands. The monster crashed heavily to the floor beside her, its screech echoing through the room. Only then did she dare to open her eyes and look. A cloak swept past Ruby's vision, and there, standing before her, was her fiancé, Isaac. Isaac gazed down at her, with his crimson eyes, his expression impassive. Ruby's heart pounded in her chest. Isaac's voice was sharp. What happened here? Ruby stared at him in confusion. Isaac continued, I asked you why you put out the torch. The absurd accusation ignited a spark of anger within her. What? He thinks I put it out. Ruby stammered. I didn't, but Isaac seemed unconvinced. I thought you'd attracted enough attention without resorting to such theatrics. Or, his voice grew colder, and Isaac's displeasure was palpable. Is this one of the excuses you plan to use to break off the engagement? I expected him to hate me, she thought, but not this much. At this rate, will I even survive? Isaac's expression, like that of a man cheated out of a fortune, sent a shiver down Ruby's spine. Ellen spoke up in her defense. Brother, don't be so quick to blame her. We don't know who did it yet. Even if Ruby did do it, she probably didn't know any better. They don't do the torch thing in Romania. Tears welled up in Ruby's eyes, touched by Ellen's kindness. I love you, Ellen. Even if I die, I swear before I die, I'll save you. But first, she thought, I have to clear up this misunderstanding. Ruby reached out and clutched Ellen's sleeve. I just felt cold. Isaac asked impatiently, What? Can you speak up? Fearfully, Ruby explained. I said I woke up and the fire was already out. Isaac scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. So you're saying someone else did it? Who? My sister? Or me? His tone was so biting that even Ellen felt compelled to intervene. Brother, stop it. Ruby clung weakly to Ellen's sleeve. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. Under the scrutiny of Isaac and Ellen, Ruby offered a soft apology. I think I might have put it out when I first fell asleep because I was feeling hot. I'm sorry for causing such a commotion. I was careless. Sobbing, Ruby hid behind Ellen. I won't do it again. Seeing her distress, Ellen offered a comforting pat. Isaac sighed, unable to pursue the matter further. I have something to ask you. Ruby looked at him tearfully. Yes, Isaac wanted to say something, but the words eluded him. Finally, he gave up, turning away. Forget it. It's nothing. With that, he strode off, leaving Ruby consumed by curiosity. What was that about? What did he want to ask me? If he had something to say, he should have just said it. Hours later, as dawn broke and birds chirped outside the window, Ruby and Ellen sat at breakfast. Ruby, however, was listless. She sighed inwardly, feeling utterly drained. I can't eat a thing. After what happened, anything I swallow will just come back up. I feel nauseous and wretched. A silent plea echoed in her mind. Please tell me this is all just a bad dream. Ruby picked at her food with little enthusiasm, while Ellen ate as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. After a while, Ellen glanced at Ruby. She initiated the conversation. That sort of thing won't happen again. Ruby startled. Ellen continued, I mean, the thing about you waking up cold. Ruby released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. So, someone else had been responsible. With a sheepish smile, she replied, Oh, thank you for your concern. Ellen reminded her, and in 4 days, you must attend the palace banquet. If you need anything before then, please let me know. Thanks to Ellen's reminder, the banquet sprang back into Ruby's mind. Oh, right, the banquet. The royal banquet plays a crucial role in this marriage. It's also the anniversary banquet for the king and queen's wedding. Oh, I almost forgot. I do need some help. Ellen, could you recommend a tailor to me? Ellen asked, puzzled. A tailor? Ruby explained, the clothes I brought with me are all in the southern style, and they seem too flamboyant. I've also heard that the clothes people wear here in the summer are quite light. Ellen nodded. You're right. I should have prepared these clothes for you. I'm so sorry. I'll call the tailor who usually makes my clothes. Ruby offered Ellen a grateful smile, her thoughts churning beneath the surface. It's only natural. Everyone's taking bets on when I'll be discarded. The servants here even openly whisper and gossip. No matter what, on that day, I should act and speak with the utmost innocence. I have to be extremely careful to make a good impression on everyone. The thought brought a wave of despondency over her. However, with the most important person, my husband, I made the worst first impression. He always looks at me with such dreadful eyes. All beginnings are difficult, Ruby told herself. Well, there's still a long way to go. Today is a beautiful day with bright sunshine. Ruby carried a basket filled with fresh fruit. I found the place. You might not hit me today. She decided to wear a more casual, yet still presentable outfit. The only reason I had to ask Ellen for help and come to this temple is to understand my husband's character. My ultimate goal is not to die at his hands. She felt like a rabbit fleeing a ferocious gray wolf. Ruby clenched her fists with determination. If that's the case, I must appear as harmless as possible. That way, even if I can't prevent Ellen's death, this is still my insurance for survival. Speaking of Ellen's poisoning, it was because she was Prince Doria's fiancée. The Pope and Prince Dorias don't have a good relationship. The origins of the assassination family are an open secret, so everyone would definitely suspect us. In that situation, even for a powerful family, risking poisoning her would be absurd, a foolish move. Ruby pondered as she walked. Regardless, even if I mentioned Ellen's poisoning beforehand, who would believe a random person talking about the precious Miss Borgia? My father has spies planted all over Arundel. I can't just speak carelessly. If I'm discovered, who knows what will happen to me if I'm taken back home? Ruby soon arrived at the knight's training grounds. As she peeked in, a knight, tilting his head, spotted her. "Who's there?" Ruby jumped at his voice. The newcomer was a young man with blonde hair. He immediately recognized her. "Ah, isn't that Miss Ruby?" "Hello." Ruby recognized him too. He was one of the escorts from Elmo Port yesterday. She nodded politely. "Oh, it's you. I apologize for my rudeness." Ivan dismissed her apology with a wave of his hand. "Of course you wouldn't know. What brings you here?" Ivan asked. Ruby blushed, hesitated, then replied, I heard my husband was here." Ivan turned his head. A flicker of annoyance quickly masked. "Oh, what? She was looking for Isaac?" He chuckled softly. "That rascal. Oh, wait, you're looking for Isaac." Ruby nodded. Ivan beamed at her. "Well then, madam, please wait here a moment." He turned and bellowed, "Hey, Isaac, your wife is here." "Hey, didn't you hear me? Your wife is here." His voice carried, and others perked up. "Whose wife?" "Lady Ruby." Ivan didn't just tell, he gestured dramatically. "Hey, get lost. Want me to teach you a lesson?" The violence implicit in his words made Ruby's eyes widen. So, he's a man of action, not words. A moment later, Isaac appeared behind Ruby. "What are you doing here?" she asked, turning in surprise. Isaac was dressed in simple training clothes today. Ruby clutched the fruit basket awkwardly, stammering, The fact that the men in the courtyard were all hiding and eavesdropping added to her embarrassment. "Why are you all hiding there making a fuss?" She forced herself to continue. "I was worried I made you angry this morning, so Isaac snorted in annoyance. He turned and waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine. See? I'm fine, so go back." Seeing him about to leave, Ruby quickly grabbed his sleeve. "Wait!" Because she hadn't controlled her strength, the fruit basket in her hand tumbled to the ground, its contents scattering between them. Ruby froze, internally screaming, "No, my snacks." Ellen said they were precious. She quickly sat down and began gathering the scattered fruit. "No, according to the 3-second rule, it's still edible." Isaac's voice cut in. "What are you doing?" Ruby stiffened. Suppressing her exasperation, Ruby thought, "Shouldn't I be the one asking that? Do you not have eyes?" Outwardly, she said meekly, "I'm sorry. I was going to bring these to you." Isaac crossed his arms, looking down at her coldly. "Who asked about that?" "I asked why you're picking up things that fell on the ground." Ruby almost threw the fruit at him. "Then you picked them up. Fine." Tears welled up easily in Ruby's eyes. She sniffled, wiping at her tears. "I'm sorry for bothering you. I came here to clear up the misunderstanding between us." Inwardly, Ruby applauded herself. "I could be up for an Oscar, couldn't I?" Isaac scoffed. "What misunderstanding?" She replied honestly. "The misunderstanding that I'm looking for an excuse to break off the engagement." "You'd naturally think that. It's also obvious you hate me." But Isaac cut her off with a laugh. "Who said that? Who said I hate you?" Ruby looked at him in surprise. "I mean, you seem like you hate me." Isaac denied it immediately. "No, I don't hate you." Her expression shifted instantly, her eyes widening with hopeful expectation. "Really?" Ruby decided her crying act was backfiring and switched tactics. Ruby's eyes sparkled with delight. "Really?" In her eyes, there was only the shining image of Isaac. This time, Isaac didn't answer. The air grew thick with tension. Ruby worried internally. Did I overdo the crying? Isaac rubbed his head in frustration. "Damn it, what am I doing?" Seeing his expression, Ruby cheered internally. "I knew it." But outwardly, she maintained her facade of sadness and apologized to him. "I was determined to go all in, and it's such a relief to get this kind of reaction." Unexpectedly, Isaac sat down and helped her pick up the fruit. Then he handed it to her. "I don't need this." Stop doing pointless things. Ruby stared at him, but Isaac continued, his voice firm. Let me make this clear so you don't misunderstand. Even if this charade ends today, I don't care. But I can't stand watching someone act so foolish, so stop trying to play games with me. You sent me a letter telling me to come home quickly, didn't you? With that, he turned abruptly and walked away. Ruby thought, so my husband didn't fall for the pitiful act at all. What's going on? It seems he's not the type to give in when someone cries. But I think I just saw a loophole. Whether we're fighting or he's playing mind games with me, he still treats me like a child. If it was obvious and insignificant, he probably wouldn't suspect a thing. So, Ruby mustered her courage and abruptly stood, though a part of her screamed against it. Isaac paused, and because Ruby felt she had to land a fatal blow, she declared loudly, I'm in love with you. Ruby's confession, I'm in love with you, echoed through the hallway, where the siblings were eavesdropping from behind a corner. They were stunned. Ruby inwardly praised herself. My acting is truly commendable. Isaac slowly turned around. His eyes were now filled with a murderous glint. What? Ruby responded in a flustered voice. I know you hear confessions like this often, and I know you can't possibly like me. She silently cursed the devil before her. Please, soften your gaze. But you were the first person to save me from danger like yesterday. I don't expect anything in return. So could you please let me help you, even if it's just with small things? You said you didn't hate me. Ruby gave herself a mental thumbs up. Right? I'm an ardent fan, more like an anti-fan. But if he sees me as an obvious and insignificant presence, I still see hope. The siblings at the training grounds clapped and whistled. So brave. Ruby took a deep breath and then stealthily opened her eyes to peek, but Isaac was already at the door. When did he get there? He was 180 meters away from me. Refusing to give up, Ruby shouted, I definitely won't bother you. I'm serious. The witnesses to the confession cheered, so jealous. In response, the male lead slammed the door in Ruby's face. That cold-hearted man again. That's enough for today. I'll let him off the hook. A few days later, Ruby's hair was being gently brushed by a maid. My lady, it's done. With her makeup applied and hair styled, Ruby was strikingly beautiful. This day has finally come. I haven't seen Isaac's face since that day. Ellen said he's been busy every night preparing for this and that, and for the summer. Thinking of this, Ruby sighed sadly. After a while, she went downstairs. Ellen, also dressed in a dazzling evening gown, exuded a unique elegance. Ruby, are you ready for the banquet? Ruby was stunned by her beauty. I can't believe a goddess like this almost married that idiot Enzo. Even if the sky falls, that can't happen. But she called me by my nickname as promised. Ruby nodded and looked at the person next to Ellen. By the way, who is this next to you? Ellen introduced. Say hello. This is an old friend of our family, Freya Van Friona. Friona winked at Ruby. Hello, Lady Ruby. It's a pleasure to meet you. In Ruby's eyes, the sky suddenly turned gray. She's here, the childhood friend. The servants' whispers about her were filled with admiration, and the treatment she received was completely different from mine. But Ruby still smiled politely and amiably. It's a pleasure to meet you too, Freya. Ruby smiled, greatly surprising Freya. She turned to Ellen. You didn't tell me she was so lovely. Ellen immediately denied. You must be thinking I said something strange. Freya turned, a less than friendly glint in her eyes as she looked at Ruby, unlike the outward appearance she projected. Ruby tilted her head. Is there something wrong with my dress? Ellen complained again. Really, Ruby, I don't know if my brother will be late, but please bear with him. This happens often. Inwardly, Ruby felt herself bristling. She waved her hand at Ellen. I understand, but I'm fine. Don't worry, Ellen. She thought to herself, bear with him? I won't do that, and I'm not expecting anything anyway. I'd rather he be late today, regardless. Oh, my fate. How much longer do I have to pretend? The carriage rattled all the way to Anbaum Palace. Everyone attending the banquet had arrived. Many acquaintances came to greet Ellen. Ruby stood alone in a corner, observing. I don't know why, but I'm reminded of the banquets in Romania, those who once showed me kindness. Or, I should say, Julia, my father's official wife. Because of her blood ties to my father and brother, regardless of the circumstances, I'm the object of everyone's envy and admiration. If the miserable reality of my past were to be revealed, what would everyone think of me? I don't know how badly I'd be trampled. Ironically, there was a time when that was my biggest fear. But standing between these two model-like figures suddenly made me feel like a child. Am I still the shortest one here? Suddenly, someone approached Ruby. Hello, Lady Ruby. These people asked, how is His Holiness? The surrounding people began to whisper, "Oh my, those are Omertonians. I wonder if His Holiness is well. Will Cardinal Valentino visit?" Ruby had to be extremely patient. Honestly, she thought, "I don't know either." "Here they come again," Ellen muttered beside her. "Those people are really—" Ruby thought she misheard. Was that Ellen beside her just now? Freya was cheerfully greeting Isaac. Ruby's husband easily heard their calls and turned around. Ruby awkwardly raised her hand in greeting. "What's with him? He said he'd be late." "He wasn't lying about being late because he hates seeing me, doesn't he?" Seeing Ruby, Isaac didn't respond and simply turned to leave. "I knew it." Freya was indignant for her. "Madam, should we go over there and scold him?" But Ellen, knowing her brother's personality too well, shook her head. "He'll ignore it. What's the point?" Ruby clenched her fists and walked straight towards him. The fact that she had been mistreated since her wedding night and that Isaac ignored her had spread far and wide. Her steps were unusually firm. "No matter what I do here, I'll be the one who loses face. So I'll cling to him tightly." Ruby stopped directly in front of him. Freya and Ellen watched wide-eyed. Even Ivan and the Knights hadn't expected Ruby to make such a move. She took a deep breath to bolster her courage, then said to Isaac with a bright smile, "It's so nice to see you again. You look very handsome today." This action caused a stir among the surrounding nobles, but Ruby ignored it all, maintaining her cheerful smile. "What did you think I was going to do? Caress his cheek? Even if I'm desperate, I have no shortage of admirers." Isaac didn't seem pleased at all. He turned away coldly. "Madam, you are both obtuse and insensitive." Ruby lowered her head awkwardly. "I'm sorry to bother you like this, but if I don't—" Isaac suddenly interrupted her. "You clearly said you wouldn't be a bother." Ruby gasped and covered her mouth. "Oh my God, you remember. You were listening to me." Her act surprised him. "What?" Ruby's expression brightened considerably. "Thank you, but please rest assured, I will absolutely not bother you again. I'll just quietly observe you." With that, Ruby waved goodbye. "Farewell. Is this enough? I need to get out of here." But Isaac grabbed her shoulder and pulled her back. He suddenly leaned in, asking urgently, "Say that again." "What do you mean by quietly?" Ruby replied, "I said I'll quietly follow you, like stalking you, without you knowing." Isaac roared, "Do you want to die?" She shook her head fearfully, saying it wasn't like that. Internally, she panicked. "What's going on? Did I step on a landmine?" Isaac gripped Ruby's shoulder tightly, not controlling his strength. "Then why would you do that?" This time, she didn't need to act to shed tears. "It hurts. I said it hurts." Ruby tried to explain. "I just wanted to watch you, because I can't be a bother." So, she thought miserably, does he know I'm planning to assassinate him? Can you believe this? Isaac's expression was still angry. This is clearly an assassination attempt. He sighed in exasperation. Ivan appeared beside them, speaking up for his friend. "Lady Ruby, that's quite dangerous behavior." Ruby asked blankly, "What?" He further explained, "I mean, he's not so foolish as to mistake his own wife for an assassin." "The North is an incredibly dangerous place," Ivan explained, "so our physique differs from other knights. When we hunt demonic energy or monsters, we have to maximize our divine power and sword aura. If you're nearby, we won't be able to distinguish you from the monsters, so you could lose your life." Ruby now understood. So when the Holy Knights maximized their sword aura and divine power, it resulted in a state of extreme exhilaration. It was impressive, but she didn't want to follow him to unsafe places. Disheartened, she mumbled, "I almost caused trouble. I'm sorry. I'm from the South, so I didn't know." Ivan stammered, telling her not to say that. It's natural not to know, isn't it? Since she spoke without thinking, he decided to let her off the hook this time. "That jerk, Isaac," Ruby reassured him. "Don't worry, I definitely won't cause you any trouble." Ellen instructed her brother, "You must tell us when your itinerary changes." Hannah chimed in, "That's right. You can also drop by our place. We beauties are waiting for you. Aren't you grateful?" Isaac, until now, had remained silent. Irritation prickled at Ruby. "What is this atmosphere?" she thought. "You stingy miser, stop it." However, his reaction this time was intriguing. "I thought he would just scoff and leave like last time." Isaac had just opened his mouth to say when a servant interrupted, announcing the arrival of His Majesty the King. Trumpet fanfares resounded through the hall. The emperor and his empress slowly entered the banquet hall. Putting the matter aside, Ruby turned to greet them. The emperor approached Ruby first. "Lady Ruby," She curtsied politely and greeted him. The emperor expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for coming all this way." Ruby replied humbly, "I should be the one thanking your majesty." The emperor smiled, pleased, then let out a hearty laugh, turning to Isaac. "This boy rarely attends my banquets. He certainly has become more disciplined after marriage, hasn't he, Sir Isaac?" Undaunted, Isaac retorted, "Like father, like son." The emperor's expression immediately darkened. "Did you really have to say that?" He shot back. "Who told you to keep secrets? Accept your fate." But he didn't forget to glare at Ruby, who was standing beside him. "Busybody." Then he coldly turned his back on her. Ruby shrugged internally. There he goes again. His grumpy personality really suits abstinence. The young ladies around them began to giggle and whisper amongst themselves. This was exactly what Ruby wanted. "Yes, go ahead and laugh at me. I'm the fool who keeps grinning even when abandoned by her husband." The emperor pointed at Isaac angrily. If he weren't Isis's son, he'd be dead for sure. The empress chuckled softly, placating him. "Calm yourself, your majesty. You'll frighten the lady." Just then, Ruby noticed a small girl fidgeting behind the empress. A sweet child was blinking at her. The empress, noticing too, nudged the little girl forward. "Princess, it's rude to stare. You must greet her properly." The little girl, lively and obedient, said to her, "Welcome to Ambalm Palace, Lady Ruby. This is Princess Ariane." Ruby immediately offered the child a warm smile. "Thank you, Princess Ariane." Her heart melted at the cuteness. So adorable, such a rare sense of healing in this world. After greeting her, the little girl shyly hid behind her mother. Seeing her directly, it clicked for Ruby. I understand why the princess's presence was incomplete in the original story. She's too timid. The empress was originally a slave from the east, but King Fennel deeply loved both the empress and the princess. However, he couldn't give his child, who bore distinct features of a heathen, the same status as the other princesses. Furthermore, Ariane had Isaac as her cousin. Thus, amongst the nobles, Ariane would always be an outsider. Whether in this world or the other, she wasn't one for pity, but seeing that kind of fear, she couldn't help herself. A while later, everyone was seated at the banquet tables, only Freya Van Friona arriving late. Ellen asked her, "Where have you been?" Ruby, curious, glanced over as Freya settled into her seat. "It's nothing," Freya said. "I was trying to bring Isaac here, but it was no use. I have no idea where he's arranged for the nights to rest." Ellen crossed her arms and shook her head. "Playing these pointless games, he won't listen to us." Freya rested her chin in her hand. "Indeed." Then, turning to Ruby, she asked, "Oh, Lady Ruby, do you enjoy horseback riding?" Ruby offered a smile. "I'm not very good at it, but I do enjoy it very much." Freya said mysteriously, "Don't worry, liking it is enough." Though her face held a smile, Ruby's inner thoughts screamed, "I don't like it. I'm lying. I might have learned aristocratic sports in my past life, but I don't have any fond memories of them." Just then, a young lady seated at the same table spoke up. "It's hard to compare to the skill of you two. Of course, since Sir Isaac himself has assisted you, Lady Ruby, you should also seek help from your husband, shouldn't you?" Freya replied calmly. "That was when we were children and communication wasn't very good. Besides, I have a natural talent." The young lady, presumably named Comfort, covered her mouth and giggled. "Of course, you're very talented. Please don't misunderstand, Miss Freya." Ruby noticed the glint of amusement in Comfort's eyes. "My relationship with her is also quite interesting, but I don't care. I just need to act like a harmless fool." Ruby scratched her head. "Thank you for your concern, but I can't waste a busy man's time with such trivial matters." Comfort chuckled softly. "I understand." The others watched her with wary eyes. They changed the subject, turning to Isaac. "Summer is almost over. Will Sir Isaac participate in the swordsmanship competition this year? It seems earlier than last year. It's certainly something to look forward to, but if Sir Isaac participates, he'll definitely win." Excited chatter filled the banquet table. "I wonder what it will be like this year. I'm more curious about who will be the flower of glory." Ruby sat quietly, clenching her fists. "I believe that at this year's swordsmanship competition, Chase will be here." The swordsmanship competition, held every 3 years in Arundel, was a proud event, the largest and oldest of its kind. Competitors and visitors from all countries would attend. It was a fight to the death against ferociously trained demonic creatures. In this brutal competition, only those of noble birth could participate. A council of distinguished priests was established to prevent any potential incidents. Chase will come here under the pretense of attending the council, but in reality, it's to see me. Ruby cradled her head in her hands, her expression pained. Damn it, my husband alone is already unbearable. A while later, Ruby emerged into the hallway. She rubbed her forehead wearily, supporting herself against the wall as she walked. Drinking on an empty stomach has made me dizzy, but there are too many people here. I can't throw up. A man appeared before Ruby. Because she wasn't watching where she was going, their shoulders bumped. Ruby clutched her shoulder and nodded apologetically. She glanced at the other person. Oh dear, how unfortunate to bump into his shoulder. He asked, "Are you all right?" Ruby shook her head. "I'm fine, but who are you?" The young man smiled and introduced himself. "I'm Lorenzo Van Friona, the one who was with my sister earlier." Ruby immediately recognized him. They really are twins. No wonder they look so much alike. Lorenzo asked, "Are you really all right? Should I escort you back to the banquet?" She shook her head in refusal. "I'm really fine. I was just going out for some fresh air. You seem like a holy knight." Ruby felt a sense of unease. Why is he looking at me with such unfriendly eyes? He continued to act concerned. If Sir Isaac heard about this, he would laugh. "I'm just an heir." He gave Ruby a creepy feeling. If he tries anything funny, I might die here. Isaac isn't even this bad. Of all the people I've met, he shows the most obvious disgust. When did he find out about me? Lorenzo scratched his head sheepishly. "Oh, forgive me. I still can't believe I'm meeting you in person, Lady Ruby." Ruby chuckled softly. "Yes, I've heard I'm quite famous here." He blurted out, "Who wouldn't know of your existence, my lady? You're the daughter of His Holiness." Ruby sensed the mockery in his tone, but she still had to feign innocence. "Is that so? I thought only my brothers were famous. I didn't know I was too. How surprising." The two continued to look at each other with feigned friendliness. Lorenzo began, "Actually, there's a popular song going around about you, my lady." Ruby feigned surprise. "Oh, really?" He offered. "You seem surprised. Would you like to hear it?" Ruby played along. "I'm curious. Please do tell." Lorenzo cleared his throat and began to sing. The lyrics went something like this. "The angel of Sistina said she couldn't find a girl she liked. I guess her brother and that girl aren't of the same blood. He'll say it's all right." As he hummed the lyrics about the angel, a hand appeared. Ivan grabbed his ear tightly, scolding, "You lunatic! I told you not to cause trouble." Ivan's grip tightened. Lorenzo could only plead, "Wait a minute." Ivan angrily commanded, "Apologize before I rip your mouth apart." Lorenzo stammered hesitantly, but before he could finish, Ivan snapped, "But what? Where did you learn to talk back to your elders?" Lorenzo cried, "I'm sorry." Ivan roared, "Say it louder, or I'll make your mouth bigger." Ruby quickly interjected, "I'm fine. Let him go." She knew she didn't need this apology. Hearing her words, Ivan released his grip. Lorenzo immediately fled. Ivan clicked his tongue and shook his head. "That rascal." Ruby cursed inwardly, sly fox. After Lorenzo left, Ivan turned to apologize to her. "I'm so sorry you had to witness such a chaotic scene." Ruby smiled. "It's all right." He still felt the need to explain. "Please don't misunderstand. That strange child is always delusional. That's why he acted that way. No one would sing such a disrespectful song." Ruby thought for a moment, then said, "Sir Ivan, I'm truly fine." It's not the first time I've heard that rumor. Despite her words, tears welled up in her eyes, startling Ivan. "Oh, my lady." Ruby wiped her eyes. "I'm sorry. I'm just worried my husband will believe that rumor." Ivan waved his hands frantically. "Impossible. That lad never pays attention to what others say, and he won't forgive anyone who bothers him. That's why I was a bit surprised earlier. I didn't mean to imply you were bothersome, my lady." Hearing his words, Ruby stopped crying. "Really? So Sir Isaac doesn't dislike me?" Ivan immediately affirmed, "Absolutely not. Who does that lad think he is to dislike you, my lady? He's just a bit flustered because this is his first time." Ruby asked Ivan expectantly, "So I'm free to like him?" Ivan immediately supported her. "Of course, my lady. It would be his greatest honor." After he finished speaking, Ivan suddenly came to his senses. He hesitantly asked her, "Well then, shall I escort you back to the banquet?" But Ruby declined. "It's all right. I was just about to go out for some fresh air." Ivan didn't press the matter further. "I understand. If that rascal shows up again, please be sure to tell me." Ruby replied with a smile. "Thank you, Sir Ivan." She thought to herself, "Is he worried about me? It's so good that he's still alive." Then, Ivan and Ruby bid each other farewell and parted ways. Ivan's words weren't entirely convincing. If what he said about Isaac is true, then I still have some hope. Ruby muttered to herself. At this rate, I might have a chance to win. Ruby continued to ponder as she walked. What exactly is Freya's brother delusional about? He can't be so hostile towards me just because of the rumors. Could it be related to Freya? Ruby walked into the garden and suddenly saw Princess Ariane hiding behind a statue. She leaned down and called the princess's name. Ariane was startled, turned to look at her, and said tremblingly, "Please don't tell my mother." Seeing that Ruby had guessed she was a mischievous little girl sneaking out, Ariane asked with a smile, "I won't tell on you. What are you doing?" Ariane watched her fearfully. Unable to answer, Ariane looked at her suspiciously. Ruby forced a smile, thinking to herself how cautious the princess was. She slowly approached the girl, thinking, "Right, I should take a different path so as not to disturb the princess." Ariane hesitated, then said, "You shouldn't be there alone." Ruby asked in surprise why. Ariane replied, "I heard that two people have to be together for love to come true." Ruby froze, thinking here, too. A helpless expression spread across her face. She imagined a similar pond existing in the palace. "They're so romantic," she mused. "No wonder the king." Ruby thought, "Love will come true," Ariane affirmed. "The nanny said a god who makes love come true lives at the bottom of the lake." Ruby thought shyly, to believe in such a fairy tale. How cute. She bent down and asked, "Is that a bouquet?" Ariane nodded slightly. The princess thought for a moment, then said, "It's beautiful." Ruby asked with a smile, "Who is it for?" Ariane saw Ruby's hair shimmering. The princess's eyes lit up. She said, "If you let me touch your hair, I'll give it to you, my lady." Ruby held out her hair, thinking with a smile, "She must think my hair is like a toy. That's just how it is at that age." She offered her hair to the girl, saying, "Go ahead and touch it if you want." Ariane replied awkwardly, "Not now. Maybe later." Ruby responded, "All right, anytime." Suddenly, Isaac appeared from behind, calling Ruby's name, startling her. Isaac's handsome face slowly emerged. In the dim moonlight, Ruby froze in fear, thinking, "Why does he always appear behind me?" But just then, Ariane's hand suddenly grabbed her skirt. Ruby looked down to see the princess trembling behind her. Confused, she watched as Isaac approached, saying, "His Majesty is looking for you. I told you not to wander off alone." Ariane thrust the flowers into her hand, and the princess quickly ran past Isaac, startling Ruby, who cried out in alarm. Isaac glanced after her and said, "Neither of you listens." Ruby glared at him, thinking, "What right do you have to say that?" She suddenly remembered something and asked, "Were you looking for the princess?" Isaac walked forward, saying, "No, I was looking for you." His words left her speechless. Her surprise turned to fear. She thought, "What? Me? You were the one who left first." Her voice trembled as she said, "Why?" Ruby watched Isaac approach faster and faster. Terrified, she thought, "Wait, please don't come any closer. Are you going to interrogate me for getting lost?" She squeezed her eyes shut, thinking, "All right, I'll save him later." Suddenly, Isaac asked, "What are you doing?" She froze. Isaac tilted his head, speculating, "The Romanian princess must get hit a lot." Seeing this, Ruby could only manage a weak smile. She looked up at him fearfully, thinking, "No, anyone would be scared of you if you approached them so menacingly." Isaac said, "You said you wanted to look at me quietly." Ruby replied, "I just wanted to see you." Hearing this, Isaac asked with amusement, "Then why did you close your eyes? Were you expecting a kiss?" Ruby just smiled, thinking, "In your dreams, Rebecca. I couldn't possibly have been expecting him to kill me on the spot. How many ways are there for me to get out of this situation?" Ruby replied, "Well, it seemed like you were angry with me, so..." Isaac asked, "So you thought I would hit you?" Seeing she didn't answer, Isaac's eyes narrowed. He asked, "Yet you said you liked me." Ruby stammered inwardly, "Is that not allowed? The first time you protected me." She didn't finish her sentence before a voice suddenly called out, "Sir Isaac." Andy hurried up to Isaac. He asked, "What is it?" Andy replied hesitantly, "I think you should come see this." After that, they both turned and left. Seeing this, Ruby breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, I'm still alive." Suddenly, Isaac stopped. He turned back and told her, "Wait here for a moment." Ruby waved goodbye to him. "Wait here. He still has something to say to me." After the two of them left, Ruby sat somewhere, gazing at the bouquet in her hands. She looked thoughtfully at the flowers and murmured, "These flowers, they're Rebecca, the same name as me. Flowers symbolizing eternal happiness." How childish, Ruby thought. Suddenly, a force shoved her, and Ruby tumbled into the lake. The icy water seeped into her skin. "Am I going to die like this?" she thought in a panic. Will I end so meaninglessly? I should be terrified, but strangely, I'm not afraid at all. Ruby fumbled for the black ribbons of her dress. It's like they're mocking me, she thought. Why can't I untie them? I'm going to drown. Suddenly, something else plunged into the lake. A hand appeared, grasping hers. At last, Ruby was pulled from the perilous depths. It was Isaac who had saved her life. The nobles behind them murmured, witnessing the scene. How did she fall in? What happened? Ruby stared blankly, bewildered. She looked down at her hand, still clutching his shirt tightly. Looking at Isaac's furious face, Ruby thought, what's going on? It was that monster that pushed me. A monster in the palace. Oh no, more than that. This man in front of me is the real problem. Just like last time, he's going to think I did this on purpose. I just know it. Trembling, she clung to him, feigning fear. I was so scared, she cried. You saved me again. It's always you. Ruby opened her eyes slightly. You know, I'm the victim here too. Seeing Isaac's silence, she let out a soft sob, which quickly escalated into childish wails, forcing a weary sigh from him. The next morning, a servant knocked on the door. My lady, are you awake? Come in, Ruby replied. The servant entered with a tray. I've brought your breakfast. Ruby climbed out of bed slowly. You needn't have brought it up. I'm feeling a little unwell. Are you, my lady? The servant responded. Rubbing her eyes, Ruby asked, Where's Ellen? The servant turned. She went out early this morning, my lady. Then I'll take my leave. Observing their detached demeanor, Ruby thought glumly, everyone is so cold, so indifferent. Ruby entered the bathroom and eased her feet into the water. Sinking into the tub, she sighed contentedly. So warm. Submerged in the soothing heat, Ruby's thoughts drifted back to the previous day's events. It seems to have caused quite a stir. A monster attacking someone inside the supposedly secure palace must have caused a great deal of panic. Monsters shouldn't appear in the central rendering area. Just like what happened the first night I arrived here. There's so much that's suspicious about this novel. Monsters don't just appear out of thin air. Why are they targeting only me? This is completely different from what happened to Ruby in the original story. If this continues, will people think I'm a witch who summons monsters? After her bath, Ruby went to change her clothes. Suddenly, she sneezed, and she thought, after falling into the lake, that feeling is back. The burning sensation inside, the prickling all over my body. These symptoms have appeared twice a year ever since I entered this body. The first time, when I said I felt unwell, they called a doctor. But the doctor said, the young miss has no fever and shows no other abnormalities. How can that be? His Holiness, my father, replied worriedly. She's in so much pain. The doctor said helplessly, I don't know what the problem is. I sincerely apologize, Your Holiness. Ruby thought another doctor said the same thing. His Holiness came over and looked at me. He gently placed his hand on my forehead and said, My dear daughter, are you lying to me because you don't want to get engaged? Fear prickled her skin and she began to sweat. Ruby thought to herself, ever since then, I've had to endure this. Well, I'm used to enduring things anyway, and the symptoms only last a few days. I can bear it a little longer here. Otherwise, my husband might think I'm making a fuss. There's no need to call a doctor. Even so, it seems a bit better since I've been lying down all morning. Speaking of which, why did he tell me to wait back then? Whatever the reason, it was unexpected for someone like him to say such a thing. Ruby recalled Isaac's words, wait here for a while. He must have forgotten because of the monster, she thought ruefully. Either way, what's done is done. She gently opened the door and was startled to see two guards standing there. Their expressions were stern. She stared at them, thinking they looked intimidating. One guard hesitantly asked, My lady, is there something you need? Ruby replied with a smile, I'm sorry to bother you. Do you know where my husband is? Seeing that the guards didn't answer, Ruby said dejectedly, Right? How could you tell me? The guard then timidly answered. The two guards looked at each other with worried expressions. Noticing the shift in their demeanor, Ruby said with a smile, Thank you. I won't forget your kindness. The guards thought fearfully, what would Sir Isaac say if he knew? Peeking through a window, she thought, he's in there. What's he doing there? Probably an important meeting. Inside, a young man with a flushed face held a beer mug. He declared, Another drink. Day drinking is the best. Looking at the scene before her, Ruby thought in dismay, Good heavens, look at them. Are they really knights? But it must be this way, just like tracking life itself. Life is hard. Anyway, my husband. She looked around for a moment and finally spotted her husband. Gazing at his face, Ruby thought, the question now is how to approach him. She sighed. That arrogant. Suddenly, a voice startled her. Who are you talking about? Ruby turned around, her gaze meeting a young man's. Who is he? She wondered. Andy appeared suddenly, making Ruby jump. Her heart nearly leaped out of her chest. Ruby studied him for a moment. I think I've seen him somewhere before. The man who went to the lake with Isaac that day. Isn't that him? Andy apologized shyly. I thought my lady was secretly following someone, so I also... Ruby looked at him appraisingly. He was following me. For that reason? How strange. Even so, he doesn't exude the same strange hostility as Lorenzo. Andy asked anxiously, Are you feeling better? Ruby replied with a smile. I'm fine now. Thank you. Andy beamed. I'm so glad you're all right. Seeing his smile, Ruby thought, he looks like a puppy. Andy shyly introduced himself. I'm Sir Isaac's attendant. Ruby asked brightly, I guessed as much. How long have you been working for him? Andy replied, just recently. The previous attendant caused some trouble, so I had the good fortune to take over. Ruby asked, surprised, caused trouble? Andy answered. He sang a lewd song in front of Sir Isaac. She remembered. Could have been the song Lorenzo sang. Wait, is he also visiting because of me like Lorenzo? Andy wondered, but why is my lady hiding here? Ruby thought, surprised, isn't it obvious? After a moment's thought, she replied, I wasn't here to see Isaac. I just missed him so much, so I came to see him by the way. Andy chuckled. I understand. It's best to admire him from afar, right? But Sir Isaac is very tender toward his wife, isn't he? He'll be very sad if he knows you came, but didn't see him. Ruby forced a smile, thinking, what does tender mean in your dictionary? She imagined Isaac looking at her with disdain, saying, how pathetic. Does a cold-hearted man like him even know what sadness is? She wondered. Or was he beaten into a mental breakdown by Isaac? Ruby replied shyly, is that so? Andy made an X with his hands. He's not the type to ask a woman to wait for him. Her voice trembled. Ask. Andy answered awkwardly. Don't tell him I said this. He'll kill me. Hearing this, Ruby thought dejectedly. He really does get beaten a lot. In a low voice, she asked, but what are you all doing here? Andy whispered back. Monsters have been appearing frequently lately, like what happened at the palace the other day. Before he could finish, Isaac suddenly appeared behind them, saying, why don't you two just lie down already? Both of them spun around, letting out cries of surprise. Andy stammered, Sir Isaac. Ruby, flustered, blurted out, whose husband is this? He's perfect. Andy, equally flustered, chimed in, you're so right. Suddenly, Ivan appeared, saying, I thought it was Lady Ruby and Damien hiding here, gossiping about us. Ruby thought awkwardly, have they done that many bad things? They're actually worried about it. Andy said shyly, I'll excuse myself. Forcing a smile, Ruby said, hello, Sir Ivan. Ivan replied, are you feeling better? I was worried you might be frightened after what happened by the lake. She answered softly, thank you for your concern. Ivan said, it's the least I could do. Are you here to see this brute? Ivan asked, gesturing towards Isaac. His expression had been cold ever since he discovered she had been secretly following him. Annoyed, Ruby thought, why hasn't he changed at all? Then she replied, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I wanted to thank you for yesterday. Ivan joked, this guy should be thanking me. Thanks to me, he had the honor of saving my lady, right? Isaac replied coldly, it was only natural. Ruby stammered, of course, if I had died, it would have been troublesome for all of you. Isaac, not understanding, asked what? Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Ivan interjected, don't be like that. Would you like to join us for lunch? This guy will be happy too. Ruby thought, can I go? I'm afraid I'll interrupt your conversation. Ivan replied cheerfully, not at all. My lady can do as she pleases. Ivan called her name anxiously. Blood trickled from her nose, but she seemed not to notice, asking, what? Drops of blood fell to the ground. She fearfully raised a hand to her face, thinking, a nosebleed? Even when I'm unwell, I've never had a nosebleed before. Ivan cried out in concern, my lady, are you all right? Ruby quickly answered, I'm fine. She thought, it's so embarrassing to have a nosebleed in front of Isaac. How embarrassing? Because she had lost so much blood, her body swayed, and she fell backward. Isaac quickly caught her. Ruby looked up at him fearfully as he called her name. Isaac asked with concern, why is your body so hot? Ruby thought, I'm hot. Impossible. Even the doctor didn't know. So how can you? She quickly stood up, wiping the blood as she said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean for you to see this. Isaac asked, who did you come with? Ruby replied, alone, of course. He continued, you came out alone in this condition? Ivan handed her a handkerchief, saying, my lady, when is the doctor arriving? This is a handkerchief, Ruby replied with a smile. Actually, I haven't told anyone. It's not serious enough to call a doctor yet. I'm sorry to worry you. I just felt a little dizzy. Isaac replied worriedly. What are you talking about? Your body is burning up. Ivan scolded angrily. Since when have your family become so useless? How could no one know she was ill? Ruby thought, well, it's true. Even renowned doctors couldn't diagnose my symptoms. I thought it was just a side effect of living in someone else's body, but Isaac just said my body was as hot as boiling water and even personally wiped my nosebleed. It's both embarrassing and amazing, but I'm so dizzy. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, followed by shouts. My lady, Isaac, supporting her, shouted, wake up. Ivan yelled, my lady. Ruby thought, now I really... Her eyes blurry, seeing only the two men in front of her, trying to wake her up. She thought she had reached her limit. In Ruby's subconscious, she seemed to hear something, thinking, who's crying? Is it Ellen or another maid? Why did she suddenly start crying? Ruby woke up and sat up, thinking, how long have I been asleep? The sound of crying still echoed in her ears as Ruby came to. Someone's been crying for a while now, she thought. Is it really Anya? What happened? Ruby opened the door and saw the doctor talking to Isaac. Anyway, my lady, both of them turned their heads to look at her, making her think, this is so embarrassing. Did I startle them? Who would have thought someone would be standing at the door? That person is a doctor, so it makes sense for Isaac to be with him. But why is that gentleman staring at me? The doctor asked, my lady, are you all right? Ruby replied, yes, but someone has been crying. Isaac asked, puzzled, what do you mean? Ruby explained, I keep hearing crying. I'm worried it's Anya. So I came out. The two men exchanged glances. Isaac turned to her and replied, no one is crying. Ruby thought fearfully, that's impossible. It was just now. Why did it stop? She stammered, I'm not lying. It was just now. The doctor said, she has never lied to you. Ruby thought, surprised, oh, he believed me so easily. Isaac turned to the doctor and said, Sergey, you can leave now. The gentleman sighed and replied, then I'll come back for a follow-up tomorrow. She said, please take care. Isaac glanced at her surreptitiously and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Immediately after, he scooped her up into his arms. Ruby was startled, unsure of what was happening. Why is he suddenly doing this? She wondered, does he think I'm a parcel? Wait, I have to react shyly. Having thought this, she said bashfully, you're like a knight in shining armor. Isaac was momentarily speechless, then said, it seems you still have a high fever. Ruby asked, but I had a nosebleed just now, right? Isaac thought for a moment, then replied, not just now, 3 days ago. Hearing this, she thought with surprise, it's already been 3 days. Ruby stammered, I'm sorry to bother you. Even so, please don't hate me. I thought it was Anya crying. Isaac replied, Anya wasn't crying. Ruby said excitedly, that's right, she's different from me. Even so, I have things I'm good at. Isaac asked curiously, what is it? He avoided her gaze and continued walking away. Ruby smiled brightly, thinking, acting. Isaac glanced at her. He suddenly said, you mean? She asked, puzzled. Isaac walked away angrily, saying nothing. I'll tell you later. Ruby sat up dejectedly, cursing him in her mind. He's been so cold to me since last time. Then, the door slammed shut, leaving her feeling helpless. Suddenly, a loud bang startled her. What was that? It turned out to be Isaac hitting his head against the wall. He sighed silently, as if he wanted to say something. Ruby thought to herself, after that, I was sick for 2 more days. Just a normal cold, not some major event of the year. I was examined by that doctor named Sergey. Sergey instructed her, my lady, you are very ill. You cannot skip meals. You must eat and drink properly, or you will faint again. You absolutely must eat. Ruby thought, lecture me like that. Anyway, the result I had to endure was a combination of the major event of the year and a fever, perhaps because I fell into the lake before. So my sudden nosebleed or Isaac feeling my temperature, those things could be explained. But why am I so anxious? And I'm locked in my room, so I can't refuse to eat. It's really hard for me. What's worse is that because Anya comes every hour, I can't run away or secretly spit out the food when I'm eating. Now that the fever has subsided, why are they still being so overprotective? Ellen said. Everyone panicked when they heard that Ruby had fainted. Ruby forced a smile and replied, I'm sorry for worrying Anya. I didn't expect to be such a fool. Ellen replied, no, it was my negligence. And it's the first time I've seen my brother so shocked. Ruby saw the look on Isaac's face, the very expression she'd imagined he'd wear upon her eventual demise. A chilling thought gripped her. I thought even if I died in front of him, he wouldn't react much. Ellen continued. Anyway, it's wonderful that you've recovered faster than expected. If you're feeling up to it, would you like to join me for the riding gathering this weekend afternoon? Ruby smiled and replied, Of course I'll go. Thank you for inviting me, Ellen. Seeing Ellen's relieved expression, she thought, I accepted a little too quickly. Ruby pondered, the riding gatherings Freya and Ernia take me to every summer are a good opportunity to make a favorable impression on high society here. On the day of the riding gathering, her maid asked hesitantly, My lady, are you really planning to leave it like that? Unsure what to do, Ruby asked back. Let me see. Is there anything else I should add? The maid, looking at the jewelry box, said, This doesn't seem like something I should be giving you advice on. Seeing the maid's longing gaze, Ruby said excitedly, Since you're already looking, why don't you pick one for me, and one for yourself too? The maid asked, bewildered, One for me? Ruby nodded in agreement. How could I? The maid stammered apologetically. Choose one, Ruby said cheerfully. You took such good care of me when I was sick. She thought, oh well, this image is ruined. Ruby continued, Even if I own them, I don't have the opportunity to use them, so I can give them away as thank you gifts. Pick whichever one you like. It'll be troublesome if others find out, so this is a secret between us. After she finished speaking, the maid quickly picked up a piece of jewelry. Glancing at Ruby, she thought, as long as it's a gift from Cesare, I don't care which one I take, but this one is definitely the prettiest. Thank you, my lady, the maid replied shyly. Ruby responded with a cheerful smile. Take it, now that I think about it. How long have you been working here? Yes, 3 years, the maid answered. Ruby continued curiously. Then you must know the head maid quite well. How long has the head maid been working here? That person? Oh no, the head maid has been here since the young master and mistress were children. I heard she was originally the mistress's nanny, the maid replied. Ruby gave a strained smile, thinking, it seems she's not very satisfied with the head maid. She said, I see, thank you. You may leave now. After she finished speaking, the maid bowed and left. Lost in thought, Ruby mused, I suppose that incident could only have been done by someone disguised as a loyal maid. If she was Lania's nanny, her feelings for the siblings would be different, so I'm even more dissatisfied. It would be absurd if the person who extinguished the torch in my room that night was a criminal disguised as a maid. Rebecca, in the original story, was never like this. Do they think I'm an easy target? I'm speechless. Ruby thought this writing team, no matter where you are, young nobles use writing as an excuse to build relationships. It's no different from a picnic, gathering information, looking for lovers. A social club with horses as a front. At the last banquet, I kept a low profile, so I'll just keep trying that. Suddenly, Freya appeared, calling her name. She approached her, saying cheerfully, It's so good to see you've recovered, my lady. You have no idea how worried I was when I heard you were ill. I really wanted to visit you, but I was afraid of disturbing you, so I didn't. Ruby replied, It's all right. Thank you for your concern. Freya said brightly, It's wonderful that you've recovered, isn't it, Madeline? Looking at the scene before her, Ruby thought, so even horses can have eyes like a puppy drenched in the rain. As expected, the protagonist's childhood friend must be special. Others just want to steal Freya's position, but for me, Ruby was unaware that Ellen was quietly watching her. Ellen gently placed a hand on Ruby's shoulder. They're all well-trained horses, so you can choose whichever one you like, except for the ones on the right. Ruby glanced over and replied. So, it was Ellen who replied to those, because those are my brother's personal horses, Ruby said. A few days later, Freya asked worriedly, But wouldn't it be too much for my lady to ride other horses? She's just recovered, Ellen said. My lady won't ride for too long, so it should be fine. But if possible, let me choose the gentlest one, Cedric. As soon as she finished speaking, the groom appeared. Ruby glanced at the horses and thought, the gentlest horse? Which one is that? Even the horses are discriminating against me. I hate you all too. No, I must control myself. Freya greeted Isaac when she saw him arrive. Isaac replied curtly, You're so cheerful early in the morning. What are you doing? Freya replied, Your dear wife is planning to spend the day with us. If you're lonely, you can join us too. Isaac asked why. Before her was Isaac's deeply furrowed brow. But she said cheerfully, You look handsome today. Are you going somewhere? Isaac replied, No, I'm resting, so I'm not doing anything. Ruby thought, puzzled. Then why are you here? she said. I'm choosing a horse for the riding gathering. Come with me, Isaac said curtly. I'm busy. Ruby was annoyed, cursing him inwardly. You just said you had nothing to do. Such a contradiction. She asked, but I could just choose any horse, right? Isaac asked, do you know how to judge a horse? Ruby replied shyly, no, I have no talent for judging horses at all. She thought, that's why I fell for you, even if it's just pretend. Isaac and Ellen exchanged a silent glance. Then Ellen spoke. Dr. Sergey said it was all right, so, brother, choose a horse and take Ruby. I have to go to Hibiscus first, Freya said worriedly. But Ernia, she looked confused, not understanding what was happening. Ellen ignored her and said to Freya, let's go. Ruby thought, wait, Ernia, are you really just leaving like this? Are you going to leave me with this monster? She stammered, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'll go home first. Isaac asked, where are you going? The groom, Cedric, bowed and replied, yes, sir. Isaac continued, get out. Cedric said blankly, yes. He pointed impatiently behind him and said, I said get out. Cedric replied fearfully, yes, sir. Ruby watched Cedric's retreating figure and thought, why did he leave too? If that's the case, then it's just the two of us. I really hate the stables, especially when I'm alone with a tyrant. It was like this in my past life, and it's the same in this life. Ruby remembered Cesare saying, do you know what you did wrong? She thought, because I have to go through the same terrible things. I can't be bothered by the hurt, ruin everything, so I have to endure. Suddenly, Isaac called her name. Her expression was strange. Cesari's voice rang out. I told you not to frown. Isaac walked past her and said, forget it, come here first. The voice continued, come here, you ignorant girl. Isaac continued, try climbing up once. Cesari's voice echoed her mind. Hurry up and come here. He continued, because you're an idiot, this is the only way to deal with you. Cesare continued, for a fool like you who doesn't understand gratitude and responsibility, there's only one way to punish you. Ruby, frightened, tried to comfort herself. It'll be all right because I said I liked Isaac. I can endure it. During that time, I was beaten many times. Isaac, unaware of what was happening, said calmly, it seems to be the most stubborn one, but surprisingly, he didn't finish his sentence before Ruby suddenly collapsed on the ground. Isaac asked, what are you doing? Ruby replied fearfully, I'm sorry, I deserve to die. It's all my fault. I'm not grateful or understanding. Isaac furrowed his brow in confusion. Ruby continued to mutter, I'm really hopeless. Isaac said, silence filled the stables. Isaac looked in surprise at Ruby trembling before him. He guessed that Ruby had been whipped often while in Romania. Ruby realized she'd misspoken, and a chilling fear gripped her. Isaac's hand tightened around the riding crop. He abruptly flung it away. Why did you bring that here? Isaac demanded, his voice sharp with anger. Because, Ruby stammered, there was only one. If you tell me where the others are, I'll bring them next time. Isaac's anger intensified. Bring the others? And then tell me what to do with them. Sweat beaded on Ruby's brow as a primal fear took over, and she apologized profusely. The sight of her like this only fueled Isaac's frustration, and he cursed under his breath. Ruby instantly clapped a hand over her mouth, silencing herself. Isaac, regaining some composure, reached out and gently drew Ruby into an embrace. Breathe, he murmured, calm down. Ruby clenched her hands, telling herself she'd been through this countless times. There was nothing to fear. Isaac couldn't understand why Ruby, so clearly terrified, would even consider participating in the riding gathering. A wry smile touched Ruby's lips. I just wanted to make some new friends. Isaac looked skeptical. You already know everyone here. Abruptly, he offered her an apple. Ruby stared at the apple in her hand, bewildered. Isaac turned and walked away. You said you wanted to choose a horse, didn't you? Mine are all quite valuable. Ruby looked glumly at the apple, feeling foolish for her earlier fear. She'd asked if she could ride one of Isaac's horses, and to her surprise, he'd readily agreed. Looking at the horse, Ruby worried it wouldn't allow a stranger to ride it. Isaac let slip, if you feed an apple, it won't recognize its owner. Ruby held the apple out to the horse. I'm giving you this, she said, so please be gentle with me. Isaac watched her quietly, realizing Ruby seemed to have taken a liking to the horse. It's because he looks handsome, she explained. Isaac turned and called for Cedric. Hearing his name, Cedric hurried over. I'll go with you, Isaac said calmly. Unable to contain her delight, Ruby asked, Really? You'll really take me? I'm on break, Isaac replied casually, so I'm free. It's fine for a little while. Ruby recalled Isaac previously claiming to be busy. That's just what my mind tells me, he said boldly. Ruby was astonished. She'd never encountered anyone like him. The scene shifted to the two of them riding, one behind the other. Isn't this huge progress? Ruby thought. At first, he even hated making eye contact with me. I have to keep trying, she told herself, so Isaac doesn't lose interest. Those who witnessed this scene gathered, whispering amongst themselves. Fear was etched on their faces, as if they had seen something truly horrifying. They even questioned each other, wondering if they were hallucinating. One person, overcome with shock, sprayed out the drink they'd just taken, unable to believe their eyes. Ruby could feel the intense energy emanating from the person behind her without even turning around. Even Ellen and Freya couldn't hide their astonishment. What's going on, brother? Ellen was the first to speak. Isaac approached slowly. I have a responsibility to rectify what you've done. Ellen bristled. Don't tell me you came back because of my mistakes. I didn't come here because of your mistakes, Isaac corrected. Ellen glared at him. Then what do you want me to do? After a moment, she turned and asked Isaac why he was going back on his word. And what would you do? Isaac countered. Don't be ridiculous, Ellen retorted instantly. At least I know how to say thank you. I'm not like father. Isaac didn't back down. Yes, I know you're the only one in our family with a conscience. Seeing the escalating tension, Ruby felt a surge of anxiety, knowing she was the root of this conflict. Freya, unable to stand by any longer, stepped forward and intervened before the situation could deteriorate further. Freya tried to reason with Isaac, questioning what there was to argue about and urging them to stop bickering, reminding them they were there to enjoy themselves. Ruby, unsure how to dismount, remained perched on her horse. Seeing that everyone seemed to have forgotten her, she fought back tears. Fortunately, Isaac noticed her. Without a word, he extended his hand and took hers. Gently, he helped her down, and just like that, Ruby found herself once more embraced in Isaac's arms. Seizing the opportunity, Ruby pleaded with them to stop arguing. Isaac looked at her silently, offering no reply. Ruby immediately adopted a playful tone, teasing, Don't let anger ruin that handsome face of yours. Freya, standing nearby, observed their interactions, her expression unreadable. A subtle shift crossed Freya's face, her expression suddenly difficult to decipher. Isaac remained silent for a moment. Finally, he sighed and replied, I'm not angry. He even went so far as to ask Ellen if she was angry with him, as if to demonstrate that peace had been restored. Even so, Ruby felt the need to express her gratitude to Isaac. Gazing at him warmly, she declared, I'll never forget today. I'll even write about it in my diary. All right. Isaac simply told her to do as she pleased. Ruby forced a bright smile, inwardly lamenting the exhausting performance she was putting on. With everything seemingly settled, everyone urged Ruby to join them at the banquet table. Her gaze fell upon the haughty, golden tortoise. Ruby's face fell. Her hand trembled, hesitant to touch the handle. She couldn't understand the insistence on tortoise-shaped ornamentation. After a moment of internal struggle, Ruby finally picked up the teacup. Ellen, assuming she was still upset about the earlier disagreement, explained that their bickering was a common occurrence. Freya expressed concern about leaving Isaac alone. Ellen responded indifferently, confident he would know what to do. Ruby watched Isaac's retreating figure, lost in thought. At the banquet table, someone suddenly asked Ruby, Is Madam feeling well? It was Miss Console, who pointedly brought up Ruby's near-fainting spell at the port. With a sneer, she added, I heard Madam even had a nosebleed. Hearing this, Ruby realized Console was intentionally trying to embarrass her. Despite understanding her true motives, Ruby feigned ignorance, replying, I sincerely appreciate your concern. Miss Console persisted, I haven't seen Madam eat anything since that incident. Is Madam on a diet? Or perhaps the food here doesn't suit Madam's taste? Ruby chuckled inwardly, thinking that the woman had only seen her twice. She responded casually, I naturally have a small appetite. Console began to lecture her. Unlike in the South, in the North, you must take care of your health. You shouldn't become a burden to others. Ruby continued to feign gratitude for her concern, even suggesting they converse more often in the future. Console, momentarily speechless, offered an awkward smile. Just then, A plate of cake was placed before Ruby. Ellen, noticing that Ruby had been busy talking and hadn't eaten anything, offered her the cake. Freya suddenly brought up the earlier argument between Ellen and Isaac. Speaking of brothers, Freya mentioned that she also had one, describing him as dependable. The conversation then shifted to Ruby's brothers. When asked about them, Ruby simply replied, "My brothers often do as I say." Freya immediately expressed envy. She added, "If I had brothers like that, I would miss them terribly." Ruby sensed a hint of judgment in these words, but brushed it off, saying, "Since I'm having such a wonderful time here, I haven't thought about them much." They subtly inquired about Cardinal Valentino's visit to Lendell that year, using the mention of Ruby's family as a segue. Ruby, upon hearing this, simply replied that she had never heard of such a thing. She was also quite surprised by Sasari's reputation. The competition was scheduled for late autumn, so Cesare would arrive in a few months. Both Cesare and Isaac possessed a similar air of arrogance. It was difficult to imagine what would happen if these two ever met. After enjoying the banquet, Freya and Ruby went horseback riding in the forest. Freya told Ruby not to mind Miss Console's words. She wasn't necessarily a bad person, just that she had been pursuing Isaac for a long time, so she was a bit jealous. Ruby waved her hand dismissively, indicating that she understood. She even said she expected many ladies to admire her husband, as he was quite handsome. Freya immediately praised Ruby's kindness. Freya added, "Actually, at first, I thought my lady was quite formidable." Ruby asked, "Why is that?" Freya explained, "Because my lady is a Romanian princess." Ruby agreed, stating that if she were the original Rebecca, that would indeed be the case. However, she still preferred the original Rebecca, because if she had appreciated her surroundings, she wouldn't have made such foolish choices. Ruby noticed they had ridden quite far and wondered if they could continue further. Freya reassured her, "As long as we don't go too deep, it's fine. This is the safest place for outdoor gatherings." Freya also noticed that Ruby seemed quite skilled at riding. Ruby explained, "Perhaps it's because I like horses, so I appear this way." Suddenly, Freya proposed a horse race. She pointed to one side of the forest, "Follow the path on the right, and you'll see the finish line on the other side. Whoever gets there first wins." Ruby saw this as an excellent opportunity to bond with Freya and agreed without hesitation. Freya said she was familiar with the path and wanted Ruby to go first. Ruby, without suspicion, heeded Freya's words. After bidding farewell, she rode in the direction Freya indicated. Riding on horseback, Ruby felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. She couldn't help but laugh out loud, a sound she hadn't made in a long time. Ruby untied her hair, letting her long tresses flow freely in the wind. The rare sense of freedom lulled her into a state of complete relaxation. She had long wanted to seriously try and utilize her abilities. Ruby excitedly turned back to call out to Freya, but there was no one behind her. Ruby wondered where Freya had gone, and completely unaware of the danger she was in. A mysterious dark shadow sensed Ruby's presence. Catching her off guard, it reached out a tentacle and grabbed her ankle. Startled by the sudden attack, Ruby immediately lost her balance. She then tumbled from her horse. Looking at the tentacle clinging to her, Ruby, though not understanding what was happening, struggled to break free. A tentacle suddenly reached out in front of Ruby. A bang rang out, foreshadowing something ominous. The sky darkened rapidly, and the moonlight gradually emerged, illuminating the entire forest. After the attack, Ruby lay unconscious on the ground. After groaning for a while, she finally regained consciousness. Ruby looked around, unsure where she was. Suddenly, she heard a movement behind her. Ruby fearfully turned her head to look. Looking at the feet, it seemed to be some kind of animal. A creature that looked like a cross between a rabbit and a weasel emerged from the bushes. Ruby stared at the creature before her, unable to identify its species. It looked like a weasel, but its size was frighteningly large. Suddenly, the weasel-like monster opened its enormous mouth, revealing a pile of bones inside. Whether human or animal, she couldn't tell, causing Ruby to scream. Ruby tried to get a closer look at what was in its mouth. The more she looked, the more they resembled human bones. The thought made Ruby's face pale, and she nearly fainted on the spot. Seeing her fear, the weasel-like monster waved its hands, as if trying to reassure Ruby. Then, it started walking towards her. Terrified, Ruby could only wave her hands back, urging it to stay away. Just when she thought she was about to become its dinner, the weasel monster suddenly scooped her up. Without a word, it hoisted her into the air and began began to run with surprising speed. Ruby assumed it was carrying her off to be devoured, and she cried, begging to be put down. Despair washed over her. I tried so hard to avoid dying in my husband's hands, she thought, and now I'm going to be eaten by a fat monster. A sound like a ferocious beast echoed through the silent forest. Ruby and the weasel monster huddled behind a rock, watching and listening. Curiosity gnawed at Ruby, and she cautiously peeked over the top. The weasel monster instantly pushed her head back down. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. Ruby clamped her hand over her mouth, tried to stifle any noise. But just then, a hiccup escaped her. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to attract attention. What emerged was a monstrous shape, like a headless corpse astride a horse. Ruby stared, trying to make sense of the horrifying sight. The terrifying monster scanned its surroundings, searching for Ruby. She could only hold her breath, hoping it wouldn't find her. With every step the monster took, Ruby squeezed her eyes shut tighter, afraid to give herself away. After what felt like an eternity, the monstrous figure finally moved on. Ruby let out a shaky breath. Turning, she saw the weasel monster scurrying off. Ruby noticed something else nearby, something that resembled what had attacked her earlier. It was indeed a mass of deep purple tentacles, occasionally sparking with electricity. Ruby unconsciously touched her ankle, where she'd been attacked, before she could examine it further. The weasel monster returned and placed a leaf on her forehead. Stunned, Ruby didn't react. Only later did she guess that it had been trying to help her. Hearing it make a sound, Ruby excitedly asked if it understood her. It waved a hand, indicating that it did. But when she asked if it understood human language, it shook its head vigorously. It seemed to only understand Ruby's voice. Ruby wanted to ask the weasel monster for one more favor, to take her home. The weasel monster suddenly became unusually despondent. Then, regaining its composure, it gestured for Ruby to climb onto its back. As Ruby touched the weasel monster's hand, a soft sensation spread through her fingers. Once she was settled, Ruby told the weasel monster they could go. Upon receiving the command, it leaped into the air, carrying Ruby back towards her home on the other side of the forest. On that other side, a group of people were searching frantically for Ruby. "My lady, where are you?" Andy shouted. He'd barely finished speaking when he heard a rustling in the bushes behind him. Andy cautiously turned to see what it was. Something had just flown out of the bushes. Andy moved closer to investigate. Shining his light, he saw Ruby, covered in scratches, sitting there. Ruby was equally startled. Who would have thought the weasel monster would bring her right to the search party? "My lady, thank goodness you're safe," Andy cried, his voice filled with relief. Isaac, hearing this, froze. Andy hurried to report to Isaac. "I've found Lady Ruby." While she was certainly more comfortable now than she had been with the monster, the prospect of facing Isaac filled her with a deeper dread. Andy, noticing a leaf on her head, quickly removed it. He turned the leaf over and saw that Ruby's forehead was bleeding. Ivan gently pushed Andy aside. Then he told Ruby to come quickly so they could take her back. Ruby slowly followed, telling herself it was good to be back, that things might be all right. Isaac suddenly spoke, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "My wife, it seems you can't go a single day without causing trouble, can you?" Panic seized Ruby. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the rising tide of fear and pain. Losing her balance, she crumpled to the ground. Looking up at Isaac's furious face, she truly believed he might kill her in that very moment. The sight of her collapse only fueled Isaac's anger. "Get up," he commanded sharply. Andy started to speak up for Ruby, but Isaac cut him off. "Didn't I tell you not to draw my attention like this?" Knowing she had angered him yet again, Ruby bowed her head submissively and apologized. She fought back tears, but what else could she do? Isaac frowned. He truly didn't want to see her like this. In front of everyone, Isaac scooped Ruby into his arms. "We need to see to her wounds," he declared gravely. He then ordered all his subordinates to withdraw from the forest. Andy and Ivan exchanged relieved glances. They had expected Isaac to unleash his fury on Ruby. They headed straight for the castle, the journey shrouded in an unnatural silence, broken only by the rhythmic beat of hooves against the earth. Isaac held Ruby close, adjusting his horse to its slowest pace to avoid aggravating her injuries. Ruby surreptitiously studied his face. His expression was unreadable, leaving her to guess at his thoughts. Ruby slowly closed her eyes, aware only of the warmth of his embrace. Back at the castle, Ruby had her wounds bandaged and fell asleep in bed. After a long rest, she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Isaac watching her from beside the bed. Ruby's first instinct was to apologize for falling asleep. Isaac didn't waste time on pleasantries. He demanded an explanation. Ruby, though confused, recounted everything truthfully. Freya had suggested the horse race. She had followed the route Freya indicated. Something had grabbed her ankle from the bushes. And finally, she had tried to escape, but the blow to her head had clouded her thinking. Ruby debated whether to mention the popo creature. Isaac watched her silently, then revealed a shocking truth. Freya claimed that Ruby had asked her to take her into the forest, knowing it was dangerous, and that Freya had tried to dissuade her. Ruby was stunned. That wasn't how it happened at all. So Freya is lying? Isaac asked. A torrent of questions flooded Ruby's mind. Why would Freya lie? Was she afraid of taking responsibility? Or was she trying to get her killed? Everything had been fine just moments ago. Why had it suddenly changed? Finally, Isaac made his decision. Go back to Romania. I'll send you back, no matter what. Ruby's eyes widened. She knew their marriage would eventually end, but not like this. The haughty Romanian family would be delighted to have grounds to annul this unwanted marriage. The British royal family considered Ruby an indispensable hostage, but now Isaac, the king's own nephew, was saying he would dissolve the marriage at any cost. That meant Elena would surely marry the Prince of Doria. Who would prevent Elena's death then? It was becoming clear. Her father's associates wanted Elena dead. If Elena died, Ruby would be isolated, forced to return. Isaac continued, we didn't marry for love anyway. You being here is no good for either of us. So go home. Ruby clutched the blanket, a rebellious impulse rising within her for the first time. Desperation propelled her forward. She threw herself at his feet, humbling herself before him. I can't go back, she pleaded softly. Tears streamed down her face, unchecked. It's all my fault. I won't do it again. Please forgive me. I'll accept any punishment. I'll accept any punishment I deserve. So please. Ruby pleaded, but Isaac could bear it no longer. He forced her to face him, his voice raw with emotion. I hate you. Isaac spat, the words hanging heavy in the air. Your low birth disgusts me. Why are you always like this? Your life or death is of no consequence to me. Yet why am I so agitated in the middle of the night because of you? What are you that I should care so much? I'm going mad trying to understand. Silence descended after his outburst. A flicker of realization sparked within Ruby. Isaac wasn't acting like a detached witness to a childhood playmate's antics. He was shaken, however slightly, by her words. Even if the emotions he felt were mere fragments, she didn't care. She had become something to him. And what could be more important than that? Like a broken record, Ruby repeated, I'll do anything. Isaac's tirade paused. I'll do anything, she reiterated. So please, spare me. Holding his head in his hands, Isaac left the room, leaving Ruby in a pit of despair. Freya van Furiona, the picture of aristocratic perfection, was always confident, elegant, and universally beloved. Because this novel focused primarily on the Borgia and Omerta families, this lady was described in great detail. No matter how Rebecca provoked her, Freya always handled it cleverly, playing the role of peacemaker in every commotion. That was her character. Therefore, if Ruby acted differently from the original story, she thought they could become close. Ruby knew this was a dangerous place, but she couldn't understand why Freya had been hostile towards her from the beginning, even though she had done nothing. At that moment, a phrase echoed in Ruby's ears. An existence not worth caring about is becoming increasingly troublesome. She truly didn't know what to do. The next morning, Freya came to the castle to apologize. She admitted to instigating the riding competition, but due to Isaac's terrifying reaction, she had to lie. Freya feigned remorse for Ruby, her acting impeccable. Ruby glared at her, disgust churning in her stomach. Apologize? Please, if you were truly sorry, you would tell the truth, even if it's too late. Why are you only saying this to me? But outwardly, she had to appear magnanimous. Miss Freya, you didn't know things would turn out this way. Don't worry. Freya continued her charade of guilt. Forcing a smile, Ruby replied, I'm truly fine. I enjoyed it, as I could admire the beautiful scenery of Lendell firsthand. Freya was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure. Taking Ruby's hand, she offered her full support should Ruby need anything in the future. Ruby knew that, to Freya, she was an existence not worth confronting. She didn't know what she had done to provoke her, but certainly no one would believe her, as she couldn't compare to Freya. Ironically, the person who listened to Ruby's woes was the very husband who was going to murder her. Alan came to inform Ruby that they were planning a birthday party for her brother. Alan added, "Just do as I told you." Ruby scratched her head awkwardly, feeling that what she said wasn't wrong in the current situation. She was probably already on the blacklist, and going out now would only make people dislike her even more. Alan would be busy until that day, so he instructed the servants to prepare what Ruby needed beforehand. The mention of the word servants gave Ruby a headache. While they had pretended to care for her not long ago, after his seclusion, they had begun to look down on her, ignoring her. They said to ring the bell if she needed anything. But when Ruby forgot what she needed, they would come slowly with an air of indifference. Fortunately, Ruby had bribed Lucille earlier and secured her help. What Ruby needed to do now was improve Isaac's mood. After a moment of thought, she remembered the bedside table. Fortunately, the things Ruby needed were still in the cupboard. She took out her sewing kit, intending to embroider something for Isaac as a birthday gift. She didn't know when a maid had appeared in the room, asking if Ruby also knew how to sew. Ruby didn't even remember summoning her. With a small smile, Ruby said, "I'm just copying someone else's embroidery." She even feigned ignorance about what to embroider, and the maid immediately suggested a willow tree pattern. She explained that Isaac used to climb willow trees when he was young, and now that the tree was gone, he missed it dearly. Ruby forced a smile, thanking her for the information. After the maid left, a faint smile played on Ruby's lips. She didn't know the exact reason for Duchess Elmer's tragic end, but she vividly remembered one scene. Duchess Elmer hanging from a willow tree. A willow tree, you say? No way. Ruby was also certain that it was this maid who had extinguished the torch. On Isaac's birthday, Ruby finally finished embroidering a sunflower picture in her room to give to him. She also took out a pen and paper, intending to write him a letter. But before she could even put pen to paper, a sudden, sharp pain in her abdomen announced the arrival of her period. Ruby silently cursed her luck. Of all days, she thought. She reached for the bell by the bedside, summoning help. With the last of her strength, Ruby rang the bell. Unfortunately, it was the same malicious maid from the previous day who answered. Seeing Ruby's condition, she offered to fetch her some pain medication. She also announced that, per the master's instructions, Ruby was to remain in her room for the day. This meant Ruby wouldn't need to attend the ceremony, or perhaps more accurately, wouldn't be allowed to attend. The maid added, "It's actually better for you to stay in your room, given your delicate condition. If you have any messages, I can relay them for you." A little while later, a maid brought Ruby medicine. "My lady, I brought you pain relief." Though she didn't like it, Ruby reluctantly took the medicine. "Lucille, please call Alan for me." But she received a disappointing reply from Lucille. "Miss Allen has gone out. She will be back by the time the party starts." "Is that so?" "Thank you, Lucille." Looking at Ruby, Lucille felt a pang of sympathy, but there was nothing she could do. "Then I shall take my leave." Alone in her room, Ruby dwelled on Marta's words, her worry growing. "What should I do?" Marta said, "I can relay them for you." But Marta's words couldn't be entirely trusted. Would she really deliver a message like that, especially if I said I was unwell? No matter how angry he is, telling me not to attend his own birthday party is absurd. But what if the mayor was telling the truth? She tried to reassure herself. If it were Isaac, it's possible. I want to believe it isn't. But what if he's doing this to completely sever his feelings for me? Time flew by, and it was almost 5 o'clock. Ruby still lay alone in her room, lost in thought, waiting with each passing minute. But as time went on, she grew less and less confident. "This is outrageous. It's almost time for the party. They must have told Elena that I'm unwell and can't attend the party. After all, I am indeed unwell, but I can't just sit here and do nothing." Ruby needed to find a way to save herself. Hearing Ruby's bell, Lucille came as instructed. "You called for me, my lady." Ruby, now with a look of renewed determination, addressed the maid. "Can you help me? The party is about to begin, and I want to attend." Lucille looked worried at this. "But my lady, I was told." Ruby cut the maid off before she could finish. "Just help me change. I've been cooped up in this room for days, and I feel suffocated. I just want to get some fresh air, and I'll be right back." As she spoke, Ruby discreetly slipped Lucille a gemstone as payment. Along with the bribe came a pleading look. "Please, Lucille." Looking at the gem in her hand, Lucille was conflicted by Ruby's request. Finally, the maid, unable to resist Ruby's pitiful expression, agreed to help. "My lady, you can only stay for a little while, and then you must come back immediately, all right?" "I know, I'll be right back." Ruby finally had a chance to deliver the letter where it needed to go. Her escape was successful. She stood before the doors of the palace where the party was being held. "As a lady, I have to sneak around like a thief. All right, now I just need to deliver the gift and go back. What am I doing?" It seemed the heavens weren't pleased with Ruby's actions in the slightest. While the sky had been calm, a sudden clap of thunder echoed. Then, a sudden downpour began, adding to Ruby's misfortune. Even she couldn't believe her own bad luck. Why is it raining now of all times? Ruby trudged on, her clothes soaked through, her spirits dampened. Even the weather is against me. It's all soaked. She hurriedly took out the gift to check on it. Just as she was feeling on now, a voice suddenly rang out. As expected, even the heavens know whose birthday it is today. Is it because this is the grandest night in the north that even the heavens must pay their respects? It turned out to be the chatter of the guests attending the party. Ruby peeked inside, watching the lively atmosphere, and thought, why are they so happy? I worked so hard to prepare a gift for that guy. And yet, looking at the gift bag in her hand, Ruby could only blame herself for being naive. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, as if echoing her thoughts. It doesn't seem that difficult. As expected, the voice belonged to Isaac. He was chatting with the people inside, and a girl replied coquettishly, "How mean? Are you really going to ignore someone's sincerity?" Another person said, "I told you, Mississippi, being nice to this guy is useless." Seeing Isaac chatting and laughing happily with the surrounding guests, completely oblivious to her presence, a pang of sadness struck Ruby, and I painstakingly snuck out, just to give him a gift. The door slowly opened, and with it came Ruby's utter despair. I don't blame anyone. I only blame myself for being so naive, for giving my heart to someone who doesn't care about me. I should go back. I'm just an uninvited guest. Showing up like this will only be embarrassing. It was all for nothing anyway. The gift is ruined. She looked at the simple gift bag, now wrinkled from the rain, and unconsciously compared it to the gift Isaac received from the young lady at the party. Comparison only breeds misery. The more she compared, the more pathetic she felt. How can I give this to him? Having just been drenched by the rain and now chilled by the night air, Ruby couldn't help but sneeze. The rain seemed to be gradually letting up. She looked up at the sky and saw that the clouds had parted somewhat. But as she looked around, Ruby felt bewildered, perhaps due to her sadness. She had walked on without realizing it, unsure of where she was. But where am I? Suddenly, a forceful collision sent a jolt of pain through her, making her wince. Ruby thought, my shoulder feels like it's broken. I don't know who it was, but I'd better run. The lady was about to make a swift exit when a voice called out, "My lady, are you all right?" It turned out that the person who had bumped into her was Lorenzo. Hearing the voice, Ruby froze. Then, she spoke words that Lorenzo struggled to comprehend. "Go ahead and curse me. I know you all hate me, so you don't have to sing like last time. You can curse me all you want." The lady's demeanor frightened Lorenzo somewhat. "My lady, what are you talking about?" But Ruby didn't believe him, only waited for the curses. "I may look like this, but I'm a good judge of character. I won't have any ambitions. I'll live like a dead rat, so don't worry," she said between sobs. Realizing she was getting emotional, Ruby quickly turned away to wipe her tears. "It's because it hurts so much, I suddenly started crying." But upon turning around, the sight that greeted her left the lady stunned. Not only were Ivan and Endymion there, but Isaac stood before her as well. 3 men appeared suddenly, and Ruby froze, stunned into immobility for 5 long seconds. Isaac's eyes bore into her with a chilling intensity. The mere sight of him ignited a furious blush across Ruby's face, tears welling in her eyes. Where did they even hear about this? She thought, panic rising. What if he's angry that I left my room without permission? She couldn't bear the thought of humiliating herself in front of Freya's brother. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned to flee, but the heavy fabric of her gown betrayed her. After only 2 steps, she tripped over the hem. She sprawled face first onto the floor, a mortifying spectacle before all 4 men. Humiliation burned through her. She couldn't bring herself to rise and face them. It was too much. Then, a tall figure approached. It was Isaac. With unexpected gentleness, he helped her to her feet. Terrified, Ruby rushed to explain. "I'm so sorry," she stammered. "I left my room without permission. I just wanted to give you your present and then go back. I didn't intend to stay." Isaac looked at her, a mixture of surprise and confusion in his eyes. What are you talking about? Tears streamed down Ruby's face as she trembled. I know you told me I didn't need to come to the party, she choked out, but I still wanted to give you this. Isaac's brow furrowed. What? Who told you that? The question struck Ruby dumb. She felt foolish, realizing she'd been duped by a servant. It was the head maid, wasn't it? She thought bitterly. Relief washed over Ruby at Isaac's denial. So, you're not upset to see me? She asked tentatively. I can give you my present. Joy flickered in her chest. Thank goodness at least. But just as she reached for the gift, Isaac caught her hand. He gazed intently into her eyes, a pained expression on his face. What in the... He began, but the words seemed to catch in his throat. Suddenly, a shout startled them both. Damn it, Lorenzo! You were talking about me behind my back again, weren't you? Ruby peeked back nervously and witnessed a chaotic scene. Lorenzo was frantically backpedaling. No, I wasn't. I only did it that one time, just once. Ivan looked furious. You bastard. I told you what would happen if you sang that song again. Overhearing the commotion from afar, Ruby couldn't help but smile inwardly. Even if it wasn't intentional, she thought, this is incredibly satisfying. Noticing her attention, Isaac's curiosity was piqued. He turned to her, his expression serious. What song? He asked. The question drained the color from the faces of the three brawling men, silencing them instantly. When no one answered, Isaac pressed the issue. Which song? He repeated sternly. Ruby's memory stirred. All right, she said. One of the servants told me earlier. Well, I'm new here, and apparently the previous servant got in trouble, which is why I'm lucky enough to have his position. Got in trouble? Ruby feigned curiosity. Ow! He sang a vulgar song in front of Master Isaac, she explained. He was fired for it. That's why everyone's been so quiet. While I really want to see Lorenzo suffer, I don't want to hear that disgusting song again. Looking at the stern-faced man before her, worry gnawed at her. I hope that song didn't reach Isaac's ears. She subtly faked a sneeze, hoping to distract him. Isaac's expression softened with concern. Are you all right? He asked. It felt like the first time Ruby had seen genuine warmth in his eyes. Overcome with emotion, she blurted out, You're so considerate. Are you not angry anymore? You don't hate me anymore, right? Her words brought a blush to Isaac's cheeks, and he turned away. He gently took her arm, his demeanor firm once more. Let's go inside, he said. Suddenly, Ruby remembered her soaked gown. Wait, she exclaimed. You mean like this? At the party? As soon as she stepped inside, Alan rushed towards her, his face etched with worry. Ruby, he cried. What happened? Isaac replied that they would talk later, leading her away to change her clothes. Back in the dressing room, Ellen approached. Ruby, she began, the head maid said you weren't feeling well and couldn't attend the party. I saw you looking a bit pale when I left too, so I figured you really couldn't make it. What happened? Without a second thought, Ruby answered, I'm feeling much better now. It was just period cramps. Someone told me I didn't need to attend the party today. Hearing this, Ellen's expression immediately changed. Oh, who said that? Ruby didn't need to answer. Just by looking at her face, Ellen understood. She sighed in frustration, a thoughtful expression settling on her features. Here, let me get you some of the pain medication my brother uses. Ellen, ever solicitous, worried that Ruby would feel left out and encouraged her to join the party in the main hall. Ruby, try this. You haven't eaten anything all day. This concern flustered Ruby a little. Ellen, every time you see me, you tell me to eat. I'm really fine. Suddenly, another young woman approached Ellen. What's wrong? Isaac doesn't look so good. Ellen hurried to check on the situation. I don't know either. Let me go see. You and Ruby stay here. Ruby blushed. Hey, I'm not a child who needs looking after. Seeing Ellen leave, three men rushed over, their voices full of concern. Is Madam all right? I heard she wasn't feeling well. The young woman from earlier, having noticed Ellen's departure and Ruby still present, surreptitiously lingered nearby. Ruby attempted to explain, It's a bit complicated, but I'm fine now. The young woman feigned concern. Thank goodness. I was so worried just now. Is there something wrong between you and Isaac? No, nothing's wrong, Ruby replied politely. Miss, I'm fine now, so you can go attend to other matters. I'm sure you have many people greet. Oh, all right then. Well, if anything is bothering you, do tell someone. Left alone, Ruby's thoughts spiraled. Who could I tell? And why did Isaac insist on bringing me here? Is he planning to announce our divorce at his birthday party? Her anxieties began to overwhelm her. No, don't be so negative, Ruby reassured herself. Just then, someone approached. I thought you weren't coming today. It was Princess Ariane. Seeing the young princess, Ruby offered a slight curtsy. I had some matters to attend to, she explained. So I arrived late. Who did you come with, princess? Princess Ariane replied innocently. I came with my nanny. My mother doesn't usually come to these sorts of places. Looking at the little princess before her, Ruby felt a pang of sympathy. It was, after all, a bit awkward for the queen, who came from slave background, to attend such a party, especially compared to the Omerta's siblings, the king's grandchildren. Suddenly, a childish voice interrupted Ruby's thoughts. Madam's husband is a holy knight, isn't he? My brother is a holy knight too. Ruby turned to see another young noble lady. Politely, she greeted her. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mississippi. Do you know my brother? The young lady replied haughtily. Perhaps. My brother is quite famous, you see. Ruby offered a small, knowing smile. Judging by her personality and appearance, she didn't need to ask to know who this girl was. Her face is quite appealing, but her personality, she thought to herself. The young lady continued to boast about her brother's accomplishments. And Madam's husband carried me on his shoulders once before, too. Ruby was a little surprised. Really? Isaac did that? The girl clarified. Well, it was because my brother deliberately put me there. But even so, just imagining the scene, Ruby could picture how adorable it must have been. She could practically see Isaac's expression. The two little girls turned to each other, their conversation shifting. I heard it's true that the princess touched Madam's hair first. Yes, but we can't now. What? Leah asked curiously. Princess Ariane whispered. Because everyone is looking, Leah. But children are always curious, especially a proud one like Leah. But I want to touch it now. Seeing this, and wanting to prevent a quarrel, Ruby said kindly, you can touch it now. It doesn't matter if others are watching or not. Leah, ecstatic after receiving Ruby's permission, and Alan, thrilled to be allowed to touch the lady's hair, played together with cheerful laughter. My lady, did I braid it well? I'm quite good at this. You both did a wonderful job. Suddenly, someone approached. It was Isaac. He walked over and asked coldly, what are you doing there? The three turned, saw him, and froze. Ruby stammered, where did you go? Isaac sighed, I'm a host of this party. Ruby could only manage a nervous laugh. He's boasting about being the main character, isn't he? She thought. Just then, Leah's brother, Endymion, arrived. As expected, Ruby was playing with his sister. As expected, Ruby thought. What do you mean, as expected? Endymion playfully scolded Leah. Did you greet my lady properly? Leah replied mischievously. Yes, and I even cursed you a little bit too. Ruby laughed. The princess and the young lady were just playing with me. Suddenly, a hand appeared before her. Is he being more generous because it's his birthday? Or is he just moody? Though she couldn't understand Isaac, Ruby instinctively reached out. Isaac effortlessly helped her up. Though his expression remained unchanged, his gesture was warm. It sent a wave of emotion through Ruby, and she blurted out, could you do that again? Immediately, she realized her mistake. I'm sorry. I won't bother you anymore. But she noticed Isaac's gaze lingering on her, causing a flicker of worry. Wait, why is he staring at me like that? Is it because of this? Ruby suddenly remembered the gift. Oh, right, I have a present for you. She fumbled for the gift bag she had stashed earlier. Seeing Isaac's eyes fix on the gift, she thought, so, this is what he wanted all along. This materialistic man. Despite her inner thoughts, Ruby sincerely offered it to him. It got a little wet in the rain, so it's not very pretty, but it's a gift. I stayed up late making it. I hope you like it. Happy birthday. I'm glad you were born. As Ruby spoke, her eyes shone with affection and unspoken pride. From afar, the atmosphere might have seemed filled with love and tenderness, but Ruby was actually struggling. Just take it already. My arm is getting tired. Finally, Isaac accepted the gift. He looked down at it and asked, what is this? Ruby rushed to explain. It's a letter. No, it's a gift containing my sincere self-criticism. If I say it's a letter, he might just throw it away, she thought. Isaac, his expression unreadable, gripped the gift tightly. Then, with his usual indifference, he replied, it's just a bunch of nonsense. But Ruby noticed the same look in his eyes as before. Why does he have that expression? She wondered, disappointed. You don't like it? She asked. But Isaac's next words lifted her spirits. No, I like it. The castle grew colder as the wind howled outside, causing those sensitive to the chill, like Ruby, to shiver even indoors. This northern weather, we might not see the sun until summer, she thought. And then, a character who had been absent for a while reappeared, Duke Omerta. He had come to see Ruby and Alan early that morning. Please forgive my late greetings. Ruby replied politely, "It's all right. I intended to greet you when you were feeling better." The more she looked at him, the more disappointed she became. Her husband, aside from his eyes, didn't resemble the Duke at all. He must have inherited his looks from the Duchess, she mused. Duke Omerta spoke sternly. "My son is a fool, so I was worried he wouldn't treat you well." Contrary to the Duke's concerns, Ruby replied cheerfully, "He's been very kind to me." This surprised the Duke. That boy. Meanwhile, Alan, sitting beside her, was in a foul mood. "You missed his birthday." The Duke replied unexpectedly, "That boy prefers it when I'm not around." "You also missed your wedding anniversary." His Majesty was disappointed, but these matters didn't seem to weigh heavily on the Duke's mind. Frankly, it wasn't as if this situation was a recent development. Abruptly changing the subject, he turned to Ruby. "By the way, my lady, have you been to the temple yet?" The question caught Ruby completely off guard. For a long 5 seconds, the question hung in the air. To the temple? It wasn't an inquiry about whether she, as the Pope's daughter, viewed this visit as a political act. It was a concise, loaded question. After a wedding, northern nobles traditionally visited the temple together after their wedding night, signifying their official union as husband and wife. The Duke of Omerta was asking, plainly, if she had consummated her marriage with Isaac. It was an unexpected question, though understandable given the circumstances. In the original story, Rebecca had never slept with Isaac, not even until their divorce, as no one had pressed them to fulfill that particular duty. Being addressed as "my lady" snapped Ruby out of her internal monologue, pulling her back to the present. Observing Ruby's reaction, the Duke of Omerta seemed to have guessed the truth. Seeing the awkwardness of the situation, Alan stepped in, attempting to speak on Ruby's behalf, explaining that Isaac hadn't been present that day. This was unacceptable for a noble family like the Omertas. The Duke shot to his feet. "The wedding was held long ago. You haven't yet fulfilled your duties?" he boomed. Ruby was at a loss for words, inwardly screaming, "Why are you asking me this?" The Duke pressed on, his voice stern. "I was reassured by the Pope himself that nothing would bring shame upon the North. So what is the meaning of this?" Given Ruby's colorful past, the Duke's reaction was understandable. If the wedding night hadn't been consummated, the marriage could hardly be considered official. A proud family like the Omertas would never accept being cast aside, as Ruby's previous fiancés had done. Furthermore, the Duke himself had actively pushed for this marriage to correct his son's ascetic tendencies. Ruby reasoned that if Isaac had to endure a flawed marriage with her, it would be easier for him to marry a daughter from a more suitable family later on. That had been her father's intention. The Duke, too, had anticipated that the marriage wouldn't last. His intense reaction might have been entirely within Ruby's calculations. After a moment of careful consideration, Ruby told her father-in-law that she had been unwell recently, which was why the consummation had been delayed. "I'm much better now," she assured him. "I'll go to the temple shortly." The Duke, also unsure how to handle his daughter-in-law, didn't react immediately. He simply sighed, perhaps taking a deep breath to prepare for a lecture. "If that's the reason, I'm relieved," the Duke said, patting her head. "It must have been uncomfortable for you to have the wedding date set so quickly." "Thank you for your concern," Ruby replied. "So he's only tender when he's being like his father. It's a relief we understand each other." Outwardly, Ruby appeared pleased, fully accepting of the marriage, but inwardly, she had her own plans. If they consummated the marriage and became true husband and wife, it would be considered much more difficult to annul. The previous annulments had been possible precisely because the marriage hadn't been consummated. Divorce, however, was a different matter altogether. This was all due to a peculiar Romanian law. Under the Pope's rule, divorce was strictly forbidden, regardless of the circumstances. This was similar in other countries that shared the same faith. Therefore, after the consummation, if Romania wanted to take her back, they would have to give up a great deal. This was likely the Duke's aim. In the original story, after the divorce was announced, she had poisoned Elena and returned to Romania. If the divorce proceedings were more complicated, the timing of the assassination would be pushed back. Isaac might even keep her here, simply because it was too much trouble. If that were the case, even if she didn't return to that dreadful place. Ruby was so lost in thought that her brow furrowed. Ruby hesitated for a moment, then began to nod. "Good, very good. And I've gained the direct support of my father-in-law. The only problem is how to consummate the marriage with that taciturn husband of mine." Lost in her thoughts, a voice suddenly called out, "Lady Ruby." It turned out to be Andimo, calling and waving to catch Ruby's attention. As if on cue, seeing Andy call her, Ruby immediately dashed down the hallway to speak with him directly, asking what was the matter. It was nothing serious, really, and he was simply delighted to see her. It seemed he simply had some free time. He then proceeded to ask if Ruby was there to see Isaac. Without hesitation, Ruby admitted she was, and offered the fruit basket she carried to Andy, suggesting he asked her grumpy husband if he wanted some fruit. Endemo scratched his head, thanking her for the basket. But really, he was thanking her because he was hungry too. He likely planned to devour everything the protagonist had brought for her beloved. Just as they were chatting animatedly, Mr. Geller suddenly appeared behind Knight and Demo. He calmly asked, "Fruit?" startling everyone. Ruby was so frightened her limbs went weak and her teeth chattered, but she still politely offered the apple basket, of course, to the rather intimidating figure. But he was a stuffed tiger, a kindergarten tiger. Without a word, he grabbed an apple and promptly turned to leave, munching on it as he went. A moment later, and he turned back to explain that was his older brother. He truly seemed like a dependable older brother. Afterwards, the two continued their conversation as if nothing had happened. Incidentally, Isaac's wife was practicing her swordsmanship. They stood in a particular spot, glancing down, to get the best view of Isaac below, sweat dripping from his brow. The true male protagonist, Ola Isaac, brandished his sword, sending other knights flying backward. Engrossed in his training, Isaac suddenly had a pause, having heard the cheers of two people on the balcony. Ruby and Andy had quickly become Isaac's fan club, cheering and waving, calling out how cool he was. Truly, my superiors. But in return, they only received a loving glance, but also dozens of knives about to be thrown their way. At that moment, Ruby began to stammer. "Kay, a knight, the best knight in the north is different, right? That's it. I still think he's no different from a monster. Don't you two look rather pathetic?" Now, it would have been fine if these two hadn't met, but once they did, all sorts of things happened. As soon as Geller left, Ivan arrived, ambushing Andemo. Appearing out of nowhere, he smacked Andy on the head. "You are training hard, sweating buckets. You're just lazily standing here, just like kids these days. Oh, the lady has arrived. You're early today." His expression when talking to Andy and when turning to Ruby was worlds apart, his face changing faster than a flipping pancake. Seeing Andy beaten to the point of a decreased IQ, the protagonist quickly spoke up for him. "Oh, Knight, Andy and I were chatting, so I wouldn't feel lonely." Before she could finish, Ivan interrupted her. "My lady, this guy isn't a knight, just an ordinary attendant," he said, pointing at Andy. Little Andy couldn't refute, only able to acknowledge Ivan's words. Yes, you can also call me Andy." Standing in the hallway like this made it easy to be interrupted. From the courtyard below, someone shouted, "Andy, are you flirting with my wife?" It turned out to be that grumpy husband. As he spoke, he walked up the stairs, deliberately stomping his feet to make noise. Reaching Ruby, he sexily wiped the sweat from his brow. Seeing all this, Ruby started her old tricks again, looking at him with sparkling eyes. "You know you were super cool just now? I think I've fallen in love with you again." These cheesy lines were truly speechless. As soon as Isaac arrived, Ivan quickly dragged the light bulb Andy away. "You come here." It was unknown why Ivan always dragged Andy around and bullied him. Did I interrupt your training?" The straightforward Isaac actually admitted it right away. How amusing. Lovers in love are truly difficult to understand. Isaac didn't say anything more, silently taking an apple from Ruby's basket. What grumpiness. Before, he said he didn't need any, but now he was eating the food the protagonist brought. However, Ruby didn't necessarily care about what she brought. Her gaze inadvertently fell on him, refusing to move away. Suddenly, Ruby noticed the beads of sweat on Isaac's neck, and then she stealthily reached out to touch it. Isaac instinctively turned to Ruby. "What are you doing?" Ruby, having already withdrawn her hand, explained that she was just trying to wipe the sweat from his neck, but he still glared at her. "Dirty? What's dirty?" She doesn't know. "But I washed my hands when I arrived," the protagonist explained awkwardly. "No, not your hands," he muttered, cursing under his breath. It was perplexing. Why had he suddenly become so irritated? There was still something strange between the two of them. Although the atmosphere had eased somewhat after the birthday party, they still weren't as close as they used to be. Regardless, it was a big improvement, wasn't it? "By the way, your father is back." Isaac was such a straightforward man. She'd said it, but he hadn't reacted at all, only offering a perfunctory, "Oh," leaving Ruby to be the awkward one in this scenario. She pressed on, but he seemed somewhat annoyed. Isaac tossed the apple away. "That old man is always like that," he replied. Ruby just stared at the apple, overthinking. That was scary. I almost became that apple. How can I even bring that up? Seeing the dubious look on the protagonist's face, Isaac continued. Your expression has been strange for a while now. Is there anyone else here besides you? Bullseye. Ruby resorted to her old trick, putting on a cute expression in front of her beloved husband. But the fellow still didn't find it cute at all, even daring to look at the protagonist with disapproval. He turned away, stating bluntly, I really want to open your head and see what's so scary. It was worse than Ruby had imagined. In short, because her father seemed angry, Ruby didn't know what to do. Isaac, sitting beside her, continued to inquire, what did the noble Lord Geller say after hearing it? The protagonist hesitated for a moment, unable to utter a word. That, he said, we haven't fulfilled our obligations as a real couple. Isaac pressed further, what's that? That's what we have to do to become a real couple. No matter how she explained it, he wouldn't understand. Look at his blank face. Could he really be the innocent ascetic of rumor? Why was Ruby telling him this? This guy wouldn't understand. She blushed, embarrassed after saying it. That being said, she couldn't avoid it either. The protagonist cleared her throat. That's the wedding night. Isaac asked subconsciously, what? It took him a few seconds to react. Did it have to be put so directly for him to understand? If he had understood from the beginning, they wouldn't be so awkward now. The only unexpected thing was that when it was put that way, Isaac spoke first. You don't have to worry. I said you don't have to worry about what my father said. Maybe he could say that because it was his father, but Ruby was between life and death. Ruby was about to speak. Of course, Isaac cut her off. I don't know why you suddenly care about this. I thought you weren't looking forward to it. That's just, after becoming your wife, I thought we should fulfill our marital obligations. And I meant it when I said I didn't want to go home. The protagonist stood up as she spoke. Because I like you very much, just being near you is enough. If you want to marry someone else, I'll accept it, but I want it to be your wish, your own wish, not because someone is forcing you. Isaac just sat there, silently listening to every word Ruby said. Perhaps this was the heartfelt confession the protagonist had always wanted to make, to calm her own heart. Do you hate going home that much? He sounded like he wanted to hit her. Ruby exclaimed, it's because you're here. Was that really the case? All this time, Ruby had put in so much effort, acting like an ardent fan, but he still doubted her devotion. She was incredibly annoyed. You're right. If I did that with you, no one could interfere with this marriage. Isaac stood up, facing Ruby. If you want to change your mind, say it now. He suddenly stood up, his expression serious as he spoke, and Ruby felt a flicker of apprehension. I absolutely will not change my mind. Isaac remained silent, his gaze searching, as if probing the veracity of her earlier words. He turned abruptly. All right then, I'll see you tonight. Ruby stared blankly for a moment. Then, with a swift 180, her eyes lit up. Really? Tonight, really? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just so happy. So, should I go to your room, or would it be better to wait for you in mine? It's better if I go to yours, right? She spoke as if she wanted the entire world to know. Isaac, already several steps away, had to turn back to silence her. Don't get ahead of yourself. Go take a nap. Okay, see you later. The girl, before Cesare had firmly declared that Isaac would never touch her, she'd had at least a shred of modesty. Although that had been the biggest reason she'd married Isaac, the moment they spent their first night together, there would be no turning back. The thought of the back of Cesari's head, the look of madness in his eyes, made her even more. Just thinking about it thrilled her. That evening, Ruby changed into a silk dress and waited for Isaac. Sitting on the bed, she pondered for a long time. Will I really do that? The mere thought made her heart race, threatening to leap from her chest. What if he doesn't come? What if he suddenly changes his mind? But the moon was truly bright tonight, and it suddenly reminded her of that day. She wondered how Poo-Poo was doing. I hope I have a chance to see her again. Wait, but is that husband really not coming? Heavens, please let him come. Ruby continued muttering to herself. Please let tonight go as I wish. Please let my cold husband be a little less indifferent to me. God, please guide him to open his heart and trust me more, whether it's out of pity or a moment of affection. While she was busy praying, east to west, suddenly the living Buddha, Isaac, appeared, having even heard her foolish prayers. Can you stop nagging? Can you go to sleep? Oh, heavens, he'd just taken a bath. He wore that sexy bathrobe, making Ruby's mouth water. Completely captivated, she stared at him. Although I'm not very knowledgeable in these matters, I'm sure this isn't the expression a wife expects to see on her husband's face. How could she not be infatuated? In fact, she was waiting for the next, more explicit part because she couldn't believe her eyes. You really came. It's like a dream. I'll ask you one last time. After this, there's no turning back. Are you really sure you don't mind? His question was serious, giving Ruby pause. She didn't dare answer rashly. No matter what you say or do, you are the main character of this world, and I'm just a supporting character trying to survive. Ruby smiled radiantly. As long as I'm with you, I'm happy. Isaac was silent, intently observing her expression. Then what was bound to happen happened. He began to pull at the sash of his robe, letting it fall to the floor. Mesmerized, Ruby's face flushed crimson. She dare not blink. Of course, if you don't play, you won't understand. Looking at that strong physique, who wouldn't be captivated? Seeing him approach, her expression became even more intriguing. By now, she'd likely lost control of her limbs. Seeing Ruby shrink back, Isaac teased. Now you see? Are you scared? No, it's not like that. You're trembling like this, and you say it's not? It's as if I'm going to eat you alive. Oh my God, if not alive, then what? No, it's not like that. It's just that I'm so nervous. Isaac skillfully slid his hand to Ruby's waist, his other hand gently pulling at the ribbon of her dress. Then he pulled her dress down. Was he really a pure ascetic? Why was he so skilled? The girl who had boldly declared her intentions to the world that afternoon was now trembling, her heart pounding like a drum. My goodness, save me. What is happening in front of me? Stop biting your lip, because that's my job, isn't it? Ruby was starting to wonder if he truly was an aesthete, but it seemed too late now. That night, Isaac gently caressed the back of Ruby's neck, his touch seemingly making her blush. Suddenly, Isaac's expression shifted to one of alarm. He had inadvertently discovered a large scar on Ruby's back. What is this? Isaac asked loudly, his voice sharp with concern. Ruby seemed to recoil, as if remembering something painful. I thought he wouldn't see that spot. Ruby thought, her mind racing. I got hurt while playing as a child. Despite her internal explanation, she voiced a different one aloud. I got injured when I was playing. My cousins came over, and we were playing circus. The thing is, the ringleader was a troublemaker, and when that little rascal swung the whip, I was accidentally hit. But after her explanation, Isaac became unusually silent. In that moment, he pulled her clothes back up. This gesture left Ruby perplexed. What's wrong? She asked. Isaac gently tied a ribbon on her clothes. His expression was frighteningly cold. Does he hate seeing scars? But I suppose, if he's already started, he won't mind anymore if I let this rare opportunity slip away. Suddenly, Ruby climbed onto Isaac, gently pushing him down onto the bed. However, at that moment, Isaac calmly asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm trying to push you down. Did I do something wrong again? Or did I make you angry?" "No." Isaac suddenly asked her a strange question. "Are there any more? I'm asking if you have any other injuries." This question caused Ruby to fall into deep thought. It was indeed because of that scar. There were a few more marks on the back of her thighs. Things had turned out this way. What should she do now? Should she tell the truth that the scars on her body were left for being disciplined? But what if he got angry because she lied earlier? Just as Ruby was about to tell the truth, Isaac interrupted her. "It's okay. It's okay." Having said that, Isaac put on his clothes and lay down on the bed with heavy steps. Ruby watched, unable to understand what he was thinking. He hadn't left, yet he must have been very uncomfortable because he discovered her lie. "I have to apologize," Ruby stammered, approaching him. "I didn't mean to hide it." Despite her confession, Isaac still seemed puzzled by her behavior. "Because I was too ashamed of my troubled past. So I won't lie to you again. Next time I'll." Suddenly, Isaac grabbed her hand and demanded, "Enough. I told you it's not because of that." At this point, he felt exhausted. At the same time, he pulled Ruby closer. Just like that, Isaac fell asleep holding her. Ruby could only steal glances at him. However, he coldly glared back at her, which made her blush. "I don't understand why you're always holding your breath. Afraid I'll misunderstand you as a liar. If you were a liar, I wouldn't be lying here with you like this. It's not your fault. I just think it would be better to do it another day." His seemingly simple action deeply moved Ruby. "Why do you believe me this time? So you don't hate me, right, Isaac?" Hearing her question, he simply glanced at her. "Is this bothering you?" She immediately lifted her head. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you're going to sleep here, then I'll go out." However, Isaac refused her offer, and this time, he held her even tighter. "Can I sleep with you? It really depends on you. I shouldn't be asking this. I won't sleep well tonight." Ruby kept looking at Isaac. His handsome appearance seemed to deeply captivate her. "Are you asleep?" Although he was already handsome, he looked even more handsome while sleeping. Unable to sleep, Ruby fiddled with Isaac's hand. "So I'll die by these hands," she thought. A few minutes later, she slipped quietly out of his embrace, thinking, he's such a fool. If you put your mind to it, you can do anything. But why do you always hesitate? I wish you were like Chase Ray, like my family, like the kind of people I've met. I wish you would make clear demands. hands like them. Then maybe my feelings wouldn't be so complicated and things would be easier. Good night. Suddenly, the scene before her eyes was engulfed in flames. A princess seemed to be trapped inside a mansion. The woman looked exactly like Ruby. Then, someone appeared behind her. A sudden joy filled her. I knew you would come. To her surprise, the figure emerging from the inferno was Isaac. His eyes were now filled with hatred. Why? What is the reason? Do I need to explain myself? Stop making ridiculous excuses. You could have chosen another way. Yes, she replied. I could have chosen to confess everything to you. I could have also chosen to betray my family. But this was my choice. Isn't it strange to kill the Omerta princess just because of a marriage for my outstanding brother? My brother told me to just make this marriage difficult, but I didn't do that. Do you understand what I mean? She slowly approached Isaac. I killed your sister. Right at this moment, Isaac finally spoke. Why? Why did you do that? Ruby turned slightly. Let me see, why did I do that? It's not like I hated your sister. Isaac asked again. Were you the one who stole the Holy Grail too? She replied with a laugh. Oh my, I've been found out. Well, who else but me would steal that cup and then let it fall into your hands? As for this divorce agreement, I haven't signed it yet. So, we are still husband and wife. She gently stroked the sword in front of her. It's getting late, but send me off as your wife, as a wedding gift. Hearing this, Isaac suddenly hesitated. Husband and wife. All this time, you've been using your husband, and now you've even killed his family. You dare to speak of being husband and wife. Suddenly, Ruby gripped the sword tightly. Fool, this is the proof that we truly are husband and wife. Look at this grand marital quarrel. I've always dreamed that one day, this damned place would turn into a sea of blood, and you fulfilled my wish. At this moment, Isaac seemed stunned. I'm willing to do anything for you. So he killed his wife. I'm sorry. Maybe I've been testing your feelings all my life, wondering if you would stand by my side until death. This is the last wish of a decaying person, so don't hesitate anymore. I love you. Just then, Ruby suddenly woke up. What a complicated dream. Seeing her like this, Isaac asked, Did you have a nightmare? The situation embarrassed her. Why are you still lying next to me? Because of someone, I woke up very early. I couldn't sleep. Let's have breakfast together. Isaac's suggestion surprised Ruby. Eat together? Not only share a bed, but also eat together? He suddenly paused. Yes, from now on, we'll have lunch together too. If you're free later, come to the temple at noon. I'll be free then. Later that day, at noon, the scene shifted. I never thought Isaac would be the first one to suggest eating together. Although, because of the greasy food and the murderous atmosphere, I had indigestion and threw everything up. Could the reason Isaac went to the temple with me be to comfort me and reassure me about not consummating our wedding night? But that doesn't benefit Isaac in any way. And among the priests of Arendelle, there must be spies planted by Borja. Or does he want to warn those spies? The Princess of Romania is in his hands, so they shouldn't be thinking of harming Arendelle. What is he planning? At that moment, Alan came to find her. I heard you're going to the temple with my brother, Alan began, then hesitated, uncertainty flickering across his face. Yes, that's right, Ruby replied, suddenly unsure whether to continue. I'm sorry to interrupt you while you're getting ready, Alan continued, but I have something for you. A letter arrived from Romania. Ruby's breath hitched at the mention of Romania. I thought it best to deliver it personally, Alan explained, so I brought it here. It's from Cardinal Valentino. A chill ran down Ruby's spine. From Romania. From Romania, Alan repeated, noticing her unusual reaction. Are you feeling unwell? Oh no, thank you. Ruby managed, her voice a little shaky. The scene shifted to the exterior of a grand mansion. It seems you've been in contact with Princess Ariane lately. How about we visit the kingdom in a few days? Alan suggested. The queen would be delighted. Would that be all right? He added, it depends on Ruby. If you wish to go, you needn't ask my permission. I'll accompany you. Ruby's face lit up at his words. Alan will come too? Really? She asked, excitement bubbling in her voice. Yes, Alan confirmed. It would benefit me to go with Alan as well, if you don't mind. But the queen might be upset, he mused. Let's focus on visiting the temple today. Although it's not for the engagement ceremony, I'm still embarrassed about last night. Next time, I'll be sure to stick to the schedule, Alan promised. While the priests of Arendelle are more devout than those in Romania, they're more like inquisitors than dispensers of love and forgiveness. And then there's Isaac's Longinus Knights, he continued, who are responsible for protecting the temple, but also a special force that obeys the king's secret orders. So, if there's a conflict between the royal family and the temple, I wonder whose side the knights would take. Suddenly, a voice called out to Ruby. I heard you were visiting the temple today, but I didn't expect to run into you like this. It's an honor, Ruby replied, Freya's appearance prompting a thought. Had Isaac told her? It's a pleasure to meet you, Freya responded. What brings you here, my lady? My uncle is the archbishop here, Ruby explained. It's been a while since I visited with my brother, so I came to see him as well. Ruby suddenly noticed something odd behind Freya. Countless cold gazes were fixed on her. Freya immediately addressed Lorenzo. Why aren't you greeting the lady? What are you doing just sitting there? Honestly, it's as if you're all mesmerized by the lady's beauty. Just then, someone approached. The figure radiated a palpable intensity, causing everyone present to visibly flinch. They immediately stood up. Ruby, too, sensed the source of the chilling aura. Isaac stepped up behind her. You're late, he stated. Have you been waiting long? Ruby quickly responded, No, I just arrived. And you say I'm late. What's that? Isaac asked, his gaze falling upon something in Freya's hands. This is a flower crown I made for you. With all my heart, Freya explained, a hopeful note in her voice. I wonder if you like it. I made one for Alan, too. Only children wear things like that, Isaac remarked dismissively. Isaac's expression softened as he gently took Ruby's hand. Your hand is scratched, he observed, concern lacing his voice. I was so focused on giving it to you, I didn't even notice, Ruby replied. Freya watched the scene unfold, jealousy burning in her eyes. She suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. My lady is so lovely, Freya began, her voice dripping with false sweetness. Why are you so harsh with her? What are you doing here? She then directed at Isaac. I came to see my uncle. Isaac replied curtly. I brought Lorenzo with me, so don't scold him. Lorenzo said he had something to say to my lady, Freya continued, gesturing towards him. He stepped forward. My lady, Freya thought, I know my brother was rude to you before, and I want to apologize. I have no reason to accept that insincere apology, Ruby thought. Aloud, she asked, Rude? What do you mean? I don't understand what you're talking about. Ruby continued, feigning ignorance. Freya was delighted to hear this. My lady is so magnanimous, she purred. But there's no need to hide your hurt feelings. Could it be that my lady was so heartbroken that she said those things to Lorenzo? Freya pressed, her voice laced with feigned sympathy. My heart aches for you. I'm not heartbroken at all, Ruby stated firmly. A sardonic smile spread across Freya's face. So, my lady, she began, drawing out the words. At the same time, Lorenzo also stepped forward, taking Ruby by surprise. Regarding the disrespect I showed my lady last time, he started. Suddenly, Isaac, his face hardening, stepped in front of Lorenzo, his eyes blazing with anger. The sudden movement startled him. I'm all right, Ruby said, so you don't have to worry. Isaac turned his head. Are you truly all right? Of course. Strange. I don't have a fever, but why am I drenched in a cold sweat? Perhaps she caught a chill in the garden. Regardless, she seems suddenly weak. Isaac abruptly reached out. Did I get married or sign up for childcare services? He then scooped Ruby into his arms, leaving Freya speechless. Before turning to leave, he didn't forget to remind Lorenzo, next time, apologize directly. Both sisters were now dumbfounded. How annoying, isn't it? Who is that girl? Everyone's protecting her. At that moment, Ruby softly urged Isaac, I'm heavy. You can put me down now. Put you down so you can collapse again. Bleeding? Why bring up that embarrassing incident? This held position was a little uncomfortable, so Ruby had to cling tightly to Isaac. Why are you so surprised? You've seen me naked before. By the way, shouldn't we pick up the pace a bit? You know, being held like this, my heart is pounding. Anyway, Isaac suddenly interrupted her. About Lorenzo's rudeness towards you. Why bring that up now? I don't really remember. I heard he sang a song mocking your curly hair. Is that true? It seems he did say something like that. However, I don't want Isaac to know about that vulgar song because I want to be seen as someone who sows discord. Ruby lied. Yes, I suppose so. He said he didn't remember clearly, but he answered quickly. I have to change the subject quickly. By the way, you said this morning that from now on, we're having lunch together. Were you serious? Yes, don't you like that? She thought I don't like it. I don't want to be tormented in new ways. I'm still nervous, so I'll feel nauseous. Suddenly, she kissed Isaac's cheek. Why did she do that? Just then, the two were stopped by someone. This person made Ruby tremble with apprehension. This person was nominally the Pope's daughter. I did that in front of so many people in a solemn temple. Why are you here? Isaac, please come in, Miss Rebecca. I've been looking forward to your visit to the temple, madam. She was finally gently set down by Isaac. Cardinal Valentino told us to take good care of his sister. Hearing this, Isaac's mood immediately shifted. He glanced at Ruby. This temple has long been recognized by His Holiness as a sacred place. Please think of this as your home, madam, and visit any time. Actually, I was quite worried because the two of you haven't yet fulfilled your vows. But seeing you like this today, I worried for nothing. Isaac suddenly said, as you know, I'm not someone bound by old customs. Hearing you say that puts me at ease. However, since Madam is the Pope's daughter, even if it's troublesome, it's best to comply with them, isn't it? Lest it cause further misunderstandings. Isaac dismissed it with a laugh. He put his arm around Ruby, a gesture that worried her. It's just that my wife hasn't been feeling well lately, so she's been limiting her outings. We'll come again soon to address this matter. The Pope's daughter had no choice but to acquiesce. What's with this atmosphere? At that moment, Ruby glanced at the people behind her. The others didn't seem to like Isaac very much. Although the paladin was a guardian of the temple, he was the king's nephew. Was it because Isaac prioritized the kingdom of Britannia? And the archbishop seemed to have appeared briefly in the novel. Suddenly, she turned and said, Miss Rebecca, during your stay here, I trust there will be no obstacles to your religious activities. It just so happens that the upcoming St. Agnes's Day, the temple will be holding a charity event. Would you be able to spare the time to attend? Isaac proposed, would it be possible for us as husband and wife to attend together? Of course, it would be wonderful if you could also join us. As expected of a newlywed couple, you wouldn't want to be apart for even a moment, would you? In any case, it seems the scale of this event needs to be expanded. And so, the feast of St. Agnes commenced. Ivan, ecstatic to see Ruby arrive, exclaimed, My lady, you've come. It's a pleasure to see you, Ivan. It's enough that my lady has graced us with her presence. Why bring this brat along? Witnessing this scene, Ruby guessed, I don't think he expected so many people to be crowding around Isaac. Thus, the plan to slip in quietly, just the two of them, had failed from the start. As Ruby tried to convince them she had no connection to the temple, noticing her unease, Isaac softly inquired, What's wrong? I just feel the atmosphere here is too lively. I didn't expect so many people. It seems everyone is incredibly devout. They're just here to see if they can swindle something from the temple. Damien suddenly interjected. That's not true. Don't you know how devout I am? Isaac retorted, frowning at him. I don't recall giving you permission to leave. Why does this fellow always interrupt? Mr. Isaac, are you thirsty? Shall I fetch you a drink? No, thank you. But perhaps Ruby would like something. I'm a bit thirsty. I'll go with him. Why are you doing that? You're not my attendant. But I'm quite interested in that statue, so I'd like a closer look. I'll be right back. Isaac suddenly noticed something amiss. Stopping her, he adjusted her attire. Your clothes are a bit disheveled. Did you perhaps get something stuck to your shoe and walk around with it? Did I walk around with something stuck to my shoe? How embarrassing. It's because I'm naturally clumsy. It's good that you noticed. Well then, I'll be going. Don't run and fall. All right, I'll walk gracefully. With that, Isaac seemed reassured. Observing this exchange, Ruby turned and asked, What's wrong? Nothing. Isaac's actions made her wonder if he had bent down and personally removed whatever was stuck to her shoe. What was his intention? When they arrived at the refreshment stand, they were both taken aback. It looks like pomegranate juice. It looks like a nosebleed. Like mine? You can laugh. Actually, I sometimes feel sorry for that statue. If you're Trini Arundel Paladin, everyone experiences it right away, showing off by standing perfectly still until you get a nosebleed. What? Just by standing still. It happens when the body reaches a certain state. However, some consider it proof of their growing strength and celebrate boisterously, so they get hit again and bleed again. A true paladin shouldn't be complacent. The name Isaac itself represents complacency, so why boast? That state refers to the training process, right? Yes. In this process, the two necessities for a paladin are appropriate physical strength and swordsmanship fused with divine power. Suddenly, a familiar figure approached. It was none other than the archbishop. Thank you for attending this charitable event. Would you be willing to take a stroll with me? Meanwhile, Isaac had gone somewhere. Ruby bid Endymion farewell. She suddenly began to tremble. I had intended to stay as far away from the temple as possible, but maintaining a proper relationship while observing might not be a bad idea. Perhaps I can find clues related to Cesari's informant. Just then, the archbishop spoke. Actually, I was hoping that upon your arrival in Arundel, you would visit the temple as soon as possible. Regarding that matter, I'm aware that you haven't been feeling well. Your health has been poor, and you've had to endure one ordeal after another. You shouldn't be treated with such indifference. While Sir Isaac is a talent I value greatly, when he gets angry, I'm sometimes at a loss. Ruby immediately denied this. I've never been treated with indifference. My husband and everyone else have been very kind to me. She suspected he was testing her, as expected of Sistina's angel. My lady, you are truly humble and generous beyond compare. You flatter me. I'm truly happy to see the two of you have formed such a special bond. However, should anything occur that becomes unbearable for you, my lady, please do not hesitate to come here. The Grand Temple of Arendelle will never betray his holiness. Thank you for your kindness. It's quite normal for northerners to be more reserved. Even the devout aren't particularly expressive. Have you always resided in the north? During my pilgrimage in my younger days, I stayed in Romania. I was indebted to the Franciscan monastery at the time. This seemed to strike a chord with Ruby. Assistance from a Romanian monastery. Assuming the archbishop truly is my family's informant, this is already troublesome enough. She added, while a humble servant like myself cannot fully grasp His Holiness's profound intentions, I will endeavor to ensure your happiness and peace of mind during your stay here. Abruptly, the archbishop paused. Duke Omerta stood before them. Isaac and Alan were there as well. My lady, it's a pleasure to see you safe and sound. It's been a while. Were the matters in your homeland resolved? Isaac glanced at Ruby. She felt a twinge of awkwardness, but he quickly averted his gaze. What's wrong? Scared? I've been conspiring with the archbishop to badmouth you. Alan stepped closer. Over here, sister. Don't mind them. They're like this every time they meet. What an unexpected reunion, my lady. Truly unexpected. They had encountered Freya. Go look at the paintings. Stop bullying Isaac. There are plenty of pieces he'd desire. Shall I bid on one and gift it to him? No, his house is already overflowing with paintings. He's tired of looking at them. My lady, do you enjoy paintings? I do, but I'm not very good at appreciating them. Is that so? But he enjoys paintings. Why don't you purchase a few for him? That sounds like helpful advice, but coming from Freya, I don't know. He'd never appreciate anything I gave him. Besides, I'm short on funds. In principle, I could use the dowry I brought, but I'd be scrutinized if I used it frivolously. Freya chuckled softly. I haven't formally studied art either. Isn't Romania a sanctuary of art? Alan interjected. Let's leave the painting discussion for now, Ruby. We were discussing something just now. I was considering hiring a dedicated maid for Ruby. Our household staff primarily consists of those who have served our family for a long time. So to make Ruby more comfortable, I intend to hire someone unrelated to the family. Ruby was taken aback. A new, exclusive maid for me? And a complete stranger? Alan corrected. Actually, my brother suggested it first, but I also thought it was a good idea. Marty News Puriana knows quite a few trustworthy individuals, so I asked Freya to select someone. Not only will a newcomer have fewer preconceived notions about you, but they'll also be more likely to take your side. Freya spoke up. For now, I'll have them send letters of recommendation, and I'll personally review them and decide. Ruby felt a slight unease at Freya's involvement. How old should a mature individual be? What do you think, my lady? No, let's find someone younger. But Alan, my lady might have a different opinion. This startled Ruby. It felt as if she were deliberately provoking her. Suddenly, Freya reacted strangely. She vomited a large amount of blood. Ruby was horrified by the sight. The soup bowl clattered to the floor, and she collapsed. Alan was petrified. Ruby began to comfort her. Miss, you must stay calm. But the blood continued to gush from Freya's mouth. This sent Ruby into a panic. Just as she was about to call for help, a hand gripped her shoulder. Omerta held Ruby's hand, his eyes filled with a terrifying intensity, as if saying, "Don't come any closer." Ruby's heart felt like it was about to leap from her chest. The hand she had extended froze at his words. Duke Omerta seemed to be up to something, and a wave of unease washed over Ruby. Her heart pounded in her chest. As Alan watched silently, Ruby sank down onto the grass. She trembled, her clothes stained with blood. Memories of her childhood, of trying to awaken the dead, flooded back to her. A touch startled her. Ruby jumped, a scream escaping her lips. "Did you do this?" Lorenzo demanded, his voice thick with fury. "I knew it, you two-faced." Ruby's thoughts swirled in a chaotic mess. Witnessing the scene, Ivan cried out, "Miss Rebecca!" He was enraged by Lorenzo's interrogation of Ruby. His anger was palpable, but Lorenzo was suddenly thrown to the ground. It was Lorenzo's father. "My foolish son seems to have momentarily lost his composure. Please forgive his behavior, Miss Rebecca." His expression was grim. Everyone, take refuge in the temple immediately. This place is dangerous. Something is about to happen. Exhausted, Ruby's breath hitched in her throat. Seeing her distress, Ivan shouted. He rushed to Ruby's side as tears began to stream down her face. "Forgive my rudeness," Ivan said, scooping Ruby into his arms. "Lock down Sector B immediately. Evacuate everyone. I repeat, lock down Sector B and lead everyone to safety." Ruby huddled fearfully against Ivan. A monstrous figure appeared. How did these imps get into the temple? This has never happened before. This happening during the festival and the sealed gate reopening after half a day. Fortunately, Freya survived, but it's said that any later and her life would have been in danger. This means the truth behind the accidental poisoning, the nature of the toxin Miss Phrygia ingested, remains unknown. Duke Omida inquired, "Do you have any conjectures?" Only a fool wouldn't understand the Duke's implication. It seemed their target had been Miss Phrygia from the start. "My lord, Alan and I, we both drank the wine, but neither of us is affected. I was informed it wasn't poison, but a Mayug stone solution." Not poison, but a Mayug stone solution? A Mayug stone is a combination of a magic stone and a spirit stone, used as bait to summon monsters. It possesses special properties, requiring an extremely complex procedure for its use. It's considered a sacred relic. Therefore, its creation is only permitted with the Holy See's approval. The Archbishop says all Mayug stones kept in the temple are accounted for. Not a single one missing. You understand what I'm implying, correct? This startled Ruby. Duke Omida observed her expression carefully. "So now everyone assumes I'm a mastermind?" The Borgia family's penchant for assassination is a well-known secret. My family is infamous. Furthermore, the Archbishop of Alindo is Freya's uncle, so it's not surprising I'm under suspicion. But deep down, Ruby felt a pang of sorrow. Duke Omida declared, "I won't tolerate my daughter-in-law being framed as the true culprit behind this incident. My lady is a member of the Omida family as well. I don't believe you would do such a thing. I mean, if you know something, tell me. I'm at a loss for words." This was difficult for Ruby. "I know what everyone's thinking. You all believe I was jealous of Miss Freya, don't you? That I orchestrated this horrific act." Duke Omida feigned surprise. Who would dare utter such nonsense? "Don't cry now. That's not what I meant." He offered her a handkerchief. Even as he denied it, the truth was everyone who witnessed the event suspected her. They would assume that, as the Pope's daughter, she could acquire a Mayug stone from anywhere, or that she had bribed and manipulated someone. I spoke carelessly. Please forgive my impudence. Given the circumstances, I can only offer wild conjectures. I reiterate, harming my daughter-in-law is an insult to the Omertas. Deeply moved, Ruby stopped crying. Duke Omida said, "Perhaps no one else thinks this way, because to them, she's still just a stranger in a vast sea of faces." Lying in bed, Ruby pondered, "Now I'll make some assumptions. This was the act of some disgruntled lunatic. If you orchestrated this out of resentment towards the temple or the Vriena family, then the Mayug stone is likely on the black market, because that's where the illegal trade of sacred artifacts runs rampant. If Romania instigated this, why would they use something as easily suspected as a Mayug stone? Or perhaps a third party wants to eliminate me. Once Freya was harmed, all suspicion would naturally fall on me. So, who would benefit? This could be Cesari's doing, setting me up. He doesn't want me to develop any affection for this place. If it's to worsen my relationship with Isaac, he likely wants me to divorce and return home. With that demonic substance, he could easily acquire a Mayug stone. Of course, my family spies informed him of the temple's workings. If that's the case, number 4 is the most likely culprit. Constantly dealing with that husband has made me underestimate that madman's obsession and insanity. Unbelievable. Ruby sat up. "I wonder what he's thinking now," she mused, recalling the look on his face when he'd told her to get lost. "He must regret showing me even the slightest bit of concern with Freya present, because to him, my mind was already a mess, and now even my body is failing. Then there's the annual event. Troubles just keep piling up. I thought I could relax after enduring these 2 things this year. But suddenly, Ruby noticed something. The glass in her hand slipped. Nearly choking, Ruby seemed to have seen something strange. "There's sand in my drink." Ruby's hands trembled. "Who did this? Why me? Do they want me to feel the pain Freya experienced? Freya is so lucky. This is agonizing." Ruby seemed to hear a sound and looked up. She sensed someone behind her. Ruby spun around. It was Alan. She had Ruby cornered against the wall. Alan grabbed Ruby by the collar. "Why did you do this?" From the moment I first saw your hand, I was suspicious. Why did you do this? Alan gripped Ruby's hand. Did you do this for attention? Or is it because you're so disgusted with food? If you really wanted to die, why not do it quietly? Why resort to this method? Because this is the only thing I can control. Alan froze. Tears welled up in Ruby's eyes. A pang of guilt struck Alan. She took a step back. What have I done? Alan's lips pressed tightly together. I'm sorry. Alan turned and walked out, leaving Ruby standing there dumbfounded. Ruby sat quietly on the bed. The wounds were caused by her habitual vomiting, unnoticeable without close inspection. But she had noticed. Had she experienced something similar before? Perhaps not. Then who did Alan's actions remind her of? Dawn broke. Ruby sat still. So did Alan. They sat facing each other at the dining table. What am I supposed to do in this awkward atmosphere? Ruby thought, this is terrible. I have to get out of this place. I have to go. Before Ruby left, Alan simply replied, okay. A phone call came. The temple wishes for you to come. Please go. So the Archbishop has summoned me. It must be related to Freya's poisoning. Ruby gave a faint smile. I'll go. Thank you, Alan. Ruby left the dining hall. Alan's expression was grave. The carriage rattled along the road. If Cesare is truly behind this, then the Archbishop is likely a spy. But if that's true, he's helping to hurt the niece he loves so much. I knew at the moment I saw it. It wasn't that long ago that Isaac and I were here, but it feels like a lifetime. Ruby thought absently. He's probably at the training grounds. I haven't even seen him since that day. If he suspected me so much, he should have said it to my face. I'll just take a quick peek at him and then leave. Suddenly, she noticed someone in the distance. They haven't seen me, have they? Is your sister feeling any better? If Endymion is here, then Isaac must be here too. I told myself I'd just look. So how could I possibly see him? Then why aren't you staying by your sister's side instead of coming here while you're suspended? If your sister was coughing up blood and about to die, could you just sit still? Who knows? Maybe I don't even have a sister, and even if I did, I wouldn't talk to someone unrelated like that. Were those words meant for me? Unrelated? He asked. That's right. If your father hadn't stopped me back then, you wouldn't even dream of being a knight. Remember that. Do you think I'm as cowardly as you? What's so great about being the Pope's daughter? Even that old Pope is nothing. Let them try and barge in. What can those rotting swine do? This is the first time I've seen someone dare to blaspheme the Pope in front of the cathedral. Stop your delusions and focus on your training. Don't forget, she's the Omerta heir's wife. Don't make me angry. Even if she puts on airs, she's just bourgeois trash, a freeloader pretending to be a noblewoman. Another voice bristled with anger. Did I say something wrong? Next time I see her, I'll rip off that shameless mask of hers. Ruby had been listening to the entire conversation. She was utterly astonished. Heavy footsteps echoed from the stairs. Ruby was about to leave, but for some reason, she stopped. What should I do? I'm so tired. I don't want to do anything. Someone might see my eyes, or maybe I should just sit here for a while. Ruby's expression looked truly exhausted. And then what? Where should I go? Is there anywhere waiting for me? Exhausted, both physically and mentally, Ruby recalled Isaac's image. Why were you kind to me back then? Why did you hesitate? Why did you listen to me? Why did you defend me? Why did you give me the false hope that maybe you were different from everyone else I've met? Ruby heard a sound. Could that sound be? It turned out to be a cute animal. It ran towards Ruby. Bobo, this place is close to the cathedral. It's dangerous for you here. Were you looking for me? Ruby suddenly felt deeply moved. But I'm too tired now. It's good to see you, though. Bobo extended its paw towards her, then offered its back. Wait, Bobo, where are you taking me? Bobo looked around. Well, if I disappear, everyone will be happier. Ruby lay down on Bobo's back and closed her eyes. Let's go, Bobo. In the evening, at the cathedral, Ivan said, my friend, look at that gloomy, murderous face of yours. Now you understand our suffering, having to look at that face every day. If you have any conscience left, go get some sleep. Isaac shook off Ivan's hand. People are worried about you, and you're still sulking. I never asked you to worry about me. You haven't slept in 4 days. If that's not cause for worry, then what is? It's been that long. Isaac had lost all track of time. If you keep this up, faint, and kick the bucket, I won't even care. Do you think putting on this act will make the missing person suddenly appear? That's the guard's job, not ours. Princess Alan's description of the culprit has spread everywhere. What if she's killed? I heard Ivan ask if I knew you were enraged by what happened to Freya, more than anyone else. Isaac began, but before he could finish, Ivan interjected, no. Then what is the reason for this outrage? Isaac, I'm glad you came to me. I had no choice but to remain silent, as I couldn't grasp the meaning or the motive behind it all. Where do I want to go? What is my destination, the place my heart seeks? Isaac murmured wearily, a deep furrow etched between his brows. I don't know that either. This is truly vexing. Is it because of your wife? Ivan pressed, sensing Isaac's inner turmoil. Isaac, you don't even know what you're doing. The image of that day kept flashing before his eyes, a scene filled with despair and lifelessness. Suppose I hadn't been able to stop the manticore that day. If even a single drop of Freya's blood, tainted by the Mayug stone, had splattered on me. Isaac's voice trailed off. My actions at that time were for her, and no one else. I thought even if I explained it to her later, she would understand. Because if it were her, I know, it's not just you who suspects the Borgia family. Even a stray dog would point its paw at them. But would they be foolish enough to poison the daughter of one of Britannia's principal families with the most suspicious substance, the Mayug stone? It makes little sense. So you've eliminated your wife's family from the list of suspects. Wasn't that obvious from the start? Ivan thought, convinced of Isaac's overconfidence. Mayug stones are common on the black market, so we can't just suspect the temple. Investigate those who have a conflict with the Frisia family. Wait, could it be you? What if the culprit you've been searching for is actually your wife? Isaac froze, the words hanging heavy in the air. Until this moment, the root of his strange behavior had remained hidden, even from himself. From the beginning, his purpose hadn't been to catch the culprit. It had been something else entirely. If the culprit was the temple, or anyone even remotely connected to Romania, or his wife, he would deal with them, leaving no trace. I don't care, Isaac muttered, the words a chilling echo in the room. I said I don't care. There wasn't a flicker of doubt in his eyes. A twisted, frantic conviction gripped him. Suppose Ruby truly was the culprit. He wouldn't care. It was Freya who had almost died. Could he still shield her, even then? Even so, I still don't understand you, Isaac, Ivan pursued, his voice laced with concern. A message from Lady Elnia. What is it, madam? He gasped, the words tumbling out in a rush. Madam is missing. The sky was heavy, the air thick with foreboding. The sound of something munching on grass drifted through the air. Ruby's eyes fluttered open, still heavy with sleep. What's that sound? She mumbled, disoriented, lying in an unfamiliar place. Ruby bolted upright, startled by the sight before her. It was an enormous hawk, tearing at something in its talons. What in the world is that? What should I do? Can I play dead? She wondered, fear gripping her. The hawk's gaze shifted, fixing on Ruby. She dared only steal furtive glances at the creature. Her face paled. A strange cry echoed through the area. Bobo, returning with food, seemed equally surprised by the scene. Ruby's eyes pleaded for help, but then she saw them communicating, a silent exchange between Hawk and Griffin. Ruby was bewildered. Are you two friends? Both creatures turned their heads towards her. A pile of food was placed before her. You want me to eat this? Ruby stammered, still reeling from the encounter. It seemed the hawk had found it for her. If she refused, it might be disappointed. Thank you, she murmured. The eyes of both creatures seemed to brighten. Why did she feel compelled to say it was delicious too? It's delicious, Ruby forced out. Were they truly so pleased by a simple compliment? They nuzzled each other affectionately. Ruby felt an unexpected sense of comfort here. Come on, let's eat together. A voice called out from the base of a nearby tree. It was a hunter. That's right. That must be the witch. Rain began to fall, a sudden downpour. They were searching for Ruby. She's probably not in this area. Ivan turned to Isaac, but he seemed lost in thought, his mind elsewhere. It's been 3 days since we found the lady's shoes near here. Everyone's been searching all over the city. What if she's really been dragged into this forest? 3 days had passed, and Isaac's hands were clenched tight. We should stop, Ivan urged him. It's actually been 4 days. These people just follow orders. A noble woman requires many attendants when she goes out. Yet, no one knew she was missing for half a day. It's absurd. So whose fault is it? Who should I punish? The archbishop who invited her to the meeting? The servants in the mansion who were indifferent to her disappearance? Alina, who only looked after Freya and learned about it late? Freya, who stopped Alina from leaving? Or is it my own fault? I didn't know how she'd been treated all this time. I was immersed in my own ignorance, and it's tearing me apart. Ultimately, it's all my fault. The family maids are all loyal to Omerta, especially the housekeeper. She looked after Alan like a mother. How do they feel about someone they considered an intruder? I never really thought about it. On the day of the birthday party, even though I knew the housekeeper was deliberately causing trouble with malicious intent, I ignored it because she said she cherished this family. It's all my fault. I should have corrected it from the beginning. Isaac was tormenting himself. Even if I'm ridiculed for being like my father, I'll accept it. Even if I used my hatred of becoming like him to justify my refusal to marry, it was just an unconvincing rationalization. The rain fell harder. The things I didn't ask, the words I didn't say, even though I didn't want to hurt you, it all caused you pain. I realized this fact too late. Ivan and the other teammates didn't say anything, but he knew what they wanted to say. Even so, I can't give up on you. Even if I don't know whether you're alive or dead, I still cling to a sliver of hope. Please, just being alive is enough. Isaac continued to pray for a miracle. He thought a happy family. It's meaningless now. I have no choice but to pray to that person whose face has become blurred. If even this feeling of danger only reveals itself when night falls and everything sleeps, if I lose it like this forever. Lost in thought, he heard someone call him. Master Isaac, could you come out for a moment? What happened? Isaac wondered what was going on. They looked like poachers. They fainted, so I woke them up and they said something strange. I don't know if they're lying to avoid being caught. No, we really saw a witch. What were they talking about? Were they talking about a banshee? That's a monster that lets out a wailing cry. Legend has it that it can foresee impending death. Then, the two men looked at each other. It's hard for the two of us to deal with a witch, so we were about to go back and get the others. Before they could turn around, they noticed something huge behind them. Turning around, they were both terrified and hurriedly ran away. It's true, there was a Bobo and a griffin, and a blonde witch. A blonde witch stood on a branch laden with raspberries. Ruby's joyful expression was evident. What a great harvest! A loud noise in the distance caught Ruby's attention. She noticed some strange animal figures behind the bushes over there. Two cute creatures hid behind the bushes, but they kept poking their heads out, staring intently at Ruby. Chirp, 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 they cried excitedly, hopping toward where Ruby stood. She gently crouched down and asked, "Are you friends?" Ruby's expression grew more and more excited, and she even offered them the berries she had just picked. Ruby gently took out a few berries and held them out, asking, "Hello, would you like some?" They were equally delighted, grinning and reaching out to take what Ruby offered. "Papa," Ruby giggled, waving goodbye as the children finally skipped away, their faces bright with joy. Being here for so long, she thought, I'm not afraid of anything anymore. Bobo and the griffin kept her company, their presence a comforting constant. The two creatures were always hovering nearby. The griffin often exasperated Bobo, and sometimes other monsters would approach. Ruby glanced back, watching them curiously observing her, as if they were paying a visit. I don't know if the Rebecca family has always had this ability, or if it only emerged after I came here, Ruby mused. But one thing's for sure, these monsters are all incredibly friendly towards me. The sky began to darken, heavy with the threat of rain. Ruby observed it for a moment longer, then decided to call the two creatures back. "Hey guys," she called out, "let's head back to the cave. Looks like it's going to rain." The griffin and Bobo, of course, nodded in agreement, swiftly obeying her command. Suddenly, a pensive mood settled over Ruby. She sat down on the ground, her gaze distant. "I wonder what Isaac is doing," she murmured. Ruby couldn't believe he wouldn't come all this way just because she was missing. He might just be pretending to search because of diplomatic relations. But then another thought struck her, or maybe he doesn't know I'm missing yet. Ruby finally regained her composure, brushing off her clothes. "What am I expecting of him?" she muttered, her face flushing crimson. Behind her, Bobo perked up its ears, listening intently. "Papa," it chirped distinctly, placing a paw on Ruby's shoulder, startling her and leaving her speechless. Unexpectedly, Bobo began pinching Ruby's cheeks, molding them into odd shapes. Ruby, bewildered, watched as Bobo continued to squeeze her face. "What are you doing, Pa?" she asked. In Ruby's eyes, its expression turned dark and mischievous, baring its fangs in a wide grin. "Do you want me to smile like this?" Ruby asked, surprised. Ruby mimicked the expression, baring her teeth and questioning. Bobo patiently coached her, finally smiling in satisfaction. Ruby seemed to have forgotten her troubles. Grinning widely, Ruby stopped smiling and fell into contemplation. "Should I just live here with you guys?" she said, then burst into laughter. "No one would welcome me back anyway." Bobo enthusiastically raised a hand in agreement. Bobo, the ever-eager creature, lumbered towards Ruby and enveloped her in a tight hug with its massive body, offering gentle comfort. So warm, Ruby whispered, feeling soothed. She hugged Bobo tightly, leaning into its embrace. "Thank you," she murmured. The heartwarming scene didn't last long, as raindrops began to fall from the sky. "Ah, it's cold," Ruby cried out in alarm, pushing Bobo away with a frown. Bobo, too, noticed the intensifying rain. As the rain grew heavier, Ruby became more frantic, calling out to the Griffin and Bobo, "Let's go, we have to get back before it gets any worse." The noblewoman's clothes were now mud-stained, and her normally elegant shoes were nowhere to be seen. Walking barefoot on the grass, Ruby thought back to when she had considered running away. Impossible. Even if I left home with a lot of valuables, I would definitely become a target. The more Ruby thought about it, the more frightened she became. And then she remembered secluded places like monasteries, the only places where she could hide and conceal her identity. But Chazray would find me right away. Ruby was terrified by the thought. Of course, I can't be sure this place is completely safe, as I can't guarantee that all the monsters will be friendly to me. Despite this, Ruby began to consider her future. She outlined a plan that seemed reasonable for now. If I hide well with Bobo and the Griffin, this place isn't so bad. Suddenly, her foot slipped, and there was nothing beneath it. Ruby screamed. The Griffin and Bobo turned simultaneously, their eyes filled with terror. Ruby had fallen into a deep hole, and she cried out in pain. "It hurts. Where is this?" Regaining her composure, she sat up and looked around in a panic. The sounds of Bobo and the Griffin faintly echoed in her ears. They had both fallen into the hole one after the other, landing face down. Bobo was the quickest to his feet, scrambling towards Ruby with a worried cry of "Papa." Ruby, struggling to stand, reassured him, Yes, I'm all right." Taking in their surroundings, she added, "This seems to be a cave. It's so dark." Even with her eyes wide, she could see nothing. Suddenly, a strange light emanated from within the cave's depths. Ruby furrowed her brow in confusion. Behind her, Bobo and the Griffin were rummaging through a pile of jewels at their feet, gleefully tossing them into the air. Ruby, frowning, asked, "What are you doing?" A sharp pain in her foot made her reach down, her fingers brushing against something that shimmered. Her face flushed. Picking up a stone and examining it closely, she gasped, "Oh my goodness, is this a ruby?" Seeing Bobo and the Griffin playing, she was speechless, murmuring to herself, "So, this whole pile." Excitement bubbled up inside her. Joining in their revelry, she cried out, "Is this the legendary treasure?" Even Bobo and the Griffin seemed to understand, rolling around joyfully in the glittering heap of rubies. Ruby, equally enthralled, shouted, "This is insane, truly." She stared at the pile, her eyes sparkling like the gems themselves. "If all of this is real, wouldn't I become the richest person in the world?" Noticing a large gem protruding from the back of the pile, Ruby slowly approached it, a frown creasing her brow. "Is this a gem too?" she wondered. Ruby gently touched the large stone she assumed was a gem, but before her hand made contact, it trembled. "Oh!" She noticed the slight movement and quickly retracted her hand. Just now it clearly... The cave began to shake, and all three of them stared, mouths agape, in startled fear. Ruby looked up, dread filling her heart. "What's happening?" Fragments of dirt began to fall from the cave's ceiling. Oh! Ruby finally realized the imminent danger. A massive dragon appeared, its jaws wide, revealing rows of sharp fangs, and roared. The rain intensified as the nights continued deeper into the forest. Finally, one of the men, clearly bewildered, spoke up. "Sir, do you really believe what that thief said?" Andy, the adjutant, asked softly, "About that blonde witch? They say the witch is in the forbidden zone." Isaac's expression remained impassive, offering no response. Ivan spoke up in support. "Well, Isaac, let's just assume they're telling the truth, but the possibility of that being your wife is very..." Isaac glared at the man behind him, his tone laced with derision. "We'll go and confirm, won't we? If you're all tired, go back." Ivan felt a strong urge to grab Isaac by the collar and shake some sense into him. His hands clenched, but the knight beside him attempted to calm him down. The blue-haired man couldn't comprehend Isaac's intentions either. "But why did you only bring us this far into the forest? Wouldn't it be easier to search with more people?" Isaac replied coldly, "Because I don't trust the others." He only dared to ask those closest to him for help in searching for his wife, Freya. Andy, riding behind, widened his eyes in surprise. However, Ivan and the blue-haired man were taken aback by Isaac's words. "Is he a monster? It seems like the lack of sleep has driven him mad." "I know I'm mad," Isaac muttered, tightening his grip on his sword. His gaze dropped, a chilling fear rising within him. Because if she really is in the Forbidden Zone, there's no reason for her to still be alive. Isaac recalled everything that had happened, the frequent appearances of monsters, something unheard of in the past. Ever since Ruby's arrival, she had been at the center of these incidents, until Sergei uttered those words. The lady's core body temperature is significantly higher than a normal person's. Dr. Sergei had examined Ruby on the day she had the nosebleed. Then, small doubts piled up, leading him to a strange conviction. Hey, Isaac, Ivan's voice cut through the downpour. Stop. Ivan approached Isaac with concern. I have a bad feeling about this. Rom's cave is nearby, isn't it? The blue-haired knight behind him snapped impatiently. Ivan, stop it. Ignoring the warning, Ivan continued his speculation. If your wife really went in there, then who knows what could happen? The ground suddenly shook violently, and Isaac froze. A terrifying roar echoed through the downpour. 4 royal knights huddled together in terror, glancing fearfully around them. That sound, could it be a woman? A scream sliced through the curtain of rain, freezing Isaac in his tracks. He knew that voice all too well. It was Ruby. Ruby's group was utterly terrified by the dragon. The 3 of them were insignificant compared to the dragon named Rom. Ruby, pale and drenched in a cold sweat, apologized profusely. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to come here. The dragon before them seemed furious, its terrifying eyes fixed on them without a shred of mercy. Bobo and the griffin huddled behind Ruby as she struggled to calm herself and the snarling dragon. We'll leave quietly, she said softly, so please forgive us just this once. Another scream ripped through the air as the dragon lifted Ruby into the air, holding her before its face. Ruby's face was ashen, tears welling in her eyes. I'm going to be eaten. This is the end. My destiny wasn't supposed to be dragon food, she screamed internally. Bobo suddenly lunged at the dragon, attempting to rescue Ruby. Bobo! Ruby cried out in surprise, fearing for the creature's safety. The griffin joined in, pecking repeatedly at the dragon, but it was nothing to the colossal beast. Seeing the dragon grow increasingly agitated, Ruby cried out in alarm. No, run. Facing the dragon, Ruby realized its anger was directed solely at her. Hope almost lost, Ruby whispered, "Help me," knowing no one would come. But then, gently, the dragon placed her back down on the pile of rubies. Having narrowly escaped death, Ruby knelt, staring at the dragon in disbelief. Her body trembled. Did it understand me? Ruby glanced at the enormous dragon, smoke puffing from its nostrils before her. Seizing the opportunity, Ruby slowly began to move. She tried to escape, but Rom, the dragon, wasn't about to let her go. Its tail wrapped around her, and Ruby froze, panic etched on her face. Rom brought its face close to hers, letting out a threatening growl. What's wrong? Ruby asked, terrified but still trying to maintain a gentle tone, carefully taking a step, but Rom refused to let her leave, causing Ruby to scream in terror. Don't tell me it wants to keep me here to play, Ruby thought, a daring guess forming in her mind. She composed herself and looked at the dragon with determination. Ruby began to complain, ordering Rom, I said let me go, don't stop me. The dragon brought its face close to hers, then slowly bared its sharp teeth. Ruby's determined look vanished, replaced by stark fear as she recoiled, her heart pounding. The dragon began to cough up more rubies onto the ground, the sound echoing loudly. The glittering pile of rubies beneath Ruby's feet grew larger. Ruby froze. After stepping back, she was now some distance away from the dragon. What do you mean? Ruby didn't understand the dragon's intentions and was about to step forward to ask when Bobo grabbed her clothes from behind. The dragon immediately sensed something was amiss and lunged, teeth bared. Ruby gasped as above her, the griffin, clutching Bobo's ear, who in turn clung tightly to her clothes, pulled them both upwards towards the opening in the cave. Whoa, what are you doing? Ruby cried out in alarm. The dragon also charged forward, determined not to let her escape. Looking up at the distant opening, Ruby shouted to the griffin, we have to get out of the opening quickly. The griffin roared its agreement immediately. Just as the dragon reached the opening, all 3 of them scrambled out. The dragon's sharp claws missed Ruby. It expressed its frustration at seeing Ruby float further and further away in the air. Hearing the enraged roar, Ruby instinctively glanced back. Finally, the three of them escaped, landing on the ground, panting heavily. A melancholic atmosphere settled over them. Ruby sighed. What kind of dragon was that? Bobo and the griffin, also exhausted, leaned against each other, unable to bear the cold. It's so cold, Ruby exclaimed. She lifted her head as a layer of white snow began to fall. Ruby gasped. Oh, it's snowing. Before her, glittering snowflakes drifted gently down. It's the first snow, she whispered. How long has it been since I've seen snow? She reached out a hand to catch the snowflakes, her heart filled with a quiet joy. Ruby continued to look up with delight, her soul feeling cleansed. A look of pure joy flitted across her face. You? A voice startled Ruby. Could it be him? She clutched her chest, her heart pounding. It can't be. It can't be. Finally, Ruby turned around in astonishment, looking towards the source of the voice. Behind her stood Isaac, the man she had longed for, incredibly, right in front of her. Ow! Isaac couldn't believe his eyes. He had hoped she was alive, but now Ruby stood before him, unharmed. How can you be here? Ruby's hands clenched into fists. Tears welled up, Isaac's eyes widening in alarm. Two monstrous, grotesque creatures were charging towards them. Undaunted, Isaac reached for the sword he always carried. He drew it swiftly, a flash of lightning in the air. Stay away from those creatures, Isaac shouted to Ruby. Don't come any closer. He faltered, taken aback by her words. Please, Ruby pleaded, her heart twisting in her chest. Leave me alone. Covered in mud, Ruby wept, begging Isaac to leave her be. Isaac gritted his teeth, remaining silent, but a wave of unease washed over him. Isaac began to approach her, but Ruby took several steps back, her face filled with revulsion. I told you to go away. Isaac narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he had ever seen her like this. Isaac slowly reached out to grab Ruby, but she darted away, vanishing from his sight, leaving him stunned and bewildered. I want to disappear like this forever, Ruby thought miserably. My soul can't escape this dreadful life. Even in this world where I can't tell reality from illusion, I'm still suffering. The false expressions of the people here shattered Ruby's hopes for the present. She blamed herself for being foolish enough to expect a real family in this place. She loathed this place and didn't want to go back. She hated the very thought. Please, just leave me alone. Ruby's bare foot caught on a stone. She fell face first into the snow, crying out in pain. Ruby lay on the cold snow, but it wasn't just her body that hurt. Her soul, her very spirit, ached fiercely. Ruby clenched her fists, trying to appear strong. Finally, she couldn't hold back the tears any longer. In the thick snow, Ruby lay there sobbing. I don't want to live in this place anymore. A loud roar erupted behind Ruby. She abruptly stopped crying, fear gripping her. Ruby's eyes widened in shock as she sat up. Directly in front of her was the enormous monster, Rom. The dragon had caught up with her and was letting out a menacing roar. But this time, Ruby didn't run. She closed her eyes, accepting her fate. This, she whispered, is better. Ruby seemed resigned. She would rather embrace this fate than go back. Recalling Ruby's tearful face and the hateful words she had spoken, Isaac felt a strange emotion churning within him. It was the first time he had seen her like this. Even though she would lie to me every time we met, she always had a bright smile when she saw me. Isaac was still blaming himself. If I had asked her sooner, would things have been different? What happened in Ruby's past? What did she endure that even now, she can't have a moment's peace? Why, even though she's afraid of me, did she desperately want to stay by my side? A roar suddenly reached Isaac's ears. The other knights had finally arrived. What's wrong? Ivan shouted to Isaac, startling him from his thoughts. I heard a noise coming from this direction. Look above. The dragon was carrying Ruby back to its lair. The knights were stunned. Wait, isn't that my lady? It's carrying... Isaac clenched his jaw in fury. Even though there are countless things I don't understand, Isaac suddenly ran deep into the forest, leaving the stunned royal knights behind. Hey, Isaac, they couldn't stop him, but I can't leave her here. Wind swirled around her as Ruby drifted back to consciousness. It's so cold. She blinked, disoriented, unsure of where she was. Her hand moved involuntarily, exploring her surroundings. Her fingers brushed against something unfamiliar. This feeling, a continuous low growl, rumbled near her ear, and she quickly withdrew her hand. The dragon's expression was no longer fearsome. It glanced at Ruby with an unexpected gentleness. The dragon had actually let her sleep soundly in its embrace. She stared, incredulous. I'm alive. Seeing she was awake, the dragon nudged its face closer, startling her. It gently nuzzled her cheek. What is this? Ruby was truly bewildered. Wasn't it going to eat me? Seeing the dragon seemed to mean no harm. She cautiously reached out to touch it. Why did you bring me here? You should have let me. Her voice trailed off. The dragon nuzzled her again, as if comforting her, and it looked at her with gentle eyes. Its growl was soft. Ruby clasped her hands together, murmuring, "What is this? It's like it's comforting me. I wonder how Bobo and the griffin are doing." The thought of her companions brought a pang of guilt. They were only trying to help me. A sudden, sharp pain shot through her injured foot, and Ruby cried out. She lifted her bare foot, revealing a red, swollen wound. She winced. Ouch! Her foot, likely sprained and blistered, throbbed in the cold air. The dragon dropped a sprig of glistening lily of the valley. The herb landed on the ground. Rum looked at Ruby. This is... Ruby frowned, picking up the herb and examining it closely. Could it be? Though she didn't recognize the herb, she realized the dragon had given it to her to treat her wound. Is this for my injury? She asked. Rum nodded vigorously. Touched, Ruby hugged the dragon, and Rum gently lowered its head, nuzzling her. You're a strange dragon, Ruby whispered into its ear. Or maybe, I'm a strange one. Thank you so much. Before she could finish, a cold, menacing voice echoed from the cave entrance. Is this the best hiding place you could find? Ruby froze. The wind howled louder. Isaac stood at the mouth of the cave, his face a mask of ice as he looked inside. Terror seized Ruby, her heart pounding. She stared at him. Isaac's gaze locked on Ruby, a deep ache resonating within him. He slowly walked in, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Intruder! The dragon abruptly stood, its fearsome nature returning. Ruby flinched, her heart leaping into her throat. Isaac feared nothing, except for matters concerning Ruby. He raised his sparking sword. You dare growl at me and kidnap my wife? No. Ruby tensed. It's all my fault. I can't let it get hurt because of me. Stop. She gritted her teeth, clutching the herb tightly. She flung the herb at him. Stop. It hit Isaac squarely in the face. He was stunned by her action. What have I done? Ruby couldn't control her impulsive act. Now, in retrospect, she realized how foolish she'd been. What if he's even angrier? Panic welled up, a cold sweat breaking out on her skin. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to throw it so hard. A resounding crack echoed. Isaac clutched his face, cursing. Damn it. The dragon bared its sharp fangs, poised to attack. Ruby immediately stopped it. No, you stop too. Seeing the pleading in Ruby's eyes and the reassuring shake of her head, the dragon finally relented, obediently backing down. Now, there's just one last thing left. She sighed. Did I throw that too hard, though? Why is he just standing there? Ruby glanced at him, unable to meet his gaze. Isaac stumbled towards her. The sight terrified Ruby further, and she babbled nervously. I don't know where to even begin to explain that I was with other animals. Ruby's confusion deepened as she saw the coldness in Isaac's eyes, the way they glinted with an unnerving intensity. She couldn't fathom how things had spiraled into this. Escape had never been her intention, but a chilling despair settled over her. Did it even matter anymore? He wouldn't believe her anyway. The certainty of his disbelief was a heavy weight, yet she still had to try, still had to clear her name. It wasn't me. I had nothing to do with what happened to Miss Freya. Ruby lowered her head before Isaac. I know you won't believe me. Hesitation choked her voice, tears welling up. I know you think I'm some kind of witch who controls monsters, but I didn't do anything. Truly, the anguish of being suspected, by Isaac most of all, tore at her. I didn't run away on purpose. She raised a hand, trying to stem the flow of tears, but the more she wiped, the more they came. I was just so tired. I fainted, and the monsters took care of me. They didn't do anything wrong. She fought to keep her voice even. I'll accept any punishment. Just please don't send me back to Romania. Isaac slowly extended a hand towards her. He knelt down, his touch gentle as he brushed a stray tear from her cheek. I won't do that, Isaac told her softly. The harshness in his eyes softened. Don't cry anymore. Ruby stared, stunned by his unexpected tenderness. He even reached into his pocket and retrieved her shoes. Slowly, deliberately, Isaac slipped the shoes onto Ruby's feet, his voice a vow. I promise you, I won't let anyone call you a witch. He paused, his gaze fixed on the raw, red skin of her swollen feet. I'm sorry. The words, An apology from the Isaac she had feared hung in the air. "I'm sorry," he repeated, his voice low. What were you talking about?" Ruby couldn't reconcile this Isaac with the one she knew. "You said I was a burden. You said you hated me, that you loathed me. You were the one who wanted me gone the most, weren't you? You believed Freya was hurt because of me." Isaac met her gaze, then looked away, offering no reply. Ruby flinched, unsettled by his strange behavior. He extended a hand, lowering himself to one knee. "Let's go back," he said gently. Ruby stared, disbelief warring with the dizzying relief that he had found her, that he was asking her to return with him. Beside them, the dragon rumbled, a low growl echoing in the cave. Ruby glanced back, her gaze lingering on the massive creature. Under its watchful presence, Ruby made her choice, waiting for his response. Ruby agreed to go back. She took his hand, the moment she had longed for finally within reach. Outside, the snow fell harder. Inside the cave, Isaac held her close. "It's all right now," he murmured, a comfort she hadn't expected. He tightened his hold, his fingers stroking her hair. "It's okay." The dam of her tightly held emotions finally broke. Tears streamed down her face, a raw outpouring of grief she could no longer contain. A pang of sympathy resonated within Isaac. She sobbed, the force of her unmasked emotions shaking her. The awkward yet warm embrace stirred something within her. A fragile peace settled over them. Drifting towards sleep, her eyelids heavy, she thought, "Ruby, whose familiar hands are these? Whose voice was it that worried over me every time I was sick?" The image of her sister shimmered before her. "Why are you kneeling? What if you get sick here?" Seeing the figure before her, she reached out, grasping for her sister's hand, but the image faded, the hand disappearing with it. "I truly don't know what to do anymore. If only I could talk to her just once, anyone. If I had someone to confide in here, would things have been different? What should I do to be happy?" After a time, in the large room, Ruby's eyes fluttered open. Looking down at her palms, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. The memory of his embrace, the feeling of being held against him, returned. For a fleeting moment, she had felt like she held the whole world in her arms. "Even if I stayed here, he really didn't send me back then." As she pondered this, someone called her name. "Ruby, are you all right?" Hearing this, she slowly sat up. The air between the two of them suddenly became thick with awkwardness. An uncomfortable silence hung between them before the other girl finally spoke. "I'm sorry." The words caught Ruby off guard. "I didn't mean to push you that day." Ruby responded stiffly, like a robot. "I'm fine. It's already passed. Don't worry about it." The other girl's eyes scanned Ruby's face. "As I thought, you haven't asked about anything. Actually, my mother, in the last year of her life, also had that mark on her hand." She gradually grew weaker. Ruby offered words of comfort, but her hands fidgeted nervously. "My mother had a very serious mental illness. She even became obsessed with the marks on her skin. Lost in the past, she recalled entering her mother's room at night as a child. She saw her mother lying prone on the floor, drool dripping from the corners of her mouth and eyes, turning to look at her. Suddenly, her head was seized by her mother. "Tell me, Ellen, you think mother is bad too, don't you?" Each word sent shivers down the little girl's spine. "No, liar. It was me who taught you wrong, Ellen. My dear child, why did I become such a bad mother? Remember, Ellen, you must not tell anyone what you just saw. Otherwise, I will kill myself in front of everyone." Back in the present, Ellen pursed her lips in anguish. "Only I and a few servants knew about my mother's illness." Ruby thought to herself, "This reminds me of my sister, the only person who was kind to me in my past life. She also went down the same path as that deceased concubine. Seeing her like that, I became like that too. Ellen, please don't tell my husband about this." Ellen replied, "I understand. But Ruby, do you have a sister?" Caught off guard by the question, a confused expression spread across her face. "It's nothing. I was just speaking casually. But since the frost dragon has awakened, the holy knights are all very busy. Of course, everyone anticipated this. So you don't have to be too afraid, but for the time being, you still shouldn't go out alone." Ruby thought, "I was the one who awakened that frost dragon. Didn't Isaac say anything to her?" Ellen said, "You fainted in the frost forest. Some members of the defense team found you, and then Isaac and the others went there to look for you. They're discussing the reward now." Sitting beside Ellen, she still couldn't make sense of it all. What exactly had happened? What was she talking about? The man said, "Benevolence doesn't suit you. Someone like you should put the interests of the two countries aside and immediately put the girl on the Lockman ship. What's troubling you?" He thought blankly. Are these words coming from the mouth of the person who arranged this marriage? But he couldn't refute them, because ultimately he couldn't understand why his heart was so restless. He placed his cup on the table and said, "I heard you turn the capital upside down." "For 4 days straight," he replied. "She is the Pope's daughter, and she is also my wife. I acknowledge your efforts these past few days, but if that feeling stems solely from a sense of responsibility, that's enough. Because if you let yourself be swayed by that foolish feeling, you'll regret it later. In times like these, you resemble her more than Ellen." The scene shifted to a tea table. Fortunately, Madam is safe and sound. The speaker was Barnes, the commander of the Longinus Holy Knights. He lowered his head. "Thank you for your concern, but why do you look like a drowned rat? Though you can't exactly be overjoyed about that commotion." Isaac replied, "I wonder if your wife has ever run away from home." It was a blunt question that left Barnes speechless. Run away from home? She's gone back to her family's estate. So that's what you're worried about? Your wife ran away because she hated seeing your face. He replied, "It's not like that. If only she'd said that." Barnes chuckled. "I never thought I'd see you reflect on yourself. Thanks to your wife, I've seen an interesting side of you." Then he fell silent for a moment, staring at him. "Don't tell me you look at your wife with that kind of look too." As if a nerve had been struck, he turned away, muttering, "I don't know how to treat her." Suddenly, Barnes stood up. "Of course, a fool like you wouldn't know anything. Speaking of which, aren't you two still in your honeymoon phase? There's only one right answer, and that's that you have to treat her well until her anger subsides. Like giving her gifts. You have to accompany her to noble gatherings, and you have to constantly show remorse. As for the rest, you know what to do." Recalling Barnes' words kept him occupied with his thoughts as he walked. Someone called out to him from behind. "You must have reported to the captain by now, right?" The atmosphere grew quiet and awkward. The blue-haired man shouted, "Why isn't anyone talking? If we're discovered with the guards." Before he could finish, Isaac interrupted him, causing everyone to frown. "So what? What else can you do? Shout out loud." Hearing such a provocation, he flew into a rage. "Are you threatening us just because of that Borgia woman? Do you think this is a joke? Even if you try to cover it up like this, we'll eventually be held accountable, you understand?" Ivan continued, "That's right, he's right. Standing in the shoes of a coward like him, it's natural to be afraid." After that, they all argued endlessly, neither willing to give in. Then, the blonde-haired Ivan said, "Hey, can we just get rid of him? It's enough to shut this guy up." Isaac said, "How do we know this isn't a Romanian ploy? Because she doesn't know about it herself. If that holy father-in-law intends to toy with the North using his daughter's abilities, things won't end here. Judging by this, that it's a Romanian conspiracy is too vague and far-fetched." I agree. The captain probably knows by now, and even if many people know, it's not a good thing. But what are you going to do later? Isaac thought to himself, is this a question I can answer? Dare I answer? It's natural for a child to resemble their parents, but I don't want to be like them in that respect too. Even affection can be scattered by the breeze. Mother, that woman, the woman who was both a princess of Britannia and the Duchess of Omar. Although my mother lived a life of power and praise, she couldn't escape the swamp known as misfortune. In the end, she hanged herself. The first person to find her in that cold state was me. Feelings that burned for each other turned into an all-consuming fire and ended in regret. I couldn't understand, and I didn't want to understand, but I had so many questions, even though she had become a ghost, because I wanted to see her. I became a holy knight. This foolish proof torments me every day. Even if I saw her again, what could I do? The reason I refuse to talk about marriage every time is nothing else but that their blood flows through me too, and I'm afraid I'll follow the same path. So, if I take her back to Romania, I can return to my old life. But why am I deceiving everyone, even threatening my other teammates? Why can't I let her go? At the moment, Ruby cried out, "I can't take it anymore. I'm with monsters," the man said. "If you let yourself be swayed by such absurd feelings, you'll regret it later." Sympathy, a sense of responsibility, this uncomfortable feeling that keeps tormenting me, is it merely sympathy? Does this absurd sense of responsibility also make me feel this icy feeling? At first, I thought it was a provocation to justify a divorce. But even someone as clueless about love as I am knew those words weren't spoken out of affection when she fearfully said I could hit her. Why was she so afraid? What answer was she expecting? I couldn't find myself within me. So how could I answer those questions? Who had driven her to this point? Who would do this to the Pope's precious daughter? How could Cardinal Valentino just leave those who wanted to destroy his sister like that? I had to suppress the suspicion that he was afraid he would be hurt if he touched them. him, because sometimes burying it helps ease the pain. Ever since my mother died, everything seemed to be like this. Back then, Isaac lashed out furiously at the servants. This was clearly a trick you all played together. Wouldn't it be unfair to only kill you? Hearing this, the other servants fell to their knees in terror and begged, "Pray that my wife wakes up safely, because if anything bad happens to her, I will destroy all of you." After the warning, he walked softly to his wife's room. It's so frustrating. If only you were a little selfish. Sitting next to his wife, he fell silent, then reached out and gently stroked her hair. Or just an ordinary person, then you wouldn't have to endure this pain. The scene shifts to the solemn cathedral. A messenger raven flies in and lands on Cesari's shoulder. The letter was filled with many words, which he read and pondered for a moment. "Is it Ruby?" he said. "It seems you're worried." The hooded figure glanced over. "I heard the search went on for 4 days. Though I don't know what you're worried about. Didn't she return home safely? You can afford a little bit, that's for sure. But the reason you're wavering like this is because you're uncomfortable with a scenario that's exceeding your expectations, right?" Cesare replied. "Come on, a comedy has to have these kinds of amusing scenes." Indeed, who would have thought such a well-behaved girl would cause such a commotion? It must be quite novel for you, and for that wooden brother-in-law of yours. Hearing the word brother-in-law didn't please Cesare. "For me, it's just a title used and discarded like waste paper, nothing more. But this time it's different. That father who wants to overcome strong opposition from all sides is going to send Ruby away, while the Holy Knight of the North decided to take this marriage in place of his sister. It's irritating that he dared to take Ruby himself, but I also predict that even that abstinent fellow, upon seeing my Ruby, is a perfect fit for this long-running comedy. But why's my mood so gloomy? That disgusting hand held Ruby's hand and turned away with her. I want to chop off that bastard's hand. Even though I want to fulfill my duties as her brother immediately, it's a bit difficult right now." The hooded figure looked at him in surprise, but then he shifted his demeanor in a sharp, cryptic way. "So, can I do as I please?" Cesare replied. "Haven't you always? Don't miss a thing, not even the smallest detail." As he spoke, he turned away, his gaze icy. "Until I go there myself." Back in Ruby's room, although the fever had subsided, "My lady, you shouldn't overexert yourself. If you want to recover quickly, you need plenty of sleep. You should take a walk once a day." Seeing her indifference to his words, the doctor said, "Did you hear what I said?" After which she vaguely agreed. The maid and the doctor bowed their heads and left. Ruby thought to herself, is the truth about this known to anyone other than those who were in the Frost Forest? Outside in the garden, a little girl excitedly said, "Does Romania have dragons too? I heard they don't have them here." Seeing the two little girls' eyes sparkling with anticipation, Ruby didn't know how to explain. Just as she was about to speak, someone approached. The little girl turned her head and called out, "Brother!" Ruby, startled, slowly turning to see who it was. Isaac arrived with his younger brother, his face as handsome as ever. Ruby froze, thinking it's been so long since that day. I haven't seen him in ages. I was about to pull myself together, but my mouth was too stiff to speak. Ivan bowed and said with a smile, "Greetings, Princess Ariane." "Greetings, my lady. It's wonderful to see you in good health." Ruby managed a strained smile. "It's good to see you too. I'm sorry for causing you so much worry before." She thought, "I assumed you'd hate me after that day." She tried to stand, but tripped on the table leg. Caught off guard, she stumbled forward. Fortunately, Isaac caught her, and she leaned lightly against his chest. "It's good to see you, but what have I done?" Isaac said, "I think you should rest some more. Let me call Sergei." Ruby quickly refused. "I'm glad to see you, so. I was just worried you wouldn't want to see me anymore, since everyone went through so much trouble because of me." Suddenly, Arian shouted, "Let's eat cake." Ivan quickly interjected, "You should be more polite in public. Why are you acting like a tomboy?" The little girl replied, "But brother is someone who curses all the time too." Embarrassed by his sister's words, he muttered, "Really now? The Duchess is here too." Seeing the two of them so close, Ruby felt a warmth spread through her. Watching this scene, a strange feeling stirred within Isaac as well. Then he leaned closer to her and whispered, "I'm carefully protecting Ruby." His words brought a blush to her cheeks. Then, the two gazed into each other's eyes. Lost in the moment, on that cold winter night, with snow blanketing the sky, Isaac held her, the frost dragon watching over them. It followed, step by step, its eyes never leaving them. Ruby reached out, wanted to touch it. She stroked the dragon's chin, as if in farewell. Suddenly, she felt something strange in her hand. She pulled her hand back, a sparkling red ruby resting in her palm. Back in the present, Ruby thought, so he was talking about the gem the frost dragon gave me. Blushing, she replied, "Thank you. In that case, I'll give you that ruby." He simply looked at her silently. The tea party continued. "Have some more of this," Isaac said, offering her a serving of pudding. His gaze was still cool, but his actions were much warmer than before. Ellen, seeing this, said, "This one is soft. It'll be easier for you to eat." Her younger sister also offered her a plate of cake. Ruby felt awkward between the two of them, but both cakes were delicious and very much to her liking. "I'm used to their unapproachable auras. There's nothing I can do. It's just, I haven't tasted such delicious food in a long time." Ellen said, "Brother, hasn't His Majesty mentioned anything about the frost dragon?" Isaac replied, "Not much. The temple is considering it as a competition event." "Is that possible?" Ivan said, his eyes shining. "If it's a young dragon, it might be Duchess. But frost dragons are a rare species, so the majority opinion is to release it back into the wild for now." Hearing this, Ruby thought, so that little dragon is still a child. They've been hunted relentlessly, so if there are any left, they've probably been abandoned. Ellen said, "That being said, the more active dragons there are, the more other magical beasts there will be as well." "Not necessarily. If you consider the number of magical beasts that little dragon preys on, the increased number and the number eaten are roughly the same." Little Ariane, still fiddling with her dragon-shaped cake, said, "Dragons are so pitiful." Even Ruby felt the same way. Moreover, the frost dragon had awakened because of her. Isaac glanced at Ruby, perhaps sensing her feelings in that moment. The scene shifted to the late afternoon sun. Isaac walked behind Ruby as they strolled through the courtyard. "Is it all right for you to be walking around like this?" he asked. She turned to answer. "Sergei told me to walk for at least 30 minutes every day, and I haven't walked at all." He stopped abruptly. "I see." She quickly tried to slip away, picking up her pace. "Why does he keep following me?" After a moment, the mood lightened. Isaac, walking faster on purpose, caught up with her and, surreptitiously, took Ruby's hand. "I'm glad you're all right." His words gave her pause. "No, I can't be having these wishful thoughts. It was just a fleeting moment. I'm sure that if I make even the smallest mistake, I'll be sent back immediately." Isaac suddenly changed the subject. "Let me ask you, those friends of yours who ran away, was that the first time you met them in the Frost Forest?" At his question, she froze, a look of panic spreading across her face. "Your expression seems to say otherwise," she replied. "I met Griffin for the first time in the Frost Forest. And Papley. It's a long story, but I first met Papley at the riding competition last time." Then, she took some time to recount the events of that day. After she finished, Isaac listened quietly, without asking any questions. She wondered aloud, "I wonder how Popo and Griffin are doing now." He replied, "They weren't captured. They were released immediately." Hearing this, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Aside from that, is there anything else? Did you see anyone near the cathedral, for example?" Ruby's mind raced with questions. "Is this a trap? I saw those people at the cathedral, but I can't say anything." Then she quickly shook her head in denial. Isaac sighed. "Now that I think about it, it seems like you didn't run away from home, but were kidnapped." Kidnapped. He suddenly tightened his grip on her hand and pulled her closer. "Also, did you see anyone else in the Frost Forest? Besides your runaway friends? I want to hear your story." Dusk began to settle. Isaac spoke to Ruby. "So you only saw the frost dragon and other wild beasts?" "Magical beasts are different from wild beasts and things like monsters, because monsters are extremely ferocious. Undead are similar." She listened with surprise, thinking back. "The magical beasts I saw in the forest felt dangerous, unlike Popo. On the contrary, the magical beasts that came to me were docile and all looked like animals." "What about the magical beast I saw when the fire went out on the first day?" she asked. He replied, "A wraith. It's a type of undead, but it's foolish, so it's not dangerous. The Pasibas you saw in the lake is the same." Ruby asked, "What should I do from now on?" Isaac looked at her. "This is the first time I've encountered a situation like yours, but for now, I've decided to keep it secret, so be careful when interacting with magical beasts. Because, honestly, regarding your runaway friends, we don't know what other magical beasts want from you, or if they have the same goal." She stared at him, surprised, her face etched with shock. Seeing this, he asked what's wrong. Ruby quickly said, "Nothing," thinking to herself that he was kinder than she thought. "I thought Isaac would would think I was a witch, or that this was all made up by my family, or that I was a soul from another world, so I'm afraid of this ability. Suddenly, he asked, "Do you want me to inform your family?" She was startled, speechless. Then she decided to say no. Isaac agreed, and then embraced her. "Then, for now, this will be our secret." Ruby asked, "What about your companions?" He replied, "They're tight-lipped. You don't have to worry." She blushed. "What's this?" "I don't need to worry." He added, "But Ivan and Endymion said some rather strange things." Ruby immediately asked, "What happened?" Isaac replied, "Did Lorenzo come back that day?" Lorenzo began, "Last time But Isaac cut him off. He flinched, looked up, then averted his gaze from Isaac, turning away. That night, Ivan had approached Isaac. "Hey, Isaac," he'd said, "actually, there's something I wanted to tell you. Back then, at the palace, that brat Lorenzo, Damien, and Endymion were speaking up for him. Sir Isaac, I found the lady's shoes." Ivan had also questioned Endymion. "Hey, Andy, has anyone hit you lately? You don't usually get into fights." Endymion had sighed. "No, it's because that lunatic Lorenzo," said the lady. "Never mind, it's nothing." Isaac held Ruby close, back in the present moment. She questioned him about it, offering a small smile. Isaac remained silent for a long time, finally deciding to say nothing. They both stood up. Then Isaac spoke. "However, I need to tell you something, just in case. You don't need to worry about Freya, because this has been a national issue from the beginning, so you don't have to be concerned." Ruby was taken aback, wondering how he could be so certain. "Why does he keep reassuring me? It's as if he's completely on my side." Then they walked off together. A loud crash echoed. Isaac looked furious. "Lorenzo, what in the world have you done? Causing such chaos and destruction in my life, that arrogant attitude you displayed in front of my wife. All this time, you thought I didn't know?" Lorenzo was speechless. Another crash resounded. Isaac gripped Lorenzo's face in anger. "Well, tell me straight with that wretched mouth of yours." He tightened his grip. Tears welled up in Lorenzo's eyes. He frantically denied, "I don't know. I don't know what I did." Isaac abruptly released his hold, breathing heavily. Unexpectedly, he delivered a sharp punch to Lorenzo's face. He crumpled to the ground. Isaac seethed. "Listen carefully. If you ever dare to go near my wife again, I'll kill you." At the main gate, servants bustled about, carrying things out. Ruby stared blankly. "What are all these things?" Omarida frowned. "That boy is doing things he's never done before. It seems my days are numbered." Seeing Ellen and Merida both looking at her, Ruby felt uneasy. "Why are they all staring at me? I don't know anything about this. I never told them to do this." Back in the forest, the two were still walking. She complimented him. "This garden is wonderful." Isaac asked her, "Do you like places with a lot of trees?" "Indeed," she replied. "It has a very unique, strong, and solid feeling, quite different from the South." Hearing this, he asked further, "What are the gardens like in the South?" Ruby began to describe them. "First of all, there are more flowers than trees. There are bird cages and fountains, and some places even have small waterfalls. They keep many beautiful and rare birds." Isaac listened and made a face. "Honestly, that sounds no different from an amusement park." She laughed. "Even so, it's a very pleasant environment for a stroll. Of course, the gardens here are also wonderful, like a forest." Isaac immediately replied, "It is a forest. What else would it be? Like I said, it's a forest." Ruby was speechless, so she simply hummed in agreement. Back in the present, the previous events were her memories. Her only transgression had been answering him. Ellen remarked, "This place used to be quite desolate. This change is rather nice." Merida hesitated slightly. "Yes, but it's only temporary." Ellen seemed a little annoyed. She declared, "Even if Father doesn't like it, it's not something he can stop." He questioned, "He won't listen to me?" He answered his own question, lost in thought. He imagined Isaac's grim face, rebuking him. "I specifically told you not to tell her anything." Faced with such an expression, he could only remain silent. Omarida sighed. "He'll certainly fly into a rage, eyes wide with fury." Ruby overheard the conversation and thought, yes, from Father's perspective, having to control the Romanian situation must be awkward. If he finds it so awkward, he should stop pushing for the wedding night, even though we'll inevitably have to go through with it. Omarida noticed her. "I heard you're feeling much better." Ruby immediately adopted a cheerful demeanor. "Yes, thanks to everyone," she said. "Now we just need to resolve the important matters." Ellen sighed as she listened. Ruby could only smile, her inner turmoil hidden. She reiterated, "It would be a relief if things could be concluded quickly. Only then can I truly relax." Ruby paused, a flicker of emotion touching her. Even if it was subtle, something seemed to have shifted between her and this place. As soon as she entered the room, someone greeted her. "Good day, madam." A maid introduced herself. "My name is Rona," Ellen explained. "This young woman was recommended by a relative of mine. Although she's young, she's very bright and resourceful. She'll be a great help to you." So, it wasn't a girl sent by Freya. The thought flitted across her mind, but outwardly, she expressed her gratitude to Ellen. Ellen seemed remorseful. "I should have done this sooner. I'm ashamed it took me so long to assist you. Both my brother and I felt a younger servant would be more comfortable for you than an older one. Furthermore, it was expected that more servants would be hired for Ruby in the future." She was quite surprised. "This is truly kind, but I can't adjust immediately. In any case, I now have my own maid. I won't need to bribe Whistle anymore." She was delighted. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Rona. I'll be in your care from now on." Rona looked at her in surprise, then bobbed a series of curtsies. "I will attend to madam with all my heart from now on. You've been quite busy since you arrived, but you'll adjust easily," Ellen said, looking at Rona. Rona meekly agreed. Ruby still didn't understand what Ellen meant. Before getting busy with the swordsmanship competition, she began, "A banquet is planned." Ruby's jaw dropped. "But what sort of banquet?" Ellen told her it was a banquet in Ruby's honor, and that this young woman would help Ruby prepare, so she shouldn't worry too much. She felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. She was utterly shocked. "I'm a guest of honor." Seeing her shock, Ellen reassured her. "That's right, but you needn't feel burdened. If anything happens, my brother, the Lord, will take responsibility." Ruby's face stiffened. "That's not the issue right now. It's something else. My reputation among the nobles must have plummeted after the Freya incident. In these circumstances, holding a... What is the meaning of this? What is his intention? My dearest Ruby." Ruby was reading a letter addressed to her. "Thanks to Britannia's reinforcements, the Romanian unrest has been beautifully resolved. This is all thanks to you. I wish to see you again, soon, so we can share this joy together. Your one and only loving brother." Ruby stared blankly. What nonsense is he spouting? Replying to chastely was an arduous task. Though she kept her writing brief, she didn't feel it was. That man didn't like her being happy here, so if he heard she'd run away, he'd probably be more delighted than anyone. After finishing the letter, she stretched. "Now I've completed something I've been putting off. Another matter dealt with." She stepped outside. "It's wonderful to see you've recovered so well." It was the Archbishop speaking. "Although all we could do was pray. During the time you were missing, I fasted and prayed through the night." Ruby smiled. "Thank you for your concern. Perhaps thanks to that, I've returned safely." I need to tread carefully saying this, but the Archbishop seemed hesitant. "I've heard rumors about my niece gallivanting around the capital during that time. You must have been quite distressed by this." She bowed deeply. "I truly have no face to show anyone." Ruby was startled. He really thought I ran away because of that incident. She offered a wry smile. "You needn't dwell on that matter any longer. What's important is that you're safe and sound." "That's truly wonderful," Ruby replied. "You're truly Sistina's angel." Ruby pondered. Is the Archbishop truly uninvolved in this magic stone incident? There are plenty in this world who would use their entire family as pawns for their own ends. She asked, "May I ask why you only invited me after that incident?" The Archbishop answered, "There's no particular reason. I imagined you must have been quite shocked and confused at the time, and I wanted to see you. It was to offer you some comfort. I don't know who did such a thing, but I believe God will surely deliver the appropriate punishment to that person." Ruby smiled. "Thank you for thinking of me." The Archbishop replied warmly, "It's only natural. As a devoted servant of the Holy Father, please feel free to come here anytime. The nun's envoy is always welcome." A bell chimed, startling the Archbishop. "Oh my, it's already this late. You must be hungry. Let's dine together." Ruby declined. "No, thank you. I promised my husband I would dine with him." The Archbishop hesitated. "Dine with your husband? I understand the two of you are growing closer." "That's wonderful." Ruby noted the Archbishop's strange reaction. "What was that just now?" Suddenly, a voice called out, "My lady." It was Endymion. He bowed to the Archbishop first, then said, "My lady, it's wonderful to see you in good health. From now on, I might be seeing you frequently at the training grounds." Ruby smiled. "Thank you, but what brings you here?" He replied, "Sir Isaac asked me to escort you, my lady." "You made plans to have lunch with him, correct?" She confirmed that was indeed the case. Still puzzled, she thought, how did Isaac know I was here? Suddenly, The archbishop spoke. Sir Isaac seems to be quite fond of you. Looking at the archbishop's benevolent smile, Ruby chuckled. Really? That man couldn't possibly be fond of me. Isaac's recent actions are enough to cause misunderstandings. Now he's even entrusted Endymion to escort me. She concluded, in short, Isaac seems to be excessively protective of me. A table laden with delicacies was set before her. Ruby stared at the nearly overflowing spread. She asked cautiously, "Do you usually dine outdoors like this?" Isaac replied, "I can't be running back and forth between home and reconnaissance points for every meal." She thought, "Isn't this also quite troublesome?" He added, "Sometimes I eat at restaurants outside. Sometimes I'm too busy and simply skip meals altogether." Having said that, Isaac glanced at her. He asked, "Is something wrong?" Ruby hastily explained, "No, it's nothing." He seemed to think the archbishop had given her some sort of extravagant treat. Exasperated, she thought, "What does he take me for? Does he think I'll gobble down anything anyone gives me?" Suddenly, he speared a sausage with his fork. "Eat more. If you want to endure the northern cold, you need to eat well." Seeing her stunned silence, he asked, "What's wrong?" Ruby smiled. "I'm captivated by your warm hospitality once again." "Thank you. Then I won't hold back." Then she brought up the matter that was troubling her. "I heard about the banquet from Ellen. The fact that I'm the guest of honor. It makes me wonder what kind of banquet it actually is." Isaac responded with extreme indifference. "Banquets are all the same. Does a place of entertainment need a name?" He says things that make everyone want to bow down to him. She thought, "It was you who suddenly organized the banquet. How can anyone not find it strange? Look at that reaction." And since it was a banquet being held in her honor, it was even more suspicious. "I didn't realize things had progressed this far. I suppose I'll have to see this banquet as an opportunity to expedite matters." She plotted inwardly. "All right, that night, I'll dress seductively and invite you to my bedroom. I haven't seen any sign of magical beasts lately." The speaker was Ivan. "Those damn beasts, if only every day could be like this. Some say the ice dragon simply dislikes being captured alive, so it's hiding," someone remarked. "It'll come out again in a few days. You'll see." Ruby thought to herself, "My heart aches whenever dragons are mentioned." Ivan had said, "I hope it stays quiet until the festival is over." Aloud, she asked, "Hey, Isaac, are you participating in the swordsmanship competition?" "I'll participate this time, of course," she mused, because according to the original story, he wins this year, and the prize, the bouquet of glory. "Well," Isaac said coldly, "please don't talk to me while I'm eating." They teased him. "Are you afraid of losing face in front of your wife if you don't win this time? You only won last time because you were lucky, right? But I heard Cardinal Valentino will be attending the festival this time." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone froze. Dante, looking innocent, continued eating, oblivious to why everyone was staring at him. "What? Didn't everyone already know?" "My lady." Ruby smiled brightly. "I heard about it too. That's the plan. Those silly rumors about me and the sea base will spread. I'm sure Isaac has heard them at least once. That's why I hate this even more. I hope no one mentions the sea base, at least not in front of Isaac." Isaac, watching her enjoy the sausages, commented, "It seems this dish suits your taste. Do you like the new maid?" Startled, Ruby swallowed hard. He reminded her again to eat slowly. She simply gave a dismissive laugh. "Yes, I like her very much." Isaac added, "She's more trustworthy than I thought." Ruby wasn't lying. "She's clever and skilled in many ways." He asked, "Is there anything else you need?" She froze. What did that question mean? How should I answer? On impulse, she blinked and replied, "Do I need you? Are you sitting right in front of me?" Everyone stared at her judgmentally. Ruby was mortified. "I was so busy thinking about how to speed things up with him that I unconsciously..." The others pretended to be busy. "My lady, don't we have to work overtime?" "Next time," she said, now even more embarrassed. "What's this? Why is everyone leaving after finishing their meal?" Finally, only Isaac remained. She feigned nonchalance. "What hard workers, going back to work right after eating." Isaac ruthlessly exposed her. "They're all still eating." Ruby thought, "But why doesn't he ask any questions like about my conversation with the archbishop or about Chasely? Is it because he's afraid I'll be uncomfortable, so he doesn't say anything?" She glanced at him again. "But about our progress? No, about the wedding night." Isaac spoke calmly, a hint of annoyance in his voice. "We'll talk about it after you've fully recovered." She couldn't help but exclaim, "But I'm fully recovered now." He remained firm. "You mustn't overexert yourself." She refused to back down. "This isn't overexertion. Do you want to see?" She slammed her hand on the table, sending food flying. Water splashed on Isaac's sleeve. Ruby froze. "I'm sorry." She trembled, at a loss for what to do. He rummaged in his pocket. "It's just water." Isaac dabbed at the spill with a handkerchief. Anxious, she asked. Are you hurt anywhere? That handkerchief. She stared. I thought it was thrown away somewhere. Ruby looked at him expectantly. Should I cast a healing spell on you? Isaac listened, assessing the situation. Finish your meal first. They returned to the castle. A maid combed Ruby's hair, praising, My lady's hair is so beautiful, like shimmering golden silk. Lissel scolded, You girl, how dare you compare my lady's hair to spider silk? Ever since Rona arrived, Lissel had been acting as if she were Ruby's personal maid, as if Rona were her rival. Rona immediately retorted, I meant it as a compliment. She must have been feeling insecure, afraid she wouldn't receive any more jewelry or trinkets. Rona added, My lady will understand my intentions. Lissel was furious. Who are you to have my lady understand you? You ridiculous girl. Ruby was speechless, her mask preventing her from speaking. Though long bullied by the family's old servants, Rona was bolder and stronger than she'd imagined. Before Rona's arrival, she'd never lost her semingat. She'd always been uncomfortable being the center of attention, but it seemed easier now, and she felt strangely at ease. After a while, someone knocked on her door. Ruby, may I come in? She rose to her feet at once, and in walked Ellen. Ellen froze, utterly surprised. Ruby was equally taken aback. Ellen, you look beautiful today. Ellen was momentarily speechless, then she smiled. It's Ruby who looks truly stunning. Do you need anything else before I go? Ruby replied, No, I'm Fine. She glanced at the old maid behind her, expecting a glare, but had the housekeeper's personality changed after her runaway incident? Ellen addressed her. Then I'll go to the banquet hall first. If you feel unwell, please tell someone immediately. Ruby answered, All right, goodbye. After talking to Ruby, Ellen felt a little lighter than before. Though she didn't know how long this everyday peace would last, it was enough to make her happy. She followed the guide. There had never been a party specifically for her in Romania either. She was incredibly nervous. How should I handle this party? At this rate, I'll make a mistake, like no one will even look at me. And Isaac, what if he refuses to dance with me? Just as she thought this, she ran into him. You came. Ruby was shocked. What kind of outfit is that? Ruby stared at Isaac in a panic. Was he planning to go to the banquet hall in that outfit? She squeaked. You look really cool today. Isaac merely glanced at her. She blinked repeatedly. He stood up straight and said, I rushed here as soon as I finished a top-secret mission, so I didn't have time to change. A top-secret mission? She thought. There are things like that. Was an assassination or something? Feigning surprise, she asked, So that outfit is for missions? He answered curtly, Armor is too heavy and conspicuous, so if it's not for killing monsters, this is the most efficient. She stared at his six-pack. Just what kind of pervert designed this? Suddenly, Isaac extended his hand. I can't let you go alone forever. I'm sorry for being dressed like this. Ruby was utterly astonished. So he hadn't changed and had come immediately because he was worried about her going alone. Unable to stop staring, she then explained, This style is quite refreshing and cool too. Let's go. Together, they headed towards the castle. She walked in slowly. Isaac walked beside her, holding her hand. Murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. Is that outfit? My brother wore it once. But why does it feel so different? His companions were equally surprised. What's gotten into him? I'm so envious of the physique that can pull off that outfit. Ruby observed everyone, thinking I was worried because it was too revealing, but it seems that since they know he came straight from a mission, they don't have much to say. I heard this party is specifically for the lady, right? How can they hold a party when Miss Freya was almost dying? Somewhere, whispers about Ruby still lingered. It seemed they hadn't noticed her that day. Ruby was exasperated. I can hear the gossip about me so clearly. While Ella, looking at Isaac, commented, It's truly goosebump-inducing. Ivan looked at him quizzically. Hey, you should have changed before coming, no matter how urgent it was. Ruby was surprised to see them holding hands. Ivan and Ellen. Ivan complimented her. My lady, you look beautiful today. Ruby smiled knowingly, as if she'd discovered something. Thank you. Mr. Ivan looks very handsome as well. Suddenly, someone approached. Is everyone here? It's been a while, my lady. It was Freya. Ruby quickly asked, Miss, are you all right? I was so worried about you. She'd heard Freya was recovering, but the young woman still looked frail. Freya managed a weak smile. I'm all right. Thankfully, both my lady and I are safe. Ruby glanced around. But where is Lorenzo? Just then, someone came to greet them. Good evening, sir. Isaac replied. It's been a while, Lady Fiona. Fiona smiled. I heard you were holding a banquet, so I came by to offer my greetings. I don't intend to intrude on the gathering of those who should be here, so don't worry, Fiona. Ellen glanced at Ruby. So, this is the one I've only heard of in rumors. A harrowing image flashed through Ruby's mind. Mother! The vision startled her. Isaac asked with concern if she was all right. Your complexion isn't good. You've been trembling since earlier. Her hand was still shaking. Ruby fabricated an excuse. I might be a little nervous about the banquet. Lady Fiona said I needed to rest and recuperate for a while, so I could only come to greet everyone now. Fiona beamed. Miss Rebecca, it's a pleasure to meet you, my lady. Miss Freya's beauty is certainly inherited from you. She chuckled, covering her mouth. Sir's wife is indeed as lovely as the rumors say. I've heard the southern ladies are like goddesses, and it seems to be true. Is it because she's more free-spirited than the austere style of the North? I've heard about your recent experiences. Hearing this, Isaac couldn't hold back any longer. My lady, you may leave now. Weren't you just here to offer greetings? Fiona inwardly fumed. Where did he learn to speak to his elders like that? Nevertheless, she still had to maintain composure. Please forgive me. It seems that with age, I've become increasingly senile. Though Ellen didn't appreciate Fiona's behavior, she still offered a polite invitation. My lady, won't you have some tea before you go? The Duchess declined. Perhaps next time, Princess. Today doesn't seem to be the right occasion. Freya hesitated. Mother, are you leaving already? Fiona snapped at her daughter. Are your ears just for decoration? Your hair is a mess. Freya silently lowered her head. Ruby, overhearing this, startled, nervously touched her own hair. Seeing this, Isaac remarked, "It looks beautiful like that." Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at him. He affirmed, "Your hair." Suddenly, words failed her, and she could only giggle. Though the Duchess hadn't been addressing her, it somehow reminded her of her mother from her previous life. "Thank you, sir. Your hair is also very handsome." She extended her hand. "Would you like to dance with me?" Ellen interjected. "My brother has long forgotten the basic steps." Ivan sighed. "Indeed, he'll only embarrass himself." Ruby thought, "I was just being polite. Was it that serious?" "I didn't expect." Isaac extended his hand and took hers. "There's nothing I can't do." Ruby was speechless with surprise. Isaac stated, "The host of the banquet should have the first dance. Are you truly worried about dancing in that dress? Are you mad?" Everyone was astonished by the unfolding scene. And so it was. Isaac was going to dance. Even Ruby was taken aback. The Isaac in the novel didn't dance with anyone. But why is he saying he'll dance with me? Isaac asked her about the dance. "It's popular in Romania. It has its own unique style, correct?" Hearing this, Ruby hesitated slightly. "It does have its own style, but Isaac didn't seem to care what it was like." "Then let's dance it that way. I'll follow your lead." Ruby's cheeks flushed crimson. Her current emotions were difficult to describe. The melodious sounds of piano and violin filled the air. Amidst these melodies, Isaac and Ruby completed their dance. What caught Ruby's eye at this moment was Isaac's sculpted physique. Though I intended to seduce him, why is it that? Why does it feel like I'm the one being seduced? Lost in thought, Isaac murmured compliment. "You're beautiful." Their eyes met, a charged gaze passing between them. Isaac's red eyes made the look all the more captivating. They continued to dance beneath the brilliant, colorful lights. Ruby continued to feign surprise. "Follow my lead carefully," Isaac murmured, his voice low. "As expected, everything you do is the complete opposite of her. This feels different." A flush crept up his neck. After that, I felt awkward. Ruby released Isaac's hand. "You don't look awkward at all." She twirled to the music, her gown swirling around her. Isaac simply stood there, momentarily bewildered by Ruby's sudden, graceful movement. Ruby's legs moved fluidly, as if her entire being was poured into the melody, each step a whispered secret to the rhythm. Then, she began to circle him, a captivating whirlwind. The color of her hair, the brightness of her smile, the elegant flow of her dress, each element seemed to radiate its own unique brilliance. Isaac's heart pounded in his chest, unsure of what to do, a strange mix of emotions swirling within him. But then Ruby flashed him that endearing, almost mischievous look, and something shifted. Snapping out of his momentary trance, Isaac reached out and grasped Ruby's hand, drawn to her like a moth to a flame. And just like that, the dance, a breathtaking spectacle, came to an end. Ruby, a little surprised by his sudden move, couldn't quite understand why he had done that. His gaze lingered on her, captivated. Around them, the room erupted in applause. But one person remained impassive, their face betraying no emotion. A soft sob echoed in a darkened room, unseen by the celebrating crowd. Freya stepped inside, only to find Lorenzo, his face buried in his hands, weeping. He looked up at her, his eyes brimming with tears. A wave of unease washed over Freya as she took in Lorenzo's distress. "Why are you sitting here, crying like the sky is falling?" She had just witnessed something truly horrifying, something that chilled her to the bone. Lorenzo's face was marred by cuts, deep enough to possibly scar. What sister wouldn't be concerned seeing her brother in such a state? Her voice laced with ice, Freya demanded, "Who did this to you?" But Lorenzo avoided her question, his silence only fueling her anger. Unable to contain her frustration, Freya practically roared, "Who did this to you? I have to tell mother and father." Lorenzo grabbed her arm, stopping her. "Sister, don't tell them." The words seemed to catch in his throat. "It was Sir Isaac. Well, I told him to stay away from that witch." Freya's eyes, narrowed and furious, now held only the image of Isaac and Ruby dancing together. After the dance, Ruby, her cheeks still flushed, inquired about Isaac's experience. "Sir Isaac, how was the dance?" Isaac's expression was strained. "My lady from the south might be tired." Ruby pressed on, her concern evident. "You must be thirsty. Would you like something to drink?" At her words, Damien rushed forward, a tray in his hands. "The drinks are ready. I knew you'd be thirsty, so I prepared them in advance. Speaking of which, your dancing was truly magnificent. Who would have thought I'd witness you dancing, my lady?" Despite Isaac's attempts to silence him, Damien continued, gushing, "But this is the first time I've seen a dance that gave me goosebumps all over." Ruby remained silent, sensing the unusual tension in the air. And just as the night seemed to be settling, just as befitting his role as her knight, Isaac encountered someone he least wanted to see. "Wait here." The man was Duke Omerta. They stared at each other, the air crackling with animosity like sworn enemies. The father and son, locked in their perpetual conflict, began their usual bickering. Omerta, always conscious of appearances, snapped, "Can't you dress properly? You should at least look presentable." Isaac, never one to back down, retorted, "Is there a problem?" Ever since Isaac's mother had passed, this had been their dynamic. Ruby paid them little attention. Taking a drink from Damien's tray, she engaged him in conversation. "And just watching Sir Isaac dance was enough to take my breath away. My lady, you were like a fairy. Absolutely top-notch. I couldn't take my eyes off you for a second." Ruby felt a blush creep up her cheeks. "A fairy? You flatter me. On the contrary, I feel a bit overdressed." Damien was adamant. "Not at all. I think my master was also captivated by you, my lady." Ruby wasn't sure about captivated, but she certainly couldn't decipher his feelings. Those eyes were truly magical. Damien chuckled. "Perhaps everyone in the ballroom fell in love with my lady. But Ruby didn't think so. Can I rest easy now? Thank you for always being so kind to me. But are you planning to use me as a secret weapon?" Ivan, too, came to find her. That was a surprise. Earlier, even Ellen had felt the same way. Indeed, it's surprising that brother didn't step on Ruby's feet. "But unexpectedly, you possess such great talent that even I want to learn from you, sister." Ellen is actually praising me, Ruby thought. If that's the case, it seems I'm doing pretty well. I should let Isaac hear this too. Then Ellen asked about Isaac. "But where is your brother?" Ruby answered awkwardly. "He's over there, talking with father." "Oh, where did he go just now?" Ellen also seemed a little perplexed. "With father? With Duke Omerta?" Ruby was startled. "Yes, he was just there a moment ago." Ellen just sighed. "I see. It's a good thing they moved somewhere else. It seems my brother has something to worry about." Ruby didn't understand what he was worried about. What happened? Father's expression wasn't very good either. Ellen said, "It's nothing serious. It seems that after seeing him dance with Ruby, father thought he was going to die. That's it." Ruby guessed. Could it be that father doesn't like this party? Because such a grand banquet is being held just for me. Does father think I begged Isaac or something? Was I wrong to think they'd changed a little? Freya's voice chimed in. "It's so hot, and everyone is so lively." Ruby didn't understand why the blue-haired man kept looking at her with sharp eyes. Then he bowed his head and didn't say another word. He was also present in the forest that day. Then he turned to the side. "Ivan, let's talk." As the two men inquired about Isaac, Ruby left. "His gaze is so frightening. I need to go to Ellen." Even Freya was curious. "Just think, I haven't even seen the Duke yet. Are they together with Ellen's brother again? Those two are really inseparable. However, anyway, I haven't seen Endymion for a long time since that incident." Endymion scratched his head and looked away. Yeah, well, Excuse me. Freya felt embarrassed for him. He still seems so shy. There's no need to be so shy. Ivan chuckled softly. Please understand him, Mississippi. He's not very outgoing. So, Freya added, but I think his personality has gotten worse after arguing with my brother. Ruby still didn't know anything. Arguing? Damien argued with someone? What happened? Ivan explained to her, it seems my lady doesn't know about this. Not long ago, Lorenzo and Endymion had a fight in front of the temple. Ruby immediately thought, could have been that day. Ivan shook his head in frustration. Even when I asked them why they were fighting, they kept their mouths shut. Honestly, these kids. Suddenly, Freya grabbed Ruby's hand. My lady, let's stop listening to these boring stories. Come and have fun with us. Ellen continued, speaking casually. Do the right thing. You should take this opportunity to build close relationships. Ruby, my brother hopes so too. That's why he organized this banquet. Freya excitedly pulled Ruby along. Let's go, let's go. But no one knew that someone else was watching, especially someone paying attention to Rebecca de Borgia. The other young ladies also enjoyed Ruby's dancing. My lady, please teach me too. Are my steps like this? Ruby enthusiastically instructed. That's right. First extend your leg, then like this. Everyone praised Ruby. So elegant, as expected of a southern noble. Even the dancing is different. I plan to go to Romania this winter. If it weren't for my lady, I wouldn't know anything. Ruby chuckled softly. You don't have to worry so much. After the commotion of running away from home, she had been under a lot of stress. Fortunately, the current atmosphere was different from what she had worried about back then. They also gossiped about Isaac. Really, who would have thought he could dance? It's so surprising. So men change after they get married. That depends on the person. Look at my husband. Ruby was speechless. Mine is about the same. But since a while ago, why has Endymion been following me so closely? Does he think I can't see him? The young ladies were like people in a fog. Actually, when the two of you came out just now, my heart was pounding. My lady is so lovely, and Sir Isaac looked incredibly sexy. Ruby just kept smiling. Even though you're dressed scantily, you still like it. Should I join in as an ardent fan? Another young lady asked. My lady must be very touched right now, right? Ruby was also swept up in the moment, of course. But one young lady, fond of her Barb comments, mused, I wonder if it's because my lady loves her husband so much. Or is there another reason? I can't think of any recent scandals. My lady, could you enlighten us? Ruby's smile widened, brighter than before. Here we go again, she thought. They won't be satisfied until they've stirred up some drama. I certainly wasn't thinking clearly at the time, the young lady added. Romania seems to have such a free and comfortable atmosphere, doesn't it? Ruby simply shook her head. Not at all. Quite the opposite, in fact. Things are much stricter in Romania. If my brother were here, he'd be furious. My family must be worried sick about me. You're frustrated because things didn't go your way, aren't you? Ruby thought, her expression unreadable. So please stop prying. Even if you deliberately provoke those optimistic, dreamy types, you'll only end up hurting yourself, won't you? No matter what anyone says, I'll stick to my principles. Now that I'm suspected of poisoning Freya, I have to be even more resolute. The others weren't quite so malicious. In any case, one said, it's truly wonderful that my lady has returned safely. Indeed, my lady's husband searched day and night for her. The entire kingdom was praying for her safe return. Ruby offered a polite, non-committal smile. Thank you all. Meanwhile, Ellen had been watching Ruby intently. Without a word, she patted Ruby's head. Ruby's sudden gaze startled her. Oh, Ellen exclaimed. I'm sorry. The focus then shifted to Freya. However, Miss Fiona, is it all right for you to be out and about for so long? Freya replied, of course. I could even manage a few more dances. The young lady gasped. Wonderful. An Omerta banquet wouldn't be complete without you, Mississippi. Who would do such a terrible thing? I hope they catch the culprit soon. At this, Freya set down her glass. We shouldn't be discussing such matters here. Then, looking at Ruby, she asked, what is it? Why are you looking at me like that? That look, Ruby thought. It's Freya. All right, she still suspects I'm the real culprit. Even so, I can hardly blame the victim. Freya and the others who had been speaking apologized profusely. Yes, we shouldn't be dwelling on such dark topics. I was being thoughtless. Amidst the flurry of apologies, Ruby's mind drifted back to something she'd been trying to forget. That day, Freya rode off on her horse. Was she really that busy? Perhaps it's because my fear of being hurt has built up so much lately that I can't trust anyone now. She thought, I'd rather hide my true feelings than be foolishly stabbed in the back. That's my best chance of survival. Excuse me, everyone, Ruby announced. I need to use the restroom. And this time, it's not to be sick. Drying her hands, Ruby thought, if something like the horse race happens again, Isaac will be completely fed up with me. And Isaac already knows about my connection to the magical beasts. Will he really understand, no matter how many times I'm suspected? A sudden wave of anxiety washed over her. When Isaac looks at me, is it pity, sympathy, or just simple interest, or something else entirely? I'm not sure, but at least he bothered to look for me, and he didn't kill my magical beast friends. I think he cares about me. If that's the case, then I have to make sure our relationship is solid. Everything else can come later. Tonight, I'll see Isaac. I have to make it impossible for him to break off the engagement. Just as she felt a sense of resolve, whispers arose from another part of the room. As expected, escorting her to the formal banquet and even dancing with her. Anyone can see she's showing off. Could it be that Romania is putting pressure on them too? They must be furious that their precious daughter ran away. Running away without knowing the area, how stupid can she be? Honestly, what a fool. She's a walking disaster for this place. At that moment, recalling the time he pushed his wife away to embrace Miss Friona, as expected, his heart still belonged to Miss Freya. They hadn't even consummated their marriage, the implication hanging heavy in the air. And my lady's accomplishments are so dazzling. Poor Miss Friona. Ruby watched them, unable to hold back, though I expected this kind of reaction. Then they added, I heard the self-defense force soldiers found my lady, didn't they? She came herself, pretending to be a vixen. Ruby began to feel irritated, but they continued their gossiping. The rumors had already spread. She was known for her infatuation with men. As I see it, Ruby suddenly pulled back the curtain, startling everyone. Guilt washed over their faces. My lady, we were just... But Ruby's choked sob startled them all. I truly did nothing. I didn't expect everyone to think this way. Someone like me really shouldn't be here. The three of them quickly changed their expressions. Absolutely not, my lady. We truly didn't mean anything else. Ruby did something that shocked them. I'll go find my husband and ask for a divorce right now. Will that appease my lady's anger? Indeed, they began to feel afraid. Ruby relished their expressions. It was truly hateful. If everyone knew the reason for her divorce was because of them, they would live in constant fear of retribution. Suddenly, the young ladies began to cry. Perhaps there's been an unnecessary misunderstanding between us. We were just excited hearing others gossip. Please forgive us, my lady. I sincerely apologize to my lady. Ruby thought irritably, just moments ago, they were gossiping with such glee. Now, let's slowly put an end to this, shall we? So you believe me? They nodded repeatedly. Yes, of course, my lady. Ruby rubbed her eyes. Thank you, everyone. I won't tell my husband about the divorce. They were actually just worried about themselves. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, my lady. To others, it seemed a harmonious and friendly interlude, but Ruby truly envied those who lived such carefree lives, for they would never know the anxiety of feeling like they were walking on thin ice every moment. Crying for a bit made me thirsty. Acting is so tiring. Eavesdropping is tiring, too. Then everyone else was shouting, look, wow, the fireworks are so beautiful. As for Ruby, she didn't care at all. Fireworks were just firecrackers. Whatever. The problem was the sheer number of people. Let's take a look. Ruby was pushing through the dense crowd. A mysterious voice appeared behind her. Hey, Ruby. Before anything else could happen, an explosion rang out. It was the sound of fireworks under the starry sky, and Damien was extremely anxious. Where's my lady? According to those young ladies, my lady should have gone this way, but there are too many people. It's hard to find her. My lady? My lady? What's wrong? Are you unwell, my lady? Ruby said uncomfortably. My foot hurts so much. Damien continued to fret. Can you walk, my lady? Ruby didn't know who the person was who had clearly called her name, presumably because she had accidentally stepped on their foot. I can walk, but why does it hurt so much? She struggled, calling out for Endymion. Have you seen my husband? The party continued on. As usual, Isaac was busy socializing. Then, Captain Endymion's voice reached his ears. Sir Isaac, I've escorted my lady here. Ruby's legs gave way, and she collapsed. Ruby's eyes widened in surprise. What was happening? As if the pain wasn't enough, did she have to be humiliated as well? Isaac asked her, are you all right? Isaac's worried expression was evident. Or did you faint? Ruby thought, if only she had actually fainted. No, please don't touch me. Isaac added, if you fainted, you must be tired. Don't. At that moment, Ruby could only bury her face in Isaac's chest. Could someone dig a hole for me to hide in? Isaac muttered, frowning. Let me see your face. It was just a fall. Ruby blushed, shaking her head. No matter what, I really look like a fool. Isaac tried to comfort her. A fool? There's no fool here. It's all right. Let me see your face. All he could see were the tears shimmering on Ruby's eyelashes. Isaac asked softly, "Why are you crying? Did you get into trouble again?" Ruby wasn't a child. It must have really hurt. That's why I missed you so much. It wasn't her fault that her foot had been stepped on. If she revealed what happened, perhaps tonight's festivities would be ruined. However, I still want to see you. My foot hurts so badly. A gloomy atmosphere settled over the banquet. Isaac lifted Ruby's foot, his jaw clenching. Which scoundrel dared to do this? I'll find out myself. Ivan grabbed Isaac's arm. Wait, but Isaac had already lost his composure. Let go of my hand. Isaac's demeanor startled everyone. Damien rushed over. My lord, I apologize. I should have protected my lady better. Isaac replied coldly. That was an act done in an instant, requiring only a moment's thought. It could have happened at any time. Ruby had completely forgotten about the incident by now. Once his anger ignited, no one could stop him. Freya also rushed over. Isaac, what happened? Isaac, uncaring, pushed her aside. Move. Freya's eyes widened. Ruby tried to soothe him. Calm down. It's not like... Isaac looked at her. Not like what? Then why is your foot like this? What did that person say to you? That's why I had to come to you like this. He wanted to check on her because someone had hurt and threatened Ruby. Or was it because this happened at his own banquet? Whatever the reason, she had to calm him down quickly. Ruby gently lifted her hands and embraced Isaac tightly. Husband, I missed you so much. That's why I went there. My foot hurt so badly I couldn't even greet you properly. I didn't know you'd be this angry. Everyone watched the scene in silence. Isaac, his tension easing, embraced her. And Damien, please take care of the rest. Ruby wept silently. Help me, everyone. Isaac led Ruby to a room. He examined the shoe in his hand. It was filthy. Then Isaac looked at Ruby, whose emotions were in turmoil. The banquet and their first night had been ruined by this. After the treatment, Isaac would surely scold her. Perhaps he would send her back to Romania, just like last time. But he had promised not to send her back again. Should she trust those words? Wouldn't gentleness turn into violence in an instant? And she didn't like this silence. Ruby's heart skipped a beat as she looked at Isaac. He didn't know what she was worried about. Isaac didn't even know what to say. After finishing the treatment, the servant said, "It's all done, my lord." Isaac instructed, "Wait, remove the turtle decorations as well. Didn't you hear me?" Isaac continued to feel uneasy. Ruby was curious too. Isaac turned to her and asked, "So you didn't see clearly who did it?" Ruby shook her head. "Yes, I really didn't see. I'm not lying." After a moment, Isaac sat down beside her. "I don't think you're lying. With your foot like this, perhaps the banquet should end." Ruby said sadly, "I'm sorry. This banquet was a rare occasion you prepared for me, but it's ruined, and it's my fault." What's that expression? Are you angry? Isaac carefully observed her demeanor. Ruby had been acting like this for a long time, just as Isaac suspected. "You seem regretful." Ruby gave a small laugh. "The one who should be regretful is you, not me. As long as I'm with you, I was happy tonight. Even if the plan failed, we could try again. I hope we can continue to be together like this." Rebecca confessed that she, too, wanted to stay by Isaac's side tonight. Isaac seemed surprised by her words. Seeing his reaction, Ruby, flustered, corrected herself. "Of course, it's probably a bit difficult for someone as busy as you." But Isaac showed no sign of refusal. He stood up shyly. "Shouldn't we take a walk first?" Ruby thought to herself, he's acting so strangely. Should I just let him go alone? The place they chose for their walk turned out to be a greenhouse. Isaac held Ruby in his arms as they strolled. "I tried my best to make it as similar as possible, but I don't know if it's quite like Romania." Contrary to Isaac's worry, Ruby found the place truly beautiful. "It looks like the Hanging Gardens," she murmured, though Isaac didn't know she was referring to the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Following Ruby's train of thought, she explained, "The story goes that the queen missed her homeland so much after leaving that she fell ill with homesickness. So, the king built these gardens for his beloved wife." Ruby added, a little self-consciously, "I read it in a novel." Having said that, she felt a pang of embarrassment. Isaac probably hadn't built the greenhouse with that story in mind. Blushing slightly, Ruby thanked him. "Thank you for building such a beautiful garden for me. I truly love it." "I'm glad you like it," Isaac replied. The greenhouse was filled with roses, and so many other beautiful flowers to admire. Ruby exclaimed, her spirits lifting. "Let's take a slow walk around this place," she suggested brightly. "How could I refuse when my wife has such a wish?" Isaac responded. Then, abruptly, he changed the subject. "But I've been meaning to ask. The Nightingale of Sistina, why did the Romanians call you that?" Isaac asked curiously. Ruby explained, It's probably because when I was young, after I sang a song on my brother's birthday, everyone started calling me that. The people of her homeland had constantly called her the Nightingale of Sistina or the Angel of Sistina. All these titles, in reality, referred to a puppet who only spoke and sang according to her family's wishes. The slightly embarrassing nickname brought a blush to Ruby's cheeks. Isaac teased gently, "It seems you have a talent for singing as well." Ruby quickly denied it. Isaac continued, his tone thoughtful. "I wonder, in the South, does the tortoise have some negative symbolism?" Isaac's question surprised Ruby. "No," she said, "it's just that I'm afraid of being alone with it." But Isaac wasn't easily convinced. "It seems there's another reason," he pressed, "that merely looking at a model would frighten you so." The real reason made Ruby hesitate. 3 years ago, before her marriage to Duke Rembrandt, a bird struggled to escape its cage. Ruby's voice echoed in her memory. "I don't like this. Please leave me alone. I'm not a puppet." She had pleaded with her brother, Cesare, the very architect of her family's downfall. Later, she had vehemently refused, unwilling to lose her new family. With that, Ruby had slammed the door and stormed out, leaving Cesare alone in the room, thinking she was foolish. It was dark by then. Back in her room, Ruby was filled with regret. "I shouldn't have lost my temper with Cesare. Father might call me in for scolding." Hesitantly, she opened the door, intending to apologize to Cesare for her outburst. Instead, she witnessed a scene that would scar her psyche. The setting sun streamed through the window, casting a crimson glow that merged with the horrific sight of the poor bird. Its wings had been broken by Cesare. Blood stained his face. "I've been waiting for you," he'd said. The small bird was dying. Ruby's mouth opened in a silent scream. "What have you done?" Instead of an answer, 2 maids seized Ruby's arms. "Can you put that down?" Ruby seemed to be begging Cesare. He coldly tossed the bird at Ruby's horrified feet. "Look closely, Ruby," he said. "This is the price of defying me." The wingless bird struggled. A tortoise walked by. Then the tortoise opened its jaws wide and snatched the little bird. Cesare cruelly said to Rebecca, "Look, this is the pitiful life you killed." Forced to witness this, Rebecca was deeply disturbed. Enzo had given her that bird. Rebecca had cherished the sweet creature. It was the first gift she had ever received, a small, precious life she had once held dear. Now it was dead because of her. From then on, whether real or replicas, Rebecca avoided tortoises, the memory of that moment flashing back. Usually, she would try to endure it, but when faced with sudden encounters, her emotions would inevitably erupt. How could Rebecca tell Isaac all of this? She lied, saying she had simply been bitten by a tortoise. Isaac said that if she told him, he would get rid of them all. Rebecca was puzzled, not understanding what Isaac meant. "Everything is all right here, so you don't have to endure any more pain in the future," Isaac comforted her. He meant that Rebecca didn't need to suffer any further injustice. His gentle words left her speechless. "I'm quite good at enduring things, you know," she affirmed. "From now on, I'll try to listen to you," Rebecca said. "I'm sorry for always worrying you." Isaac, dissatisfied, reminded her to stop apologizing. He really does love to complain, Rebecca thought to herself. Isaac then asked Rebecca to tell him about her family. He was curious about what they were like. Rebecca didn't understand why Isaac was suddenly asking this. He felt there was nothing strange about a husband asking about his wife's family, especially with Cardinal Valentino's impending arrival. Knowing beforehand would allow for better preparation. Isaac explained that it wasn't strange to be asked, but the reason for Rebecca's hesitation was that when she thought of her family, no fond memories surfaced. She didn't know where they heard the rumors from, but they always criticized Rebecca, and her husbands would question her relationship with Cesare. It was just speculation, but Rebecca suspected the source of those foolish rumors was Cesare himself. Rebecca had never had a good relationship with any of her fiancés, and even though the marriages were merely arrangements, Cesare would use dirty tricks to bring Rebecca back to his side. Rebecca told Isaac that despite being hailed as the next pope, her brother Cesare wasn't so pious. She believed that Cesare himself didn't desire the priesthood as much as others thought. Based on past memories, Rebecca was quite certain Cesare wanted to be a true knight more than anything. After listening to Rebecca's story, Isaac understood somewhat. "Don't you miss your family?" he asked. Rebecca didn't think it was to that extent. Suddenly, she fell silent. "Did I say something wrong?" Isaac asked. Rebecca quickly waved her hand. "No, she said. I just can't seem to control my expression, she surmised. This is my home now, but matters concerning my family aren't exactly a welcome topic, Rebecca explained to Isaac. Isaac's attention focused. Does that include everyone? Does that include me? Rebecca quickly refuted this. She swiftly changed the subject. Speaking of which, you haven't heard about the birdcage, have you? I'm not asking you to tell me, just a little curious. Isaac told her to wait and held out his hand. He gently took Rebecca's hand. Her eyes widened in sudden surprise. The bracelet was said to bring good luck. Isaac carefully fastened one onto Rebecca's wrist. He told her to keep it. What Isaac had just given Rebecca was a key. Isaac revealed that it was the key to the jewelry vault, much to Rebecca's astonishment. While she was still reeling from the shock, Isaac added, "You can take anything you like anytime." Rebecca couldn't bring herself to do that. Blushing, Isaac said, "As long as it's you, it's fine." Each family's jewelry vault held their genealogy and precious items passed down through generations. But why entrust this place to Rebecca? She wondered. She couldn't understand Isaac's intentions. Meanwhile, Isaac, misinterpreting her silence, said, "So it's not a birdcage after all. Are you disappointed?" he asked. "Of course not," Rebecca replied, feeling a surge of gratitude. "I truly love it here," she confessed, and to express her appreciation, she impulsively kissed Isaac on the cheek. He seemed even more startled than she had been earlier. The kiss hung in the air, a gesture of appeasement, perhaps. Flustered, Rebecca quickly changed the subject. "Oh, let me show you something interesting," she said, rising abruptly to her feet. Isaac hurried after her, cautioning her not to run. "It's all right," she assured him. "I feel much better now." Seeing his skeptical look, she added, with a touch of playful defiance, "See, I'm perfectly fine," she demonstrated with a graceful twirl. Despite her reassurances, Isaac remained uneasy. Suddenly, Rebecca slipped. Isaac lunged forward, his heart leaping into his throat. Luckily, he caught her just in time. "Be careful," he admonished, his voice laced with his characteristic overprotectiveness. "Are you all right?" he asked anxiously, his handsome face close to hers, his concern evident. Rebecca felt her cheeks flush at his proximity and the intensity of his gaze. "Of course," she stammered. "I'm much better than before." Isaac visibly relaxed at her words. Then, abruptly, he asked, "You're all right? But more importantly, do you dance like that in front of the frost dragon?" The question shattered the tender moment. Rebecca quickly denied it. "Why would I dance in front of the frost dragon?" "If that were true," Isaac teased, lightly tapping her nose, causing her to squeeze her eyes shut, "then I'd understand why that gecko wanted to kidnap you." "My wife has so many hidden talents," he murmured, his eyes full of affection. Rebecca felt herself almost succumbing to the illusion he was weaving, to the angelic smile that threatened to ensnare her. She knew she was the target of his charm, yet it was hard to resist. Suddenly, as if realizing how long they had been gazing at each other, Isaac straightened. "Let's go back and rest early today," he suggested, noticing the lingering dirt in her hair. "I'll have someone prepare a bath for you," he offered. But Rebecca didn't want that. Clinging to his neck, she protested. "I said I'm scared," she confessed. Isaac gently soothed her. "Did the new maid frighten you?" he asked, his voice darkening. How could she say such a thing? "Absolutely not," she rushed to deny. Rona was innocent. "I'm afraid to be alone," she corrected herself quickly. It was late, but everyone was still gathered in the hall. Gathering her courage, she said, "I want to stay with you a little longer." She reasoned with herself that perhaps everything she was saying to Isaac was simply the result of some enchantment. Her sudden candor surprised him. He didn't refuse, however, and extended his hand. Gently, he helped her up. "What are you saying, you sweet thing?" he wondered aloud, acquiescing to her request as he led her out of the greenhouse. Rebecca misinterpreted his words again. "It seems I failed this time too," she thought. She had simply intended to bathe and sleep, but Isaac's demeanor suggested otherwise. Of course, she sighed inwardly. Once again, she had misjudged his intentions. She was still reeling from her misinterpretation when Isaac carefully placed her on a chair. He told her to wait and then went to summon a servant. Rebecca remained in the bathroom, bewildered, unsure of what was happening. She wondered what Isaac meant by bringing her to the bathroom. How could they be alone here? Just then, Rona, summoned by Isaac, entered and greeted Rebecca. Rona gasped at the sight of Rebecca's injured leg, anxiously asking what had happened. Rebecca, with a casual air, explained it was just a minor mishap, a consequence of following her master's instructions. Rona, accepting this at face value, quickly began to help Rebecca change her clothes. "I've added holy water to the bath," Rona said, so your wound will heal quickly. The maid then offered a gentle warning, her voice laced with concern. My lady, you mustn't injure yourself. Such beautiful legs. If they were to scar, it would break my heart. Rebecca offered a reassuring smile. I'll be careful. Thank you for your concern. Having seen to everything, Rona informed Rebecca that she would be taking her leave. This puzzled Rebecca. Why was she leaving? The master only instructed me to help you change, my lady, Rona explained. Rona then delivered a piece of news that was intended to be cheerful. Isaac would be helping Rebecca with her bath. Rebecca's face froze. The idea of Isaac bathing her was utterly baffling. Did he interpret my desire to spend more time with him as a request for him to bathe me? A blush crept up Rebecca's neck. She walked towards the bath, her thoughts a whirlwind. Impossible. That blockhead couldn't possibly have had that sort of thought. He shouldn't treat me like a child. I can bathe myself. With a sigh, Rebecca stepped into the tub. The warm water was a welcome embrace. The soothing warmth loosened Rebecca's anxieties, and she found herself humming a tune. My only wish is for you to tell me you miss me. Standing on the balcony, in elegant clothes, watching the sunset, my love, her spirits lifted with the melody. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. I wonder how Popo Pudding and Little Dragon are doing. She continued her song. Tell me you'll come back to me. She hadn't noticed Isaac enter the bathroom. Lost in the melody, she jumped at the sound of Isaac's voice. What are you singing? Startled, Rebecca instinctively covered herself with her hands. She had absolutely no idea when he had changed and entered. They stood frozen, staring at each other. Isaac stepped closer. Why are you so surprised? He asked. Rebecca stammered. Because you appeared so suddenly from behind. Anyone would be startled. And what are you wearing? It's barely covering anything. Isaac seemed unfazed by her flustered reaction. Let's see to your leg first, he said. Rebecca tried to calm herself. He always wears such revealing clothes, she thought. Isaac knelt down and carefully examined Rebecca's leg. He gently massaged the injured area. Soak it a little longer, he instructed. Rebecca's mind raced. Is he really going to bathe me? He probably is, but he just wants to help me wash, that's all. She took a deep breath, trying to regain her composure. Then a thought struck her. This was her chance. As Isaac turned his back, Rebecca hatched a plan to playfully attack him from behind. Just then, Isaac spoke. I forgot the scented oil. Rebecca froze, quickly averting her gaze. If I had done that, I would be dead, she thought. Isaac continued. Is it all right if I use my usual one? It was precisely the scent Rebecca loved, the one that clung to Isaac. He looked at her quizzically. You like everything? Yes, she replied simply. Then, Isaac said something that made her heart skip a beat. Take off your clothes. Rebecca stared at him, stunned. She cautiously asked him to repeat himself, but he merely reiterated, if you want to bathe, you need to take off your clothes, right? Isaac seemed to sense her apprehension. I'll turn around. You don't have to worry. His consideration was touching, yet Rebecca couldn't shake the feeling that she was being seduced. Seeing no way to refuse, she complied. Suddenly, she remembered. She couldn't forget about the scar on her back. Resigned, Rebecca told Isaac, I'm ready. He immediately turned around. Isaac's gaze fell upon the scar on Rebecca's back. He leaned closer, his eyes fixed on a mark. Knowing he shouldn't pry, he simply asked, shall we wash your hair first? Rebecca, meanwhile, had a fleeting, absurd worry. He's not going to pull out all my hair, is he? She wondered as Isaac's fingers gently touched her hair. Isaac's touch startled her, and he paused, afraid he'd hurt Rebecca. She quickly reassured him, telling him it was all right and instructing him to lather the shampoo before applying it to her hair. The Duke obediently took more shampoo and, as instructed, attempted to work it into a lather. Isaac explained that he wasn't skilled in such things, hence his clumsiness, and apologized for it. As her husband tended to her, Rebecca thought how the bubbles he created felt like gentle caresses against her heart, a strange sensation, both foreign and ticklish. Since becoming Rebecca, being bathed by servants had gradually become commonplace. Attended to by practiced, meticulous hands, she had almost begun to feel like a doll. But Isaac's hands, though clumsy, felt strangely warm. Rebecca suddenly asked, Are you tired? Isaac replied, It's fine, but then reminded her, Don't call me by my name, well, like you did before. That was when Rebecca had rushed to embrace Isaac tightly, calling him husband. The embarrassing memory resurfaced, making Rebecca want to shrink away. Why did she have to remember that? Even with 100 times the courage, Rebecca couldn't bring herself to call him husband again. Deciding to test the waters, she asked, "Can I call you Ace?" Isaac immediately refused. Undeterred, Rebecca reminded Isaac that he, too, had never called her by her name. Now it was Isaac's turn to feel awkward. He changed the subject. "Why is your hair so thin?" Not wanting to prolong the mutual embarrassment, Rebecca asked, "Were you talking with your colleagues earlier?" Isaac replied, "It was about conquering the frost dragon." Hearing this, Rebecca craned her neck to glance at Isaac. He hastily said he was joking. She bristled. "That's not funny, Isaac." He had to explain that his colleagues seemed worried. Rebecca was curious. "How did they know?" Isaac retorted, "How would I know?" and then told her to close her eyes, proceeding to pour a bucket of water over her head. He deemed her hair sufficiently clean and soft now. Having finished washing her hair, Isaac asked for Rebecca's hand. Of course, her hands also had to be thoroughly cleaned. No longer clumsy, Isaac quickly washed Rebecca's hands. Rebecca's current feeling could be summed up in one word: awkward. But she said nothing, so Isaac continued bathing her. He told her, "Tell me if it hurts. Sometimes I can't control my strength." Rebecca stole a glance at her handsome husband. Noticing her staring, Isaac asked curiously, "What?" Rebecca flustered. "Nothing." Isaac commented, "You're so boring," and then said, "I still have to wash the uninjured parts of your legs." He went back to washing her. Rebecca watched him intently, thinking, "This man, why is he so focused? Or does he simply not see me as a woman?" She thought if that's the case. Rebecca suddenly spoke, "Isaac, you can come in too. This time, I want to wash you," Rebecca said. Isaac was taken aback by his wife's suggestive words. "Do you think I'm a stone, unaware of anything?" Isaac asked bluntly. Rebecca hastily explained, No, I really want to repay you." Suddenly, Isaac released Rebecca's foot, saying, "Wash the rest yourself." She hadn't expected this reaction from Isaac. At this moment, Rebecca knew she couldn't let Isaac leave. Unaware of her nakedness, Rebecca hurriedly grabbed Isaac's arm, crying out, "Wait!" Isaac's face flushed as red as a tomato. "What are you doing?" he asked. Clinging to him, Rebecca pleaded, "Don't go. I really just want to be with you." Isaac stammered a reassurance that he wouldn't leave, but told her to let go of his arm. She knew he was lying. If she let go, he would run. But Rebecca, not mindful of the slippery bathroom floor, stumbled, lost her balance, and tumbled ungracefully into the bath. Water splashed everywhere. Things clattered to the floor. Rebecca let out a soft groan of pain. Especially in his effort to catch her, Isaac had fallen into the bathtub as well. Now, with Rebecca on top of him, she thought, "I'm doomed." Worried that Isaac was hurt, she anxiously asked, "Are you all right?" With his beloved wife sprawled across him, completely unclothed, Isaac looked at Rebecca and thought, "There's no way I'm all right." Blushing crimson, he turned his face away, gritting his teeth and muttering under his breath. Then Isaac gently lifted Rebecca and carried her out of the tub. Rebecca, still bewildered by being swept up so suddenly, hadn't even processed what was happening before Isaac set her down on a rug. He told her to wait a moment and then left the room. Rebecca burst into tears, berating herself. She felt so useless. Why had she done something so foolish? Fear made her tremble. Even the slightest pain could be catastrophic. Just then, Isaac's voice reached her, telling her to turn around. A towel was gently draped over her. Isaac came closer and gently dried her hair. Hesitantly, Rebecca asked, "Are you angry?" Isaac wondered why he would be. Hearing such an unexpected answer, Rebecca truly didn't understand why Isaac was always like this. Lost in confused thoughts, Rebecca didn't notice Isaac kneel beside her leg and see the scars there. Feeling his touch, Rebecca flinched, pulling the towel down to cover them. She looked at Isaac with wide, startled eyes, suddenly realizing she'd overreacted. Embarrassed, Rebecca mumbled, "It's nothing." She lied. "I got into a little trouble when I was younger. I'm so clumsy." Isaac always treated Rebecca with sincerity, yet she constantly lied to him. Rebecca knew this. She knew how she had been treated in Romania, the inherent nature of that country. She desperately didn't want to be discovered. As the protective cocoon around her slowly unraveled, as the enormous, fragile egg of her true self was laid bare before Isaac, Rebecca didn't know how to face his gaze. She truly didn't know if his compassion and sense of responsibility were merely fleeting flashes. Rebecca believed the small boat carrying those emotions could easily capsize in the next wave. She worried that her very existence, even her bold act of preventing Alenia's poisoning, wasn't enough. The number of people on Rebecca's side might very well be zero. Isaac spoke. I didn't think the Pope would be so strict. It's quite interesting, isn't it? I was surprised too, Rebecca lied, adding, no, it's my fault. But she didn't notice the tears that had begun to fall. Isaac asked if she was crying because she remembered what happened. She quickly wiped her eyes and said she wasn't. Unable to bear seeing his wife upset, Isaac took Rebecca's hand and gently kissed it. This gesture was truly beyond Rebecca's comprehension. Isaac held her hand tightly, almost pleadingly, and told her not to cry. Every time you cry, I honestly don't know what to do. It's terrifying, Isaac said earnestly, because I can't do anything. I'll go crazy. How am I supposed to comfort you? Isaac asked Rebecca, if I had realized sooner, you wouldn't have had to suffer. I'm sorry. That's all I can think of. Gently wiping away Rebecca's tears, he said softly, I will love you. I won't run away from you anymore. You have a chance to leave this place now, but tell me what you want. As he spoke, Isaac took Rebecca's hand again. He declared, I'll do anything for you. I can do anything for you. Isaac whispered, kissing Rebecca's hand. Her eyes were still brimming with tears, but she was stunned, her cheeks flushed. After all of this, there was no turning back. Even so, you don't care. Isaac still cared about her feelings, wanting her to answer him once more. Actually, I know the choice is mine. No one could decide for me, because this time with you will be the last time. The two stood face to face, feeling each other's presence. Isaac gently wrapped his arms around Rebecca's waist, pulling her closer. Carefully, he answered in a low voice, this way, even if you regret it later. I won't let you go, Isaac said, looking directly into Rebecca's eyes. Still caught in the sweet moment from earlier, Rebecca wondered, could she truly make a different choice? Let's fall into this abyss together. Droplets of water trailed from his hair, down his face and back. One answer could lead to one choice, but Rebecca, stubbornly unchanged, made her decision after careful consideration. She reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, somewhere with my friends. Rebecca smiled as she gave her answer, her eyes no longer shying away from his. Isaac, feeling some of the tension ease, relaxed further, his cheeks flushed with happiness. The towel slipped to the floor as Isaac moved closer to Rebecca. Her eyes widened, her face burning crimson with embarrassment. Slowly, Isaac pressed a kiss to Rebecca's lips. She didn't pull away, instead responding with fervor. Isaac grew bolder, wanting to devour her lips. He lifted Rebecca into his arms, holding her tightly. After a moment, Isaac released her, both of them basking in the afterglow, their gazes locked. Isaac looked at her with satisfaction, murmuring, thank goodness. Then, he turned and slowly, gently, carried her back to the bedroom. Holding her close, Isaac placed her on the bed. Anxious, Rebecca watched the man before her, softly calling his name, Isaac. Isaac, standing before her, his face flushed, then untied the towel wrapped around him. The towel landed with a thud at his feet, and he moved towards her. He lifted Rebecca's leg and kissed her swollen wound. Rebecca let out a helpless whimper. Isaac knelt on the bed, pushing her down so they were now in an intimate position. He softly called her name, Rebecca. Isaac stared at her, as if saying, come on, say my name. Rebecca, seemingly understanding his intent, looked at him with sparkling eyes. He gently caressed her face. Hearing this, his hand froze, his face reddening like a ripe tomato. Damn it! Isaac lowered his head to her shoulder. He leaned close to her, whispering, if you keep looking at me like that. Rebecca, still not understanding, maintained her innocent expression and sparkling eyes, asking, like what? Unable to control himself, Isaac lowered his eyes and gently kissed her forehead, then trailed kisses down the bridge of her nose, nibbling softly on the tip. Finally, he kissed the lips he had been longing for. Rebecca shyly returned his kiss. She flinched, letting out a few uncomfortable sounds. Rebecca's face flushed crimson, her hands tightening around his neck as she whispered in his ear, it tickles. It tickles so much. Rebecca's eyes widened as she cried out. Startled, Isaac quickly checked on her. Does it hurt? She replied tearfully, just a little scared. Isaac held her close, comforting her. It's all right, Rebecca. I'm just as clumsy as you, not at all. The next moment, she really wanted to contradict what he had just said. The eyes in the room were warmed by the firelight, and it felt strange. Rebecca grimaced, feeling like she couldn't take it anymore. Seeing her distress, Isaac held her tightly, his heart aching. Me too, Rebecca. Rebecca opened her eyes and looked at him. She paused, those turbulent eyes filled with tender affection. Who exactly had fallen into the trap? Rebecca tightened her arms around his neck. Who was truly doomed after all that they had been through? That night, Isaac kissed her eyes, gently comforting her. It all held such intense emotion. He accepted what was given, regretting nothing. Isaac's voice was just loud enough for Rebecca to hear. I love you, and all those words are true. Rebecca felt it acutely. What was it that had drawn her into this inexplicable emotional quagmire? Isaac lifted her hand and kissed it soundly. Let's talk about whether tonight is a blessing or a curse. I think I've had the answer since the moment our eyes met, Rebecca replied with a radiant smile. Me too. So tell me, you want me, even if one day you leave me, I still hope we will always cherish this happy moment, even if it's just a fleeting dream. At Ruby's request, a greenhouse had been erected. Now, Ruby and Ellen were taking a tour. Ellen, gazing around in wonder, asked, Is this place meant to be a Southern-style garden? Yes, it is. Ruby beamed, her eyes sparkling as she sought Ellen's opinion, her gaze sweeping from side to side. It's beautiful, isn't it? What kind of flowers does Ellen like? Ellen, slightly startled, glanced aside. Let me make you a flower crown, Ruby offered, her smile radiant. Ellen, resting her chin in her hand, considered for a moment. Lilies, she decided. At this, Ruby's enthusiasm seemed to double. All right, I'll make it beautifully. A shy blush colored her cheeks as she expressed her gratitude to her sister-in-law. As Ruby busied herself weaving the flower crown, Ellen brought up another matter. At any rate, the invitations have been piling up, haven't they? They're all addressed to Ruby. Ruby, her face alight with a brilliant smile, responded with equal excitement. So we should be grateful, shouldn't we? If the wedding had been held here, it would have all ended in tragedy. Ruby reflected inwardly. After Isaac had hosted the banquet, invitations had flooded in from all directions for all sorts of social occasions, from tea parties to casual conversations. Everyone's attitude had shifted. They probably know our relationship has changed, she mused. Indeed, Isaac had finally made his appearance. They had held a wedding ceremony, witnessed by the knights and the archbishop. The wedding had taken place, the sacred bells of the cathedral pealing out, but the archbishop's expression hadn't been entirely joyful. Ruby had noticed this, and although the archbishop's eyes always seemed tinged with anxiety, the warmth of the moment had been unforgettable. Lost in happy memories, Ruby recalled Isaac telling her not to mind, that there was no need to return to Romania after all. She was clearly blissful and content, focusing on gathering the lilies. Ellen, too, offered to help Ruby, perhaps aware that she needn't reply to every single invitation. Sitting opposite her, Ellen frowned, shaking her head in exasperation. Just the thought of attending all those social gatherings is tiring. Ruby's health needs rest too, so take it slowly. There's no rush to take over the mansion. At these words, Ruby's eyes widened, and she looked directly at Ellen. Ruby bit her lip. If I suddenly become the mistress of the mansion, will everyone be uncomfortable? Ellen's expression turned suddenly icy, her indignation mirroring Isaac's past behavior. Who would dare to be uncomfortable with the mistress of this mansion? Ruby flinched. I was just worried, that's why I said it. If there are such people, they'll be immediately expelled from this mansion, Ellen reassured her. Ruby fiddled with the flower crown in her hands, silently thanking Ellen from the bottom of her heart. Thank you for those words, but if the maids do that, it will be different. In the beginning, her gaze towards me was gentle. Ruby thought of the mansion's housekeeper. But if I start getting involved in managing the mansion, she'll definitely show hostility. Thank you, Ellen, Ruby murmured, her hands still occupied with the flower crown. But since this is my first time managing a mansion, won't everyone be shocked? Ellen replied calmly, Don't worry, I'll help you step by step. She paused for a few seconds, then continued. You know, the person who has been by her side since I was a child is the housekeeper of this mansion. Recalling the past, Ellen's gaze dropped. In the years before my mother passed away, it was the housekeeper who handled everything. Back inside the mansion, Ruby, having returned to her seat, inquired, Are you saying your mother was similar to me? Ellen nodded slightly, her expression growing pained. Their eating habits and the scars on their hands were very similar. One day, my mother suddenly became restless, obsessed with her appearance, and tried to live a luxurious life. Then one day, she put everything down and just stayed in her room, constantly weeping. Ruby glanced at Ellen. Even without her showing her emotions, Ruby knew that if she fell into despair, depression, and confusion, it would exhaust those around her, including herself. The Duchess seemed to have a lot in common with her older sister from her past life. After a moment of thought, Ruby asked, "Do you know why your mother was like that?" But Ellen seemed to have no answers. "No, I'm not sure either. I only know that after my mother passed away, the relationship between my father and brother changed," Ellen confided, her voice soft. "When I was little," she continued, a wistful sadness in her eyes, "I witnessed my parents arguing many times. I never understood why they fought so fiercely. After that, my brother became a holy knight. Back then, I wish my mother would turn into a demon, even if it was just to see her again," she admitted, a faint smile touching her lips. "That was my naive childhood fantasy. Even if they couldn't recognize each other, they must have missed their mother terribly." Having shared her story, Ellen quickly reminded Ruby, "This stays between us, all right? Just the two of us." Ruby, inwardly elated, nodded vigorously. "Of course, don't worry, madam." Their intimate moment was interrupted by the arrival of a servant. "You have a visitor, madam." A flicker of apprehension crossed Ruby's face. "Who's here to see me?" she wondered aloud. Ellen rose, a concerned frown creasing her brow. Turning to the servant, Andy, she asked, "Who is it?" Andy scratched his head. "Some people from Longinus, your ladyship." Ruby's brow furrowed further in confusion. "Why would those people be looking for me?" Seeing her expression, Ellen asked with concern, "Is something the matter?" Andy shook his head. "Not that I know of, madam." A jolt of fear shot through Ruby. Could it be related to my secret? She fretted inwardly. Deciding to face the situation head on, she announced, "I'll go then. See you later." Ellen, still uneasy, questioned, "Are you sure you'll be all right going alone?" "Why don't we go together?" she offered. But Ruby quickly declined. "No need. You have an appointment, Ellen. They're colleagues. It'll be fine." Ellen's worry deepened. "Then have them come here." "It would be an honor, madam." The trio made their way to the greenhouse garden. Ivan, taking in the surroundings, complimented, "What a marvelous sight." Ruby, already seated at the tea table, awaited them. "It's a pleasure to see you all. Shall I make flower crowns for everyone?" Ivan immediately brightened. "What? It would be an honor." A sharp nudge to the elbow quickly silenced Ivan's enthusiasm. He winced, glancing back at the person behind him. "Actually," Ivan began, getting straight to the point, "we're here to ask for a favor. We apologize for the intrusion." Ruby, curious about the nature of their request, maintained a welcoming smile. "Oh, please ask away." The three men settled around the table, waiting for Ivan, their designated diplomat, to speak. Actually, Ivan hesitated, drawing irritated sighs from his companions and causing Ruby's glue gun to pause midair. "At this rate, the sun will set." The blue-haired knight snapped, slapping the table. "You idiot," Ivan retorted. "Why are you being so loud in front of the madam? You're making everyone uncomfortable. Let me speak." Beside him, Ruby sat, her glue gun frozen. Clearing his throat, he composed himself. "Madam, are you familiar with frost wolves?" Ruby paused, thoughtfully resting her chin in her hand. "I only know of them through illustrations." "I see. In that case, we'll be blunt." Ruby looked up, startled. "Can you speak to these wolves?" The image of a fearsome wolf flashed through her mind. Frost wolves, unlike other wolves, leave behind magic stones after they die. After leaving behind a magic stone, their corpses are no different from ordinary wolves. They are one of the rarest magical beasts. But for me to talk to them, Ruby's expression remained neutral. Has something happened? Ivan elaborated, ensuring Ruby understood the gravity of the situation. Actually, these wolves rarely leave the forest. They're also intelligent and don't actively attack humans. But Ivan seemed perplexed. "I don't know what happened, but they've suddenly appeared near people's homes. Fortunately, there haven't been any casualties yet, but they're very aggressive now. We don't know when they might suddenly attack. It's just a legend," Ivan continued. "But it's said that if you kill a frost wolf before the Henian event, you'll incur the wrath of the pack, or the killer will be driven mad with fear." Ivan arrived at his main point. "This year is the Henian year, so there will be a swordsmanship competition. In this situation, it's best to resolve the issue peacefully with them, rather than cause a massacre. I suppose if we asked you, we might get more clues," Ivan began, the weight of the situation settling heavily on Ruby. She felt utterly inadequate for this monumental task. "I can't converse with them. It's just that animals seem to understand what I say. Furthermore, Isaac's words echoed in her mind. Under no circumstances should you interact with magical beasts for the time being. She vividly recalled his counsel from that day. What do they even want from me? I can't even comprehend it, Ruby said, a nervous laugh escaping her lips. Riley, Ivan said, an awkward smile twisting his features. I'm not sure I can understand what the wolves are saying either. He paused. We've been pondering this as well, but I still believe Madame Ruby's abilities are quite extraordinary. So, I thought perhaps you could speak with these frost wolves. Ruby then inquired about Isaac. Oh, is my husband coming too? Ivan scratched his head, unsure how to respond. The blue-haired knight answered casually, no, he isn't. If that Isaac knew we came to the madam just for this, he'd kill us. A chill ran down Ruby's spine at the knight's blunt words. Hey, you idiot! What are you saying? Ivan exclaimed. Ruby shrugged. I'm not wrong. The blue-haired knight placed his teacup on the table with a clink. If you don't want to go, feel free to refuse. In truth, we didn't have high expectations either. His gaze remained fixed on Ruby. If you say you don't want to go, what can we do? Ruby looked up at the blue-haired man, her thoughts unreadable in her eyes. Ivan swiftly turned and slapped the knight, then coughed and apologized to Ruby. This useless fellow. Madam, I apologize on his behalf, and ours as well. Before Ivan could finish, Ruby interrupted him. I'll go. What? Ivan and Camille stared at each other in surprise. I'll try, Ruby affirmed, a flicker of resolve in her eyes. Silently, she offered another apology to Isaac. Whatever their reasons, Ruby smiled with satisfaction. They're still keeping secrets from me. Her resolve hardened. Just consider a good deed. Besides, if she could help them, it would earn their favor. The image of the arrogant, blue-haired knight flashed in her mind. I'd really like to sew that mouth shut. So irritating. And if information about magical beasts spreads, wouldn't it be easier to make more friends? Ivan interrupted her thoughts. Here, have some chocolates. Ivan pushed a bag of sweets towards her. Ruby momentarily froze. Do you think I'm a child? In the forest, a thick blanket of snow covered everything, amplifying the sense of foreboding. Wrapped in a heavy cloak, Ruby peered out into the desolate landscape. Ivan walked beside her, respectfully gesturing ahead. Madam, it's over there. I don't know when I'll jump out, so I've blocked this path. The chilling howls of wolves reached Ruby's ears. A wave of panic washed over Ruby, but she pushed it down and addressed Ivan. Let me get a little closer. The three of them dismounted and slowly advanced, step by cautious step. The wind howled around them as they shielded Ruby as best they could. A magical beast emerged directly into their path. It let out a menacing growl. Ivan cautiously raised his sword, pointing it at the creature. The ferocious wolf glared at the four of them, its sharp teeth bared as if ready to devour them whole. The alpha is directly confronting us, madam. Stay close behind me, Ivan instructed, turning back to address Ruby. But Ruby felt it unnecessary. It's all right. Let me go alone first. Despite their apprehension, she slowly approached the frost wolf. As she drew near, the frost wolf, though still fearsome, hesitated. Its growl softened. Removing her hood, Ruby offered a tentative smile and spoke her first words to the creature. Hello. Tears suddenly welled up in the wolf's eyes. Ruby sat down before it, and the wolf, its guard lowered, knelt in response. Studying the wolf, Ruby thought, it's less wary now, but it seems to want to tell me something. I can sense a deep sadness and resentment within it. Madam, now's the time. The blue-haired man started forward, but Ruby quickly stopped him. Wait. Then, she grabbed the blue-haired man's cloak and exclaimed, Here, there's a leg. She pointed towards the wolf. The three men stared in bewilderment. Before them lay the leg of a frost wolf, twisted at an unnatural angle. What was that? Ivan seemed to recognize it. Was it theirs? Was it broken? Andy's brother furrowed his brow. Why hadn't they seen any wolves hopping around on one leg? Behind them, the entire pack of frost wolves watched. Ruby realized something. The lead wolf kept circling the severed leg. Ruby's heart sank. I think, she began to explain, her expression mirroring the apparent sorrow of the alpha wolf. It's hard to understand exactly how it feels, but Ruby herself looked grieved. It's grieving because it can't find the owner of this leg, Ruby thought, feeling the creature's sadness as if it were her own. The blue-haired knight, Camille, asked with a puzzled look, You mean they're looking for the owner of this leg? Ruby stood up and nodded. It seems to be nearby. We should find the owner of this leg first. But he's worried that if the owner of the leg is dead, they'll go berserk and attack, right? Ivan said, bending down to examine the leg more closely. Then he commented, Looking at this severed leg, it seems like someone intentionally cut it off. If that's the case, it must be the work of poachers. Ivan drew his sword. "Arrest everyone in the vicinity," he roared, his voice thick with anger. Those who poach like this. Andy's brother, Gale, was equally furious. Suddenly, the sky opened up and rain poured down. They took shelter from the downpour in a nearby shed. Ivan and Gale searched the surrounding area, determined to catch the culprits. Looking back, Ivan ordered, "Camille, protect Lady Ruby." Ruby leaned on her hands, gazing out at the rain. Her thoughts remained with the frost wolves. Would they be all right? What if the owner of the leg was dead? "It's cold. Please put this blanket on." Ruby looked up, startled. "Oh, thank you." Suddenly, her eyes widened in alarm. Why was he here? Andy stood before her, smiling. Why was Andy here? Camille, too, was taken aback. "Why are you here?" Behind him stood Isaac, radiating fury. Bang! A heavy blow landed. Camille crumpled to the ground. Ruby gasped, her mouth agape in shock. Isaac was livid. "You bastard." Camille, wincing in pain, struggled to his feet, only to be seized by Isaac. Seeing another fist cocked back, Camille panicked. "Hey, wait, listen to me, Isaac." Ruby stepped forward, her voice ringing out, stopping him. "I'll explain. So please calm down, Isaac." Isaac finally paused, his rage momentarily held in check. He turned his gaze on her, his eyes still terrifying. Ruby flinched. "So scary. You've calmed down now, haven't you?" Isaac threw Camille aside and strode towards her. One step, two steps, then three. Seeing him towering over her, Ruby grew anxious. She blinked, her eyes wide. Looking up at him, her body trembled slightly as she fidgeted with her skirt. Isaac gently brushed some dirt from her face. "You're quite something, aren't you?" Seeing her like this, Isaac's anger softened. "Your body is already weak. Why are you running around with these people?" Ruby stammered, searching for an excuse. I just came here because I wanted to see the frost wolves." Isaac sighed, holding his head in his hand. "That makes perfect sense, doesn't it?" He turned and, seeing her still bareheaded in the rain, pulled up her hood. "What if you faint again for getting caught in the rain?" He fussed over her like a child, attending to every detail. Ruby felt a warmth spread through her despite the chill. "I won't. Let's go inside somewhere and talk." And so, inside a building, "So you took matters into your own hands because of superstition?" Isaac interrogated the bound men, his eyes narrowed. "You even lured my innocent wife with those cheap chocolates." Andy and Ruby, who happened to be enjoying said treats, exchanged guilty glances. Ivan retorted loudly, "Hey, are you planning to arrest them and kill them all?" Isaac calmly replied, "Yes." Ivan didn't back down. "You're the Emperor's nephew, so you're saying we could be punished for superstition? Your wife even said she would go with us to find those wolves. Why aren't you listening to her?" At this, Ruby jumped up guiltily, causing Andy beside her to flinch. "Wait, everyone calm down." Ruby tried to de-escalate the situation. "Isaac, please don't be angry." Isaac's voice sharpened. "Ruby, you stop too." She fell silent, heart hammering against her ribs. "I explicitly told you not to do anything reckless," Isaac challenged. Isaac's worry was palpable. What if those wolves attacked? What if he got hurt? Do you think these brats actually have any experience fighting frost wolves? Camille bristled, instantly indignant. "You bastard! How dare you underestimate us?" Isaac scowled at him. "Shut up." Ruby clutched her skirt, her knuckles white. "I remember what you said, but..." She began, then hesitated. "I'm sorry for causing trouble, up until now." Isaac stared, momentarily stunned. "What?" Isaac's anger flared again. "Who told you to spout such nonsense?" Ruby flinched. "That's not what I meant," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper. "This time, I really did cause trouble first. Everyone worked so hard to find me. You were almost put in danger because I woke the frost wolves," she confessed, her voice thick with emotion. "More than anything, I don't want to be a burden to you all anymore." The force of her words struck Isaac, silencing his anger. "I'm like a holy knight with special abilities," she continued, "but I don't have any great swordsmanship skills." Camille and Ivan, standing nearby, watched her with wide eyes. "So, even if it's just a little, I wanted to help everyone." An unusual silence followed, a silence that prickled Ruby with anxiety. "What's wrong, everyone?" "Well," Isaac chuckled, reaching out to ruffle her hair. "You don't need to worry about things like that." He offered her a reassuring smile. "You've never been a trouble or a burden." Ruby glanced up at him, and Isaac's smile softened. "So what's the real story here?" Isaac's demeanor shifted abruptly as he turned sharply towards the three men. Andy, still teary-eyed from Ruby's earlier words, wiped at his face. On the other side, a frost wolf, panting heavily, lay bound by iron chains. Its muzzle was tightly secured. The men cowered under Isaac's gaze. "We really were just trying to heal it," one stammered. Ivan's brow furrowed. "Heal it? He fixed the man with an icy stare. You said you were going to catch a frost wolf. The man, realizing his slip-up, quickly backtracked. We just happened to come across it, trapped like that. Ivan's hand shot out, grabbing the man's hair. Tell the truth. If you healed it, you should have released it. Why did you bring it here? Why were you trying to catch a frost wolf? The man flinched. It seems you have something to hide. Ivan's anger intensified. And those things over there, they're all contraband. Where did you get them? He lunged, fists flying. It's obvious you bought them on the black market. You think we're only going to hit you once or twice. Meanwhile, Isaac had already severed the chains binding the frost wolf and was carrying it towards Ruby. She looked up, asking, should we take it outside first? Outside, Isaac gently set the frost wolf down. The 5 of them stood around it, observing. Camille pointed. Now we just need to take it over there, right? But Gale stopped him. Wait a minute. He crouched down, examining the panting wolf. It's a female, and its build is different from a typical wolf. Isaac voiced his thoughts. It must be one of the alpha pair, the leaders. Just then, Ivan, looking thoroughly winded, stormed out of the building. We need to lock those guys up, regardless. He stepped outside, taking in the sight of the 5 of them standing around the wolf. He frowned, bewildered. Why are you all just standing around like that? Is it too heavy? Andy spoke up, informing Ivan. The problem is this wolf seems to be the alpha. How could we have mistakenly caught the alpha? What? Ivan echoed, equally shocked. So it's an alpha? Damn it. In the distance, a pack of wolves was approaching. Everything was falling apart. If we take it away in this condition, will they let us retreat safely? Just then, the alpha wolf writhed in pain, its breathing growing more labored. Ruby looked up, her voice laced with concern. Can we bandage it like that? Isaac reassured her. Don't worry, it's not an ordinary wolf, it's the alpha. It's just a small injury. It'll recover quickly. Ruby still seemed uncertain. But what about the frost mushroom? The thing you threw in my face last time. Ruby flinched, and he stepped in to smooth things over. It's one of the key ingredients in a wound-healing medicine, madam. Ruby stammered. I was just trying to stop Isaac back then. Ruby glanced back. The howls of frost wolves echoed from the distance. She turned towards the sound. Isaac, noticing as well, slowly lifted the alpha wolf into his arms. I'll handle this. Everyone protect Ruby. Remembering the terrifying power of the frost wolves, Ruby felt a surge of anxiety. No matter how strong Isaac was, if the pack attacked, she tugged at his shirt. Are you sure about this? Her voice grew more urgent with each passing moment of worry. If it's the alpha, the pack will be ferocious. What if they suddenly attack you? I know you're brave, but what if? Ruby couldn't contain her concern. A flicker of amusement crossed Isaac's face. Are you worried about me now? Ivan chuckled from behind them. Madam, don't worry too much. He's fought things far more ferocious than frost wolves. They should be the ones afraid. But Ruby's resolve only hardened. I'm going to. Isaac immediately disagreed. No, you stay here. No way. Ruby cried out. I said I'm worried. What if you die? Isaac paused, taken aback. Who's going to die? He turned to look at her. You're more of a danger to yourself. Hearing the wolves' snarls, Ruby fell silent and observed the situation. She stepped forward, a calming presence, towards the frost wolves. It's all right, Ruby soothed, stroking the alpha wolf in Isaac's arms. We'll take you home now. It's all right. You don't have to be afraid anymore. Isaac froze, watching in silence. Not only Isaac, but the others behind him also stared, wide-eyed, witnessing Ruby's ability. But Isaac turned away coldly, avoiding her tear-filled eyes. Even so, no. Ruby was speechless. But you just saw what I can do. She played her trump card, and I just want to stay by your side. Her eyes pleaded with him. Isaac, as always, succumbed to this. You're so stubborn. He was at his wit's end. They ventured deeper into the forest, the snarls of the frost wolves growing increasingly menacing. Ruby flinched. It sounds angry. I think I should kneel and apologize. It's the alpha. Isaac gritted out. Ruby stiffened beside him. I didn't think it would feel this way. If it's going to do something, Ruby cried out. Isaac, he immediately relented. It's fine. I'm not going to fight it. But Ruby didn't believe him. You're planning to provoke it first, aren't you? He gently placed the alpha wolf on the ground. We'll leave it here. Let's go. Ruby peeked out to observe. The wolf on the other side showed no sign of friendliness. Its eyes were still fearsome. It approached the alpha lying on the ground and nudged it gently. Then it let out a soft growl. They recognized each other, their gazes softening as they looked at one another. They were truly a pair. Ruby, let's go. She glanced back at the two wolves. Isaac extended his hand for her to take. Ruby finally reached out and took his hand. The two pairs turned back to look at each other, a heartwarming scene. The forest bathed in the afternoon sun. They walked on, Ruby softly asking Isaac, "Can I rub your hands?" Isaac frowned. "Why?" Ruby answered honestly, "They might be numb." Isaac stared at her, dumbfounded. "What do you think my profession is? Let's head back." Camille, having prepared the horses, was waiting for them. Isaac looked around. "All right, where are the others?" Camille replied, "They've already taken the poachers we caught earlier." Isaac was even more puzzled. "Then why didn't you go with them?" "I have to leave now as well." Before leaving, he turned to Ruby. "Madam." Ruby looked up in surprise. "Yes, madam. Things might not have gone so smoothly today without your presence. We received a great deal of help from you. Thank you." Camille bowed his head in gratitude towards Ruby. "Until next time, madam." Ruby smiled faintly, a little surprised. "Yes, until next time." She clasped her hands together, beaming, her face flushed. "You look happy," Isaac remarked. "It's just because I was able to help a little. If it weren't for you, everything would be a nightmare right now. Those wolves would be on the brink of frenzy." Then, Ruby smiled under the afternoon sun. "I'll help everyone again next time." Isaac watched her, his face full of happiness, offering no objection. After a moment, he casually asked her, "When will next time be?" Ruby froze. "What do you mean by next time?" "Of course, it means the next time you might need help." But Isaac quickly realized he'd misspoken. "Because you want to see your little friends. That's why you said that, right?" Ruby felt a pang of guilt. "It's not like that." He grasped her hand tightly. "No matter the reason, I don't want you to leave my side. You love chocolate so much. You'll do anything anyone says, won't you?" Ruby said awkwardly, grasping for an excuse. "I told you. I only came here to see if you were here. You're always thinking about me." Isaac paused, stroking her face. "Is that so?" He chuckled and pinched her cheek. "So you wanted to see me so badly, you ended up in such a disheveled state." Ruby offered an explanation. "It's just because it rained." She nuzzled her cheek against his hand. "So you don't like it like this?" "How can I not like it?" He wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling Ruby closer. "I just want to bathe you like last time. This time it will be a little different." With that, he kissed her deeply under the golden sunlight, their lips meeting in a fervent exchange of affection. Suddenly, Ruby stumbled, pushing him away. "Wait," Isaac murmured, his face flushed. "What's wrong?" Behind him stood Andy, his mouth agape, his face crimson. Ruby turned, stammering, "Sir," and Dimitri. Flustered, he quickly pulled away. "Sorry, I'll be going now." The two left behind exchanged glances. Ruby couldn't help but laugh. Isaac smiled and wrapped his arm around her waist. Then, he lifted her high in his arms. Ruby gasped in surprise. "Let's go home." Isaac reserved this gentle sweetness only for her. Ruby nodded, her face slightly flushed, and replied radiantly, "Okay." Under the setting sun, the two slowly rode back to the mansion. The scene shifted to a church. Footsteps echoed softly on the cold stone floor. It was Pietro lamenting to the heavens. Why is everything so messed up? When did the plan start to fail? Has their relationship already developed to that extent? Pietro should have broken her legs. Just then, someone suddenly approached and called out to Pietro, "It was you who helped me. It will be difficult to tell the master about this." This startled Pietro. "Who are you?" "We are excellent spies," the person informed him. This isn't good news for him, as his target has become unattainable. "Am I right?" "Warden." Back at the castle, in a warm room, Isaac sat beside Ruby, watching her sleep soundly. Isaac's large hand gently caressed Ruby's rosy cheeks. Just then, Ruby suddenly woke up, startling Isaac. "Did I wake you?" She quickly shook her head. "No, not at all. Are you leaving?" Isaac nodded. "I must go now, to get back before dark." Hearing this, a tinge of sadness washed over Ruby. "I understand." Isaac gazed intently at Ruby. He coaxed her gently. "Go back to sleep. You still look very tired." Ruby hurriedly sat up. "No, I'm awake." With that, she suddenly reached out and hugged Isaac tightly, whispering, "I just don't want to be separated from you. I wish I could go with you." This made Isaac blush, and then, unexpectedly, he kissed Ruby's cheek. "Even if you came with me, you wouldn't be able to see your runaway friends." Hearing this, Ruby shook her head in denial. "I didn't mean that." But Isaac still harbored doubts. "Your friends will definitely come looking for you while I'm gone. You won't immediately run after them, right? Or will you be lured away by someone with chocolate?" Ruby suddenly exclaimed, "I won't run after them. In fact, I decided this afternoon to have a tea party with Ellen in the water garden I built for you." Hearing this, Isaac was relieved and agreed to let Ruby use it. "You don't have to be shy. Just tell me. I still don't understand you very well." Ruby blushed. "Yes, I'll think about it." She knew a great deal about Isaac, but it was mostly information gleaned gleaned from novels. To say she knew him from their time together wasn't entirely true. Suddenly, Isaac reached out and held her close, his voice thick with emotion. "I don't want to leave you at all," he murmured. "Then you have to go quickly and come back to me. I'll be back as soon as I can. Wait for me," Ruby replied, happiness bubbling in her chest. "Okay, have a safe trip, Isaac." It was the first time in her life she'd been able to enjoy such tranquil days. A flicker of fear touched her. Did she even deserve this happiness? Every time the thought crossed her mind, she wished she could freeze this moment forever, even if it was all a dream destined to vanish when she woke. Meanwhile, Rona, the maid, had found a beautiful piece of jewelry. "This would be perfect for today's party," she declared. Lucille, however, disagreed. "No, it's just for looking at. This one suits Madame better." "Why are you being so stubborn?" Rona argued. "I'm just saying which jewelry suits Madame." Just then, a voice called out, "Madame, the Duke is looking for you." Surprised, Ruby told the servant to show him in. As soon as he entered, Omerta asked, "Madam, where are you going?" Ruby answered carefully, "Yes, I'm going to tea party with Alan." Hearing this, Omerta nodded in satisfaction. "It's good that Alan is taking such good care of Madam." Then Ruby, curious in turn, inquired, "Father, where are you going?" Duke Omerta replied, "I have a meeting at the palace, so I stopped by to see you." Ruby wondered, does he have something to tell me? Omerta got straight to the point. "I heard my son gave you the key to the vault." Ruby's heart skipped a beat. Is he here to take the key back? Considering his position, I can't believe it. Omerta continued to question her. "What did that boy say when he gave you the key?" Ruby answered with a nervous laugh. "Well, he entrusted it to me, asking me to keep it safe." That wasn't entirely true. He had given it to her to use freely. Omerta pondered for a moment, then said to Ruby, "If there's anything Madam wants, feel free to take it." Suddenly, Omerta noticed the bracelet on Ruby's wrist. He sighed in relief. "It's a good thing the bracelet is with you. I was worried he always does things his own way." Thankfully, he didn't use it for something frivolous. After all, it's a family heirloom. Ruby was taken aback. A family heirloom? Isaac said the bracelet brings peace. Omerta shook his head. "It was made by our ancestors, using a dragon's heart." Her eyes widened in astonishment. Her heart stuttered in her chest. "Oh my goodness." Ruby was stunned. "The bracelet is made from a dragon's heart, including these glittering jewels? They all came from a dragon's heart, and it's a family heirloom? Was it because of this that he was dissatisfied at the banquet the other day?" Just as she was thinking this, Duke Omerta apologized to Ruby. "I heard it was a banquet for Madam, so I came here specifically. My son is so thoughtless. I apologize on his behalf." Ruby quickly bowed her head. "It's all right. You don't have to worry about it. More than that, it will be better if I return the bracelet." Omerta stopped her. "It belongs to you now. You are the mistress of this mansion." The Duke pointedly asked Ruby how she felt living there, as it had originally been a desolate and dreary place. However, Ruby smiled. "On the contrary, it's more interesting than Romania." Omerta had assumed she would miss her homeland. Madam is always full of surprises. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Madam is the daughter of the Pope. I assumed you would frequent the temple. He paused. Even so, it was I who spoke those unpleasant words before. From adapting to the north to unspoken worries, the Aridal Temple is always ready to help you. Hearing this, Ruby thought, is he testing me? Then, she replied hesitantly, to be honest, just listening to him talk makes me sleepy. Now, are you trying to make me more concerned with religious life? Omerta pondered, or rather considered the Pope. If he thinks we're deliberately confining Madam. Ruby waved her hand dismissively. It's not like that. My father surely knows I enjoy it here. Omerta feigned surprise. This place is so agreeable, or is it because my son is agreeable? This gave Ruby pause, but she quickly recovered, switching into full admirer mode. I fell in love with him at first sight. It was fate, you know. Ruby smiled. You know that too, father. However, Omerta seemed a little skeptical. Are you being sincere? The question flustered Ruby slightly. Omerta continued, of course, I don't doubt your sincerity, but your answer is similar to what others have said, so I still can't quite dispel my doubts. In any case, I was merely asking. A tremor of unease ran through her, but Ruby answered firmly, I am sincere. At this, Omerta seemed to set aside his suspicions. He sighed. The older I get, the more I have to consider. Just forget I said anything. I'll be going now. With that, Omerta walked away coolly, leaving Ruby alone in the room. The scene shifted to a tea party in full swing. Princess Arian was particularly animated. I'm Princess Leia. Someone chuckled. Actually, being a prince or a princess is equally good. But then a thought struck her. Does Madam often come here to play? The children have built a secret base here, and they occasionally bring Ruby to play. The garden was as luxurious as rumored. Other guests chattered excitedly. I heard the Duke gave this place to Madam. How romantic! Ruby felt a twinge of embarrassment. Does this seem like I'm boasting too much? But Ellen reassured her, telling her to be proud. Is it too much? Well, what's wrong with a little pride? Playing the role of a little princess suits you perfectly. Ellen teased Ruby further. Just looking at you makes me envious. I understand. Just then, Freya abruptly set down her teacup. They say if a person suddenly changes, they will die. Our Isaac, since he's still healthy, that won't happen. A wave of discomfort washed over Ruby. There was a saying, where Ellen was, Freya was sure to follow. The nausea had subsided recently, but Ruby still felt averse to food. Ellen had prepared so many sweets. Could she? Even more surprising, Ivan arrived. Ladies, good afternoon. Are you enjoying yourselves? Oh my, Mr. Ivan, please join us. Would you like some tea with us? Little Princess Leah asked excitedly. Brother, what are you doing here? Ivan teased Leah. Have you been causing trouble here lately? I'm not here to pick you up. Hello, princess. Leah was a little indignant. What? No, it's not like that. I've already decided to play with the princess. You go home first, Ellen. Observing their sibling camaraderie, someone commented, you two are always so close. Ivan smiled. That's not really true, but if Madam thinks so, then let it be. Arian suddenly spoke up. Leah, I think I should be going home too. Leah was surprised. What? It's getting late. He's here to pick you up. But Leah was despondent. We haven't done anything yet. Ivan interjected. The princess says she's going back too. You should go home as well. Little sister. Arian quickly bid farewell to Madame Ruby. At that moment, Ellen stood up abruptly, telling Ruby to stay seated. I'll see the princess out. In a blink of an eye, the other guests also departed with Ivan, leaving Ruby alone at the tea table. Honestly, Mr. Ivan is quite popular. Suddenly, Ruby remembered the children seemed to have dropped something when they returned. Finally, she found it. I'll have to return this next time. Freya suddenly appeared beside Ruby, admiring the object. How lovely. I used to play with dolls when I was young, but I didn't have such dazzling jewels. Ruby was more surprised that Freya was still there. She turned again, admiring the garden. This garden is magnificent. Did Isaac really design it himself? Freya turned to look at Ruby, and then she said, Madam, you must be quite content with this place, just as I said. I'm asking you now if you are. Ah, that's a difficult question, madam. Are you happy now? Ruby was taken aback by her question. Why do you ask this so suddenly, Miss Freya? Fear crept into Ruby's heart. What should she say now? Freya gave a cold laugh. I'm simply asking because I see Madam is deeply loved by Isaac. In my experience, someone like Madam, as long as their safety is assured, will certainly be satisfied with life. Madam is no exception. Ruby grew more perplexed. What are you trying to say? Freya seemed to be calculating something. Even if you were to leave this place, marry someone else, wouldn't it be the same as now, if you were lucky? Ruby gave an awkward smile. Miss Freya, you're being awfully cryptic. I won't leave Isaac. Freya froze, then let out a sarcastic chuckle. Madam, do you truly not understand? Or are you pretending not to understand? At this moment, Ruby didn't understand what was happening. She spoke softly to Freya. Could you please be straightforward so I can understand? Don't beat around the bush like this. Hearing this, Freya spoke seriously. Madam, Isaac is His Majesty's beloved nephew, inheriting the noble bloodline of Britannia. Royalty, compared to a mixed-blood princess from a heretical cult. Do you understand what I mean? This means Isaac is highly likely to be the heir, the future ruler of the empire. I've said this much. Surely you understand now. In any case, if Isaac becomes the next heir, the future prosperity of the North will also depend, to some extent, on his partner. Will they allow a heathen to interfere in their nation? Or will they appreciate someone they don't even want to look at? Freya's implication was clear. What do those holy sons from the decaying South know about this land? Just because of Madam's intervention, those strange beasts have reappeared. Do you think this place is merely a playground? Having said this, she glanced triumphantly at Ruby. Are my words so difficult to comprehend? I don't expect Madam to understand much. Freya continued. I'm simply worried that Madam, being so gentle, will be hurt later, resenting her fate, so I wanted to warn you in advance. First love is a frightening thing, and Madam is in the midst of it, unable to control herself. But you are merely a beautiful doll who can dance. For a man like Isaac, if he loses his mind upon meeting Madam, simply because of first love, that would be a true regret. This is just a fleeting encounter. However, even Ruby knows that humans are creatures who can change at any moment. Ruby has experienced it firsthand. How could she not know? But why would Freya care about this matter? At this moment, Ruby spoke. Come to think of it, Miss Freya seems to know my husband very well. Hearing this, Freya quickly asked, does Madam find that unpleasant? Ruby denied it with a smile. Not at all. I just find it quite intriguing. Does Madam hold any resentment towards me? But Isaac has never mentioned Madam in my presence. Freya looked a little embarrassed, and she burst into laughter. He must be afraid that Madam would mistake me for his mistress. So he's looking out for me in his own way. Madam, please don't misunderstand. I don't care for such childish emotional games either. Isaac is still Isaac. We've had much in common since childhood, one of which is our love for the North. At this moment, a spring breeze blew past. But Isaac would never give his heart to a fleeting breeze. Would he? Eventually, he will realize, for the glory of the North, for those who are important, who he should choose. Hearing Freya's words, Ruby thought to herself, her words are like, you can't stay by Isaac's side. I'm the one worthy of being Isaac's empress, the one who will become emperor, not you. Isn't that what she means? Why does she have to hide her feelings in such a roundabout way, while at the same time trying to appear so authoritative? Afterward, Ruby stepped closer and addressed Freya as Madam. Madam, you keep saying these things, but they don't seem to make sense if I feel safe and comfortable or even content when I'm not with Isaac. But why would I be hurt by Isaac? Are you suggesting I see you as his mistress? I wonder if Madam is uneasy because she misses Isaac. After saying this, Ruby gave a cold laugh and saw Freya click her tongue. Is Madam pretending to be innocently unaware of certain things? Actually, there's a reason why Madam has been so on edge lately. Isaac isn't solely attached to you. Alan has already spoken about it. So why does Madam still pretend not to see? I'm quite surprised. I detest fools who act clever. By the way, Alan is no less than me. I'll make sure Madam knows that too. Trusting someone excessively will one day turn into a knife pointed back at you. Unnoticed, the coffee in Freya's hand suddenly spilled. Ruby was utterly bewildered. Freya had spilled the water on herself. This sent a wave of panic through Ruby. Just then, Ivan returned, searching for Leah's hairpin. As they entered, they were stunned to see Freya drenched. Alan and the other guests curiously asked Freya what had happened. Are you all right? Why are you like this? At this, Freya hesitated. I'm fine. It's just, Madam seemed to have misunderstood my meaning. This left everyone dumbfounded. Alan couldn't help but ask, what do you mean, Freya? Please explain the situation clearly. Ruby, did the Duchess really do this to my Madam? How is that possible? Even Ruby hadn't anticipated things would turn out this way. The victim was Freya, yet Ruby had become the villainous woman who was jealous and harassed her husband's friend. Alan tried to probe Ruby with pleading eyes. Please answer me. But at this moment, Ruby only glanced at Alan dejectedly, her eyes brimming with tears. Leah innocently asked Ivan, did everyone fight because of my hairpin? Ivan shook his head. No, it's not. Then Ivan spoke up. Madam must have had a reason for doing this. I hope you could tell me why. However, Ruby was stunned, as all eyes were fixed on her, as if she were the culprit. Alan still couldn't believe it. Ruby, say something. Freya feigned heartbreak. Madam seems very surprised. I don't want things to get any more confusing. Just then, Ruby burst into tears. I didn't do it. I didn't do anything. Just like everything that had happened so far. This time, the other guests exclaimed in alarm. No. Are you saying Lady Freya orchestrated all of this? I can't believe it. Freya seized the opportunity and began to sob. Madam was very angry because of my mistake. It's only right that I receive such punishment. Seeing Freya trembling, Alan became deeply concerned and helped her inside to change her clothes. First, Alan looked back at Ruby. Let's end it here for today. This must have been what Freya wanted to show Ruby. No matter how hard she tried to get along with the people here, she was ultimately just a stranger to them, and they would turn their backs on her, abandon her. Ruby walked away absent-mindedly, pondering everything. This time, will I be abandoned like this too? Ruby couldn't help but blame herself. It's time to get used to it. I'm such a fool. Just then, Rona noticed and called out, Madam. She asked anxiously, did you enjoy the tea party? Dinner is also ready. Having said that, Rona suddenly froze. Her expression shifted to concern. Ruby, what's wrong? Despite Ruby's denial, Rona still felt that something had happened. You look heartbroken. At this, Ruby felt a surge of a grievance/wronged feeling, and she suddenly embraced Rona bursting into tears, like a child, which made Rona cry as well. "Madam," the two embraced each other and wept. Meanwhile, the spectral forms of the monsters shrieked in agony as Isaac cut them down. Walking away indifferently after each kill, Isaac's thoughts drifted to Ruby and her words. "I want to live with you forever in a place with our friends." A faint sadness suddenly filled Isaac's heart. Camus sat there, somewhat indignant. "What are you looking for anyway? While everyone else is resting. You're afraid our teammates will kill Madam's friends. So you're doing this, right? Even so, they're monsters that live in nature, so they'll know how to survive on their own. Since when have you been merciful to such monsters?" Isaac immediately changed the subject. "You're too noisy. Just do as I say." Camus shouted angrily. "I'm afraid you're overworking yourself, so I followed you here, to be honest. It's a good thing the ice dragon disappeared. Otherwise, the whole kingdom would be in chaos trying to capture it alive. They'd probably use the excuse of putting it in the swordsmanship competition. When it crawls out and attacks people's homes, it's hard to avoid subjugating them. Think about it. Are you really going to participate in the swordsmanship competition?" Isaac was surprised. "Are you afraid I'll win?" Camus immediately denied it, messing everything up. "Just because you're not going to kill the monsters, it's strange that you'd participate in a competition to exterminate them. I'm worried too, Isaac." Just then, Gallo appeared. "What if the Duchess understands the monster language? But you heard the monster's voice. Is that okay? What if they see the Duchess? What if something unexpected happens?" Isaac answered without hesitation. "Then I must participate." "What's the relationship between Ruby and the monsters now?" "It's impossible for all the monsters to react to Ruby. Even so, Cardinal Valentino has come to preside, so Ruby can't leave the stands." Therefore, Isaac began to swing his sword resolutely. "Before they start causing trouble, I will be the only one to kill them painlessly." Camus suddenly asked, "What if you lose?" But Isaac said with certainty, "I will win gloriously and bring you honor. Don't I have a reason to do as I please? Let's stop here for today." At this point, both Gallo and Camus felt utterly bored. Returning to her room, a servant brought soup, saying, "Madam, please have something to eat." Ruby hadn't eaten dinner and just sat blankly in her room. Alan brought the food to her room. "Right, I just need to throw it up. Eat first. Perhaps because I've suffered so much, I don't even want to resent Freya now. Here, I'm no match for Freya at all. No matter what I say, they'll ultimately choose her. The protagonist isn't me, it's Freya." Perhaps Isaac is the same. "Even though I know this better than anyone, my heart still aches. I shouldn't have had the illusion that I could fit in here." Afterward, Ruby called for Rona Lucille. "You two go and rest today. I won't be alone for a while." But they couldn't help but worry. "Madam, then let us prepare the bathwater for you." Hearing this, Ruby suddenly said dejectedly, "I'll prepare it myself." This left both Rona and the little one puzzled and bewildered, but they had to obey their mistress's words. "Yes, we understand." Afterward, Ruby stepped outside to breathe in the fresh air. Her mind still in a daze, Ruby suddenly felt unwell. "I haven't vomited in a long time, so it's burning inside. I've been holding it in lately." Suddenly, Ruby spotted the river. "I wanted to try boating here with Alan too. After this, how will she see me? Will she regret getting close to me?" Alan and Ivan too. We become closer. I grabbed onto a precious presence so I could live. Well, I thought so. I'm so pathetic. What did I believe in anyway? Did I expect too much? Remembering Freya's words, losing your mind just because of your first love, Ruby suddenly felt wronged. It was just a fleeting moment. Even if I try to reflect on myself, will they forgive me for the sweet memories I shared with Isaac? Ruby wondered. Even as her feelings for them seemed to vanish in that moment, the housekeeper appeared. "Madam, you are here." Ruby glanced up to see who was addressing her. The housekeeper continued, "I was wondering if Madam had finished her meal. I came to check, as per Miss Freya's instructions." Ruby thought, "Are they checking up on me through Rona and Russell?" The housekeeper went on, "I will make sure to report everything about Madam's despicable behavior. I've taken care of my miss since she was young, so she confides in me with secrets she can't tell anyone else. My miss hopes I will change my opinion of Madam, just as she said from the beginning." At this point, Ruby realized, it seems Freya has talked about my eating disorder to Freya. This housekeeper is a greater source of support than even her own mother. It seems this person doesn't bear any ill will towards me. If she doesn't tell Isaac, I don't care. But the housekeeper's thoughts were completely different from Freya's. It seems she was gradually coming to accept Ruby. You must have heard about Mrs. deceased mother, the housekeeper said. Our miss suffered greatly because of her. Even if she died and came back to life, she wouldn't understand. As she spoke, the housekeeper suddenly clenched her hands and said in a stern voice, I cannot stand by and watch my miss go through the same pain as back then. Hearing this, Ruby thought, until now, the closest servant by her side. I suppose she truly feels sorry for her. How close must you be to Freya to react this way? The housekeeper continued, Madam, not only do you have the same quirks as my Mrs. Mother, but you are also causing her trouble in the same way. The master of this castle. I still wonder if this is because of a curse. So, until the day Madam leaves. Hearing this, Ruby stood up and asked, Leave? Shouldn't Madam know better than anyone? Madam should leave the castle at any time. However, Ruby stated firmly, No, I will not leave this place, even if I die. The housekeeper slowly approached with a smug look. Indeed, first love is like a sweet dream. I know Madam is emotional, but sooner or later, Madam will realize that everyone in this world has a proper place. This is what they call first love. Why do people always follow their hearts? Or are you anxious because you can't persuade me? In the end, isn't it just that you want me to disappear from here quickly? I simply chose this place and am surviving at all costs. What's wrong? Are you uneasy because you can't chew me up and swallow me whole? The housekeeper sneered again. I'm only saying this for Madam's own good. It's such a pity. At that moment, Ruby's anger reached its peak. Suddenly, Ruby swung her hand and slapped the housekeeper. The blow landed hard across her face, so forceful that it sent her glasses flying to the ground. At this moment, Ruby's eyes were like a sharp sword, ready to cut down any words that offended her. Freya walked alone down the empty hallway, still lost in thought. She specifically recalled Ruby's earlier weeping. When Ruby completely denied the accusations against her, Freya simply sighed and let it go. Meanwhile, a disheveled figure approached. What are you doing here all alone? It was Isaac. He had come to inquire about the tea party, but ultimately, his purpose was to find out Ruby's whereabouts. Freya didn't want to answer the question. She avoided Isaac's gaze and didn't respond. Why are you making that face? After a few seconds, Freya said, Actually, earlier at the tea party, Freya and Ruby, the scene changed. A sharp slap echoed through the garden, sending Marta's glasses flying into the grass. She clutched her swollen cheek in agony. What are you doing? Ruby retorted instantly. You don't want me here, so you're just putting on a pitiful act. Your true colors are finally showing, aren't they? Marta replied. If Madam is that kind of person, Ruby interrupted, her voice loud and laced with menace, then you should hurry and tell everyone. But even if you do, it won't change a thing. There's one thing you shouldn't forget. You're just a maid, and I am the Cardinal's daughter. You should be grateful your tongue hasn't been cut out yet. I only spared you because of Alan. These venomous words quickly extinguished the hope in Marta's eyes. Fear flickered within them, like a lamb lost amongst a pack of gray wolves. The maid bowed her head in anguish, then stormed off. From this point on, perhaps their relationship could never return to what it once was. For Ruby, friendship was too extravagant a luxury. She felt like a fool for ever entertaining the notion. Isaac rushed to Ruby's room to find her. However, he was met only by the maids cleaning the room. According to them, Ruby had gone for a walk and wasn't there. Where did she go? In the greenhouse built by the Duchess. Before she could finish, Isaac swiftly departed. That evening, Isaac searched the entire palace, from the courtyard to the gardens, his figure appearing forlorn as he looked around. Suddenly, Isaac stopped, his gaze falling upon the empty hallway. Ruby, where are you? I thought I could finally find you, but I overestimated myself. I was afraid you'd leave without a word. I was blinded by misunderstandings. I was afraid I'd do something wrong and drive you away. I was scared. The sound of running water trickled behind Isaac, seemingly emanating from the nearby artificial stream. So, Isaac quickly turned, his eyes landing on the familiar hair of the girl he had hurt. Isaac gently turned and soundlessly walked towards Ruby. Now, his mood seemed much lighter. Isaac leaned towards Ruby. What are you doing here? Seeing him, Ruby's heart felt like it was shattering. Composing herself, she calmly asked Isaac, When did you get back? Were you playing hide and seek? Oh, right, you found me. So where's my reward? Reward? What reward? I found you, didn't I? Where's my reward? Isaac affectionately reached out to pull Ruby closer. She said her reward was a kiss from him. Isaac smiled with satisfaction, then leaned closer to Ruby's lips, saying, "Then hurry up." Ruby suddenly became shy, her cheeks flushing crimson like a first love. Finally, she stood on tiptoe and gave Isaac his reward. Did he not hear anything? Or is he testing me? Ruby began to ponder. Either way, if this is the last kiss, the distance between them suddenly felt strange. Isaac, looking at the girl he had just kissed, was startled. Ruby suddenly burst into tears. "Ruby, what's wrong? You came only after hearing everything, didn't you, Isaac? I knew you wouldn't believe me no matter what I said. I really didn't do anything." Ruby sobbed loudly, but whether it was then or now, I really didn't do anything. I didn't lie. Isaac seemed bewildered. Ruby continued to explain, "You must be so disappointed. Because of this, it's all my fault." He seemed unaware of what had transpired. Isaac quickly said, "No, Ruby, lift your head first. Ruby, look at me." She continued to sob. "I'm sorry for being so greedy. Now, didn't you say you didn't want to see yourself like this?" Ruby froze. She couldn't believe what Isaac had just said, shaking her head repeatedly. "I'm always causing trouble everywhere. I was afraid you'd send me back." "What are you talking about? You said you hated it, that it was annoying, so I tried to avoid doing things you didn't like. It's all my fault," Isaac confessed, his voice thick with anguish. He saw the worry etched on Ruby's face and rushed to comfort her. "No, it wasn't like that. Back then, I thought sending you back to Romania was for the best. It was for your safety. The more I wanted you, the more attached you became to this place. I thought if you returned to Romania, the heartache would eventually fade. So I said things that weren't true. It was all my fault." Ruby's gaze was heavy with disappointment. "I know who's important to you, Isaac. You don't need to explain. I'm truly fine. Please, go to Miss Freya." A sharp pang of guilt twisted in Isaac's gut. He bit back a retort, his jaw tight. He reached out, capturing Ruby's wrist in a gesture of reassurance. "Ruby, listen to me. The person who mattered to me then, the person who matters to me now, is you, not Freya. The person I was truly worried about wasn't her. It was you. If my blood had stained that stone after I sent you away, the monsters, they would have swarmed the scent quickly. I was afraid you'd be in danger, so I acted preemptively." A palpable sorrow shadowed Isaac's eyes. "I know. No matter what I say, it sounds like I'm making excuses." He pulled Ruby into his arms, holding her close beneath the watchful gaze of the crescent moon. "I'm sorry. Whatever the reason, I shouldn't have treated you that way." The apology seemed to break something within Ruby. Her tears flowed freely now. Clutching his coat, she pressed closer. "You're not like that. I know you're not really like that. I know I haven't done anything wrong. Why does everyone blame me?" Her fists beat against his chest, punctuated by her sobs. A wave of empathy washed over Isaac. He looked at her, his gaze filled with genuine warmth and understanding. The thought of losing her had awakened a suffocating fear within him. "I'm the one who made you greedy," he admitted, his voice low. "You're the only one in my heart." Later that night, snow fell softly on the villa. Inside, bathed in the warm glow of candlelight, Isaac and Ruby sat together. Tea and pastries lay between them. Ruby took a tentative sip of the tea Isaac had prepared. Her gaze remained fixed on him. Isaac, unsure of what she wanted, finally broke the silence. "Are you all right? You hit me pretty hard earlier. I felt bad about how I acted." He chuckled softly. His eyes fell to Ruby's delicate hands. Reaching out, he gently caressed them. "I'm more worried about your hand getting hurt." He brought her hand to his lips, placing a soft kiss on her skin. The unexpected tenderness startled Ruby. She could scarcely believe this gentle moment, shared with the formidable prince. Flustered, she pulled her hand away, using the excuse of something in his cup. "It's just mead. Would you like to try it?" Responding to her unspoken request, Isaac pushed his cup towards her. Ruby took a large gulp. A wave of nausea immediately followed. She tried to suppress it, the strange flavor unfamiliar on her tongue. Isaac, however, caught her reaction. He chuckled, finding her discomfort endearing. "You only need to pour a thin layer." Dubious, Ruby poured a fresh cup and took a small sip. As he'd said, the taste was completely different from the mouthful she'd taken from his cup. "If you like a certain kind of alcohol, tell Rattler. It's not that I can drink it. I was just curious what you were having." "What did you do today?" "Let's see. Just caught a few goblins. Nothing interesting." A thought struck Ruby. If a man like Isaac were to meet that lady, it would only be his first love. He shouldn't lose his mind over it. It was just first love. She would take this opportunity to tell that lady that trusting someone excessively beyond a certain limit becomes a double-edged sword. Before you realize it, noticing her silence, Isaac prompted, "Are you still curious about something? You keep staring at me." Ruby's hesitant, flickering gaze didn't escape Isaac's notice. His expression turned serious. Was there something you want to tell me? Ruby fell silent, lost in thought. If I tell him everything, will he believe me? He didn't believe Freya, but will he believe me? I'm terrified of losing everything now, of everything going back to the way it was before. After a long hesitation, Ruby pushed the thoughts aside and said everything was fine. Yes, I heard some people talking. Are you participating in the swordsmanship competition this time? Why? Don't you like it? No, that's not what I meant. Isaac, drawing on his knowledge, told Ruby more about the competition. The creatures that appear in the competition will be different from your friends, so you're more worried. Ruby continued, Of course I know. You're the undefeated #1 swordsman. Isaac suddenly froze for a few seconds. Would that hurt you? What? Nothing. He quickly changed the subject, as if there had been no pause. Setting down his cup, Isaac told Ruby to try to restrain herself during the upcoming competition. Although witnessing the deaths of the monsters would be difficult for her, Isaac admitted he couldn't stop her from sitting in the stands. He said he would finish the competition as quickly as possible. Ruby was puzzled. Why would he say that? Are all the monsters like my friends? I know that too, right? Isaac gently touched her hand, his voice filled with affection. If I win this competition again, if I crown you with the victor's laurel, then no one will dare to bother you again. Ruby was astonished. Was this why he was risking so much to participate in the competition? This for her? Suddenly, it all clicked into place. Why he had been preventing her from interacting with the monsters until now, when his companion had brought her to where the frost wolf was, and why he had been so angry just a moment ago. If it hadn't been a goblin, but Papori. I was just afraid of getting hurt, but he's been worried about me all along. Ruby decided to tell Isaac about what had happened earlier that day. Actually, I was with Miss Brianna. She told me about my identity and then spilled tea on herself. I hate that I want to be comforted by you again. Just now in the water garden, the housekeeper said something similar to that young lady, so I slapped her. I'm sorry for making a scene. Wait, Isaac interrupted Ruby, looking as though he had a headache. Sighing, Isaac asked Ruby to tell him everything from beginning to end. Ruby stammered. Maybe I was too arrogant towards Miss Brianna, so she said I shouldn't be overconfident, and then she spilled tea on herself. Ruby, you're still talking too fast. You don't need to pay attention to other things. Just focus on yourself. To me, you are the most important person. So tell me what happened to you today. Tell me slowly. Ruby, standing at the darkest precipice of her life, knew better than anyone that even at this moment, speaking the truth was difficult. She was afraid that he would be angry when he heard it, as she had developed a habit of speaking quickly. Isaac, if I'm truly the most important person to you, can you grant me one wish? I have no reason to refuse. Isaac smiled gently. Then, Ruby voiced her true feelings, pleading with Isaac not to hate her, causing his face to drain of color. Isaac's lips pressed tightly together. As if in disbelief, he gripped Ruby's hand tightly. What is your wish? Everyone tells me that your feelings are just fleeting, that you'll eventually get tired of me. Isaac replied. Brianna and the housekeeper, were they the ones who told you this nonsense? This is preposterous. How dare they say such things? Isaac's voice changed. Is it because of that nonsense that you're making this wish to me? I didn't want to think that way either, but I don't know much about you. People who have been around you for a long time have been saying those things. So I started to doubt your feelings for me. The words were thick with her emotion. To Ruby's surprise, Isaac stood up. What do I have to do to reassure you? What truly shocked Ruby next was Isaac kneeling before her, his voice filled with conviction. If I give you everything, will you believe me? Then, Ruby, scarcely able to believe her eyes, stammered. This will cause a huge problem. You don't have to go this far for me. Isn't it natural to stand up for your wife's honor? But if this leads to conflict and infighting between families. Isaac smiled. It doesn't matter. Those who dare to hurt you don't need to live. I can do anything to put your mind at ease. Even just a little. Ruby felt her throat tighten. So please tell me, what do I have to do to make you stop crying? Ruby was truly moved by this gesture. It's just, this is my problem. Thanks to you, I've been immersed in a dreamlike happiness. I'm afraid this dream will shatter, because I'm not, because I look like this. I'm sorry. The deep crimson sunset of an autumn afternoon. Ruby had never imagined it would shine on her. She had been abandoned by her parents, a cursed soul, unwelcome anywhere. Even so, the reason she hadn't died might be because she lived in a world that constantly reminded her of her worthlessness. Yet, Ruby always yearned to live fully, to justify her existence. Her fate, even if it was a thorny path that tore at her feet and stained them with blood. Being with Isaac filled Ruby's empty heart with hope. Ruby kissed Isaac's hand. "Thank you for trusting me so sincerely." Isaac wiped away the tears streaming down Ruby's cheeks. "Of course, because I'll always be by your side." Ruby wondered, what does this man before me like about me? He looks at me so earnestly and tenderly. If I do something wrong, will you still be on my side? Then Isaac suddenly stood up. Then I don't mind being an accomplice. A husband and wife are of one mind, right? Having received the answer she desired, a smile bloomed on Ruby's lips. What if this becomes a bad habit of mine? You can be a little harsh too. Is it really okay for things to go this way? I don't know why you don't have any doubts about me, but right now, I just want to focus on your gaze. I'll be blinded by your sweet illusion of me. So let me believe that in this world, miracles can still happen. Seeing the transformation in a place where the trees withered under a blanket of snow. Ellen, by the window, fell into deep thought. She looked at the faint sunlight outside, recalling Freya's words. I just talked about things we played as children, but I believe that lady understood something. She suddenly got angry and splashed tea on me. What did she understand? If we're friends, we could talk about anything. It's natural to believe a friend's words. But what is this suffocating feeling like being in a fog? What is Rebecca afraid of? She has nothing to fear. Why is Freya making excuses to me? If it were the Freya I know, she would have resolved everything smoothly and cheerfully. I feel something is wrong. This sense of discord is like forcibly combining mismatched gears. Both Rebecca and Ellen's mother were obsessed with food, as if there was a dangerous image somewhere. But despite their similarities, she still couldn't understand their innermost thoughts. When Ellen first met Ruby, she didn't think much of it. It was just, if it weren't for Ruby, those foreigners unfamiliar with forced marriages. Because she had been through it, it was just sympathy and pity. Even so, Ruby was the cherished daughter of the cardinal. Ellen didn't think much of it, assuming Ruby would leave soon. But now, reality has pushed Ellen into the darkest abyss of her life. At that moment, Rattler appeared after a phone call. Ellen demanded to know what he was doing there so early. "I'm sorry, but right now, the Duke is all that matters." Ellen's hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway as she rushed towards the main hall. She stopped abruptly before Isaac and his swordsman, Rattler. Isaac stood motionless. Before him stood a familiar maid. Looking closer, Ellen realized with a jolt that it was Marta. Painful memories flooded back. Ellen as a child, hearing her mother's screams, Marta holding her back, worried about the effect on the young girl, claiming she shouldn't have been born. The words struck Ellen like a physical blow. "Let me go." Marta looked at Ellen, her expression pleading with her to leave at once. "I said, let go." "Madam, please calm down. You can't do this." "Let go," I said. "Let go." The two continued to struggle. Something went wrong. Tripped by the rug, Ellen's mother lost her balance and fell backward. A scream ripped through the air again as her head struck a nearby table and she collapsed. Ellen cried out, trembling, "Mother, mother!" But only a terrible silence answered her. Marta rushed to embrace the child. "I thought Madam's illness was improving. I was wrong." At last, her mother stirred, her eyes vacant as they fixed on her daughter. "If Madam truly loves the young miss, then I beg Madam, do not see her again." Her mother's gaze grew distant as Marta scooped Ellen up and ran. Her desperate cries came too late. "Mother, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ellen, my daughter." The door slowly closed, cutting off the sound of her mother's voice. Her cries could no longer be heard. Marta comforted Ellen as they fled. "Don't worry. Mississippi Madam is just a little hurt. Even if I die, I will protect you, Mississippi." Ellen had endured her mother's illness since childhood. She had nowhere to turn. The only person who had always been by her side was Marta, the head maid. But now, here she was, kneeling before her, fear etched on her face. A cold sweat broke out on Ellen's skin. "Marta, what happened?" Isaac, at her side, prompted Marta to confess. Marta apologized profusely. "I was only worried about Madam. I only mentioned her habits. Because Madam is the Duchess of Elmert, and because so many eyes are upon her, it was necessary to curb any undesirable habits. I only said that much, but Madam suddenly became angry. She slapped me." Ellen stood as if petrified, a suffocating tension filling the hall. Rebecca's strange behavior, occurring repeatedly, seemed more than coincidence. Had she been hiding this side of herself all this time? Isaac questioned, "If what you say is true, does that mean Ruby lied to get the master to leave? Talking about first love, those words didn't come from your mouth, did they?" Ellen noticed Isaac's unusual demeanor. To her, he seemed no different from a beast stalking its prey. Ellen turned to Marta. Is it true? No, it's not. Please believe me, Mississippi. Marta sobbed uncontrollably, leading Ellen to believe it was just a minor emotional outburst. What she carefully noted was that after the commotion about running away, Ellen had even asked her to keep an eye on Rebecca. If it was Marta, she would understand her heart. I believed she would do well. Whatever the feelings, I still hoped the two of you would get along. With her innocent and naive wish, her mother and Rebecca, Ellen only mentioned they had some things in common. Regardless, you've admitted to what you said, haven't you? Isaac gripped his sword tightly. I've heard enough. At that moment, Rattler intervened. He had brought a middle-aged man with him. This man wishes to speak with you, Isaac. When Isaac agreed, the man abruptly introduced himself. I'm a new gardener. Actually, last night, I inspected the greenhouse. The deeper I went, the colder it became. The temperature inside was abnormal. He heard Marta calling Ruby. Curiosity piqued. The middle-aged man hid behind a tree, eavesdropping on their conversation. The situation seemed quite complicated. He clearly heard every word Marta spoke. The mistress of this castle. I suspect this might be a curse. Being new, however, he couldn't quite grasp what was happening. As their conversation grew tense, he became deeply uneasy. Back in the present, the middle-aged man revealed Marta herself said it. The former duchess and the current duchess will be cursed. She spoke of the duchess clinging to her first love. This time, it's truly over. Isaac was no longer as calm as he had been during the questioning. Even Ellen couldn't believe her ears. The gardener produced a familiar pair of spectacles, the kind Marta usually wore. I picked these up after the housekeeper and Madame left. I'm being this bold because the housekeeper's words weren't spoken out of concern for the Duchess. I felt I had to tell the Duke and Duchess. Ellen picked up the spectacles, the evidence incriminating Marta, a chill of dread settling over her. Marta repeatedly shrieked, "Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Please believe me, miss." Tears streamed down the maid's face as she tried to sway Ellen's heart. She pointed at the gardener, accusing him. He's the one lying to miss and master, not me. After her cries, a terrible silence filled the room. Isaac waited for her outburst to end before speaking. Such audacity to exist within Omerta for so long. Isaac's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Marta, brimming with resentment. Ellen felt a deep unease. It was clear she bore some responsibility for this. Whatever Marta's intentions, it was because she, Ellen, had spoken so carelessly. The guilt gnawed at her. If I hadn't mentioned Rebecca, Marta wouldn't be in this position. But I can't let Marta pay the price for my mistake. I have to take responsibility. With this thought, Ellen turned and commanded the servants, "All of you inside." However, Isaac frowned, his voice laced with impatience. "Whose orders are you following? They must see this. If they dare show such arrogance to the mistress of Omerta, they will face the consequences." Ellen grabbed Isaac's sleeve, stopping him. "Listen to me. This concerns Ruby and Mother. It's not something everyone should hear." She called for the butler, Rattler, and so all the servants filed out, leaving the two siblings alone. Isaac was perplexed. This isn't for everyone to hear? Then how did she know? Is that why she acted so brazenly? Guilt washed over Ellen. She lowered her head, avoiding Isaac's gaze. Isaac raised his sword. "In that case, there's all the more reason to end this swiftly." His sword was raised, poised to strike. Isaac wanted to resolve this quickly. Ellen, terrified, cried out, "Wait." Ellen's next action stunned Isaac. She stepped in front of Marta, facing Isaac's merciless blade. Unafraid, Ellen trembled as she pleaded with her brother, "Please, Marta is important to me. You know that. Let me handle this." Isaac was taken aback by Ellen's words. He retorted, indignant, "What about Ruby? Is she merely my wife? Is that what you're saying? If you let her go, something like this will happen again. Don't you know that?" Ellen cried out in despair. I know. Then what about me? Why did I always need Marta by my side? Before Mother died, you knew nothing." Ellen bit her lip, suppressing the painful memories of the past. "Mother, she tried to kill me. She lost her mind and strangled her own daughter." Her voice was hoarse. "I only trusted Marta. Did you tell them about my condition?" Ellen struggled, gasping for breath, but she didn't care. She continued to shout at Marta. "Was it because of Marta that the Duke said he couldn't come to see me? Because I loved Mother so much. I tried so hard to understand understand her, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't do anything. Every time Mother did something that endangered my life, Marta was the only one who was always ready to embrace and protect me. Only Marta. She was always ready to protect me. Isaac was shocked by this news. Mother, you know Mother is ill. How could Ellen not know? But the things Mother did that endangered you. Why didn't you tell me? If you had told me, I could have done something to help you. Isaac questioned his sister. Ellen bit her lip, trying not to reveal her emotions. How could I tell you? If I told you, it would also mean I had to talk about Mother's illness. What if Mother really had killed me? Ellen clenched her fists. Would telling you have changed anything? This is a cruel place for those who bear the family bloodline. Even if you try to do everything right, you still can't see Father. I know that too, but you were always busy with your studies because you were the heir. Ellen was like an extra person in the family. All the attention focused on Isaac. You were busy, and even though Mother was ill, she knew that very well. So she never came to you, only to me. There were times when Mother was very gentle and kind, holding me in her arms. But there were also times when she was more terrifying than a demon. At this point, what more could Ellen do? She couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Scalding tears of grievance streamed down her cheeks. Besides Marta, Ellen had no one else. Marta, hearing her mistress's words, was moved to tears. Ellen tightly gripped the maid's hand, turning to her resolutely. So I won't let you kill her. Then, the two left before Isaac's eyes. He stood frozen, his sister's grievance. How could he, as her older brother, not understand, not feel it? Isaac remembered a time when she had a scratch on her cheek. Ellen, the wound on your cheek, were you bullied back then? Ellen had seemed calm. She had replied, No, I just got hurt while playing with Mother. It's not serious. Don't worry. I'm fine now. Isaac remembered what he could have done, and the helplessness made him furious with himself. He gripped his sword, then threw it hard on the ground. His little sister had once greeted him with a bright smile, but loneliness enveloped Ellen as her figure disappeared. Now, under the dim moonlight, Isaac sat down, embracing the pain within his heart. The door to Ellen's room slammed shut. She stood by the window, the light casting a shadow on her solitary back. Marta, behind her, called out awkwardly, Mississippi. Ellen didn't turn around, only asking coldly, to the woman who loved her more than her own mother, Why did you do that? Marta was startled by the question. She tried to explain, Because I didn't want Miss to get hurt. The answer sounded like a mockery to Ellen. Was that for me? If you really cared about me, no. If you cared about me and Ruby. Ellen clenched her fists, lowered her head, and suddenly shouted, Don't talk about my deceased mother like that. Why did you lie? Ellen turned around, tears streaming down her proud face. The person she trusted most had done such a thing. Seeing Ellen's tears, Marta couldn't speak anymore. She seemed to have sobered up. Her niece collapsed on the floor. Marta pleaded earnestly, It's all my fault, Mississippi. I was wrong. Ellen looked at the woman before her, tears flowing uncontrollably. She pressed her lips together, refusing to let herself show weakness any longer. She coldly uttered 4 words, Get out. Seeing Ellen open the wardrobe, Marta pleaded frantically, No, Mississippi. I'll try my best not to disturb Mississippi. Ellen threw Marta's suitcase in front of her and replied coldly, There won't be a second time. No, you should never even think of setting foot in this mansion again. Ellen's face was expressionless. Marta completely broke down, tears streaming down her face. Miss, please don't do this to me, Mississippi. Please reconsider. Just give me one more chance. Like before, I'll do anything for you. The words held no weight for Ellen anymore. She pushed the woman away, turning resolutely and walking off. Marta, stunned by her mistress's unwavering stance, could do nothing to change her mind. Miss, she cried out, despair clinging to her voice. Ellen slammed the door shut, then simply stood there, numb. If it were you, you would have killed Marta in front of everyone. Marta had been like a mother to her. She braided Ellen's hair, taught her so many things. Marta had always been the one Ellen trusted, the most trusted person in the world. But I don't want her to die. Tears streamed freely down Ellen's face. She still held a last shred of respect for Marta. The betrayal from the person she trusted most cut her to the core. In her room, Marta sat staring at a photograph tucked away in her suitcase. So this is the best way for everyone. Ellen stood upstairs, silently watching Marta's every move outside. Isaac stood outside the door, then decided to open it and enter. The room was silent, save for the click of the closing door. Isaac glanced at his sister, and then walked toward the chair, collapsing into it. I can't believe this happened to you. Ellen, still standing, replied softly, because we were too young back then. Isaac, suddenly worried, looked up at her. Ellen, if you feel all right, tell me what you went through with Mother. Ellen began to recount what she knew of their mother. She often vomited. Usually, Mother couldn't eat much, but suddenly one day, she started binge eating. I was worried, so I went to find her. That's when I found Mother sitting there, vomiting everything she had eaten. She was crying while eating, as if enduring something terrible. Mother dragged me in roughly, threatening that if I told anyone about it, she would kill herself in front of everyone. Isaac was stunned, reeling from the blow. He covered his face with his hands. After Mother died, Isaac started to speak, but Ellen stopped him. Regardless, it's all over now. I don't need to be comforted for what happened in the past. Nothing you say will change anything. Isaac was speechless. He didn't know what to say or do. Ellen continued, but that doesn't mean I hate Mother. But now that I've grown up, when I think of Mother, I remember those tired, empty eyes. The more Isaac listened, the more guilt he felt. He slumped back in disappointment. Damn it, did Father know about that? Ellen didn't know either. She hadn't even seen him once at that time. After speaking, Ellen glanced at Isaac. No matter the relationship between husband and wife, if one wants to hide something, the other can't know, just like now. Isaac was surprised to hear this. What do you mean now? Ellen was referring to Rebecca. Just like their mother before, she wasn't eating well. Isaac questioned Ellen hesitantly, but it's been much better recently, right? Ellen replied, if you and I hadn't forced and closely followed up, she might not have eaten anything at all. Isaac was still confused. Isn't the reason Ruby doesn't eat just because she's in a bad mood and has a stomachache? It was like that at first, but I noticed very small bite marks on Ruby's hands. Our mother had similar marks. These are marks left by people who habitually vomit. Isaac was horrified at this revelation. His face paled. Ellen continued, when I first saw Ruby's hands, I was also curious. The shock hit Isaac like a slap to the face. He covered his face with his hands, cursing under his breath. Damn it, no wonder she hasn't gained any weight. Ellen cautioned her brother, don't be too obvious with Ruby. This isn't an easy problem to solve. I've told you everything now, Isaac, except for Ruby's request for me to keep it confidential. He wants to know why the head maid knew about it. Guilt washed over Ellen's face. It's my fault, she admitted. Marta was the one who knew about Mother's condition. I wanted her to be more considerate towards Ruby, so I told Marta about Ruby's illness. Isaac's expression darkened at her words. Foolish trust. When Isaac was younger, his father hadn't told him the extent of his mother's illness. Your mother is just a little unwell, but you are the heir to Elmida, so you can't be near her right now. We'll talk when she recovers. Isis will recover. She's someone I deeply resent. If it weren't for Father, I could have seen Mother more. If I were lucky, I could have prevented Mother's death. And so all of this, I once thought it was the fault of an insensitive father. I don't want to become like Father. No, I don't want to live a life like his. That's why I refuse to discuss marriage. I'd rather just get married directly. Then, just one step away, a mere step away, she stole my heart. Though still afraid that fate would repeat Father's mistakes, I loved her too much. Even with blurred vision, I still loved her. She's deeply engraved in my heart. I humbly observed her, and if anyone hurt her, I would be furious. As I looked into her clear eyes, I knew my wounds were healing. Where should I even begin to touch? I didn't even dare to ask how long this pain had taken root. I worried that even that question would hurt her. For her, she carries the same pain as my mother. In all my imaginings, I'm terrified of becoming like my father. Isaac slumped to the floor, desperately covering his face. The important thing is to find the root of the problem, but the problems of those around me aren't easy to solve either. The people who hurt Ruby are all people I've known for a long time. That night, Isaac questioned Ruby. According to Freya, I heard you ran into the forest alone, even though she stopped you, saying it was dangerous. Ruby looked at him, startled. What are you talking about? So, according to what you're saying, Freya lied, right? Isaac didn't believe his wife, but believed an outsider. It's too late to realize it now. I shouldn't have said that to her. Why were you suddenly beaten up? You don't usually get into fights. Ivan asked Camus, whose face was covered in wounds. He replied, no, it was that lunatic Lorenzo. But as Isaac glared at him, he dared not say more. No, it's nothing. Andy, Maya, why were you fighting with Lorenzo? If only I had realized it sooner. At least she would be a little better now, right? The more I think about it, the more I can't forgive myself. For the past few days, Ellen had watched her despondent brother, unsure of what else to say. Anyway, don't say anything to Ruby. If anyone hurts her again, who knows what will happen? Isaac was in agony. If I just kept quiet, do you think everything would be peaceful? Ellen was speechless at his words. Isaac continued, since you've already spoken, let me ask you something. That day at the tea party, What did Freya say? Ellen cradled her head wearily. You should ask her directly. Freya is your friend. Hearing his sister say this, Isaac flew into a rage. Friend? She's your friend. Precisely because you're her only friend, I treated her like a human being, who knew she couldn't even pretend to be an animal. Ellen was taken aback by his attitude. What? Isaac continued. I heard everything from Ruby. The one who spilled the tea on herself was Freya. Ellen was shocked by this revelation. Ellen replied, I also felt that something was off about Freya, but I couldn't fully trust Ruby's words. Don't be like that. If the three of you met and talked properly. Isaac interrupted her. Because she's so distraught, she's deliberately not woken up yet. Now you're suggesting the three of you have a confrontation now. Even telling me everything was difficult for Ruby. Are you asking her to directly confront the person who hurt her? It's all unnecessary. Tell Freya to take care of herself. I'll go to the main tent right away and clear everything up. It's because of you and Ruby that I went easy on Ellen. She was drenched in sweat from fright. Please don't do anything extreme. Isaac ignored his sister, and you should too. Ruby is my wife. She's a new family. Isn't it natural to trust family over others? Ellen pursed her lips, the awkwardness palpable. She gave a small nod. I understand. Isaac spoke, his voice tight with suppressed emotion. For now, just understand that much. His fists clenched, a fire of anger burning within him. He was truly furious. His anger was directed somewhere, but he couldn't articulate it. His thoughts were a chaotic jumble, leaving him feeling nauseous. His mistake was in his inability to discern right from wrong. He was circling the problem instead of grasping its core. Suddenly, Isaac's expression shifted, a clarity snapping into place. He turned to his sister. Ellen, I want you to do me a favor. Ellen looked at him, surprised. A favor. Ellen hesitated outside Rebecca's door, her brother's words echoing in her mind. What kind of favor? Isaac had instructed her. When the swordsmanship competition begins, our in-laws will be coming to Islandale. I'll be participating, so I won't be able to keep an eye on things. I wanted to keep watch for me. Ellen looked up. You mean keep an eye on Ruby? Isaac wanted her to be aware of anyone approaching Ruby, especially Bishop Valentino. At this, Ellen was taken aback. Why? But Isaac didn't explain. I'll tell you later. As he turned to leave, he added, and Ruby wants to apologize to you. She probably feels guilty about the incident with Marta. Frankly, the housekeeper went too far. Hearing this, Ellen's expression grew serious. I should apologize to her too. Isaac continued. Regardless, I need your help until the swordsmanship competition is over. I'm sorry. The apology caught Ellen completely off guard. A shiver ran down Ellen's spine. Did you eat something strange? Why are you apologizing to me? Isaac wasn't used to these words either, but he felt a genuine pang of guilt. I just feel bad about what happened. With that, he walked briskly away, leaving Ellen alone to absorb the unsettling tenderness of the moment. Standing before Rebecca's door, Ellen told herself she had to apologize. Because of me, Rebecca suffered. I'm the one who should be apologizing. But I've hurt her so much lately, I don't even have the courage to face her. And Freya's situation isn't resolved either. Maybe it's a situation I'm unsure about, but I'm the only one in denial. Can I really do this? Lost in thought, she was startled by a servant approaching. Miss, are you here to see Madam? The question caught Ellen off guard, freezing her in place. Embarrassment forced a blunt denial. No, I was just passing by. With that, Ellen quickly walked away. The maid watched the young lady depart, bewildered. Rona knocked on the door and announced herself. Madam, it's Rona. Rebecca was sitting beside a large gift box. She happily showed off her new hair ornament. How does it look? Rona gasped dramatically. Oh my goodness. I thought a fairy had descended. You look lovely. Rebecca beamed. Thank you. You've received so many gifts, it's so romantic. Rona's voice dripped with envy. Rebecca giggled, shy but clearly pleased. It seems the Duke is very much in love with Madam. Rebecca blushed at the maid's words, flustered. Oh, stop it. Rebecca jumped up and hurried towards the door. This isn't the time for this. I have to thank him for the gifts, too. I'm going to see Isaac. The servants watched her go, smiles of amusement on their faces. Rebecca ran to Isaac's room. From outside, she could hear voices. The leader still wishes for her not to participate. How can we ignore what happened in the dream? She peeked inside. 3 men, including Isaac, Ivan, and Camus. Isaac was saying, why are there so many superstitious believers in this country? Ivan replied leisurely, but it's not asking for a child. smiled. Rebecca, only catching snippets, didn't understand what they were talking about. I'll be back later. Isaac continued the discussion inside. Then something about other delegations and people under attacks. Before he could finish, he saw his beloved wife at the door. Ruby, Isaac called out. Both inside and outside were startled by the shout. Embarrassed, Rebecca quickly explained, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I thought you were alone. Isaac quickly walked towards her and said gently, It's all right. Come in. Ivan quickly added, That's right, madam. There's room for you here. Camus chimed in. Enough already. I'm sick of your sly face. Having said that, Camus received a smack on the head from Isaac, resulting in a lump. Ivan began conversing with Rebecca. But the jewelry suits you well, madam. She replied with a shy smile. Thank you, sir. Ivan watched the scene. Rebecca thought, after the tea party, I didn't expect we could talk so intimately with Hawk. It's no different than usual. Isaac then said to his friends, All of you get out. Ivan was disgruntled. Knowing we came all the way here, you're kicking us out? Camus reminded him. Know how to read the situation, Ivan. The two young men were dragged out by Isaac. Rebecca gave a beautiful smile. Noticing it, Isaac asked, Why are you so happy? Rebecca answered truthfully, Because of you. To be precise, because of the gifts you gave me. Rebecca was like a little puppy. Isaac affectionately patted his wife's head. It's great that you like them. Rebecca, brimming with joy, replied, They're all so beautiful, so I really like them. I don't even know how to repay you. Isaac said tenderly, Just wearing them is repayment enough. Rebecca became even more delighted. Really? Then how does the jewelry look now? Does it suit me? She asked, brushing her hair to the side, revealing her beautiful face. Isaac, captivated by her beauty, his face flushed crimson, froze for a few seconds. He couldn't help but lean down and kiss his beloved wife's cheek. Did that fat lizard grab you because you were too pretty? Rebecca was puzzled at his mention of a fat lizard. What are you talking about? At that moment, noticing the flag behind him, she remembered something and asked, Come to think of it, are you going to the reception at Emerald Port tomorrow? It's May J, so Isaac has to go, right? He asked her, Do you want to come together? Rebecca immediately refused. No, I didn't mean that. Because it was called a deep brotherhood, he thought I would go. She didn't expect Isaac to be in charge of the reception. Did he want to show sincerity to his wife's relatives? Was it to show respect for me? Seeing her say nothing, Isaac said, We'll meet later at the tea party. I'll bring them safely, so you don't have to worry. Rebecca was a little touched. She looked at him hesitantly, wanting to say something. I'll be waiting for you. Rebecca hugged her husband tightly. What kind of expression is that? Actually, when I'm being used by my family, but I pretend to be happy. He continued, It's so nice to have you by my side. Even so, it's okay because he always says he wants me by his side. The port is very crowded, bustling with people coming and going, so don't waver while he's fighting in his martial arts hall. I have to play my own game. Bora's pursuer has arrived. His eyes were cold and unfriendly. The pursuer has arrived. At this moment, the archbishop said kindly, You've had a long journey, esteemed cardinal. The archbishop and everyone else bowed respectfully. Chazal approached the archbishop. The archbishop kissed the ring on Cesari's hand. The wind blew, his face unchanging in expression. The archbishop said very respectfully, Thanks be to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Suddenly, Cesari's face darkened. From somewhere came the sound of galloping hooves. Clip-clop, clip-clop. As the horse came to a halt before the assembled crowd, Isaac dismounted with a flourish, the picture of effortless grace and command. He approached Cesare, extending a hand in greeting. His expression carefully neutral, Isaac said, Welcome, Your Eminence. A faint smile touched Cesari's lips at the words. He clasped Isaac's hand in return. Thank you. Let the festivities begin. The festival was a whirl of elegant gowns and lively conversation. Everyone present was dressed impeccably, and the air buzzed with the pleasant murmur of polite discourse. Rebecca, too, was in attendance. Suddenly, a voice called out, There you are, madam. It was Andy, hurrying towards her with 2 glasses of wine in hand. He offered one to Rebecca, his face bright with enthusiasm. You must be thirsty, madam. Please try this. It has a most delightful, spicy note. Rebecca accepted the drink with a smile. Thank you, Andy. I'd love to. The two chatted amiably, and Andy offered a compliment. You look especially radiant tonight, madam. A blush warmed Rebecca's cheeks at the praise. Perhaps it's because I've been diligently training lately. Since I've received such a compliment from you, I must redouble my efforts. In truth, the reason for Andy's diligent training stemmed from his failure to protect Rebecca in the past. This time, He was determined to keep her safe. Rebecca found herself remembering Andy from his younger days. Though he was older now, his face held the same sweet earnestness, and she found him endearing. As they shared a laugh, a voice suddenly called Rebecca's name. Lady Rebecca. The sound of it sent a shiver of recognition down her spine. That voice! Could it be? It was Duke Vernal Alfonso of the Rembrandt Kingdom, Rebecca's third fiancé, the one who had broken off their engagement. The reason? Impotence. Seeing him, Rebecca's face stiffened, and her heart began to race. I've run into the Duke here as well. Before he could speak, she quickly excused herself. You've mistaken me for someone else, Your Grace. Rebecca fled as quickly as she could, the awkward encounter leaving her flustered. Running into an ex was never pleasant, especially when the reason for the broken engagement with Duke Alfonso was impotence, a rumor that would later contribute to the downfall of her family. Of course, the rumor about the impotence had been spread by Cesare. Even so, he had been ridiculed and clearly still harbored resentment. Rebecca squeezed her eyes shut and kept running. Who could understand this pain? Rebecca clutched her head, a sob escaping her lips. How am I supposed to avoid him at this party? Suddenly, Leah appeared as if from nowhere, calling out to Rebecca excitedly. Seeing the young girl, Rebecca stopped. Miss Epsy. Leah immediately showered her with compliments. Madam, how is it that you're so beautiful today? Rebecca replied politely, Thank you, Mississippi. You are even more beautiful than I. Leah sighed, shaking her head. Impossible. You're lying. Do you want to go see Princess Ariane with me? The princess wants to see you too. Rebecca turned her face away, a thoughtful expression settling on her features. Well then, I'll just go to the restroom first. Before she could finish her sentence, Leah's expression stopped her short. Leah's face suddenly crumpled, her eyes welling with tears. Do you hate me, madam? Why do you keep avoiding my gaze? Is it because of my foolish brother? Do you hate me because you hate my brother? Rebecca was startled by the outburst and rushed to comfort her. That's not it at all. I have no reason to hate you or Master Ivan. Rebecca surmised that the child had misinterpreted the events at the tea party and believed there was conflict between her and Ivan. Suddenly, Leah spoke again. Then, is it because the Marquis is giving you a hard time again? Madam, Leah's expression was serious. Then, the little girl continued, Miss Pollyanna has been giving you a hard time, madam. Just as they were speaking, Alfonso suddenly appeared behind them, calling Rebecca's name. That voice always made her skin crawl. Oh no, he's caught up, she thought, a sense of dread washing over her. She had finally been cornered. Rebecca turned, forcing a smile. It's been a while, Duke Alfonso. I truly didn't expect to see you here. Alfonso replied. So you're pleased to see me? Rebecca stammered. Why, yes, that's right. Rebecca asked him, Will you be participating in the competition as well, Duke? Alfonso answered, No, my knight will be participating in my stead. There are a lot of participants this time. Leah, listening intently, said smugly, Tiska, Madam said she'd play with me. Alfonso looked at Rebecca and smiled. He said, You're just the same as always, madam. Rebecca exclaimed, What? Alfonso continued, Weren't you avoiding me back then? In the end, we didn't even get a chance to say goodbye properly. Rebecca painfully made an excuse. I had something to do back then. Alfonso replied cheerfully, Of course, I understand, madam. You had unavoidable reasons back then. Thinking back to that time, she couldn't even apologize properly as she had wished. But Rebecca shyly said, Duke Alfonso, I'm truly sorry about what happened back then. Hearing this, he comforted her. It's all in the past. I'm truly all right. On the contrary, I've been enjoying those pranks lately. A touch of emotion flickered across Rebecca's face, and then she carefully looked at him. He was as passionate as ever, but soon he would become the one who would strive to bring down her family. Seeing her silence, Alfonso said, Actually, I got engaged not too long ago. She's very good to me. Rebecca clapped her hands in congratulations. That's wonderful. Congratulations. Alfonso replied with a shy smile. Thank you, madam. It seems you've met a good person as well. That's wonderful. Actually, I sometimes wonder if I had been a little braver. Imagine if I had done that, what would we be like now? We were too young back then, so don't blame yourself, Duke. Rebecca consoled him. Alfonso replied, No, it was my negligence, not taking responsibility for my promise. I'm no different from a criminal. But even though my ambitions aren't grand, I still wanted to see for myself if Madame was doing well. Hearing this, Rebecca smiled brightly and replied, I'm doing very well. Thank you for your concern. Just then, someone below announced that the Romanian delegation and Omerta had arrived, and everyone gathered. Hearing this, Alfonso said, Just in time, the lucky one by Madame's side has arrived. Rebecca, hearing this, became tense, swallowed, and clenched her hands. She looked towards the large doors. It was time to begin the performance anew. At today's banquet, Isaac appeared with an impossibly handsome and indifferent expression. Standing next to Isaac was Cesare, equally handsome. As the two appeared, everyone gasped, for after all these years, Rebecca and the others had never imagined seeing the two standing together. Standing before the Romanian Pope, Cesare respectfully said, "Please accept the blessings of King Fennel of Britannia." The Romanian Pope placed his hand on his chest. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Everyone must be tired after such a long journey. Come to think of it, I haven't seen the princess at the banquet today. It's customary for the princess to attend banquets welcoming foreign delegations. This isn't just any delegation, it's the cardinal's delegation. They must be worried about exposing the princess, who has a heretical background. No matter how much they love the imperial consort, a diplomatic blunder is unacceptable. The Romanian Pope said, "I heard some of you were seasick. You must be tired. We have prepared separate palaces for everyone. If you need anything, please let us know." The cardinal's delegation replied, "Thank you for your hospitality, but we weren't seasick." The Romanian Pope laughed. "If that's the case, then that's wonderful. I was just worried for nothing." Rebecca sighed. To be honest, wasn't so much seasickness as it was drunkenness. Cesare approached and asked, "This is our first time meeting, isn't it, Duke Omerta?" He said cheerfully, "You've arrived, Your Excellency. We're truly grateful for such a warm welcome." Cesare immediately replied, "It's nothing. It's an honor to meet you, Duke." Ruby frowned at the man, attempting a display of courtesy. The Romanian Pope rose to his feet. "We shall discuss this in detail later. Please, everyone, enjoy the banquet." A murmur of conversation rippled through the hall as the attendees began to mingle. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Duke Vernal Alfonso approached, offering Ruby a polite greeting. "My lady, we meet again." A voice suddenly called out Ruby's name. Ruby turned to see Isaac and Cesare, their faces flushed. She clutched her evening gown tightly. "I've been waiting for you, brother," Cesare said softly. Noticing Ruby's unusual demeanor, Cesare exclaimed, "Oh my goodness. Ruby has become even more beautiful during our time apart." Cesare stepped closer to Ruby. "And what's with that stiff greeting? You always dote on your brother, who braved a perilous sea voyage to get here." As he finished speaking, Cesare flashed a brilliant smile. It charmed everyone present. Cesare said gently to Ruby, "Come here." Then he embraced her tightly. His arms held her fast, his expression taking on a subtly menacing edge. "It seems your honeymoon has treated you well. I was worried you weren't eating well. It's a relief to see you thriving." Cesare lightly caressed Ruby's cheek. Ruby offered Cesare a strained smile and a compliment. "You become more handsome as well. Isn't Romania enough? Do you intend to charm the young ladies of Arundel, too?" Cesare gave an awkward laugh. "Of course not." Observing the scene, the cardinal's delegation murmured amongst themselves, the scenery and the familiar reactions. Everything is just as it always was. Ruby glanced towards Isaac. Isaac approached, calling softly, "Ruby, you look beautiful today." He stammered slightly, "Well, you always look beautiful." Ruby gave a sweet smile. "It must be this dress you gave me. You look very handsome today, Isaac." At Ruby's compliment, Isaac blushed. "You think I'm handsome? Do you really mean it?" Ruby replied without hesitation, "Of course." Isaac gazed at Ruby affectionately. He took her hand, brought it to his lips, and kissed it gently. "My honor, princess." At that moment, Ruby's heart skipped a beat. "Then I shall have to compliment you more often. Thank you for welcoming my brother today." Cesare, overhearing, retorted, "Anyone would think my brother was a captured criminal." Isaac looked at Cesare. "How could your excellency be mistaken for a criminal?" Cesare laughed. "I was merely jesting. You're always so serious, aren't you?" Ruby watched the two men, thinking to herself, a brother who dotes on his sister, a husband who adores his wife, a joyous scene. And I am the one who receives all this affection. If someone unaware of the truth were to witness this, they would see a beautiful picture, but they wouldn't know it's just a play. So, to complete this absurd play, I must swallow the role I've been given. The Archbishop approached Cesare with his niece. "My niece greatly admires you, so please forgive my impertinence in introducing her." Briefly, and with evident excitement, she introduced herself. "Thank you. Your Holiness, I am Freya van Friona. It is an honor to meet you. Cesare laughed heartily. Arundel is overflowing with beautiful women. It's a good thing I came here without Enzo. Ruby continued. If Enzo were here behaving as he does in the south, he'd likely have to board a ship back that very night. Cesare added, quite possibly. He put his arm around Ruby's shoulder. But Ruby, you must be a little sad without him, aren't you? Ruby gave a light laugh. A little. He only ever adds to the noise. Freya van Friona looked at Ruby. Now I understand why my lady is so devoted to her family. Ruby smiled. His Holiness is truly a good man. Freya van Friona raised her hand as if to shove Ruby, but Isaac caught her wrist. You have no shame. He tightened his grip on Freya van Friona's hand. Or perhaps no brains. Freya van Friona looked into Isaac's eyes, trembling with fear. What are you saying? Isaac gripped Freya van Friona's hand tightly. Now it seems you don't even have ears anymore. Around them, whispers rippled through the crowd. Isn't that Miss Friona? What happened? What's going on? Cesari's voice cut through the murmuring, startling the Archbishop. It's clear something happened between them. For instance, what the Archbishop's niece did to our Ruby. The Archbishop rushed to explain. No, Your Highness, my niece, Freya van Friona's eyes darted towards him. The Archbishop stepped forward, bowing deeply. Isaac, please release her hand. But before agreeing to let go of Freya van Friona, Isaac spoke, his voice low and dangerous. My warnings aren't just empty words. This is my final warning. Don't appear before me again, and don't linger near Ruby. Freya van Friona, visibly shaken by Isaac's threat, was released from his iron grip. Don't you know, Cesare said coldly, that if you are human, you should know your place? The Archbishop had best re-educate his niece. Freya van Friona rubbed her hand. A mixture of pain and fear etched on her face. Lowering her head, she stammered, I apologize for my rudeness. It's truly embarrassing, but I haven't been feeling well today, so please forgive me. With that, Freya van Friona fled. Cesare then gestured for the Archbishop to approach. The Archbishop, clearly terrified, began, Your Highness, I apologize, but I believe there's been a misunderstanding. Cesare placed a hand on the Archbishop's shoulder. When did your way of handling things become so troublesome? I thought you were still somewhat useful. Or was I mistaken? The Archbishop's heart pounded in his chest, his face pale. He dared not meet Cesari's gaze. His voice trembled as he spoke. Your Highness, Cesare cut him off. I still need to share my sentiments with my family, so I would appreciate it if you could excuse yourself. Of course, you won't have another opportunity like this again. Ruby watched Cesare thoughtfully. In the blink of an eye, the situation had been resolved. He had backed Freya into a corner, leaving her breathless. Friona, who had been constantly provoking her, had also been dealt with swiftly. She should have felt relieved, but it brought back memories of a weary and helpless past. Suddenly, a wave of nausea washed over Ruby. Seeing her discomfort, Isaac rushed to her side, holding her close. Are you all right? Why has your complexion suddenly worsened? Ruby managed a small smile, just a little upset stomach. Seeing Ruby's attempt at cheerfulness, Cesare immediately spoke. Our Ruby is truly fortunate to have such a good husband. By the way, Ruby, I had intended to invite the Archbishop's niece to dance, but she's left. What a pity. Cesare stepped forward and took Ruby's hand. Ruby, I wonder if you would do me the honor of being my dance partner? It's been so long since we siblings have been together. I imagine my brother-in-law will indulge me today. Won't you, brother-in-law? Isaac placed a gentle hand on Ruby's back. I don't mind. Go ahead and dance, then come back. I'll be here watching you dance. Reassured, Ruby turned to Cesare. Isaac stood thoughtfully, watching Ruby and Cesare. Ruby said shyly, but it's been so long since I've danced, so I might step on your feet. Cesare replied, how strange. Have you forgotten that you first learned to dance on my feet? Isaac thought to himself, that's because that wasn't me. Cesare looked into Ruby's eyes. There's a surprising loveliness about you. Ruby blinked, unsure what Cesare meant. I'm referring to your husband, who desires to monopolize you. Ruby laughed. What are you saying? Cesari's gaze lingered on Ruby. This dress you're wearing is also quite beautiful. I assumed he had no sense of fashion when it came to women's clothing. This is quite a refreshing look. Cesare leaned closer to Ruby. Could this be called first love? Ruby turned away. I don't know what you're talking about. In all of Romania and Arundel, no one can compare to my brother. I've been waiting for this day, and now you're just saying strange things. You must be a little upset, right? How is father? What about Enzo? Cesare replied. Father's busy playing around with his new fling, so he doesn't care much. As for that brat Enzo, he launched an attack on Remy, but stirred up some trouble and got beaten up badly by Father Ruby. Ruby continued. That sounds just like Enzo. Cesare smirked. That guy's the commander of the papal army. Father, really, this isn't funny at all. I know you're more suited for that position than anyone, but I wish you wouldn't go to such dangerous places. My Ruby is so thoughtful. Enzo is just Enzo. Cesare whispered in Ruby's ear. You caused some trouble too, didn't you? Ruby's face flushed. Cesare placed his hand on Ruby's waist. Let's talk about this slowly. He pulled Ruby closer, looking directly into her eyes. Now, let's take a look at this sordid place. Watching their romantic embrace, Isaac could only sip his wine and wait. He waited for Ruby. Ruby's lovely smile made Cesare gaze at her affectionately, and Isaac felt incredibly uncomfortable. Suddenly, Ivan appeared out of nowhere, saying to Isaac, compared to those nasty rumors, he seems like a generous man. Isaac was silent for a moment, then replied, It seems so. Seeing Ivan acting strangely, Isaac asked, But why are you so excited? Ivan answered, I mean about dancing with a beautiful lady. I still don't understand why you want us to do this. But did someone say something strange to you? Isaac asked coldly. Say what? Ivan turned away. If not, then forget it. Let's ignore it. Don't make that face. Now you look no different from a man trailing after his wife. If you keep clinging to your wife like this, the Duchess will soon get tired of you. Isaac looked at Ruby. Am I being too sensitive? Ruby has been happy from the moment she reunited with Araby until now. I don't know if Cesare knows, but this is also the reason why Cesare can't appear in public. It's only because of Ruby that he's observing etiquette. Though I've told myself countless times, of course in Ruby's marriage, the Pope's intentions are absolute. Sometimes her eyes are filled with fear and terror. If he is the culprit behind Ruby's state, he would naturally know. Assuming he and Ruby are enduring the same pain, their empathy is frightening. If it stems from a bond of shared hurt, perhaps I can understand. If Ruby had shown even the slightest discomfort towards Araby, I might have noticed it long ago, but I haven't seen anything unusual. Perhaps these thoughts are just my own feelings. Isaac placed his glass on the table, paused for a moment, and continued. However, her strange eating habits are thoroughly concealed, even the slightest emotions on her face. I used to think she wasn't good at hiding things, and in some ways, although subtle, she hides them well, making them undetectable. The scars that remain on her delicate skin are gradually wearing down my patience. I want to pull her aside and ask her directly, but if I force her to tell the truth like that, it will only create another wound for her. I'm afraid the little peace we have between us will disappear and she'll leave me. So I can't ask. Isaac picked up his glass and took a sip. So I have to find another way. Freya Van Friona stood on the balcony, recalling what Isaac had said to her. Don't linger around Ruby, and the way Ruby looked at her. At that moment, she suddenly started crying and told herself, it's okay. Isaac will come back to me soon. So think long-term and act accordingly. Freya Van Friona remembered the scene where Isaac gave her the necklace. Freya Van Friona had only joked, you're giving it to me just to get rid of it because you have no one to give it to. That's right. But Ruby suddenly stood up and said, then give it to me next time. Isaac glanced at Ruby. Let's do that. Ruby beamed a bright smile. After the thought of Freya and Friana crossed her mind, Freya, Van Friona's heartache, she thought, immersed in a brief moment of happiness. Isaac is only temporarily blinded. I don't need to feel sad. Freya Van Friona wiped away her tears. Ellen stood outside the door, observing Freya Van Friona's every move as tears streamed down her cheeks. Isaac sat sipping his wine when Cesare spoke. So you're here. Isaac quickly stood up. Where's Ruby? Cesare immediately replied. I'm not someone who particularly likes or dislikes anything. It's a pity. She said she was going to get some fresh air. She'll be back soon, so our brother-in-law doesn't seem to enjoy this place very much. I mean, if there's a chance, I'd like to invite you to a banquet in the south. Isaac replied, if I'm invited, I'm always ready. Cesare smiled. You mean my sister would enjoy it too, right? I have something to tell you. There are too many people here. Let's change locations. As he walked with Cesare, Isaac noticed something on the dining table and frowned in displeasure. He stood and looked around again, then called for a waiter once more. The waiter asked, You called for me, sir? Clean all of this up and bring another plate. The waiter hesitated. But, sir, Isaac said calmly, with a chilling edge to his voice. Do I have to say it twice for you to understand? The frightened waiter stammered. I'm sorry. I'll clean it up right away. As the waiter hurried to clear the table upon hearing Isaac's words, Cesare chuckled softly in the reception room. Then, with a serious tone, Cesare said, I have a lot to thank my brother-in-law for. I don't mean anything else by it. I just wanted to thank you for understanding my sister's situation and taking good care of her. Isaac asked in return, what do you mean by that? Cesare gently swirled his wine glass. It's embarrassing for me to say it myself, but our Ruby is a child who has suffered a lot. Isaac still didn't quite understand, so he said to Cesare, could you be more specific? When she was young, there was a time when our father didn't acknowledge her existence. Even now that his daughter has grown into a beautiful woman, Isaac continued, I know the circumstances surrounding Ruby's birth. Romania was in great turmoil at the time, but this is the first time I've heard that the Pope didn't acknowledge his own daughter's existence. Cesare continued, my sister wasn't registered in the family register until she was 4 years old. Even after she was registered, she was still treated like a freeloader for a long time. I was too young then and didn't have enough power to protect my sister. It's a lifelong regret. Isaac immediately asked what happened. Cesare replied, before that, can I ask you a question? What were you doing when you were around 13 years old? Isaac recalled that time. He was kneeling in front of his mother, crying and saying, I was wrong, so please come down, mother. All right, mother. Isaac silently clenched his hand, faced with Cesare's question. Seeing Isaac like this, Cesare said, if it's too difficult to answer, I apologize. Back then, I had to learn a lot of things following my ambitious father. At that time, Ruby went to Boria Monastery. My sister lived like an orphan. Hearing this, Isaac was dumbfounded. So one day, when I suddenly came to visit, I was surprised to see my sister, whom I hadn't seen in a long time, being tormented in ways I couldn't imagine. Seeing Ruby's tears fall, Cesare rushed over and punched the bastard. Those country monks, it's shameful to speak of faith. That day, I persuaded my father to bring Ruby home. I took charge of all of Ruby's necessary education. This child, who had endured so much, it was a long time before she smiled at someone else's eyes for the first time. Hearing Ruby's heartbreaking story, Isaac felt sorry for her and couldn't help but shed tears. Cesare turned to look at Isaac. She was doing well for a while, so I mistakenly thought she was at peace. But 3 years ago, Ruby fell terribly ill. Neither her family nor the doctors knew what was wrong. It was only on nights with a full moon that Ruby would become like that. Do you know what a sick child does when they wake up? They hide in the wardrobe. Perhaps during her illness, some memories return to her. God only knows. Now she's well, though there's still many things to worry about. From a moment Ruby met my brother-in-law and found stability, to her marriage to you, I've been so grateful to God, so fortunate. Our Holy Father, he might not be pleased. That night at the villa, Ruby stumbled out onto the balcony. She wasn't feeling well and was standing there enjoying the cool breeze when someone asked her, Madam, are you out for some air? Startled, Ruby turned around. Mr. Alphonse, I didn't know you were there, but the person next to you, it's an honor to meet you. Miss Rebecca, I am Cardinal Rockula. Ruby suddenly remembered this man. He was clearly someone Enzo trusted and followed, even more so than his brother, Cesare. Enzo didn't usually care for priests, but towards this man, he showed the respect due a clergyman. He was teased for being single because of his stiff demeanor, which meant they were close, right? Ruby chuckled softly. It's been a while. Cardinal Rockula. Alphonse asked Ruby, Madam, are you out for some air? Ruby replied, I hope I haven't interrupted your conversation. Alphonse answered, Not at all. I was just greeting my nephew. Ruby was surprised. Oh my, you're related? Cardinal Rockula turned away. It's a shame this nephew doesn't act like a man. I have a weak nephew. Cardinal Rockula glanced at Alphonse and turned away again. I can't believe he missed such an angel. Regardless, it's a disgrace to the Vichy family. Alphonse gaped. Seeing the comical sight of the two of them, I was speechless. Ruby laughed. I suppose it's all right to laugh a little. Feeling guilty, Cardinal Rockula didn't forget to congratulate Ruby. Well then, Miss Rebecca, I pray your husband wins the match. Alphonse interrupted. Madam, don't be fooled. My uncle's prayers have no effect. This made Cardinal Rockula furious. This boy can't say anything nice before he leaves. Alphonse smiled amiably. Madam, I'll see you later. Suddenly, Cardinal Rockula stopped. Oh, Miss Rebecca, he said with a hesitant expression. If you ever need help, please don't hesitate to call on me. Ruby looked at Cardinal Rockula. Before I became a member of the Vichy family, I was also Romanian. Thank you for your concern, Cardinal Rockula. Cardinal Rockula bowed. God bless you, Miss Rebecca. After Cardinal Rockula left, Ruby thought to herself, was he Romanian? Looking up at the sky. So, they're related. Ruby began to ponder. Is it because I saw Alfonso with the Romanian cardinal that I have this feeling? Something I forgot from the original novel has suddenly surfaced. The reason for Romania's collapse was because some traitors within the Holy See stole the Holy Grail and handed it over to Alfonso's allies. The Holy Grail is a sacred artifact inscribed with the names of all those who have been ordained. It's like the chalice used by the first saint. The Holy Grail has a special power. It can destroy the divine nucleus. The decision-makers of the clergy would destroy the divine nucleus, the center of divine power, and render a person useless as a human being. And the object used in this ritual is the Holy Grail. Therefore, all those ordained fear the Borgia family, who possess the Holy Grail. This quickly became the Borgia family's strength. Of course, since power is just power, it's impossible to use the Holy Grail at the Pope's discretion. However, the Borgia, stripped of their divine power, were quickly reduced to a laughable state. Come to think of it, the Holy Grail can also grant wishes. But that's all I read. There's no record of wishes in theological books, either. So it's just a superstition. Ruby murmured, wishes, huh? Suddenly, someone called her Duchess. She was delighted. Princess Arion. Arion complimented Ruby, saying, "You look like a fairy today." Lady Ruby smiled and replied, "Thank you, Princess. You look beautiful too. The crown suits you very well." Arion took off her crown and asked, "Do you want to try it on?" Lady Ruby gently waved her hand. "Oh, this belongs to the princess. I can't just wear it." Arion immediately responded, "But it seems like this crown suits you even better than it suits me, my lady." The queen approached them and said, "Princess, you shouldn't make the Duchess uncomfortable." Hearing a familiar voice, Ruby turned to see who it was. It was the queen. "It's been a while since I've seen you, since the last court banquet. The princess has been talking about you nonstop. I truly wanted to thank you. I'm embarrassed to say, I've only just met you." Ruby found it strange, not that the queen hadn't attended the banquet, but that she had been observing everything from afar. "Thank you for always playing with the princess. After meeting you, the princess always shows a cheerful side, and as a mother, I'm very happy about that." Ruby looked at the queen and Arion. "Both of you are lovely, and you look alike too. I wish Arion could grow up surrounded by her parents' love. Come to think of it, you seem to have adjusted well to this place. Actually, I was thinking of sending you a few invitations, but I kept hesitating, wondering if I should bother you." Ruby, considering the queen's position in Britannia's aristocratic society, thought she needn't think that way, and replied, "It's all right if you invite me. I would be honored. As expected of you, my lady." Before Ruby could finish, the queen interrupted her. "You're such a sentimental and lovely person." Suddenly, the door opened. "So you were talking to the queen?" Ruby, Cesare walked in coldly. The queen immediately said, "It's been a while." Cardinal Valentino Cesare smiled and said, "How have you been recently, Your Majesty?" Princess Arion, upon seeing Cesare, took a step back and hid behind the queen. Seeing this, the queen said, "It seems the princess is afraid of the wind. I'll excuse myself now." As she turned to leave, the queen's eyes held a sly glint. Cesare glanced to see if the queen had gone far. Ruby sighed. "I was just about to go in, but you couldn't wait a moment, so you came looking for me?" Cesare kissed Ruby's head. "It's your husband who's impatient. He only reluctantly agreed when I said I was going to find you. There's nothing much to see here. I heard that the Moon Tower of the Onion Palace is famous, so I was looking forward to it, but I didn't expect it to be such a rustic clock tower." Ruby said to Cesare, "I thought you were having fun. You don't seem very happy." Cesare placed his hand on Ruby's head. "Happy? I'm happy to see you. But this party is so boring. You might as well go sightseeing in the city." Ruby laughed. "I've never been to Rendell either." Cesare, finding it strange, pressed further. "And the reason you're not interested in those things is because of your husband." Ruby chuckled. "You're a bit too nagging, but since it's you, I can only listen." Cesare continued, "You don't know your husband well enough, Ruby. If that's the case, then go talk to him directly. You'll tell me, right? What kind of reaction will he have?" Ruby thought to herself, "First, I have to try to please that guy because I have to figure out what he's up to." Suddenly, a group of people came over. "Lady Rebecca, so the Duchess is here. My lady, please chat with me for a while." "No, chat with me first, my lady." Ruby didn't understand why everyone was crowding around her. Could it be because I danced with Cesare earlier? Ruby was frightened. She closed her eyes and refused. I'm sorry. I'm a little busy right now." Just then, Isaac appeared. "I've been looking for you, Ruby," he said, gently stroking Ruby's cheek. Ruby slowly opened her eyes. She was surprised to find Isaac standing before her. Her eyes sparkling, Ruby acted affectionately towards him. Unable to bear another moment apart, Ruby rushed into Isaac's arms. Isaac said nothing, only gently stroked her head. Then, turning, his gaze burning as it swept over the crowd, he asked where Ruby had gone. She replied that she had simply stepped out for some fresh air. When she returned the question, Isaac answered that he had been searching for her everywhere. Afterward, the two began to enjoy the party. Ruby slowly savored each dish on her plate. Isaac, sitting beside her, asked if the food was to her liking. Seeing that Isaac wasn't eating, Ruby turned and asked him why. He simply replied that he didn't have much of an appetite today. Remembering how much Isaac usually ate, Ruby couldn't help but feel suspicious. Moreover, every time she took a bite, Isaac seemed to be watching her intently. Suddenly, he turned and said that if she didn't want to eat, she shouldn't force herself. Ruby responded awkwardly, "I'm not forcing myself to eat." Ruby set down her fork. "My brother wants to go to the festival celebrations with me later," she said. "I wanted to ask your opinion first." Even though she wasn't lying, a wave of unease washed over her as she spoke. Isaac responded skeptically, "I don't think Cardinal Rockula would be interested in something like that." Ruby could only offer an embarrassed laugh. "He's always been like that since he was young." Despite his skepticism, Isaac agreed, saying he would have the temple arrange a guide for them. Ruby looked at Isaac's displeased expression. She hadn't expected him to agree so readily. She suggested that he join them, but he quickly refused. He didn't want to intrude on their time together, as they hadn't seen each other in a while. Ruby surreptitiously observed Isaac's demeanor, still hesitant to leave him alone. Suddenly, Isaac pinched her cheek and said with a smile, "You can go and have fun. It's not like it's the first or second time you've run off." Ruby muttered in response, "Who says I'm running off?" Part of the reason Isaac agreed to let Ruby go was because the capital was currently safe. There was no need to worry about monsters or the like. He added that they had cleared the monsters around Rendell before the festival, and with the cardinal present, no monsters would dare to appear. Ruby agreed. Ever since the chasers had emerged, a protective shield had been established. Isaac then called for a carriage to be prepared for Ruby. After they arrived, Ruby sat in the carriage, waiting while Chase Ray and Isaac spoke. Chase Ray said jokingly, "Sorry for stealing Ruby away, brother-in-law." He even added that he would dedicate a prayer to Isaac to make up for it. Isaac replied, "Will that even work?" Chase Ray said confidently, "Of course." Seeing their close interaction, Ruby felt a flicker of irritation for some reason. It was clear that Isaac had been deceived by Chase Ray's facade before. Lost in thought, Ruby was startled when Isaac suddenly appeared at the carriage door. Seeing her pale complexion, he asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" Ruby shyly waved her hand. "I'm fine." Isaac gently caressed her face. "Then have fun." Looking at Isaac like this, Ruby felt an unpleasant sensation welling up inside her. It was clear that from now on, she was the one who would have to endure this charade, and yet she felt strangely guilty. The carriage began to roll, leaving Isaac standing there, gazing after it for a long time. Sitting in the carriage, Ruby began to plan. First, she had to focus her attention on Chase Ray. Going out with him was just an excuse. Once Parliament began, they wouldn't have any time, so before then, she had to find a reason to confront him. Ruby needed to do everything she could to understand his intelligence network. Chase Ray suggested they stop by the temple first. Ruby was taken aback, unsure why. He explained that her attire was too extravagant. If she wanted to enjoy the sights without drawing attention, she would need a disguise. Understanding dawned on Ruby, and her face flushed crimson. Chase Ray didn't say anything more. Ruby changed into monk's attire, even donning a hood to avoid recognition. Someone awaited them further ahead. It appeared this individual was their guide. No matter how Ruby looked at him, he didn't seem like an ordinary islander monk. She suspected he was a spy sent by Cesare. Cesare suddenly grasped Ruby's hand, his voice laced with meaning. "Not cute at all. I mean your husband." He leaned in close, implying that Isaac had sent someone to follow them. Ruby glanced around but saw no sign of any spies. "I don't see anyone," she countered. "Are you mistaken? Who would follow us?" Before Ruby could finish, Cesare rudely interrupted. "Have you forgotten?" he asked coldly. "Everyone but us is the enemy." As he spoke, Cesare squeezed Ruby's hand. Ruby offered a placating smile. "How could I forget? It's just a small misunderstanding." She attempted to change the subject. It's been a while since I've seen you this cheerful, Cesare. Cesare took Ruby's hand as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Your husband makes me happy, he replied. Ruby breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though she'd been holding her breath. She wondered if it truly was Isaac's order, or if someone else had discovered they were a couple. Cesare asked Ruby if she was always under such surveillance. Always, Ruby answered casually. So, I'm just waiting for the day I can go home. Cesare suddenly wrapped his arms around Ruby from behind, his voice a low murmur against her ear. Would someone who truly wants to go home mess things up like this? Tell me, my lovely Ruby. A chill ran down Ruby's spine at the chilling smile she couldn't see. Abruptly changing his demeanor, Cesare turned and took her hand. Let's stop playing with these guys, he said gently. Before Ruby could react, he pulled her away. He's truly mad, Ruby cursed inwardly. The two of them strolled through the streets, making idle conversation. Cesare suddenly brought up Isaac, asking if he hadn't yet taken Ruby sightseeing in the capital. Who in the world would take me sightseeing besides you? Ruby responded instantly. Cesare took her hand once more. Gazing at the festive scene, Cesare reminisced, asking Ruby if she remembered that Christmas. Ruby's mind drifted back. How could she forget that Christmas? She and Cesare had gone to St. Maria Square, lingering until the early hours of the morning before deciding to head home. But waiting for them at home was her drunken father. He had been drinking heavily and berated them for returning later than usual. He even hurled cruel words at his beloved son, accusing him of promiscuity and choosing a prostitute as the mother of his child. Though Ruby didn't understand why Cesare would bring up such unpleasant memories, she expressed her own feelings. I was so scared back then. I was worried father would hit you. Hearing this, Cesare's mood instantly brightened, assuming Ruby had been worried about him. In truth, Ruby simply hadn't wanted to witness any violence. Cesare suddenly declared, he'd be afraid of me now. Ruby didn't understand why her father should be afraid of him, but Cesare didn't elaborate, pulling her along to another location. Ruby didn't ask. How could she possibly understand the complexities of their father-son relationship? They went to see a play, a love story about a princess and a prince. The prince couldn't understand why the princess was leaving him. The princess explained that because of who she was, she had to push him away. The prince assured her that no matter what she became, he would always love her. Even if I become a monster? The princess asked. Then she transformed. The prince screamed in terror. Ruby watched the play with an impassive expression. Cesare beside her noticed. He knew Ruby was uncomfortable. Finally, Cesare sighed and suggested they return to the temple. Since they had matters to discuss, Ruby knew what would follow. In a blink, they were back at the temple. Ruby sat wearily in front of a mirror, clutching a pillow. She repeated a silent mantra. This will be over soon. I just need to endure it a little longer, and it will all be over. Ruby looked up at her reflection. With newfound resolve, she decided to leave. If I endure this alone, everyone else will be safe. As soon as she stepped out, someone was waiting, saying that Cesare was waiting for her. Ruby said nothing, silently following the person. She noticed the person's distinct southern accent, one she felt she'd heard somewhere before. Ruby surmised he was Cesare's aide, but also a spy from Romania. At the first door, the mysterious man opened it, inviting Ruby to enter. Ruby saw a staircase leading upwards. Step by step, she ascended. The closer she got, the more tense Ruby became. A sense of foreboding clung to her, shadowing the journey. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. Ruby recognized the sound of the temple doors. Standing before the entrance, Ruby froze. The mysterious man urged her. Aren't you coming in? Ruby slowly stepped inside, the door slamming shut behind her. Ruby stared, astonished. Fine wine shimmered under the dim lighting. Cesare sat elegantly, calmly greeting Ruby. She couldn't help but ask, "Where is this?" Cesare replied, "Where else but the Archbishop's room? That old man was quite flustered when I said I was going to use it. Wasn't he Pietro?" The mysterious man revealed his true face. It was Pietro. Ruby stared at him. That deliberately roughened voice. Ruby recognized him instantly. He was the one who had broken her leg. Cesare took a sip of wine and said to Pietro, "You've worked hard in this pigsty." Pietro immediately flattered him. "I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival, Cesare. You know how homesick I've been." Ruby gritted her teeth. Pietro had broken her leg to prevent her wedding night. Had Cesare ordered him to do it? Cesare and Pietro continued their conversation. "Would you like me to mentor you?" Pietro smiled. "I wouldn't refuse." Ruby hadn't expected to encounter Cesare's aide. If this was the Cesare she knew, no matter what happened, it would be impossible to separate him from Pietro. Nor did Ruby think Cesare would send an aide from the north to watch over her. Cesare continued their conversation. You don't refuse, and you don't regret. He looked coldly at Pietro. You haven't done anything right. Pietro smirked. I'll accept a separate punishment. Cesare suddenly asked Ruby, how should I deal with him? Tell me, Ruby. Ruby didn't quite understand Cesare's meaning. He explained, he's being scolded because of you. Ruby couldn't hide her surprise. Have you been having him watch me this whole time? Cesare said matter-of-factly, my dear sister ran away from home. What brother wouldn't be worried? If Cesare was telling the truth, then Pietro had arrived after Ruby ran away, meaning he'd been watching her ever since. At this thought, Ruby clenched her hands. At a time like this, she had to think carefully. If she made a scene, all her previous efforts would be wasted. Ruby began to question him. Someone like me, who has never gone astray, how tired must I be to be driven to this point? Why are you doing this to me? I was accused of poisoning the Archbishop's granddaughter at the Megalith Temple. Everyone in the north thinks I'm a murderer. Ruby pointed at Pietro. Until now, I thought you were the one who ordered him to do it. Then she began to cry, blaming Cesare for not considering her feelings. And the Marquis's daughter, what good did it do us to get rid of her? Ruby suddenly stopped. Cesare turned to Pietro and asked, do you know anything about this? Pietro answered honestly, absolutely nothing. I only came after hearing she ran away from home, but I also just heard about that. Ruby's face darkened as Freya's words echoed in her mind. If Isaac inherited the throne, the North's future would rest on his consort. Was she to be perpetually subjected to the meddling of corrupt zealots? Were they so deeply wounded they couldn't even look her in the eye? Freya, who had declared she would become the queen of the North, spilled tea on herself, deftly weaving truth and lies. If Cesare hadn't been involved in the Megalith telescope incident, Ruby could only conclude that Freya had orchestrated it all to drive her away and secure Isaac for herself. And the quickest way for Freya to find the Megalith telescope was, Pietro murmured to Cesare, spring has sprung. It seems the Archbishop has secretly had another bowl of rice behind our backs. Cesare considered this for a moment before replying. Perhaps. He slowly approached Ruby. I understand your suspicions, but even if you overstep, this is a bit much. If we truly intended to assassinate her, would we choose the temple and the magic stone? My poor sister, how frightened are you that your judgment is so impaired? Cesare paused, then continued, but that doesn't excuse your impulsive actions. I wasn't thinking clearly at the time, so I didn't consider it carefully, Ruby explained. Cesare gripped Ruby's shoulder. Were you also not thinking clearly when your husband embraced you? He stared at Ruby as if he would devour her whole. Ruby stammered, I've been reflecting on my actions. Cesare wouldn't let her off the hook. Judging by your husband's behavior today, it doesn't seem like a forced relationship, does it? He practically commanded Ruby to tell the truth, the force in his grip frightening her. Ruby couldn't understand why Cesare was so furious, even if she had disrupted his plans. But her priority was to keep her true feelings hidden from him. Ruby began to act. My husband is completely different from anyone I've ever met. Although he's kind to me now, I was terrified at the time, which is why I acted that way. Cesare questioned, like hunting you down as if you were a Rendler. Ruby lost her composure. Do you think you did that because you were worried about me? How many times do I have to say it? I was truly scared, Ruby cried. You know, I wanted to die because everyone said I was just like that wicked Balvian girl. Cesare said coldly, did he hit you? Ruby, caught off guard, asked blankly. Cesare glared at her fiercely, repeating, did that bastard dare lay a hand on you? Ruby still hadn't recovered. After a moment, she hastily explained, I tried hard to please him so he wouldn't treat me roughly anymore. It was then that I realized the only thing I could do was survive. Survival became paramount. If I could go back, I would do anything. Cesare clenched his fists, then released them. He gently took Ruby's hand, his voice softening. This place has been a burden on you from the start. I was afraid you would become like this, which is why I opposed it. This time, no matter what Father says, I don't care. But Cesare's tone abruptly shifted, and he rebuked her, saying that even so, Ruby's actions, using desire to achieve her wishes, were deeply disrespectful. Not just anyone, but the Sistina's angel doing this. He couldn't accept it. Cesare lifted Ruby's face, forcing her to meet his gaze. He asked repeatedly, aren't you the Pope's only daughter? Why have you changed so much? Ruby stammered, frightened and unable to retort. Without waiting for her reply, Chase Ray continued, "Of course, I can't blame you entirely. It seems this filthy, wicked den has tainted you into something useless. But why have you developed such bad habits in such a short time? It hasn't been that long since we last saw each other." He gently wiped away Ruby's tears, but the look in his eyes was cruel. Chase Ray finally released her hand. He turned and nodded to Pietro. Chase Ray believed that Ruby's self-reflection was proof that she could be redeemed. A terrible silence filled the air. Chase Ray didn't speak another word. As he turned to retrieve the whip, Ruby suddenly spoke. "My husband will notice." Chase Ray let out a soft laugh. "Don't the two of you have time to see each other during the festival?" Ruby argued that even during the festival, even with Ruby staying at Anbaum Palace, Isaac could visit her at night. If it were Isaac, he would certainly come. Chase Ray didn't seem to care. He approached Ruby and told her to act as usual. Did he really need to teach her these things again? Chase Ray commanded, face down on the table. "Lift your skirt. I must correct all your bad habits. Don't hate me. It's only because I care for you so much." Ruby trembled with fear. Whip in hand, Chase Ray began to indoctrinate Ruby. "Your husband is blinded by lust. Ever since your wedding night, he's acted as if he'd give you all his love. But don't forget, Ruby, feelings rooted in the flesh don't last. Even with physical contact, feelings wouldn't sprout easily." After thoroughly whipping Ruby, Chase Ray gently stroked her face. "Since you're so tired, I'll give you a solution. If your husband treats you so poorly, come back today, saying you're going to stay with your brother." Ruby felt nothing but extreme pain and exhaustion. She couldn't take it anymore, instinctively crying and begging Chase Ray for mercy. But he didn't seem to intend to let her go, roughly forcing her to look into his eyes. He cruelly declared, "Tonight will be a long night, little sister." After that, only the sound of the whip repeatedly striking Ruby remained in the room. The snow fell heavily that night. Isaac was sitting on a balcony when he heard his sister calling him. Ellen ran to Isaac and asked about Ruby's whereabouts. He replied, "She's watching the festival streets with Archbishop Valentino." Ellen couldn't hide her surprise. She asked him why he would let her go, if he was going to let them go so easily. Isaac explained, "I need to get something in return." He had already sent Cam and Gallo to the festival streets. Ellen truly couldn't understand her brother. He was clearly anxious enough that his legs were trembling, yet he still let them go out together. Ellen muttered, "A blizzard is coming. I don't know when Ruby will be back." As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of a carriage came from downstairs. Both of them ran to look. It was the carriage that had carried Ruby and Chase Ray earlier that day. Isaac didn't dare delay, rushing down to greet Ruby. Chase Ray was helping Ruby out of the carriage. Seeing Isaac approaching, he greeted him. Isaac said unhappily, "You're lucky you arrived before the snow started falling harder." Chase Ray lied without changing his expression. "Ruby fell while playing, and I was busy treating her, so we're late." Isaac worriedly asked if Ruby was hurt. Ruby smiled and replied that she only had a slight scratch. Isaac whispered to her to be more careful. Ruby, smiling as usual, explained that she was too excited watching the festival performances. Isaac draped his coat over her, reminding her to get treatment before going to bed. Ruby listened obediently. Although she hid it with her hair, Isaac noticed Ruby's red and swollen eyes. He kept asking about her condition, which made Chase Ray, who was standing next to them, uncomfortable. He stepped forward and placed his hand on Ruby's shoulder, using Ruby's tiredness as an excuse to take her back. He didn't forget to remind Isaac about the competition the next morning. Isaac looked at him coldly, indicating that he would take Ruby away regardless. Chase Ray readily agreed. Before leaving, he told Isaac to take good care of Ruby. Then, Isaac took Ruby back in the carriage. Ruby didn't speak to Isaac as usual, just silently watched the scenery outside the window, her face expressionless. This made Isaac even more worried. He spoke first. "You look tired." Ruby gave a wry smile. "Because I used all my energy playing." Isaac suddenly stood up and then sat next to Ruby. Ruby didn't understand what he meant. Isaac patted his thigh, inviting her to lie down and rest for a while. His eyes held nothing but boundless love and tenderness for her. Looking at him like this, Ruby felt her heart flutter once more. Letting go of everything, she wearily rested her head on Isaac's thigh. Isaac said nothing, only gently brushed her hair aside, making her more comfortable. Though questions swirled within him, he couldn't bring himself to press her. They remained like this until they returned to the castle. Isaac carefully carried Ruby all the way to her room. He offered to call a maid to attend to her, but Ruby immediately refused, saying she wanted to bathe alone today. Isaac remained worried, concerned that bathing alone might aggravate her scrapes. Ruby offered a reassuring smile. "I'm really fine," she said. Isaac stared at her for a moment, caught by her expression. He knew she was lying. "Ruby," he asked directly, "did something happen?" But Ruby still didn't want to talk. "There are always days like this," she replied wearily. "I just want to be alone today." There was nothing Isaac could do at that moment. The hand he wanted to reach out could only clench helplessly. He didn't press her further, only reminding her to take care of her wounds. "And get some rest," he added. "Of course," Ruby replied obediently. After giving his instructions, Isaac, lost in thought, took his leave. Suddenly, Ruby called out to him, offering words of encouragement. "Do your best tomorrow," she said. Isaac bowed slightly, and despite his disappointment, managed a strained smile, agreeing with her sentiment. Only after Isaac had disappeared from sight did Ruby close the door, her final facade finally crumbling. She collapsed to the floor, consumed by terror. Cesari's voice echoed relentlessly in her mind. "Remember, Ruby," Cesari's words cut through her. "Even with physical contact, feelings won't develop. It's something humans shouldn't do, especially not with a villain." Ruby could only silently acknowledge her feelings, so terrified that she trembled, unable to confess the truth to Isaac, the man who loved her most in the world. She was afraid that when she faced him without her mask, she would lose the feelings she had so carefully cultivated for him. Ruby gently clasped her hands together, as if in prayer, asking God to apologize to Isaac on her behalf. Meanwhile, Isaac sat in his carriage. He had known all along that Ruby was lying, because every time she lied, she would give that small, almost imperceptible smile. Isaac berated himself. "If I had just asked one more question, maybe Ruby would have told me. But I was afraid she would break down, so I kept my mouth shut." He recalled the conversation with his subordinates. They had reported losing track of Ruby midway through the evening. Ruby and Chase-Ray, dressed in monk's robes, had gone directly to a temple. The temple gates closed every night, and they were already shut by the time they arrived, leaving them no choice but to wait outside. When they emerged, both Ruby and Chase-Ray appeared normal. But because they had remained inside for a considerable amount of time, his men still harbored suspicions. They speculated that the two had been praying about something. Isaac considered this for a moment, finding it plausible. In any case, they felt Isaac needn't worry, as Ruby had seemed to be enjoying herself. But there was one more thing. A highly suspicious individual had entered the temple with Ruby and Chase-Ray, a man with a large scar on his face. A flicker of understanding ignited within Isaac. He immediately asked if they would be able to recognize the man if they saw him again. Isaac pictured Ruby's exhausted appearance and the redness around her eyes. He couldn't understand why letting her go out had resulted in this. But no matter what had happened, he would always be on her side. Even with all his efforts, the distance between them seemed to be growing. Staring into the stillness of the night, Isaac finally voiced his thoughts. "Tell me," he whispered, "what can I do for you?" The following morning, the atmosphere within the stadium buzzed with more fervor than ever before, everyone eagerly anticipating the grand event. Whispers and excited murmurs filled the air. Blackbirds circled overhead. Ellen and Freya Van Furiona were both present, but their expressions were strained. "I don't want to sound like I'm nitpicking," Freya Van Furiona began, "but this is a bit odd, isn't it?" Ellen's face, grim and worried, gestured subtly. "Look over there. Shouldn't the lady be seated in this direction? But she's sitting with the cardinal on the other side." On the other side, Duke Vigilante Alfonso sat with Ruby. "Indeed," Freya Van Furiona commented, "the rumors are true." She leaned in, whispering to Ellen, "Haven't you heard about it either? Why would the sisters be like this?" Ellen glared at her, annoyance flashing in her eyes. "Freya, it's none of your business." Worried as she was, Freya still pressed, wanting to ask Ellen, "Do you feel any regret?" Ellen replied calmly, "There's no reason to interfere in other people's family affairs." Freya, exasperated, retorted, "What's there to even talk about?" Ellen gripped her fan tightly. "Besides," she stated, "Ruby is my family. If you do this again in front of me, don't speak to me anymore." Freya, silenced, could say nothing more to Ellen. Turning away, she muttered under her breath, "I just thought everyone was talking about it." Ellen sighed. "I have a lot of questions for Freya, but if I ask now, it will clearly be to her advantage. So, after this festival is over, I'll try to have a proper conversation with Freya." Her gaze shifted towards Duke Alfonso and Ruby's platform. "For now, I must focus on other matters." Alfonso asked solicitously, Ruby, are you cold? No, I'm fine. He spoke gently. If you find this position uncomfortable, you could tell me anytime. Ruby smiled. Everything is comfortable. However, I'm worried that people will criticize us for breaching etiquette. Alfonso reassured her. You haven't done anything worthy of criticism. Ruby looked out at the spectators, a flicker of concern in her eyes. I'm not referring to my brother-in-law, sitting in the audience. King Finora was seated with Duke Omerta. Ruby confided, even my father, who greatly values authority, has no objection to the current seating arrangement. It truly is all right. But the reason they've never objected might be because I haven't truly become a member of the Omerta family yet. Suddenly, Alfonso spotted his brother-in-law. He's there. The gates opened. Tears of joy welled up. They eagerly awaited the commencement of the festival. Knights entered the arena, poised to display their skills. Isaac and his warhorse appeared. Ruby was utterly astonished. Isaac, along with the other knights, rode past, saluting the spectators. People reached out, hoping to shake their hands. An announcement rang out. It is now time for the presentation of handkerchiefs. In the stands, Ruby fidgeted nervously. Her gaze remained fixed on Isaac. She breathed a small sigh of relief. Thank goodness I remember the novel's contents. Thank goodness I prepared. Isaac rode past her, calling her name softly, his eyes filled with affection. Flustered and embarrassed, she stammered a greeting. He asked gently, "Are you feeling better?" "Yes, thanks to you. I slept well. Will you accept this?" She offered him a beautifully embroidered handkerchief. He looked surprised, pouring her heart into her words. Ruby said, "It carries my heartfelt wishes for your safety and well-being, hoping you won't get hurt." He accepted her gift. She was overjoyed. He kissed her hand. "Thank you, Ruby." He smiled and turned his horse to continue the procession. Ruby's eyes followed him. Alfonso asked curiously, "Does this happen often?" She was taken aback, unsure how to respond. Alfonso elaborated, "I wonder if the two of you often interact like this." Ruby simply smiled. An announcement boomed. A fair promise. A blessing to all. Ruby clasped her hands nervously. Alfonso inquired, "What's wrong this time?" She replied, "If you're the one who asked me to sit beside you, you should be content with it." The priest rose and solemnly performed the rites. Cesare watched intently, his focus entirely on the ceremony. Alfonso did the same, a reverent atmosphere settling over the stadium. A barrier had been erected around the perimeter, shielding the spectators from the monsters. Since this large-scale barrier had to be maintained until the end of the games, a cardinal's presence wasn't required. Alfonso and Ruby clasped their hands, murmuring a shared amen. Following the church's rituals, it was announced that there would be 2 gladiator matches in total. Ruby's hands tightened. No matter what, this cursed festival will be over soon. She thought, I hope Cesare becomes Romana quickly, without any unforeseen issues. God willing, amen. Ruby, happening to pass by the restrooms, overheard a conversation about the matches and predictions for the outcome. I don't know why, but I have a feeling this year's champion will come from the north. What do you think? Her friend replied excitedly. It's too early to tell. The Rembrandt faction won the last match, didn't they? Lord Omerta didn't participate then. The Dorian faction's candidate is also pretty good, though I don't have high hopes. Let's wait and see. Behind the door, Ruby listened to every word. Regardless, I still believe Lord Omerta will win this time. Relieved by the overheard confidence in the Omerta faction, Ruby cautiously cracked open the restroom door. There shouldn't be anyone here now, right? She thought. The sound of running water just now? Maybe because I've been vomiting less, it feels more painful than usual. She opened her small pouch, retrieving the candies she had prepared. Footsteps approached. It was Ellen. Both were startled to see each other there. What should I do? Ruby panicked. I'm still embarrassed to look Ellen in the eye. Wait, could Ellen have noticed I've been vomiting? Meeting her like this, while I'm eating candy, maybe she won't know? Ellen spoke, breaking the silence. How are you feeling about the matches today? Ruby, startled by the question, stammered a response. Actually, I'm quite nervous, especially when the monsters appeared. I was worried about what might happen to Isaac. The monsters I saw in the arena today were clearly different from the ones I've encountered before. Ruby sighed. Maybe that's why I'm feeling a bit uneasy. Ellen offered a reassuring smile. I understand. but you don't need to worry too much. The year my brother won, it was far more terrifying. Ruby gasped. Really? Thankfully, Isaac returned unharmed. But today, the abilities of some of the other candidates are still a mystery. Ruby looked at Ellen, thinking, I thought it would be difficult to talk to Ellen after the tea party, but I'm grateful she's speaking to me so casually. Ellen's gaze shifted, startling her. Flustered, Ruby blurted out, I'm done. I'll excuse myself now. Suddenly, Ellen stopped her, a question on her lips. Is there anything else you wanted to say? What do you mean? Ellen gestured towards Ruby's pouch. Oh, nothing. Then I'll take my leave, Ellen. Ruby quickly closed the door behind her. Ellen paused, a flicker of regret crossing her face. After the matches concluded, the Omerta family hosted a lavish banquet. Ruby attended. There's one person I never want to see again in this lifetime. She found herself seated at the same table as Cesare de Borgia. He recognized her and offered a warm smile. She returned a faint smile, but her thoughts were turbulent. Is it because Isaac isn't here? I feel constantly violated. The gladiatorial competition lasted 2 days. Leaving the palace was considered cheating and could even lead to disqualification. Therefore, the gladiators had to remain within the palace walls. Ruby stood and offered a polite curtsy. She pulled out a chair and sat down, her anxiety still simmering. If only Isaac were here, too. The banquet began, and everyone started to eat. However, Ruby was startled by Duke Omerta's words. We welcome Lady Rebecca. She responded politely, outwardly respectful, but inwardly recoiling. What kind of bizarre gathering is this? The man I haven't married yet, turned eunuch, my current father-in-law, and Cesare. It all started because Alfonso murmured to her. She was quite surprised, wasn't she? I had some business to discuss with Duke Omerta, so I stayed behind. He paused. She seemed startled and embarrassed. It appears I was the only one who felt uncomfortable. Lady Omerta, Duke Omerta inquired, is this your first time watching the games? What do you think? Without hesitation, Ruby shared her thoughts. All the contestants are more skilled than I imagined, but I find myself quite frightened. He reassured her plainly, you needn't worry about my son. If he were easily eliminated in a mundane match like today's, Cesare interjected, would the Pope send his precious daughter to our family? Cesare added, it's certainly difficult to doubt the Duke's discerning eye, but to be honest, I'm also worried about my brother-in-law. He glanced at Alfonso. Wouldn't you agree? Ruby found the atmosphere stifling and uncomfortable. In situations like this, she thought, I'm afraid I won't be able to control what I say, so I'll just stuff my face with food. When Cesare returned, he remarked, by the way, I must say, that girl is truly fortunate. Even though she's my sister, he continued, I envy her for finding such a fine husband. Duke Omerta chuckled proudly. You flatter me. Compared to the lavish style of the South, this place is a bit humble. The mere mention of Rembrandt's Visconti castle sent a shudder through those who heard it, prompting pleas of, please, don't speak of it further. Alfonso turned to Cesare. I assumed the standard-bearer would be traveling with you, but it seems he's busy. Cesare replied, you know my brother well. He caused quite a fuss, insisting on coming along. My father had a difficult time stopping him. But why? Alfonso questioned. Cesare explained, if Enzo were here, he'd undoubtedly be flirting with everyone. Alfonso sighed. He's still full of energy, isn't he? Indeed. It would have been more lively if he'd come, but he held back. Alfonso paused, his gaze falling upon Ruby, who was heartily consuming the banquet offerings. While everyone else conversed, she was different. She kept her mouth full, savoring each bite with gusto. Everyone watched her, a mixture of surprise and amusement flickering in their eyes. Alfonso, too, was surprised and perplexed. Are you very hungry? He asked. Ruby, her mouth full, mumbled, I'm a bit stressed today. Understandingly, he covered for her. Ah, because you're so stressed. You haven't been eating well, is that it? Duke Omerta, who had been watching her with an approving eye, spoke up. My lady, don't just eat bread. Try some of this shepherd's pie. Ruby was astounded by the sheer quantity of food, a feast beyond her usual imaginings. I'll just keep eating until the conversation ends, she decided. Outside the door, Ellen observed Ruby's continuous eating. Ruby just kept eating. Ellen was bewildered. This girl is going too far. Ellen continued to watch her for a long moment. She really seemed strange. I've never seen her crave food like this. Impossible. Ruby continued to eat without pause. A worried thought of her mother crossed Ellen's mind. Impossible. Ruby isn't like my mother. Just then, Isaac called out to her. Startled, she turned around. Isaac scratched his head sheepishly. I'm sorry, did I frighten you? Covering her mouth with her hand, she regained her composure. It's all right, I'm fine. Is something the matter? He spoke cheerfully. Everyone's playing games, but I saw you were out here alone, so I was a little worried. She responded shyly. Actually, I'm not very interested in that game. She kept glancing back at Ruby, who, having finished all the bread, had now moved on to the cake. Isaac asked curiously, Princess, does she usually eat this much? I feel like she's eating an excessive amount. When she dines with the knights, she only eats a little. Ellen was surprised he'd noticed this as well. Sir Isaac, she said quickly, you've noticed it too, haven't you? Don't you think she seems to be eating a bit too much? He tilted his head. What? Why do you think so? It's just, I feel like she's been acting a little strange all day. She wasn't sure how to explain it to him. He chuckled softly. It seems Her Highness is quite a sentimental person. Ellen blushed at Isaac's compliment. Then she turned away, and suddenly they heard a commotion. Ruby stood up and left the table. Ellen guessed she might be going to the restroom. A worried frown creased her brow. Was Ruby going to be sick again? I should go after her, but would it even make a difference? It's also possible Ruby isn't going to the restroom. If I follow her, it'll look like I'm spying on her. Ivan asked her worriedly, Princess, are you all right? Yes, let's go back to our seats. Ellen's heart pounded with anxiety. Why did I even make that request in the first place? It only made things awkward, but she seemed to get along well with Cardinal Valentino. Whose advice should I listen to? Ivan walked back into the banquet hall with her. The atmosphere was still lively and boisterous, but some of the knights had started to doze off. Many of the other guests also looked tired and uncomfortable. Freya sat with her chin in her hand, sighing. After being scolded, she had become sullen, unlike her usual self. Ellen sighed worriedly. I can't help but worry about her. Suddenly, she stopped as she passed the table, seeing Duke Omerta and Alfonso still in conversation. She was surprised to find Cardinal Valentino nowhere in sight. She noticed the restroom door had changed. Ruby stumbled inside. She couldn't believe she had devoured everything so quickly. I'm such a fool. My stomach hurts so much. She walked out, her steps heavy. At least in a little while, she wouldn't have to see Chase Ray anymore. So, she just had to endure. Suddenly, Chase Ray asked her with concern, Are you all right? He stood with his arms crossed, watching her. Startled and embarrassed, she reassured herself. It's okay. Chase Ray has absolutely no idea about my eating disorder. I just need to not show any fear and pretend nothing happened. I ate too many sweets, so my mouth feels a little uncomfortable, she said. That's normal, he said. I haven't seen you like this in a long time. Surprised, she asked, See me how? Seen you eat so much. This is the first time I've seen you eat this much. Since I was a child, she muttered to herself. Is he really drunk? She hurriedly said, I've always eaten normally. He said, No, after you had that serious illness 3 years ago, you always ate very little, Chase. Chase Ray would occasionally bring up his childhood. No, I mean Rebecca's. It's always been like that. It's as if he remembers everything from that time. She said brightly, I just wanted to eat less. It's a trend, he said, puzzled by his sister. Did I say something wrong? He touched her hand and said, No. He stroked her hand. That ring, that guy doesn't wear it. Why are you wearing it? She froze. When I wear this ring, I feel like I don't have to go back to Romania. I can't say that even if I die. She mumbled, I just like the design of the ring. Is that so? Chase Ray said, It's not even that pretty. He surmised, just as I thought, he definitely doesn't love you. Otherwise, he would never let his wife wear their wedding ring alone. Ruby's face darkened. Never mind that. I just heard something interesting. Something interesting? Ruby's face was tense. I heard this villa has an interesting spot, right? Since I'm here, I want to see it too. Ruby, can you take me there? The garden your husband built for you. She led him into the garden. He was delighted and excited. They walked hand in hand, looking very intimate from afar. Hidden in the bushes, Ellen watched, thinking, I don't know what I'm doing here. I've been following him. As soon as Cardinal Valentino left his seat, I unconsciously followed him. And now I'm watching them walk together like this. Am I doing this solely because of Isaac's request? Or is it because Ruby's been acting strangely from the beginning? Perhaps I'm just confused. Why else would I be doing something like this at my age? Ivan appeared behind her, seemingly out of nowhere, calling her name. Startled, she turned to find him standing there. If I didn't know any better, Ivan said without hesitation, I'd think you were following me. She confessed, How could you think that? I have another person to keep an eye on today. He replied, Did my brother ask you to do this as well? Yes, it seems you received a similar request. If that's the case, why did he enter the competition in the first place? I truly don't understand. If he had just stayed by Ruby's side, everything would be fine. Ivan propped his chin on his hand. For glory, I suppose. There are plenty of people chasing fame and fortune. Isaac probably thinks that if he holds that title, no one will dare treat his wife lightly. Ellen began to understand. Who in the world would go that far for their wife? He continued. He always takes things too far. If Ruby knew I was doing this, she'd be heartbroken, Ellen said. He murmured, you feel it too, don't you? Ivan shook his head. Isaac is the root of all this, so don't worry too much, she said. But my brother didn't ask me to follow her like this. But you came all this way for a reason, right? Ivan stood up and offered her a hand. Then we must see for ourselves. From now on, pretend you're strolling with me. He extended his hand to her. Cesare marveled at the garden. What's over there? He asked curiously. Ruby, do you play there? She quickly denied it. Princess Ariane and her friends often played there, so he left it as it is. Anxiety and worry gnawed at her. It seems she's close to you, Ruby, he mused. He calls her princess. Perhaps she enjoys coming here because it's the home of her relatives, Cesare remarked. A nobleman like Lord Omerta acknowledging a mixed-blood bastard as a relative. Ellen's shift in demeanor unsettled her, as if someone had trespassed into a cherished, secret place. He inquired about the princess Cesare had mentioned. Even the dogs in the street would laugh, Freya had told her earlier. Perhaps it's not just Cesare who thinks this way. She recalled Freya's words. This means Isaac is more likely to be the heir to the throne compared to that mixed-blood little princess, Ruby thought. Before becoming close to me, Ariane had no personal connection to the Omerta family. In the original story, she didn't even exist. If father hadn't attained his current position, Cesare said, perhaps we would be in a similar situation, but at least we would be treated better than those half-bloods. That's why father wants to pass the papacy on to me. Ruby looked at him. He continued, I know it's obvious, but suddenly he lowered his head, looking troubled. Even if your father weren't the Pope, you would surely achieve great things in a high position, Ruby said. He asked, do you really think so? She offered a radiant smile. Of course. Inwardly, however, she thought, just humoring him. If father hadn't become Pope, would we be happier now, Ruby? Sometimes I think so. I would leave everything behind, and you and I, we would escape to a remote island. A place where no one knows who we are, where no one interferes with our lives. Gazing at the waterfall, he asked, are you happy here? I don't understand why you're asking me that. I always wanted to be God's bride, she said, but the one who sent me here was none other than you. Now you ask if I'm happy. He hesitated. God's bride. Ruby glanced at him. He said, perhaps. You can't imagine what goes on behind the gray walls of the convent, how the corrupt and greedy nuns live in the Romanian convent, and a Romanian pope. Everyone there is disgusting. Cesare spoke these words with a sense of resignation. He placed his hand on her shoulder, saying cheerfully, my Ruby seems to be blaming me, doesn't she? I wouldn't dare blame you. I can't be a nun anymore anyway. I only said that because you asked such a strange question. Is that such a strange question? She sighed softly. Then what you said before was strange too. She retorted, what did I say? You said you wanted to give up everything and run away with me. Seeing Ellen and Ivan strolling in the garden, she gently pulled out a handkerchief and wiped his hand. I didn't even notice when I got wine on my hand. He stared at her, scratching his head awkwardly. Seeing you wipe my hand like this reminds me of that time. She asked, surprised. Which time? When I fell down the stairs, you rushed over and offered me your handkerchief. You were crying, but you used it to wipe the blood from my forehead. Ellen remembered that day, the day she wiped his forehead with her handkerchief. I was hiding from my mother that day. Because of her unstable mental state, I was crying alone. I was terrified, Ellen said. Suddenly, Freya called out to her. She was surprised. Lord Cesare is here too? What are you two doing here? Cesare said, we came looking for you. You haven't come back. So Ellen replied, I was just about to go back. Freya saw an unexpected person. She realized it was Ruby and Cesare. Isn't that Cardinal Valentino? Ruby was astonished. He wants to elope with me. Cesare said, my father told me before, since we've already started, why not just take the entire north? I heard you made a surprising move. If you even surpass the Duchess and become Queen of Britannia, even the arrogant north will have to bow its head. Ruby was bewildered. Only her father would come up with such an idea. The Omerta faction must have concealed the princess's existence. So, she lowered her head, unsure of what to say. No country can allow a king to ascend the throne at will. To take the throne, the Pope's approval is crucial. Refusal means defying God. Of course, the Holy See cannot interfere with another country's succession without reason. But what if they declare that they cannot accept a heretical bloodline that God does not recognize? Britannia will never accept a queen and princess descended from a pagan and a slave. If Omerta agrees to this, the outcome will be obvious. She gripped the window frame tightly, pondering everything that had just transpired. So, that strange meeting he had with my father before was for this reason. Her heart raced. Chase Ray said, with the Borgia's support, it's not impossible. Ruby, do you want to be queen? If I accept this proposal, will the ending in the original story that I've been worried about change? The ending of Eleneria, which I've been trying to change, might naturally disappear. But if that happens, what will become of Arian's fate? Does Isaac truly desire the throne? Ruby said, I don't know, but if that happens, I won't be able to go home again. He placed his hand over hers. That's right, so I don't really want to pressure you. She said, surprise what? His hand intertwined with hers. But Ruby, are you truly happy here? Is this why you sold your body to become his consort? Answer me, why did you suddenly? No matter how you look at it, it seems like my sister doesn't want to go home. Ruby spoke frankly. Impossible, he said, you've been silent about the temple's summons. Why? Because everyone in my family has always suspected me. My husband, too. He placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. No, if you still remember me, I will do everything in my power to contact the temple. You shouldn't send those deceitful letters. Is life here so blissful that you easily forget someone like me? Or are you blinded by sweet illusions that he created? He pleaded, answer me, my dear sister. They talked by the fountain for a long time. Ruby said, brother, what's the point of saying this now? My husband is very good to me, Rebecca. Chase Ray, furious, released her hand. Everything. You're lying, he said, holding his head and laughing. You just want to live here with him. She tried to explain. I mean, didn't I tell you? He'll abandon you immediately. I tried to tell you that day, but I didn't think you'd forget so quickly. He tried to persuade her. There was no other way than to let her realize it herself. She closed her eyes, and he kissed her deeply. Ruby fell into the darkest abyss of her life, existing under the illusion that Chase Ray would hit her, as usual, because that's what he always did. But this was beyond expectations. Perhaps this was the punishment for a fool like Ruby. After that strange kiss, Chase Ray gently placed his hand on Ruby's hollow cheek. Just you and me, he murmured, then abruptly left, leaving Ruby, fear blanketing her pale face. She glanced to the side. Other members of the royal family were watching her. Ellen and the others, having witnessed everything, wore the same shocked expressions. Ruby's heart clenched again. Ruby wondered if Chase Ray knew they were there before. He'd emphasized that from now on, he would let Ruby figure things out for herself. That's what Chase Ray meant. However, seeing Ellen's horrified expression at that moment, and the pressure bearing down on Ruby, as Ellen approached, Ruby could only press her lips together, waiting for the impending storm. However, Ellen hurried away, unable to face it. Ruby, alone, fled the dreadful scene. She knew better than anyone that only she could save herself. Her steps grew more hurried, each one accompanied by a choked sob. After an unknown amount of time, Ruby ran faster than before. Her ragged breaths echoed in the hallway. The hallway, filled with the sound of her shoes, became lively. As for the group of nobles, Freya was shocked by the rumors that had been circulating the past few days. She wanted to report this matter to Isaac as soon as possible. However, Ellen, furious, stopped Freya and the others. Calm down, Ellen, she thought. Do you think staying silent will solve this? We not only need to report this to Isaac as soon as possible, but Ellen immediately gripped Freya tightly, her voice sharp. Didn't you hear me tell you to be quiet? Do you underestimate the rule of silence? Ellen continued, this is a family matter, so please keep quiet. The prince beside her seemed to want to say something. After a moment of hesitation, Calms finally spoke. Your Highness, we agreed to keep it a secret until Isaac finishes the competition. But after that, the festival won't end tomorrow. We also have to consider the possibility of leaks during the festival. Ellen fell silent. She suddenly thought that if Isaac knew what had just happened, she couldn't imagine how he would react. During the festival, Cardinal Valentino will stay in one place. If Isaac gets angry, that alone is enough to cause chaos in this place. But currently, not only are officials from the Holy See present, but distinguished guests from various countries have gathered here to watch the competition. If something goes wrong, not only will Omerta's honor be damaged, but the situation in Britannia will also become chaotic, the prince said. I know what you're thinking. You have no reason to bear this burden alone. But I don't want Isaac to foolishly remain unaware and continue to be kind to that shameless, boar-chinned. Ellen looked at Ivan. It seemed his attitude wasn't much different regarding the current situation. Ellen had to think harder. You all do your best, and I will too, Ellen replied. That afternoon, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the entire palace. The maids peeked into Ruby's room. She was still in her familiar bed, thinking about the kiss that morning. I can't feel anything anymore, whether it's humiliation or fear. Those normal emotions I should have just linger in my mind and then disappear. In her dream, Ruby found herself in a meadow on a tranquil night. Half awake and disoriented, Ruby was unsure of her location. The familiar wails of the banshee, the only sound piercing the haze. The cries emanated from a dark corner nearby. When the banshee wept, it meant death for someone in the house. Yet the last time she'd heard it, nothing had happened. Perhaps, Ruby mused, she had already died once and now inhabited a borrowed body, a false Elsa, a false self. She was no different than a golem. Step by step, she moved towards the source of the weeping. I see. The reason the monsters like me is because I'm one of them. Reaching the edge of a lake, Ruby descended. A strange laugh escaped her lips. Then her expression shifted, for from behind her, Ellen appeared. Stop, Ruby! Ruby glanced towards the familiar voice. Where are you going this time? The wind whistled through the space between them. Ellen's sorrow was palpable. I don't know, Ruby replied. Do I even have anywhere else to go? This is the first time Ellen has appeared in my dream. Ellen insisted it wasn't a dream. Ruby stared at her reflection in the still surface of the lake. That's right. Ellen wouldn't be able to see that and still talk to me like this. I know that better than anyone. Ellen started to speak, but Ruby's suffocating apathy stopped her. Through the illusion, Ruby saw snow mushrooms appear in the garden. In the blink of an eye, Ruby was in another corner. In the tulip garden, she murmured to herself, I heard that if an injured monster uses this, it can recover. I wonder if it will work on me. With that, Ruby took a bite and swallowed it ravenously. Wait, what are you doing? I'm just gargling with a snow mushroom. Besides healing, it has a purifying effect. It worked for someone like me who's already dead, right? Ellen couldn't believe her eyes. After a pitiful sob, the snow mushroom Ruby was eating fell to the ground. Snap out of it. That's not a snow mushroom. And what do you mean by dead? Why would you say such things? Ellen held Ruby tightly, restraining her. If I don't wash it off quickly, I can't go to Isaac. Ellen was struck again, her gaze having fallen countless times already. All right. Ellen gently placed her hand on Ruby's cheek. It's all over, so please stop. The air grew thick with tension. Lies? It's all lies. If this isn't a dream, there's no reason for Ellen to make that kind of face. The wind howled. Ruby said she wanted to see Isaac immediately. Ellen hesitated, then promised she would allow Ruby to see Isaac before the competition ended tomorrow, but not after. Ruby refused the offer, believing that she would disappear from this place by tomorrow. What are you talking about? Ruby looked in a vague direction. I'm going to where my sister is. As soon as she finished speaking, Ruby slowly fell backward. Then she collapsed. She lay there in the windswept space, muttering, It's pointless. I'm going back to sleep. Looking at the soulless woman before her, a chilling thought struck Ellen. What if she never woke up again? Ruby, come inside. If tomorrow, we won't have to struggle in pain. In another corner of the mansion, Duke Omerda gazed at the portrait of his deceased wife. He heard hurried footsteps. It was Ellen. Did you settle her down, father? I'd like to hear more from you. I just witnessed an unbelievable sight, so I wanted to ask the person in charge. An unbelievable sight? That would be seeing my daughter sneaking around, holding my daughter-in-law. Is playing house at night all the rage these days? Ellen didn't answer. Without looking at her father's face, she walked away. She walked over to the table in her father's room and saw several empty wine bottles. Are you worried about him? Why would I worry about that boy? If anything, my daughter-in-law is the one I'm more concerned about. The Duke replied, You didn't answer my question, and instead, you used such a strange expression. Ellen sat down on the sofa. Ruby's fine. Maybe she had a bit too much to drink today. So she's all right now. When we were eating together earlier, I noticed she seemed a little unwell. Ellen was taken aback by the question. She immediately retorted, Since when did you start caring about her? You never used to care about Ruby. He placed his glass back on the table, his voice slightly slurred. Would you accept it if I made excuses and denied it now? Why the change of heart? Initially, Thanks to her, I felt guilty for selfishly thinking I could protect my daughter. But seeing your brother genuinely love her, I had to reconsider everything. Ellen's face darkened. If he truly loves Ruby, hypothetically, just hypothetically, if something were to happen, would you be willing to stand by Ruby's side? Ellen's demeanor confirmed the Duke's suspicions. He knew something had happened to Ruby. Something serious enough to make you show that expression in front of me. Ellen was caught in the throes of her conscience. Father, I'm afraid. I'm afraid she'll suddenly disappear, just like Mother disappeared. That's what I fear the most. I felt guilty before too, but I never imagined the fear of her leaving will be so intense. I always see my mother in her eyes, and I have to try my best not to let this tragedy happen again. I don't know what to do or how to do it. After a meaningful silence, the Duke spoke. You seem too worried. The two of you have always been the same. No matter how sad you are, you always keep everything bottled up inside. So I just want to say, the person you need to worry about isn't your brother, but your sister-in-law. Ellen's eyes widened in surprise. No matter how much a husband tries to shield her from the wind and rain, if the wife doesn't open her heart, it's all for naught. Just like me and Isaac. It was the final day of the tournament. Watching the free birds soar through the sky, Ruby was lost in her turbulent thoughts, wishing she could be blinded by the sun. Beside Ruby sat Chase Ray. She glanced at the dreadful man who pretended nothing had happened yesterday. Then I suppose I don't need to look at that shameless face anymore. A dreadful face belonging to someone she once thought she knew better than anyone. Now she felt only estrangement. Everything felt like a joke, and the fear in her heart had vanished. Even the consequences she would face after this chaos. Isaac must have heard about what happened yesterday. Since there were so many witnesses, even if I don't say anything, they'll interpret everything themselves and tell others, as always. Perhaps it suits them just fine. Ruby remained silent for a while. Even now, she still didn't know what she needed to do, because she was too tired. A buzz began to rise from the stands. Ivan called out to Gallo, asking him something. What do you think are the odds of the young master breaking through the holy barrier and jumping into the competition? Gallo simply listened, assuming Ivan was still drunk. I think you're more likely to jump in, you useless fellow. You're not helping at all. However, as he glanced at Calms, Gallo said, this guy's acting strangely today. Just as he said, Calms' expression wasn't quite right. Gallo immediately asked, are you two hiding something? What are you talking about? We're not hiding anything. Calms became flustered. You mean, if Isaac gets hurt in the competition, you're worried the young mistress will lose her composure and do something reckless, right? More than anyone, the excuse sounded plausible enough. So what are you worried about? As far as I know, she's perfectly normal. She was even calmer than yesterday. Gallo didn't know that this was precisely the problem. Compared to Gallo, Ivan faced a much larger issue. He'd spent the entire night deliberating with Calms. Early that morning, before the competition began, Ivan had intended to speak with the young lady, but he hadn't been able to find her. Ivan had heard from the princess how distraught Ellen was, given that Omerta had experienced the tragedy of her own mother, and she didn't want such a thing to happen again here. Ivan found many things unusual. For instance, the young lady was so strange today that he thought Ruby had suddenly become a different person. The atmosphere around her had drastically changed. Ivan had planned to talk to Ruby at the arena. However, when he spoke, he received only a deathly glare in return. Ruby had become someone who could leave this place at any moment. That face suggested she no longer held any attachment to this life. From then on, Ivan's group couldn't figure out which side was more worrisome. One question kept nagging at Ivan. Should he be worried about Isaac or the young lady? After all, Ivan knew he could only do what he could now. He could only stand by and watch. At the height of this anxiety, something happened between Ruby and Chase Ray. She abruptly stood up, causing Chase Ray concern. Ruby, where are you going? Restroom. Ruby replied indifferently, leaving Chase Ray alone, his expression filled with apprehension. The sound of running water came from the restroom. Ruby scrubbed at all the stains with both hands. On herself, she scrubbed harder and harder, but the echoing sound in the distance was more concerning. Hurry! The sound grew louder and louder until it stopped completely. A ring clattered into the sink. Only then did Ruby cease her frantic scrubbing. Her lifeless eyes stared at the still, golden ring below. When had this ring become so loose? Just then, the door burst open. Who is it? Isn't this the main character of recent rumors? It seems that because everyone is paying attention to you, you had to rush into the restroom in a panic. The woman was Freya. She continued to taunt Ruby with the most cutting words. Are you looking down on me? Ruby replied flatly. Are you talking to me? I don't even know who else is here besides you. How speechless. If you're speechless, pick it up. It'll help you speak again. With that, Ruby ignored her, focusing on her ring. You're finally showing your true colors. When your brother was here, this lovely young lady deceived everyone, didn't she? You acted as if you knew nothing, but you clearly knew my identity. The previous question silenced Freya. What? Ruby glanced at her. Last time, you put on a very interesting play, one that you wrote and directed yourself. Without waiting for Freya to respond, Ruby laid it bare. You poured tea on your own head, pretending to be the victim. Not only did you aim for the position of Grand Duchess, but you also said you would become the Queen of Lundy. The content was bland, but it was quite entertaining. But for a mere Marquis's daughter like you to dare to utter such rebellious words in front of me, the young lady, who do you think I would tell these things to? Freya laughed. My poor Isaac, I'm so curious what he'll do when he learns about your true nature. That's probably not something you should be curious about. It seems you still don't understand the situation. It's a lady who doesn't understand the situation here. Your behavior yesterday offended the entire North. Ruby stepped closer to Freya. Miss, please be mindful of the situation here and behave appropriately. You're just a Marquis's daughter, nothing more. Yet you act like this. Did your parents teach you to speak such rebellious words so easily? Freya flinched, her lips twisting. Have you said enough? Freya gritted her teeth, unable to speak any further. Then, she threatened Ruby with Isaac, saying she would tell him everything. However, a third person intervened in the argument. It's Ellen. What are you doing here? Freya, stunned into momentary silence, hadn't expected Ellen to appear. Ellen, her voice sharp with concern, repeated her question. What are you doing here, Freya? Freya's usual boldness had vanished. Her lip trembled, tears threatening to spill. Brushing past Ellen, she mumbled that she was just using the restroom. At the door, Freya shot a venomous look at Ruby, even as Ellen fussed over her sister-in-law. I'm fine, Ruby said to Ellen. Don't worry so much. From Ellen's expression, Ruby guessed she'd rushed back, fearing Freya might cause trouble. Time was short, and Ruby needed to leave. Wanting to avoid further confrontation with Ellen, Ruby returned to her seat. Chase Ray had been waiting. The air between them remained thick with tension. You seem to be in a rather foul mood, he observed. To Ruby, such a seemingly solicitous inquiry felt out of place, coming from the callous Chase Ray. You're mistaken, she retorted sharply. I'm so overjoyed I could die. I know how to manage my expressions. You needn't stare. After a moment, Chase Ray replied, a hint of surprise in his voice. You're the one who keeps drawing my gaze. I never thought my sister capable of such bitterness. You should try smiling. Your husband will soon be king of the North. Be nicer to him. The mention of Isaac shifted Chase Ray's demeanor. He seemed about to speak, but one of his subordinates appeared. The subordinate whispered something in Chase Ray's ear, something clearly of grave importance, judging by the flicker in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the arena, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. The time of the tournament had been announced. As dusk approached, the games would officially begin. Ruby and Chase Ray both waited silently. Only Pietro, Chase Ray's subordinate, made small talk, trying to lighten the mood. The scene shifted to the armory, where Andy and Isaac spoke, noting the roar of the crowd outside, louder even than the day before. Andy expressed his confidence in Isaac's imminent victory. One day, when I'm knighted, he declared, I'll compete in this tournament and carry on your glorious legacy. Isaac, seemingly indifferent to Andy's boisterous enthusiasm, continued polishing his sword to a gleaming sheen. You're being excessive, he said. You haven't even accepted my offer of mentorship. He waved Andy away, seeking a moment of quiet. But the talkative young man persisted. If you win today, that young lady will receive a laurel crown, Andy said. I'm sure she'll be delighted. I wonder if someone will give me a laurel crown when I inherit your glory, Andy mused. Actually, I get a bit shy talking to ladies. You're so good at conversing with my wife. That's because your wife is an angel, Isaac replied, a rare smile touching his lips. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. Sir Isaac, you have a visitor. Andy speculated it might be Ruby. Isaac stood, anticipation quickening his steps. He, too, thought of Ruby, a flicker of hope warming his expression. The door opened, revealing not his wife, but Freya, her face streaked with tears. Isaac, unwilling to engage, started to slam the door shut. "I know this is a misunderstanding," she pleaded, "but I have to tell you something." "I don't want to hear it." "Leave." Isaac snapped. "It's about Cardinal Valentino and your wife," Freya blurted out. Isaac paused. He fixed Freya with a chilling glare. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" he growled. "You might think I'm trying to cause trouble," Freya insisted, "but I'm not the only one who saw them. Your friends, even Ellen, witnessed it. If you doubt me, ask them." Isaac scoffed, dismissing Freya's words as malicious lies. "If something were amiss with my wife, they would have come to me directly." She suddenly screamed in the middle of the room. Freya shrieked, her voice laced with a disturbing glee. "They were kissing in the garden. You let Cardinal Valentino kiss your wife there." The accusation, dripping with venom, struck Isaac like a physical blow. What siblings kiss like that? The very thought ignited a furious blaze within him. He seized Freya by the collar, his voice dangerously low. "What do you gain by fabricating these lies?" Freya met his gaze, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. "I wish I were wrong. I understand why you would react this way towards me. But all the rumors surrounding that young lady are true. We've all been fooled by the Borgia family's cunning." Cunning. The word hung in the air, cut short by the rising clamor from the stands. "Isaac, there are only 5 minutes left before you return to the arena." The announcement sliced through the tension. Isaac instantly released Freya and turned away. Freya, desperate, grabbed his arm. "Please, I beg you, withdraw. Let it go." Isaac's voice was firm, unwavering. "How can I let you go without knowing what tricks they've played? What if something happens to you the next second?" Freya let out a strangled cry. Rejected once more, her voice dripped with scorn. "You fool! That woman has been playing you from the start. If this continues, you'll be the one who dies. Please, come to your senses, Isaac." In a small town, there lived a brother and sister. They played together every day until today. While playing tag, the brother suddenly tripped over something. He tumbled to the ground. "What's wrong, brother? What happened? What did you trip over?" The brother picked up a small, black drawstring pouch. "It must have been this. What's inside?" Driven by curiosity, the sister opened it without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the death arena, monstrous creatures emerged alongside the players. Many spectators expressed disapproval of the warrior's demeanor. He seemed too insignificant. In contrast, Ruby couldn't focus on the excitement below, a wave of dizziness washing over her. The player was struck by the monster. It slammed him against the wall. In an instant, the player's life was extinguished. The monster roared in celebration, oblivious to the heavy price it was about to pay. It writhed, a mere warm-up, but Isaac appeared from behind. Clad in armor, Isaac stood ready to confront the beast. Sensing a powerful opponent, the monster roared in excitement. But in mere seconds, Isaac dispatched it with a single stroke of his blade. The massive body collapsed like an avalanche. After the overwhelming victory, his talent was acknowledged. Waves of cheers focused on the lone player in the arena. The outcome was obvious. Was it because the shield spell was cast too strongly? When the monster in the arena didn't even notice me, the things I worried about became meaningless. Now, I realize all my previous worries and struggles for survival were pointless. Watching the organizers clear away the monster's carcass, Ruby complained listlessly. "How boring. I didn't expect you to say that." "Ruby," Chase Ray replied. "Who here cares about the life or death of others?" "You're the same," he smirked. "So you don't care about your husband? Why should I worry?" She knew full well Isaac could easily win this match. Without her concern, Chase Ray smiled meaningfully. "Is that so? Something new has occurred. The players are all affected by something." Their eyes widened, coughing hysterically. Combs realized this was the legendary Ghoul Army. Gallo also knew the name. It was a magical beast that inflicted extreme mental anguish. The warriors below were enduring the worst, most painful events of their memories. Combs continued. "It's understandable that the other contestants are struggling, but the fact that Isaac is still holding on even in this situation is truly surprising." The players began to morph. Only Isaac remained unaffected, suppressing it with his sheer strength. Furthermore, Isaac channeled energy into his blade, leaving a spectral aura enveloping the weapon. Then, he immediately charged forward. Taking direct aim at the rampaging ghoul, Isaac felled the beast with a single blow, maintaining his sharp focus. It wasn't an exaggeration to say he'd cleaved it in two. From the stands, Chase Ray gasped. "It seems the victor has already been decided. Though I'd heard tales of his prowess, witnessing it firsthand is truly something else." Beside her, Ruby grumbled, continuing her complaints right up until the last moment. I told you I was going to sleep, she muttered to Chase Ray. And I told you not to wake me last night. Thanks to someone, I couldn't sleep a wink, and now I'm exhausted. Chase Ray raised an eyebrow. Interesting excuse. Ruby huffed. What's so interesting about it? He was chattering away beside me nonstop. It was maddening. I just made up an excuse to sleep so I wouldn't have to listen to him anymore. A sudden jolt, a feeling of numbness, shot through Ruby as if she'd been abruptly awakened. Did I actually just fall asleep? What's that sound? Eyes fixed on the arena. The entire audience held its breath as a colossal form began to emerge from the dissipating smoke. A monstrous creature, resembling the Grim Reaper itself, tore through the haze and stepped into the light. It was easily 3 times the size of the ghoul. It was the first time Ruby had ever laid eyes on something so utterly repulsive. Known throughout the world as a lich, it was an immortal magical being crafted from the corpse of a suicidal priest. The summoning of a lich required special permission from the Pope himself. A chilling realization washed over Ruby. This was likely her father's doing. Furthermore, it would have required the approval of most of the cardinals and the Sanhedrin. Involuntarily, her gaze shifted towards Cardinal Valentino. A sinister smile flickered across his lips. In that instant, Ruby understood. Her eyes darted back to the arena, frantically searching for Isaac. What she found was a horrifying tableau. Metallic shards and crimson stains spreading out from beneath the lich's feet. There, lying motionless, perhaps drawing his last breath, was Isaac. The horrific sight paralyzed Ruby with shock. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Bearing witness to such a scene was a crushing weight on her soul. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her. Why is it so quiet? Shouldn't he be able to escape from there easily? Isaac, you're not like the others. You're the protagonist. Then, those blood-red eyes of the lich fixed on Ruby. Its gaze held hers, unwavering. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you blaming me? Do you think our time together was just a witch's trickery? Is that it? But sometimes I think that even if I died by your hand, it wouldn't be so bad. Suddenly, Ruby screamed, "No, Isaac, no!" Her cries escalated in intensity. As she made to rush down into the arena, Chase Ray grabbed her arm, holding her back. Ruby, stay away from the barrier. At some point, the deathly creature had advanced, looming over them. It regarded them as prey, sniffing the air intently. Just then, Isaac finally pulled himself free from beneath its feet. His legs began to move, slowly at first. Fear gripped the mages. It's coming this way. Attack it with magic. It's no use. Ruby could only slump back, helpless. It was like a nightmare, facing something so immense. Chase Ray, filled with a furious resolve, prepared to attack. Damn it, the plan's gone to hell. It was unclear what had caused his sudden outburst. Isaac, who had only moments before seemed resigned to death, now charged forward like a warrior reborn. Consumed by hatred, without a second thought, Isaac delivered a fatal blow with his sword. The wound was so deep, it seemed to tear the creature asunder. The result was a cataclysmic explosion. Isaac was thrown clear of the blast zone. The blinding light of the lich's demise illuminated everything. Everyone around them was forced to shield their eyes. More than that, the entire arena seemed to tremble on the verge of collapse. Every eye was fixed on a single point. Some stared in astonishment, others in terror. Ruby was no exception. From the very beginning, she had perhaps been the most emotionally invested, because Isaac, despite the explosion, had not fallen. His body was beyond its limit. Omerta and Ellen were no different from the others. Some were on the verge of tears, and applause and cheers echoed through the air. He obliterated the monster with a single blow. As expected of Isaac, after this fight, Isaac was gravely wounded. He paid no attention to the cheering crowd. Ruby simply stood there, stamping her foot as she watched. The outcome was obvious. Chase Ray asked her worriedly, "Ruby, are you all right? You look like you were about to faint just now." Ruby muttered, "You did it, didn't you? You actually allowed a lich to appear in the match." Chase Ray, on the contrary, didn't show much emotion. The man who was about to become my dear sister's husband couldn't bear it, so it couldn't be helped. "Ruby, you don't have to worry about anything. Even after this match is over, your husband won't be able to do anything to you, even if he hears about what happened yesterday." Those words stung Ruby's heart. He not only pushed an ordinary person to their death, but also spoke so casually about that horrific event. Did he truly feel no remorse? The sound of hooves beat against the ground. It headed in only one direction. Isaac's gaze seemed sorrowful. He looked at Ruby, but did nothing. Ruby didn't know how she appeared in Isaac's eyes. No longer the world's most noble princess, but the witch who pushed him into the abyss. Yes, if you were to cut off my head right here and now, and say let's end this, would I still be selfish towards you in the end? A garland was presented before Ruby. It was golden, just like her hair. She couldn't believe it. Her eyes widened, unable to look away. Isaac still looked at her that way, that loving smile always blooming for Ruby. Now Ruby couldn't smile back at him. Isaac said, "Ruby, this is yours." Something Ruby had never imagined, or rather, something she could never have expected in her entire life. It had been right in front of her all along, and only now did she realize it. This was what some people search for their entire lives, what some people sang praises about, hoping it would never change. Sometimes doubting, because those around her denied its existence. But now she could be certain what everyone was searching for. What he gave her, it was love. Why hadn't she realized it sooner? What had blinded her eyes? Tears of utter bliss streamed down Ruby's face. From the moment they first met, he had been the one to protect her, acknowledge her existence, and comfort her. It was also he who pulled the dark curtains of her heart into the light. Why had she doubted him so many times? She had thought about it countless times, too many times to count. He always gently reached out his hand to catch her, but she foolishly pushed him away. How did he know everything and still reach out to her like that? Even after receiving something so magnificent, she still only thought of using it to secure her own safety with a wicked heart. If she could be with him, even if it were only while this heart still beat, even if she had to descend into hell, she would willingly do so. Because for the first time in her life, she yearned for something. Ruby didn't understand why she was being pulled away. Her panicked expression was evident. Wait, why are you suddenly? Chase Ray didn't care what she was saying. He only remembered the moment Isaac and Ruby were together, Ruby looking utterly delighted with Isaac. There was only astonishment in Chase Ray's eyes. Ruby's voice still echoed in the hallway. "Hey, where are you taking me?" That scene was witnessed by Freya and her brother, Lorenzo. Isaac would soon arrive at the banquet hall. Isaac and Ellen were both bewitched, to the point they couldn't think straight, so she had to help them. Lorenzo didn't know what to say. Sister Camu's voice rang out in the banquet hall. No, that wasn't right. She had vanished without a trace. Ivan clicked his tongue in disapproval. "Keep your voice down, Camu. There are a lot of eyes on us. Besides, you're the captain of the guard. Why weren't you watching them properly?" Camu wiped the sweat from his brow. "But they were there when we arrived at the palace. I swear it. Could they have left the banquet hall?" And then Ellen rushed over, her words trailing off. Ivan looked at her in surprise. "Princess, you haven't seen them either?" Ellen shook her head sadly. "No, I've looked everywhere. But why would both of them disappear at the same time?" Meanwhile, whispers of Isaac's name rippled through the crowd. Shouldn't the champion enter the banquet last, with the king? How did he get into the banquet hall? So badly injured? Ivan asked, astonishment lacing his voice. But Isaac paid him no mind. "Where's Ruby?" he asked, his voice tight. Everyone searched for her, but no one had any news. Isaac turned and left. He walked towards the door, his steps aimless. Freya, watching him, bristled with anger. "Aren't you curious where your beloved wife has gone? You saw them just now." The two siblings, hand in hand, the picture of familial affection, leading the procession into the banquet hall. The room where Ruby found herself was shrouded in darkness. She frowned, glancing around. "What is this? What is this room?" Mirrors everywhere. How did you even know there was a place like this? Do you even have your own spies planted within the palace? Chase Ray opened a window slightly. "No, Ruby, this place, it looks like the garden you were gifted. I heard King Phenol had this room built specifically for the queen, who couldn't give up her dancer's habits. The style of this sect seems rather tacky, but isn't it a beautiful love story? King Phenol, a man of noble character, yet born of common stock. He couldn't even secure the line of succession for the woman he loved and their daughter. In truth, if he were a truly thoughtful king, he wouldn't have brought back such a queen, leading to the crumbling of the royal authority. Nor would he tremble before your childish husband." Disgust flickered in Ruby's eyes. "So what? What are you trying to say?" Her hands clenched, her body trembling. Chase Ray stepped closer to her. "I don't intend for you to live like a queen in this shabby place. Whether it's a greenhouse or a hall of mirrors, everything here is just a cheap imitation. Therefore, there's only one place where you can truly be a queen, and that's the kingdom I will build. Ruby, father may not have much time left." Chase Ray pulled Ruby into a tight embrace, his words little more than empty pronouncements. She pushed him away angrily. Why should I? At her words, disbelief washed over Chase Ray's face. Ruby, what's wrong? So you're just confused. That's why you're saying this, isn't it? Ruby retorted instantly. The one who's confused isn't me, it's you. Normally, you had already hit me by now, but just because of a kiss, the way you look at me has changed. And what did you say, Queen? You asked me to be your wife. Since when have you looked at me that way? Chase Ray countered. Since when? How could you not know? No, we don't have time for this. Come with me. We'll talk later, Ruby. We'll leave this place on this ship. It's already prepared to return us home. Ruby stared at Chase Ray, bewildered. You're taking me away from here now? Have you forgotten where we are? This isn't Romania. How can you? Chase Ray cut her off. Don't worry, Ruby. By the time we leave this place, it will be engulfed in flames. Ruby still didn't understand what he was talking about. At least tell me what's going on. What plan has he concocted to make him so confident? If what you say is true, from us leaving here to boarding Elmo's ship, it means you've arranged something to distract all of Elandy's attention. But what's out there? Thunder and lightning are rumbling. Chase Ray said that soon, monsters will smell the magic stone and come here. So when dusk falls, everything will officially begin. Her face darkened. So what did he say back then? I don't want to put you in danger, so you have to leave quickly. Ruby abruptly pulled her hand away. I don't want to go. Not at all. I'm not planning on leaving here at all. Why should I go? Chase Ray's face was clouded with gloom. Is it because of him? Just because of a cheap crown? You're wavering. How many times do I have to tell you? He doesn't truly love you. All others see in you is your father's triple crown and the power of gold. I've told you this so many times, but why? Ruby's face darkened. So you mean to say the only one who truly loves me is you? Chase Ray didn't deny it. That's right, Ruby. In this world, the only people who truly understand and love each other are the two of us. Ruby shook her head in denial. No, you're wrong. That feeling you speak of is just a filthy obsession. Ruby's voice was tinged with fear. You hit me without hesitation the moment you're even slightly displeased, and you casually sold me off to someone else. Chase Ray was speechless. There hasn't been joy in his eyes for a long time. It might be hard for you to understand right now. So I did that, but I didn't know. Ruby cut him off. That thing can never be called love, brother. Do you know when I'm happiest? Have you ever cared about my feelings and situation, even just once? If you truly loved me, you wouldn't hit me. Instead, you should have sympathized with my pain and tears, held me in your arms. You shouldn't have forced me to do things I didn't like. Now do you understand the difference between you and Isaac? Chase Ray recalled the words his father had spoken. Fine, but you must never disobey me. If you don't want Ruby to be sent to the orphanage again, it's not like that. Ruby coldly uttered a merciless sentence. There's only one reason I want to stay here, and that is I want to live happily with a husband who truly loves and cherishes me. Chase Ray's hands clenched. Shut up right now, you. But Ruby didn't give him the chance. Do you think I still have childish and immature thoughts? No. No matter what others say, I can confidently say that I truly love Isaac. So please stop interfering with us. Leave by yourself. I will never abandon Isaac. Even if I have to die, I won't go to you. A sharp cracking sound echoed through the room. Chase Ray had struck Ruby again. Let me tell you what the root of these wicked feelings of yours is. You're showing insecurity towards my husband, towards Isaac. You're jealous of someone who has everything without lifting a finger, from noble bloodline, the title of knight, to a shining throne. Finally, Chase Ray retorted, shut up. But no one could stop Ruby now. You still don't understand. When I was with you, everything felt frozen. It was also when you were at your lowest. Chase Ray's teeth gritted. Shut up, Ruby. Ruby was asserting her right. If you force me to leave, I will curse you for the rest of your life. I will sacrifice my soul and drag everything you have, your entire life, into hell. The mirrors beside them began to crack. Ruby's voice reverberated. Try it. Shart fell like that. Chase Ray smashed it in a rage. I told you shut up now. The situation was thick with anguish. Yes, just like you said. Now I'm a villain. But even so, I still. A loud crash startled Chase Ray. Or rather, a hulking figure. Isaac burst in like a predatory tiger. Everyone rushed in. Lady Ruby, my lady, are you awake? Ruby's body was drained of strength. Ellen, thank goodness, everyone's here. She hadn't expected Freya to help her. Ellen, stop her. Ruby tried to rise, but Isaac stopped her. No matter who Isaac is, he can't kill my brother. If he does, he won't live in peace. Chase Ray blocked Isaac's sword. Crimson blood began to flow. The sword snapped, and Chase Ray stumbled back. It seemed Isaac no longer cared about anything. "You bastard." Ivan ran towards Isaac. "Stop." Blue lightning crackled around Isaac's feet as he lunged at Chase Ray. The two were like the waves and the sea, neither willing to yield. No one could stop them. Everyone covered their ears, unable to bear the pressure. Ruby looked at Ellen in a panic. "What's going on? Am I the only one who can't feel what's happening around us?" Ruby glanced at the bracelet on her wrist. The bracelet was glowing. "But right now, I have to stop Isaac." But Ellen suddenly grabbed her hand. "Ruby, you can't go over there. It's dangerous." Ruby hesitated for a moment. "Don't worry about me, Ellen." Then she pulled her hand free. Isaac roared in fury. "You've gone this far, and you still think you're family to Ruby? You damn trash." It seemed an explosion was imminent. Chase Ray, too, was finding it difficult to face Isaac. Then Omerta arrived. "What's going on here? Unbelievable. Why was Isaac's father here?" The fight was still raging. Omerta intervened. "No, you brat. Have you forgotten this man is the Pope's son? No matter what happens, you can't lose control." Omerta stood before Isaac. Ruby's hand reached out towards him. "For my son," Omerta said, words that stunned Isaac, "and for my daughter-in-law." Ruby pleaded desperately. "Isaac, I beg you, stop now." Isaac could fight no longer. He gritted his teeth, his rage still simmering. The fight wasn't over. Ruby still clung tightly to him. She slowly opened her eyes, taking in the scene before her. Nothing remained but ruins. The sky continued to pour down rain. Ruby was startled. Where did he go? The sound of a sword clattering to the ground. Ruby looked up at him. "Isaac." He then embraced her small frame tightly. Ruby wept for a long time. "I'm sorry, Isaac." He said nothing. "I'm sorry you had to see this. I'm truly sorry." After the fierce battle, the downpour seemed to soothe everything. Time seemed to stop in this moment. In the space around them, there was only Ruby and Isaac. Having witnessed how much Ruby and Isaac had endured, Ellen felt a pang of heartache seeing them reconciled. Ivan, who had been standing silently behind, noticed her emotions. "Princess, are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine." But seeing Ellen like that truly pained Ivan. Suddenly, she saw the blood on his face. Panicked, she exclaimed, "Ivan, you're bleeding." Ivan gave a cheerful smile. "I was just grazed by some debris." Seeing Ivan injured while protecting her, the princess felt a surge of guilt. "I'm sorry. It's because you were protecting me. It's nothing. It's a badge of honor." Ruby, still frightened, clung tightly to Isaac. The state of the two of them evoked sympathy from Ivan and Ellen. "Isaac, your wife is more important. Why should your wife have to go through something like this?" "Ruby." Isaac trembled as he looked at the woman he loved so deeply. He had almost lost the chance to see her again. He gently caressed her cheek and said softly, "Ruby, let's get you some treatment first." But when she heard they had to leave, Ruby hesitated. "But, Isaac, if we continue like this, the monsters will come soon." Hearing his wife say this, Isaac froze. He didn't know where Ruby had gotten this information about the monsters. Ruby realized she'd misspoken, accidentally foreshadowing the unfolding events. She struggled to remain calm, reassuring herself internally. "Stay calm. Don't just blurt out the ending like Isaac told me." Ruby tried to divert his attention to avoid suspicion. Chase Ray said he scattered the magic stones all over Elendee. He told me when he tried to kidnap me, so now we have to quickly clear those magic stones. This information was unexpected for Isaac. Isaac couldn't believe Chase Ray was such a despicable person. That bastard. Ruby was startled by her husband's intense reaction. She felt partly responsible and lowered her head guiltily. I didn't know Chase Ray had such a plan." She placed her hand on Isaac's face, hoping to comfort him somehow. "It sounds unbelievable, but can you believe me?" This was all Ruby could ask of Isaac now. She looked at him, her beloved, with pleading eyes. "Silly, of course I believe you. I always have." No flowery words were needed. Just looking into Isaac's eyes was enough to understand the depth of his feelings for her. Isaac held Ruby tightly. This woman was the person he wanted to cherish and protect, now and forever. He would find a way to never lose her again. Ruby felt the same way about Isaac. "Isaac, if the monsters attack, I'll go with you too. Maybe I can help." But how could he, the protagonist, let his beloved join such a dangerous battle? Ruby about that. Just then, a soldier burst through the door, shouting, "Emergency! Monsters are appearing all over Elendee. There's even an ice dragon flying toward the moon tower." This news was devastating for everyone. "Commander Longinus has ordered an immediate assembly. Everyone must hurry." Ruby thought to herself, is it Yang Yang? Knowing the dragon's identity brought her a strange sense of relief. Ruby, it's one of your runaway friends too, right? Don't worry, I won't kill it. I just have to knock it unconscious, almost to the point of death. The protagonist said worriedly, Isaac, no, you can't. I'll go with you too. But Isaac, of course, wouldn't allow such a thing. If your abilities are discovered by others, it could be dangerous for you. Ruby, on the other hand, wasn't concerned about herself, only about Isaac. But you're also injured, and you can't delay any longer. Isaac decisively pushed Ruby towards Ellen and ordered her, Ellen, take Ruby away from here and find hiding place. He also commanded the other warriors, it's heading towards the moon tower. Camus, completely blockade the area around the moon tower. Make sure no one can attack the ice dragon. Camus disagreed. Commander Longinus has already ordered an assembly, but the protagonist continued, undeterred. Gale, split up with the others and search the entire city, collecting all the magic stones you see. And Danny, protect Ruby with everything you've got. Isaac made an extremely reckless decision. The attack on the ice dragon will be carried out by only Ivan and me. With that, he immediately left with his blood-stained sword. Seeing this, Ruby couldn't contain her emotions and cried out, no, you're badly injured. But even the protagonist's heartbreaking cries couldn't stop Isaac. He simply turned his head and gave her a reassuring smile, as if telling her to trust him. In the pouring rain, the warriors prepared for battle. Although Ellen understood Ruby's heartache, she also knew that staying here would render Isaac's sacrifice meaningless. Ruby, we have to go now. There's no time. Seal off Avis's palace. Seal off Avis. Everyone evacuate quickly. We're sealing off the banquet hall. Upon receiving the order, Ruby and Ellen's group also had to leave the palace quickly. Everyone follow us to the shelter in the basement. Ruby's mind was no longer clear. Even amidst the surrounding chaos, Isaac's words echoed in her mind. In this place, surrounded by your friends, you want to be with me forever. The more she dwelled on those happy memories, the more guilt gnawed at Ruby. I shouldn't have done that. After all, Chase Ray will try to kill Isaac. The thought of Isaac, covered in blood, his wounded body, and shallow breaths, was too much for Ruby to bear. In the rushing tide of the evacuating crowd, she stopped, worry etched on her face for Ellen and Endymion. Ruby, my lady, there's no time. We have to go. But Ruby's mind was made up. I have to go to Isaac. Only I can do it. Ellen and Endymion still didn't understand the meaning behind her words. Only I can. Endymion spoke, his voice laced with panic. My lady, this is a man-made disaster. The monsters are currently bewitched by the magic stones, driven mad. It's incredibly dangerous right now, the ice dragon included. Endymion's words reminded Ruby that Isaac wasn't the only one aware of her abilities. Mr. Endymion, you know too. Only I can resolve this. The only one here who didn't understand was Ellen. I don't understand what you're talking about. Endymion, please explain it to me. Faced with the princess's question, Endymion hesitated, afraid to speak. But in this situation, we don't have time to explain. Ruby spoke up. Ellen, I'll explain everything later. The two of you need to evacuate everyone first. Ellen couldn't let Ruby go to such a dangerous place. No, Ruby, where are you going in this situation? Just as Ruby couldn't stand idly by when Isaac was in danger, Ellen would understand when this was all over. Truly, you'll understand everything, Ellen. She squeezed the princess's hand, her words a promise, her eyes filled with a desperate plea. At this moment, all Ruby could do was beg. Can you trust me now? Please, I'm begging you. In this chaotic moment, leaving might be the last time they saw each other. If Isaac were to be injured again like he was during the Lich's attack, if something were to happen, Ellen looked at Ruby, her expression wavering. But she knew she couldn't stop Ruby. Then she spoke. Actually, I thought it was strange too. My brother only allowed Sir Ivan to go with him and didn't allow other knights to directly attack the ice dragon. Perhaps he intends to deal with the ice dragon himself. Honestly, I don't know what you're planning or why someone who isn't on good terms with my brother would make that choice. Ellen only knew that Isaac and Ruby always thought of each other, and they were both people she loved dearly. Perhaps her letting go this time would help them both get through this battle. But one thing is for sure, both of you have your reasons for your choices. I don't want my brother to get hurt, and I don't want Ruby to face the same thing, so I'm going with you too. Ellen's decision surprised Ruby, and she was incredibly grateful. Ellen, thank you so much. But all Ellen could offer in return was a sigh. Asterisk, how could I possibly stop Ruby? Asterisk, but their intentions were too risky for Endymion. But if we encounter monsters, the princess might be in danger too. Ellen turned to answer him. Don't worry, Mr. Endymion. Did you forget I'm also a member of the Omerta family? Hearing this, Endymion anxiously explained, No, how could I possibly forget? Absolutely not. But what is the princess thinking? She hasn't even received training like I have. Let alone. Just then, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Perhaps the monsters were getting closer. Ruby recognized it instantly. That's the ice dragon's roar. Let's head back the way we came. Be careful. The two girls didn't delay any further, turning to go against the flow of the crowd. Endymion watched their retreating figures, his duty firmly in mind. I don't know if I can protect both of them at the same time. Can I protect them? But looking at his expression, it was clear he already had his answer. Yes, I'm Sir Isaac's man. There's nothing I can't do. Freya hurried along with the evacuating crowd, but the image she'd witnessed moments ago continued to haunt her. What was it I saw? Could it all have been a dream? The image of a royal, so beloved in Romania, racked with such evident pain, disturbed her deeply. Why did she look so broken? Why did Rebecca do that? Just then, Ruby, Ellen, and Ivan dashed past. Freya stared in astonishment as Ruby ran towards the chaos. Even Lorenzo couldn't believe his eyes. Those three, why are they going back there? Freya was certain there was something more to this, a secret hidden beneath the surface, especially after seeing the retreating figure of the one she admired. The moment he saw Ruby cradling Isaac in her arms, he knew. Wherever Ruby was, Isaac would be. He immediately pulled his sister back. If that's where she wanted to be, then clearly, I don't know what she's relying on to create such chaos. Seeing his sister's reaction, Lorenzo cautioned her. But you don't want to throw yourself into the fire, do you? Freya, however, wasn't so enamored. Unlike some people, I value my life more than anything. The ranks of royal soldiers arrived at the Moon Tower amidst the downpour. The dragon's immense form was impossible to miss. It's bigger than we thought. Damn, the ice dragon's power is terrifying. Even amidst the crashing thunder, its aura radiated a chilling dread. Camus hurried to a nearby guard. Hey, is the entire palace on lockdown? Complete lockdown, sir. With the confirmation, a steely resolve hardened Camus's gaze. A voice boomed across the courtyard. All right, everyone. The 1st Legion will lead the Royal Guard in assisting with the evacuation. The 3rd Legion will handle the monsters appearing throughout the village. The 2nd Legion will secure the entire perimeter around the palace, preventing any knights or outsiders from approaching. Camus ran towards the gathering, his thoughts racing. It's not too late, is it? Barnes continued issuing orders. The 4th Legion will take position behind the Moon Tower. When the 5th Legion lures the ice dragon away from the tower, the 4th will use grappling hooks to pull it down and attack simultaneously. Camus, you will lead the 5th Legion. Camus immediately acknowledged the command. Where are the other elite forces? Don't forget, the ice dragon has already inflicted significant damage. We absolutely cannot engage it with limited manpower. But this presented a dilemma for Camus. He had made a promise to Isaac. Camus, prevent anyone from approaching the Moon Tower area so they can't attack the ice dragon. Looking up at the dragon perched on the tower, Camus felt conflicted as usual. It seems Isaac doesn't want to kill it because it's his wife's friend. Honestly, it would be easier for me in the end if I ignored Isaac and killed the ice dragon as instructed by the captain. But as a member of the Knight Order, the captain's orders must always be prioritized, right? Why should I listen to Isaac? Isn't killing the ice dragon for the sake of peace for all of us? Afterward, I wouldn't have to explain to the captain and the kingdom why I didn't kill the ice dragon. He should be fighting for the common peace of the people, or repay the one who helped him when he visited Hell's Gate. This decision was truly difficult. What should he do to remain true to his conscience? Just then, a shout snapped him out of his thoughts. Advance, before the ice dragon continues its rampage. Finally, Camus made his decision. He positioned himself, his entire body blocking the Legion's path. Even though he knew this action could cost him his life, Camus stood firm. I apologize, but no one is allowed to pass through here. Even he himself didn't understand why he did this. Damn it, I don't know anymore. Seeing Camus's unusual behavior, his comrades shouted, Haven't you been listening to the captain's instructions? Even Barnes told you to lead the group. We have to get to the Moon Tower quickly. What are you doing in such a dire situation? Camus knew this full well, but his resolve was unshakable. That's right, but it seems impossible now. To prevent his comrades from questioning his motives, Karmas fabricated a preposterous excuse. Look at that bridge. It's about to collapse. Are you sure it's about to collapse? It looks perfectly fine to us. But Karmas insisted, it seems the monsters have already damaged the bridge. We have to modify our operation plan, but it still looks completely intact, doesn't it? Karmas couldn't fool this many soldiers on his own. At this moment, he just wished Isaac were here, so he could punch him. I'm all alone here, what can I do? Damn Isaac. He had to stall for time, by any means necessary. As Karmas continued to buy time, a loud roar echoed from behind. The monsters began their assault. They poured out like a tide. Karmas could only weep at this point. What else could he do? Damn it, it's a pleasure to meet you, monsters. Footsteps echoed in the silent space. Ivan arrived at the scene, witnessing the devastation. This place is a mess. Magic stones scattered everywhere. I'm guessing those minions have already been dealt with? The people nearby seemed to have evacuated. Was Cardinal Valtan truly the mastermind behind all of this? Ivan asked Isaac. Even Isaac hadn't expected him to do something like this. Yes, I heard he confessed to hiding magic stones everywhere. Ivan scorned the actions of a royal like Valentine. He seemed suspicious, and it turns out he really was mad. Did he really cause all of this by himself? The problem is, you almost killed the Pope's son, so things aren't going to end well in this situation. Isaac was well aware of this. By the way, I still followed you. But do you really intend for the two of us to handle this? Isaac's reply was even more insane than before. Do you want me to end this alone? I'll take it down by myself, and you stop those attacking around the ice dragon. Ivan truly couldn't understand why Isaac would make such a reckless decision. He cried out worriedly, in your state, you plan to do that alone? Even with the sword you have now? But the only response to these dissuasions were 3 words, Ivan, I'm counting on you. Ivan knew the protagonist's personality all too well. Nothing could change Isaac's mind. There was no use saying anything. If he couldn't stop his brother, he could only support him wholeheartedly. Ivan handed his sword to the protagonist. Here, how can you defeat it with that broken sword? I don't have a sword, so I'll try to hold it off with a bit of divine power. Isaac gratefully accepted the sword. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Ivan simply replied, what's so strange about that? I heard that dragon is also one of my mistress's friends, so I guess I'm only doing this for my mistress. Although Isaac took all the blame, I just made my own choice. But Ivan knew his best friend well. I know you, kid, but honestly, I'm not very confident. I've only killed monsters before, and now I have to spare their lives. The commander is definitely going to kill us after this is over, and so is your father. And Her Highness. Just as he mentioned her, Barnes appeared above, shouting furiously, Isaac van Omerda, where are you going alone? Stop, Sir Ivan. Can't you arrest him at once? But, ignoring the commander's angry shouts, Isaac and Ivan continued onward. Ivan bravely replied, Commander, how can I do that? Even Duke Omerda has nothing to say against his son. Are those elites insane? Earlier, that kid almost killed the Pope's eldest son, so I had to intervene. My daughter-in-law was inexplicably injured. Before they rested, the monsters attacked like madmen. Then, I had to witness my son running around, covered in blood. To make matters worse, now the ice dragon has unexpectedly launched an attack. Cardinal Valentine, Duke Omerda truly couldn't understand why everything was happening one after another, messing everything up. Afterward, the Duke had to immediately go see the Pope. Your Holiness, there's something I want to ask you. What is going on? But as soon as he turned around, the man was gone, vanished without a trace. How can I control this situation? Just then, the commander shouted, Duke, look, the ice dragon is moving. It's descending to the ground. Both the captain and the Duke knew who its target was now. Duke Omerda couldn't stand idly by and watch his son die before his eyes. Isaac stopped. Indeed, the ice dragon landed right in front of Isaac. Man and beast, monster and warrior, the battle had officially begun. All the prearranged elite troops were ready, their arrows aimed at the ice dragon. Everyone, prepare to fire. But just as the arrows were about to be released, the sight before them stopped them in their tracks. They yelled for a halt. Commander, no. Commander, Sir Ivan is blocking the way. This enraged Barnes. Sir Ivan, what in the world are you doing? But Ivan had already made up his mind to stand with Isaac. Commander, please wait. Just a moment. It will be over soon. Just a moment. Please trust our elite troops. What are they doing? Is Isaac planning to face the ice dragon alone? Does he realize the monstrous power of that creature? Isaac had never underestimated the dragon's power, but for the promise he made to his wife, he was willing to sacrifice himself. Facing the ferocious beast, Isaac's fighting strength was waning. Now, even more worrying, damn it, the hemostatic magic has failed. This meant Isaac would quickly lose consciousness from blood loss. I have to defeat it quickly and resolve this troublesome situation. Only then could he return to Ruby, the woman who had suffered so much and yearned for a happy life. He would protect her with his life. Her image was now his greatest motivation to fight. Just this once, and Ruby and I can live a fulfilling life together forever in that beautiful land with our friends. The trio, Ruby, Ellen, and Endymion, were also rapidly approaching the Moon Tower, the site of the battle. Worry etched deep lines on Ruby's face. She only prayed she wouldn't end up serving her master. Until death. Meanwhile, the battle between Isaac and the ice dragon was gradually reaching its climax. Isaac's condition. Ruby seemed to be running towards him with all her might. The scene before her was simply too much for a young woman to bear. As the doors opened, the battle intensified, even more terrifying with the monsters soaring in the sky. Despite attempts to shoot them down one by one, they showed no signs of weakening. Just as Ruby and Ellen were about to rush out, a hand suddenly stopped them. It was Karmus. It's dangerous ahead, you two. Seeing them, Karmus froze. PR, Princess Ellen and my lady, weren't you two headed for shelter? What are you doing here? Karmus, what are you doing? I don't have time to explain. Move. Despite Ellen's words, Karmus still tried to stop them. Where are you going in this situation? However, this was Lady Elmida's request. Blocking the way in this situation was indeed inappropriate, but Karmus still persisted. No, monsters keep appearing. It's really dangerous here now. His stubbornness finally exhausted Ellen's patience, and she used her divine power right in front of him. With just a touch of it, she reduced a dying monster on the ground to ashes. Karmus stared at her in shock. Princess just used divine power? You don't need to worry for nothing. Sir Karmus. However, the most relieved people now were probably Ruby and Endymion. They both looked at Ellen as if she were a god, one with their jaw dropped in astonishment, the other with eyes shining like headlights. It took Ruby a few minutes to remember that Ellen had also reminded her. Did you forget I'm also a member of the Omerta family? Now she understood what Ellen meant. Karmus, out of concern, still insisted on not letting them out until Ruby spoke. The heroine didn't say anything more, but simply looked at him with an extremely pleading gaze, as if trying to tell him to trust them. Karmus then just silently lowered his head, remaining silent for a moment. Thankfully, they've calmed down for now, but who knows when they'll act up again. You two need to hurry through. Relieved by his consent, Ruby clasped her hands together in gratitude. Karmus, in truth, had acted out of genuine concern for their safety, his gaze betraying his true intentions. Just moments ago, he'd been moved by the clear sky, but now he turned sharply to his soldiers, barking, "Those bastards dare to block the path of the young master and mistress. Prepare to move to the designated location before we're surrounded." Quickly, he led the trio towards a bridge. Go straight across this bridge, then across the long bridge to the right of Moon Tower. After that, you two will see Isaac fighting the ice dragon. Having given his instructions, Karmus urged them onward. I believe you, my lady, will certainly be able to resolve this situation. Karmus's words to Ruby were meant as encouragement, a bolstering for the woman he believed capable of protecting Isaac and the soldiers under their command. The three quickly departed, leaving Karmus alone at the bridgehead, watching their retreating figures. As they moved further away, Karmus's form seemed to diminish. Hey, Ellen, so you can use divine power too? Yes, because I'm also an Omerta. The Omerta's sacred blood still flows within me. After my mother died, my father taught me to protect myself in order to survive in this harsh land. It seemed Ellen had more to say, but she abruptly stopped, her breath catching in her throat. Her steps faltered, a change Ruby quickly noticed. Within seconds, Ellen's condition worsened. She seemed to lose her bearings, stumbling and clutching her head. I'm fine, she gasped. It's just a side effect. But a side effect of what? Ellen could hide it no longer. To wield divine power, she'd had to undergo a sacred oath with the church, a ritual she had yet to complete. This was the source of her debilitating side effects. Ruby's heart ached for Ellen's sacrifice. Suddenly, she felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry. It's my fault, Ellen insisted, gripping Ruby's hand tightly. I didn't do this because of you, Ruby. I have to protect my family. With every word, Ruby's tears flowed more freely. Ellen gazed back at her sister-in-law with equal intensity, the downpour washing over them. Pietro was tortured half to death by Geller's men, so the face I saw that day was yours. Geller pressed his sword against Pietro's throat. Where's the macaque stone? Pietro's appearance was truly wretched, bruised and battered. He still refused to divulge any information. Stop hiding information about the macaque stone. If you don't know, then who does? No matter how they beat and threatened him, Pietro remained defiant, every word a denial. After a fruitless interrogation, Geller grew impatient. Sheathing his sword, he snarled, "Enough of this charade. You're coming with us. We know who your master is. Come quietly." The threat was meaningless. Even if they knew his master, it no longer mattered to Pietro. Master? The Northern Knights are only good for useless things. Isn't that right? I have no such thing as a master. If I tell you, you'll just torture me for information, right? Let me tell you, my friend, it's pointless. Pietro was a vault of secrets. He's good at spouting nonsense. He's been trying to waste our time this whole time. Just tie him up and throw him in the dungeon. Save us the headache. The rain intensified. The distance between where they'd captured Pietro and the dungeon was considerable. In that moment, he remembered his master's words. Remember, Pietro, if anything happens, that place is the end of your life. Your life is mine. Do you understand what I mean? In the downpour, Pietro slowly lifted his head to look at the sky. He squeezed his eyes shut, knowing better than anyone that this would be the end of his own life. Coughing up blood, his condition worsening drastically, he quickly wiped the blood away and returned to the fight. The ice dragon, seemingly completely unscathed, rapidly closed in on Isaac, intent on a follow-up attack. It tried to quickly rush the man before it. As it approached, Isaac seemed to have run out of strength to resist, as if he had already surrendered to the monster. This time, by some stroke of luck, just as the monster was about to engulf Isaac, some kind of powerful force stopped it. It was Ivan arriving just in the nick of time. A second later, and Isaac might not have returned. Seeing his childhood friend battling such a powerful monster, Ivan couldn't help but be perplexed by Isaac's next move. After Ivan's previous attack, the monster was heavily wounded, white smoke billowing from its mouth. It then spat out small spheres, most likely destructive energy balls, its weapons. To Ivan, Isaac's desperate fighting style completely disregarded his own life. And this wasn't a fight to the death, so he couldn't be so reckless. If the goal were simply to kill the opponent, it might have been easier. Finally, Ruby, Ellen, and Endymion arrived. Seeing the scene before her, Ruby grew increasingly distraught, clearly showing concern for her husband. Isaac, Ruby cried out anxiously, facing the enraged ice dragon. Isaac still seemed to be able to hear his wife's frantic calls, and he responded to her cries. Seeing Ruby running towards Isaac, disregarding the danger, Ellen and Endymion tried to call her back. But seeing her husband in such a state, who could bear to stand by and watch all this happen? The heroine dashed forward like an arrow. If she didn't try to run like this now, she might never have another chance. She ran until her shoes were worn, but she didn't even care. It seemed that apart from getting to Isaac quickly, she couldn't think or feel anything else. In the distance, Ivan's strength was also waning, and soon he would collapse from exhaustion. Damn it, my divine power has weakened. However, things never go as we hope. The shield Ivan had created to protect Isaac had to succumb to the monster's terrifying power. Ivan lost his balance and was pushed back by the force. Fortunately, he still landed safely. I'm sorry, Isaac. My divine power is depleted, so the shield broke. Hearing this, Isaac quickly replied, You don't have to tell me. I already know. Having just broken Ivan's shield, the ice dragon quickly seized the opportunity, gathering its strength to create a massive ice ball in its mouth. Isaac also picked up his pace, leaping towards a monster step by step, getting closer and closer to the ice dragon. Perhaps this strike would be the decisive one. Isaac's strength was also depleted, and prolonging the fight wasn't a good idea. He jumped onto the monster's head, and Isaac concluded with a single phrase, Bear with the pain, will you? Then he thrust his sword into the spot where it had previously bled from colliding with Ivan's shield. Perhaps this would work. Perhaps because it was in too much pain, the dragon tried to fly away to avoid Isaac's attack. Its deafening roar was truly terrifying. Watching the scene unfold, Ruby's eyes clearly showed fear and worry for her husband. Suddenly, the ice dragon changed direction, heading straight for the ground. It most likely knew that Isaac was holding onto its tail, so it kept changing direction, which could easily cause Isaac to be flung in different directions due to inertia. Because of the speed of the ice dragon's dive, he had to push his sword even deeper into its tail, trying to save his own life. At this moment, Isaac realized the ice dragon's flight path was deeply unnatural. At this altitude, it was about to land, yet it showed no sign of slowing down. It seemed likely that it intended to end its own life, and Isaac's along with it. In the end, all they saw were thousands of shards of ice scattering everywhere, a rising white fog engulfing the entire space. Ivan, shielded behind a block of ice, remained unharmed. Had they finally succeeded? The monstrous dragon, now clinging to a thread of life, thrashed weakly after the impact. Seeing it still, Ivan quickly ran forward to check. As he drew closer, he stopped abruptly. Ivan had spotted Isaac's body buried beneath the rubble. As Ivan ran towards it, a dark figure flashed past. It was Ruby. She rushed towards Isaac, frantically removing chunks of ice, large and small, from his body, trying to pull him free from the debris. She worked and wept, desperately calling Isaac's name. "No, Isaac, please. Wake up." Suddenly, Ruby froze, seeing Isaac's bloodied face and the agony etched upon it. Ruby's heart felt as if it were being torn into 100 pieces. Her own hands trembled uncontrollably as she reached for her husband, trying to hold Isaac close. Her cries grew more anguished. After a moment, Ruby paused, gazing at Isaac's face. Ignoring anything he might have said, Ruby cried out Ivan's name. "Sir Ivan, quickly, get a doctor." At her command, Ivan quickly ran off. Looking at Isaac's condition, Ruby was likely consumed by guilt, unable to shake the feeling that she had failed to protect her husband. She gently stroked Isaac's face with a warm hand. Meanwhile, the ice dragon groaned in pain, clinging to life. Its cries caught Ruby's attention. She quickly looked in its direction. The ice dragon looked back, but the anger and ferocity were gone from its eyes. Ruby approached, stroking the dragon's snout. "I'm sorry, young one. You're badly hurt too, aren't you? You've been forced here. It's not your fault, yet everyone wants to attack you. You're both just obedient children, really. I'm so sorry. From now on, I won't let anyone hurt you anymore. So you can't threaten humans anymore either, all right?" The ice dragon seemed to understand Ruby's words, letting out a few rumbling growls in response. Ruby tenderly rested her head against the dragon, whispering how sorry she was. When she opened her eyes, she realized the soldiers had arrived. They stood there, watching her, the dragon, and Isaac. At that moment, a familiar voice called out. Ruby quickly rushed to help Isaac, who had regained consciousness. Isaac looked at the ice dragon, his eyes filled with sorrow. Despite his pain, he tried to comfort his wife. "Everything's all right, so don't worry, no matter what anyone says, okay?" The more Isaac tried to reassure her, the more Ruby's pain intensified, her eyes brimming with tears. "Isaac, why? Why would you risk your life for me?" Isaac struggled to raise his hand, caressing Ruby's face. "I told you I'll always be by your side." With every word, Ruby's tears flowed more freely. She reached out, taking Isaac's hand, and held him tightly. "You're such a fool." Standing on the wall, Duke Omerta witnessed everything. Watching the couple's anguish, his expression softened with sympathy and sorrow. In a hallucination, Isaac walked barefoot. Before him was a grave, a sword thrust into the earth marking it. As he drew closer, he could see the grave more clearly. The woman lying within looked unfamiliar to Isaac. Not only that, but her eyes were still open, calling out Isaac's name. Fortunately, it was just a nightmare. He brought his hand to his forehead, rubbing it hard a few times. According to him, ever since Ruby arrived, this didn't seem to be the first time he'd had such a dream. He would dream of that woman from time to time. Although the person looked exactly like Ruby, there were still subtle differences, something he couldn't quite put his finger on. As he unconsciously placed his hand on the bed, it took Isaac a few seconds to regain his composure. Butler Rattler was also walking towards Isaac's room. When he reached the door, he suddenly flinched. "Young master, you're finally awake. We're so happy for you." Isaac looked around for a moment, then turned to the butler and asked where Ruby was. His eyes truly held only his wife. Before he could get an answer, he heard a familiar voice. Ruby, dressed in simple sleepwear, her head wrapped in bandages, said softly, "Isaac, you're awake." Then she quickly ran towards him, supporting her husband's tall frame. "It's too difficult to walk with such injuries, yet you came all the way here." Seeing Ruby with his own eyes, Isaac immediately let go of his cane and tightly embraced his wife. "Ruby, I was afraid you would disappear." "Impossible. I've been by your side the entire time you were asleep. I didn't expect you to wake up when I went to the washroom." Isaac didn't forget to ask what day it was. 3 days had passed since he lost consciousness. According to Sergei's explanation, it was because he had consumed too much divine power and lost too much blood that he had been unconscious for so long. Even Isaac, in this situation, needed a long time to rest. Ruby was still talking, but Isaac didn't seem to be concentrating on what she was saying, only recalling the moment he collapsed. In his memory, it was indeed the most terrifying moment Isaac had ever felt. Isaac raised his hand and gently stroked Ruby's hair. "Why haven't you told me all this?" Having received such an unexpected question, Ruby couldn't give an answer for a moment. Ruby thought for a while. "Because I was afraid you would change like the others. All I have is an illusory appearance." After those illusions disappeared, they all quickly changed their attitudes towards me. Ruby had always wanted to say these words, but she never had the courage. Even now, she only dared to think about it in her head. After thinking for a while, she told Isaac, "They're all fools. After all, my family has a notorious reputation, and even before those strange rumors about me and Chazare, that was enough to make people dislike me." After finishing speaking, Ruby had to observe her husband's expression. Watching him remain silent for a while, she suddenly felt very embarrassed. "Don't look at me like that. It's not your fault." Isaac quickly took Ruby's hand. "Actually, ever since we were in the stables, I somehow sensed something. But the reason I couldn't ask you was because I was worried that if I tried to find out what you were hiding, you would suddenly disappear, and your feelings for me would disappear too. So I decided to quietly figure it out myself. At least I thought if I saw him this time, I would get a definite answer. But in front of him, you were like a completely different person. It was as if everything I'd felt so far was a lie, because you didn't seem worried and didn't try to hide anything." Hearing this, Ruby suddenly felt a pang of loss in her heart, and a sad expression appeared on her face. The protagonist explained, "Maybe it's because I've endured so much because of Chazare, so I reacted instinctively. Do you think I'm pretending to like you?" Isaac became more serious. "At least I know that fear and adoration are two completely different things. But maybe I'm no different from those fools. I didn't want you to leave me, so I became selfish to the point of stupidity." In that moment, when you smiled normally in front of him, somehow I felt so much more at ease. I thought you leaving me would be more terrifying than death, so I nurtured that foolish selfishness. As a result, you had to endure so much pain. It wasn't like that, Isaac. You gave me a laurel. Even in situations that could cause misunderstandings, you still trusted me. I always thought that no one would truly need me. I also thought that after every good thing, a similar misfortune would follow. The more I trusted someone, the more tragic the outcome. So I've always lived as if I were acting. My whole life, Isaac, I told you there was a time I pretended to like you. In the beginning, I did wear that mask in front of you because I wanted to stay here because I didn't want to go back to Romania. I was so full of suspicion and prejudice that even when there were misunderstandings, I didn't dare to clarify them. I didn't trust anyone, but I was afraid of being abandoned. I just selfishly thought that as long as I survived, it was enough. In reality, the complicated and messy person is me. Even though you proved everything to me, I still couldn't trust you. I hurt you. Isaac took her hand, gently comforting her. It's not your fault, Ruby. You're not wrong. Everything Isaac did was voluntary. He voluntarily loved you, so he wanted to give you the best. It's not your fault. Isaac's immense love made Ruby shed tears, and the two embraced. Immersed in their love, Ruby spoke, Isaac, I've always been trapped in the shackles I made myself. The person who made me realize I had to break these shackles was you. You gave me a chance at rebirth, and in this new life. The first person I want to have is you. That was also the first official confession between the two. So, can I start dating you seriously? Isaac, looking at the person he loved before him, finally safe by his side after so much hardship, he couldn't help but shed tears of emotion. Ruby, it's my honor to be the first person you want to have in your life. My life only has meaning with you in it. Ruby, I truly wish to see you happy. So now, I swear before God, I will do everything in my power to make this a reality, so that the only tears that slide down your cheeks are tears of happiness. I swear to protect you until my last breath. All trials failed under the love of Isaac and Ruby. It may have started with a forced marriage, but it ended with an admirable love. How to Get My Husband on My Side, Season 2 ends here, and we'll see you again soon in Season 3.